Chapter 51. The crowd anticipated rage, cold threats, or a violent outburst, but Nova offered something entirely different. She let out a long, deep sigh. It was a sound that carried exhaustion, as if she were weary of the entire situation. She made no attempt to conceal it. She was angry. Furious, in fact. His words stung more than she would ever admit, especially the way he had dismissed her, calling her woman as if she were a stranger, with no trace of respect left. Nova was a master of restraint. She controlled herself. She saw the truth clearly. Razel was not thinking straight. His emotions had overtaken him, and he was flailing in his anger. He is still a kid, she reminded herself. A kid lost in his own storm. Her voice was firm, direct, and unyielding. Look, here is the thing. She took a step forward, her eyes steady on him. You do not need to go through with all this ridiculous planning for your own death, or embarrassment. Whatever it is you think you are doing, stop. She pointed, her finger lowering toward the feet of Selena, guiding his gaze. I am giving you a chance right now. Her voice echoed in the hushed Colosseum. Apologize to Selena. Right now. Call me sister very respectfully. Do that, and I promise you that no one, will harm you from this moment forward. Her words, so clear and direct, sent ripples through the gathered crowd. Eyes widened in shock, mouths parted in disbelief, but no one dared interrupt. The weight of the authority in her tone silenced them more effectively than any threat. If he cannot understand what I was trying to teach him with words, Nova thought grimly, then maybe I just need to be straightforward. Lower him and if I have to. Looking at his intelligence, he will see this is the smart choice. He will agree. Before Razel could respond, Selena took a hesitant step forward. Her face was a canvas of tangled emotions, guilt, sorrow, and confusion. Nova, it is all right. Selena spoke quietly, her voice almost pleading. He does not need to apologize. Truly. Remember, you all already apologized on his behalf back then. He received his punishment. You do not need to force this. She stood close now. Close enough that any other person would have been cut down for daring such proximity without invitation. Selena, perhaps the only one who could, stood there. Her eyes flicked instinctively toward Razel, and her heart pounded. Nova's sharp gaze softened. She reached out and took the trembling hand of Selena, holding it gently. She placed her other hand over it, as if trying to still the shaking. Her strict, almost harsh expression melted for a moment into one of warmth and quiet understanding. Selena, you do not have to feel guilty for any of this. Even if I am his sister, that does not excuse what he did. And yes, even if we have apologized on his behalf, even if we punished him, you deserve a personal, sincere apology. One just for you. Her voice wavered slightly, not with weakness, but with the emotion she struggled to keep buried beneath her cold exterior. Maybe I am being selfish, trying to still hope for him, to still accept him after everything. Maybe he will not do it. Maybe he cannot. But as his elder sister, it is my duty to give him at least one last chance. She squeezed the hand of Selena gently. Please, understand that. The hands of Selena trembled harder in the grasp of Nova, her body betraying the storm inside her. She wanted to say something, anything, but the words stuck, lodged behind the weight of everything she had endured. She had come so far. What good would it do to say them now? Maybe if only, she thought. If only I had not. She stopped herself. It was too late for if onlys. She closed her eyes, forcing herself to stand silently, letting the steady presence of Nova ground her. Nova felt the violent tremor in the hands of the girl, her heart aching at the reminder. This girl is still the same as that day. The trauma never left her. All the while, Razel watched them both in silence. His eyes, dark and unreadable, flickered between Nova and Selena. Nova kept her eyes on him, waiting. She waited for that moment where his fragile pride, and his battered ego, would finally give way beneath the weight of survival. She knew it well, the struggle of a boy who had tasted humiliation and hate, trying so hard to hold on to some scrap of dignity. When death stood before you, clawing at your throat, even the proudest would consider bowing their head. She knew he would. Sooner or later, he would agree. In his mind, the voice of the system echoed, calm yet urgent. Host, this is our chance. The voice of the system echoed urgently in the mind of Razel, sharper than usual, as if afraid he would somehow throw this opportunity away. Agree. Before she changes her mind. Do not mess it up. You will get the perfect chance to develop your power, and you can lay low under her safety. It is a golden opportunity. I know it will be hard for you, after everything they have done to you, but do not be idiotic. We are not a heroic system. You are meant to walk the villain's path. Do what a villain must. Sometimes, being shameless is acceptable. Pride debts can be paid later. The system laid out its reasoning in full, though deep down, it knew Razel did not really need the reminder. He was clever, too clever to throw this chance away. Still, it felt the need to say it, just in case. Instead, Razel let out a low whistle, the sound sharp in the quiet arena. He ran his fingers through his long hair, a crazy grin spreading across his face. It was the grin of someone who had nothing left to lose. His shoulders began to shake, as if holding back deeper laughter, as if the entire situation were one big joke. Nova watched him closely, a faint smirk tugging at her lips. He is struggling with it, she thought. Trying to burn off that arrogance, act cool before he gives in. That is all this is. Honestly, it is looking painful to break someone's ego like this. Host. The voice of the system cracked with dread. It felt the storm brewing inside him, felt that dangerous spark of defiance rising. Do not do it. Do not you dare. Razel was not listening. Apologize? His mind spat the word like poison. Apologize for what? For standing up for himself, He bit the inside of his cheek, fighting the words that clawed at his throat, but only barely. His eyes burned cold and wild, as if he had already accepted death, as if he welcomed it now. He shook his head slowly, his expression darkening, then spat on the ground at their feet. Nova looked down at his motion, her expressionless face cold. Forget about me apologizing to anyone in here. His voice was sharp as steel, his gaze daring them to try. His chest rose and fell with heavy, ragged breaths, like a man ready for execution but refusing to kneel. In fact, I will give you a challenge. His grin widened, unhinged, as his fingers popped the top button of his shirt, loosening it as if preparing for whatever storm would come. If by any means you can make me apologize to anyone right now, I will lick that spit clean off the ground. Come on. I do not care if I die or not. I am not begging anyone or living on someone's sympathy. His words echoed like thunder in the silent Colosseum. The temperature seemed to plummet, as if a winter wind had swept through the arena. Gulping noises could be heard from people too stunned to speak, too stunned even to move. This kid, they thought, horror dawning on their faces. He has lost his mind. That thought rippled through the crowd. He was utterly mad. He just threw away the one chance to change his life, to claw his way out of hell and reach the gates of heaven, and he rejected it. Just like that. Worse, he did not just reject it. He challenged her, Nova Virelan, the Raven Princess. No one moved. No one breathed. Today had been a roller coaster, an impossible display of insanity, guts, and defiance. They would never forget this day as long as they lived. The voice of Razel rose again, raw, wild, and bitter. And as for calling you sister? His eyes narrowed, his voice like ice and venom. You lost that right the day you first raised your hands against me. Do not bring it up again. You, every one of you, this entire world, you are all dead to me. His long royal purple hair swung behind him as he lifted his chin, defiant to the end. The blood still streaking his cheek only made him look wilder, more unstable. Do not bother playing games, pretending to be sympathetic. I do not remember begging for your help. So mind your own damn business. I never asked for help from any of you. Are you crazy? Have you lost it? You idiot. We could have gotten so far. You want to die, fine. But why drag me down with you? The voice of the system raged in his mind now, the fury and despair mixing into a storm of expletives. The usual calm, calculated presence had shattered completely. Moments ago I laid it out for you. Crystal clear. Just a simple apology, that is all it would have taken. One word, and you would be safe. We could have hidden, grown stronger, laid low under their shadows even, and then, you could have paid back every debt, or whatever you wanted to be. And now you choose this? You had accepted torture before, and yet now you cannot even bend your damn pride to say one word. Just one word? The voice of the system trembled in frustration, almost helpless in its anger. Do you even realize what you have done? What you have thrown away? You did not just doom yourself, you are dragging me into your grave with you. Its words echoed in the mind of Razel, like a broken chorus, the sound of a plan burned to ash. Because if the host died, it would be the end of the system too. That was why it was reacting with such intensity. Chapter 52. Nova stood still. Her face was calm, unreadable, like stone. She did not flinch. She did not react. She only let her eyes drift down to where he had spat, then back up to his face, meeting his blazing eyes with quiet finality. Her eyes locked onto his, and the silence between them grew thick with all the things neither would say. The entire Colosseum held its breath, the weight of the moment suffocating. Razel stood at its center, a man who had chosen pride over salvation. The crowd remained frozen, as if even the air itself refused to stir. No one spoke. No one even dared breathe too loud, terrified that the smallest noise might trigger whatever storm was waiting to break. The Colosseum belonged to deathly silence, all holding their breath for what would come next. Far above, high in the central and grandest of the 5 VVIP stands, a girl sat alone on a throne-like seat. She was devilishly beautiful, with a presence that demanded attention even in stillness. She leaned slightly, resting her elbow on the arm of the throne, her hand cradling her face in casual, thoughtful amusement. Her platinum hair cascaded down like a waterfall spilling into a starless night, glinting faintly in the light. Her pale skin seemed almost luminous, flawless and smooth, like porcelain kissed by moonlight, but alive, vibrant, not fragile. If mortals spoke of goddesses walking the earth, surely they meant her. Her lashes, long and silvered like her hair, framed eyes that gazed down at the scene without urgency or care. A smirk tugged at her lips. How intriguing. She spoke softly, each word laced with quiet contemplation. He appears to have changed, she murmured to herself, her voice soft as silk. More like, he is becoming a little manly now. Her eyes glowed faintly as she watched, amused, detached like a goddess watching mortals struggle beneath her notice. Back below, in the heart of the arena, Razel and Nova continued their silent war of gazes. Neither moved or even blinked. Time itself seemed to bend around the stillness of that moment. Then Nova tilted her head ever so slightly, looking at him with eyes that had grown bored. Are you still clinging to that? She said, her voice flat but firm. That we did not trust you, that you did not do it. Just get yourself together, man. Her gaze sharpened, but her tone remained steady, disciplined. Try remembering how many tests we did, how many times we searched for truth. We even went to the Holy Church, had them perform every truth ritual. We used sacred relics, everything. And they all proclaimed you guilty. Her voice did not rise, it did not need to. The weight of fact alone struck like a hammer. And when you still refused to accept it, the Imperial Princess herself came to you, to judge with her own eyes whether you were guilty or not. She holds the holy eyes of judgment. No one can lie before those eyes. If she declared you were lying, then you were lying. How long will you live in your delusion? How long will you reject the truth? Her face did not change, still that cold, strict calm of a woman who had no time for games. Nova was not weak. She was not the type to let emotions rule. The title she carried, the power she wielded, it shaped her into someone who did not let herself be rattled by old wounds or useless arguments. Her eyes stayed on him, seeing a boy who refused to face reality. A boy who chose hatred over healing. Razel said nothing. He stood silent, unmoving, as if the effort to explain was beneath him. As if the storm inside him left no room for words. Nearby, Selena bit her lip, saying nothing, unable to break the heavy tension that hung between them. Nova's eyes hardened further, though her voice remained level. Whatever. Do what you want. I do not care. I gave you a chance, and you did not take it. Just do not regret it. She turned, her cloak sweeping behind her, her steps measured, calm. She had no intention of wasting more time. As for teaching him a lesson for daring to use that tone toward her, he was not worth it, not anymore. Razel watched her back as she began to walk away, one step two. He felt a flicker of relief, not because he had won anything, but because, somehow, she had not snapped. He was alive. Then Nova stopped. Her voice, soft but clear, floated back to him. "Ah, my hands are getting scratchy," she murmured, almost absent-mindedly. The words were quiet, but the effect was anything but. Across the entire Colosseum, hearts seized. A wave of held breaths filled the air, as if thousands had inhaled at once. No one moved. No one dared. Every soul knew what those words meant. Without care or concern, Nova slowly turned, not to Razel, but toward a different direction, toward a man who stood lazily at the edge of the arena, as if the entire spectacle bored him. A giant blade was strapped across his back, his posture casual, almost disinterested. When most of the people in the Colosseum still knelt, trembling from the pressure that hung heavy in the air, Dorn the Warden remained standing, one of the rare exceptions, his pride refusing to bow, though unease had begun to creep beneath his skin. That unease turned to dread as Nova's eyes shifted, her gaze sharp and cold, locking onto him across the expanse. Without a word, she began walking toward him, her boots clicking against the stone with a slow, deliberate rhythm. The sound echoed eerily through the silent arena, each step louder than the last. Dorn stiffened, his spine straightening as instinct warned him of danger. His heart pounded as she drew closer, that bored expression still resting on her face like a mask. Without thinking, he took a small step back, unease prickling at the edge of fear. Before he could move again, 3 sharp, purple-hued daggers appeared, materializing as if from the air itself, forming a deadly triangle around his neck. The cold metal nearly touched his skin, the blades so close he could feel their presence like ice. His mind raced. He had not even seen them move. 3 low voices spoke at once, cold and empty of emotion. "Do not move." The command was soft, but it sent a shiver down his spine. His eyes darted downward and met the gaze of the assassin in front of him, clad in dark purple, nearly black garb that concealed everything but light purple hair and piercing eyes. Dorn froze, his body locked in place, not daring to so much as breathe too deeply. Then, Nova's boots rang out one final time as she stopped before him. Without a signal, the 3 assassins disappeared, vanishing into the air like shadows at dusk. Dorn did not move. He could not. He stood there like a statue, afraid that even the smallest twitch might seal his fate. Nova's cold gaze studied him, and she yawned as if bored by the entire ordeal. "My hand is feeling a bit scratchy," she murmured, her voice soft and almost amused. Before Dorn could react, she reached out, seizing him by the hair. He did not resist. He did not dare. Her hand rose. Slap. The sound echoed like thunder across the Colosseum, a crack that made even the bravest men flinch. Dorn closed his eyes, his face stinging, but he said nothing. Slap, slap, slap. Again and again, the sound rang out, rhythmic, merciless. Like a drumbeat of humiliation, it filled the vast arena, each strike leaving Dorn's face more swollen, more red, more bruised. The crowd did not move. Nobles, students, and warriors all stood frozen. Some trembled, others turned pale. None dared intervene. None even dared look directly in that direction. This was the real Nova Virelan, the one they called a psychopath, and with good reason. Some thought she was a fake, seeing that crazy boy standing alive, but they were wrong. They gulped, watching Dorn, the very man who had once stopped a Radiant Knight's Grandmaster strike with one hand, stand there and take it, powerless. The Warden of the Academy was humiliated in front of thousands, and not a single soul stepped forward to stop it. Razel alone watched without flinching, his gaze fixed on her, his eyes unreadable. The slaps continued. No one knew how many times. The sound seemed endless. At last, with one final, resounding slap, she stopped. Nova stared down at Dorn, whose face was now red, blue, and swollen on one side, bruises blooming across his skin. He still did not move. His hands remained behind his back, his pride buried beneath the storm that was Nova. "You are lucky today," Nova said, her voice flat. "I am not in the mood for killing." Dorn said nothing. He did not lift his eyes. He did not defend himself. Nova's tone grew colder. "Where are your manners? Did you forget?" Dorn's stiff body bent at the waist, bowing deeply 90 degrees. His voice rang out loud and clear, echoing across the stunned Colosseum. "Thank you for using me, ma'am." Nova smirked slightly, then nodded. "Good. Without another word, without a sound, she vanished from where she had stood. The eerie silence that followed was suffocating. The arena seemed to exhale only when they were sure she was truly gone. Dorn was the first to move. His fist clenched at his side, but he said nothing. Without a word, he disappeared from the center, the humiliation still burning his skin. It took several seconds before the rest of the Colosseum dared shift, to look around at each other, to breathe again. Far above, on the highest point of the Colosseum's towering wall, Nova appeared out of thin air. Two others stood there. One was a woman in her late 30s, dressed in a crisp purple uniform. Square glasses framed sharp eyes, her face strict and unyielding. Her dark purple hair was tied neatly back. The other was a woman in her late 20s, standing silent as stone. Her gaze looked down upon the arena, dark royal purple eyes glowing faintly, thick royal purple hair cascading down her back. She seemed untouchable by anything. Nova approached, her voice soft. "Mother." The younger woman did not turn, still watching the arena below. "You have been waiting here for 8 hours, Nova continued gently. "Why not go see him, if that is what you want?" The woman said nothing. Nova hesitated. "Did I handle it well?" she asked quietly, as if unsure. "I tried my best, but it seems he hates us. Hates us very, very much. I could not reach him. Maybe if I had been able to teach him better, maybe I could have." She clenched her fists, fighting the sting behind her eyes. "I see," her mother finally replied, her eyes never leaving the arena. Nova swallowed. "Do you have any words for me, mother?" At last, the woman turned. Her dangerously beautiful eyes locked onto Nova's, a gaze so intense it seemed to strip away every mask, every defense, but gentle at the same time. The moment stretched long, heavy between them, until finally, she spoke. "When someone is drowning," her mother said, her words soft, "that is not the time to teach them how to swim." Chapter 53. Razel took a deep breath the moment Nova vanished from sight, her chilling presence no longer pressing down on him like a mountain. His shoulders, tense and rigid all this time, sagged slightly as if only now realizing the strain. His heartbeat pounded in his ears, loud and relentless, as the adrenaline coursing through his veins made his body feel both heavy and hollow at once. He would not lie, not to himself. He was scared. Scared to the bone. But he was still standing. Somehow, his gaze drifted across the crowd that had watched everything in stunned silence. He ignored the sea of faces, their widened eyes, their barely concealed whispers starting to stir as the tension of the last moments began to crack apart. His mind needed a moment, just one, to rest. The adrenaline still ran deep through his muscles, making his legs feel light, his hands trembling just the slightest bit, though he clenched his fists to hide it. Even if you do not move much, when you know you are about to die, your body does everything it can to survive. Razel smirked faintly at his own thought, trying to steady himself. His attention turned inward. "Were you saying anything, system?" "I heard some notification sounds ringing back then." "What is it?" The system did not hesitate. "Fuck you." The voice boomed in his head so loud and filled with venom that it almost made him flinch. Razel chuckled under his breath, rubbing his face with a shaky hand, trying to play it off. "Well, guess those are the side effects of not having a girlfriend for centuries. Even systems get cranky." He muttered this, running his fingers through his long royal purple hair, setting it in place again, trying to mask his nerves with humor. The system stayed silent, seething, and he could almost feel its fury burning at the back of his mind. By now, most of the Colosseum had started to rise. People dusted off their robes, their armors, even themselves, and began sharing nervous glances. Their eyes inevitably returned, all of them, to the center of the arena. To him, the boy who had stood against death. The arena filled with whispers. "Did you see that? He is insane." He rejected her offer. "So stupid. I thought he was dead for sure." He still might be, but still. Arrogance. Pure arrogance. He is writing his own death sentence. Razel could hear it all. The excitement. The disbelief. The scorn. The judgment. He did not care. His eyes locked onto one man now. The only man that mattered in this moment. Arian. "Hey dude." Razel called out, his voice sharp, cutting through the murmurs. His tone was casual, but his eyes burned with purpose. "Are you going to accept it, or are you just scared?" His words hit the air like a slap. The crowd froze again, the whispers dying as quickly as they had started. Arian, the heir of the Drakenvyr family, stared at him. Silent. Still. His sharp gaze narrowed, meeting the unwavering eyes of Razel across the distance. He said nothing at first, as if weighing everything, as if trying to see if there was some trick hidden beneath the purpose of Razel. Seconds passed. Long, drawn out, heavy seconds. Arian exhaled softly, his decision made. "A week." He spoke at last, his voice firm, carrying over the quiet Colosseum. "Our fight will be held in 1 week." He did not need to think more. He could see it clearly now. Razel was not going to back down from this duel. Then why should he? Arian thought. The fool actually thought he had a chance. Arian felt no fear, no doubt. He would get what he wanted, the royal bloodline essence that belonged to Razel. The holy promise offered in wager? It was worth it. And Nova? She was gone. She would not interfere now, not in the duel of honor. The laws of the land were clear. Arian turned. Without another glance at Razel, or acknowledging the stunned crowd, or even sparing Selena a farewell, he strode away. His mind was already racing toward other matters. Matters far greater than this duel pressed at him. He needed to inform his mother about the royal dragon heart first, uncover the secrets it might yield, and maybe he would finally be able to learn the hidden techniques of his family. As for the duel, he was not worried. Not in the slightest. A stepping stone to greater power. His followers exchanged uncertain looks, scratching their heads as their leader left, without a word of instruction. Loyalty kept them silent, and they soon followed. It was done. All right. Good. Razel muttered under his breath. He hesitated for just a moment, feeling the gravity of what he had signed himself up for. What choice did he have? The duel would come, and he would have his time. That was all that mattered. Time to figure out how to survive and win. The arena stirred again. The tension gave way to excited energy. He accepted it. A duel of honor. It is official now. This is madness. The tone of the crowd had shifted. The excitement was not for Razel. It was not for a heroic underdog story. They were thrilled at the prospect of his execution. The public execution that did not happen 6 years ago. A chance to see him die. For real this time. Biggest bet of the century. Royal bloodline essence on one side, a holy promise on the other. No one will want to miss it. The bloodlust in their voices was sickening, but Razel did not flinch. He had heard it all before. The nobles smirked, already planning their gatherings, their celebrations. The duel was set. It could not be undone now. By law, it had to happen. In their eyes, it was a foregone conclusion. Who could possibly stand against a swordmaster like Aetherion, especially someone as weak as Razel? Even the children in the stands could see the difference. They were not blind. Razel heard them. The mocking, the laughter, the planning of feasts for the day of his death. He sighed. Let them think whatever they want. Inside, his heart still raced. His mind burned. Razel shook his head, ignoring it all as he turned to leave. He had no time for this. His mind was already racing ahead. He needed to plan. If he wanted to survive, if he wanted to become strong fast, then 7 days. On the 8th day, it would be his battle. The duel that would decide everything. Raze, wait a minute, please. The gentle voice came from behind. His body flinched instinctively the moment he heard it. Raze. His childhood name. A name that once meant safety, family, home. He did not even want to acknowledge it. He did not turn. He did not slow. He forced himself to move, pretending he had not heard it, refusing to let it reach him. Not that it matters. Behind him, Selena stood quietly, watching his retreating figure. A small, sad smile crept onto her face. She closed her eyes, taking in a breath that trembled just faintly. She turned, as if to walk away in the opposite direction. Halfway through, her steps slowed. She hesitated, glancing back at him over her shoulder. Without a word, she lifted her foot slightly, hovering just above the ground. Tap. Radiant bloom. She whispered, the words soft as a breeze. The moment her foot touched the stone, a golden ripple burst outward. It spread like a circle of light, racing across the Colosseum floor, shimmering like sunlight dancing on water. It passed through everything, students, stone, debris, with unstoppable grace. Those who were injured, or even those simply exhausted, felt it immediately. My wounds, they are healing. Damn, what is this? Students who had been leaning on one another, groaning in pain, or receiving hurried first aid froze as they saw gashes and bruises closing before their eyes. The golden ripple washed over them, filling their bodies with warmth. Fatigue lifted as if a great weight had been removed. Whispers of wonder spread through the crowd as their strength returned, their pain faded. The ripple sped on toward Razel. He did not sense it coming. He possessed no power, no sharp senses to warn him. It struck him gently, passing through him like sunlight breaking through clouds. His steps faltered. He looked down, confused, as the deep bite wound on his side, a raw, half-burned mark, sealed itself as if it had never been. The finger-shaped bruises on his face faded too, leaving only the dried blood as evidence they had ever been there at all. Razel stared for a moment, silent. Without so much as a glance back, he resumed walking. No word of thanks, no acknowledgement, just silence. He left unspoken. Selena watched him go. Her gaze lingered on his back as he disappeared among the crowd. So you are not even going to turn around, huh? She thought this silently, the ache in her chest deepening. She thought he would at least turn around and curse her for doing this without his permission. Even that would have given her a chance to exchange a few words with him, to bridge the silence between them just for a moment. But he did not even look back. All she wanted truly was to run to him, to embrace him like before, to apologize, to pour out the countless things she longed to say and ask. With so many eyes watching, so many people standing around, she could only smile faintly, holding herself together. Swallowing it all down, she turned again, walking away slowly, quietly, as if nothing had happened. Chapter 54. 30 minutes later, Razel sat cross-legged high atop an old, towering tree. He muttered under his breath, his voice laced with venom. The thick branch beneath him barely wavered under his weight. Bark felt rough against his back as he leaned against the trunk, shrouded beneath a veil of thick foliage. Down below, anyone might wonder why someone sat on a tree like a brooding bird instead of finding a proper place to rest. They might wonder why he did not find a quiet bed to lie down. That was the point. He had tried. He had gone down earlier. He had tried renting a room. He had even asked around among the commoners for any spare space to crash. A quiet corner would have done. Every time he knocked, the moment they saw his face, their expressions twisted in disgust. No rooms. Get out. That was all they said. No explanation. No hesitation. Just pure rejection. Razel scoffed, biting hard into the apple in his hand. The crunch sounded loud in the silent treetop. He thought maybe it would change something if he offered them elemental cores. It did not. Even those looked disgusting to them coming from his hands. He chewed bitterly, glaring out over the forest. The hatred people held toward him ran deep. It ran so deep that value and logic lost meaning when it came to him. Still, at least this time no one attacked him. The news of his upcoming duel had likely spread far enough. People probably figured it was pointless to start trouble, when he would likely die soon anyway. Even eating posed a problem now. He had to scavenge wild fruit from the outer edge of the academy forest. Thankfully, no one wandered into this area much. Whatever. He chewed the last of the apple. Despite the bitterness in his heart, he did not waste a single piece. Not even the core. Tossing it down carelessly would just be dangerous. All right, system. Let us start working on training. This time, I have to come back with something useful. He clapped his hands together. Determination hardened in his eyes. He hated being powerless. He paused, rubbing the back of his neck. Oh, wait, system. Can you inform the villains before I go in this time? That would save me the annoying process of introductions and explanations. He is not even interested in chatting. He just wants the skills. It would be great if they just handed them to me without saying any bullshit. I hate the intro part. Explaining my whole intention every time will suck. The system responded after a pause, though its voice carried visible dissatisfaction. I can do it. Razel noticed the tone but offered no comment. He did not feel in the mood to deal with a sulking system. Well, that is great. If only I had known that earlier, I could have saved time with that crazy woman from before. He shivered, then sighed, looking up at the sky. The sun already dipped low. Evening approached fast. It is done. All SSS-ranked villains within the system space have been notified, except for X-ranked entities. Razel raised an eyebrow. Why not the X ranks? The system remained silent. Never mind. I do not want to know. Just open the SSS-Rank Villain space. Random candidate selection. He clasped his hands together in a mocking prayer. Just do not give me another crazy woman. Please. Anyone but the likes of her. There has to be one kind-hearted villain out there, right? Host, you are currently in the open. This process may be dangerous. I know. But what other option do I have? I have no one to protect me, and even if I was awake, what the hell am I going to do? Throw apples at intruders. Understood. The system replied reluctantly. It would stay alert. If anything happened to his physical body, it could forcibly eject his consciousness back in time. Hopefully. A beat later, Razel felt the familiar sensation. That strange, pulling drift began as his senses dulled, and his vision darkened. Everything went black. A breeze greeted him. A rush of strange, foreign air washed over his face. A wave of unfamiliar scents overwhelmed his nose. Hundreds of fragrances filled the air, some sweet, some earthy, some sharp like steel. His eyes opened slowly, adjusting to the strange new world. He blinked once. Then he blinked twice. Welcome, host, to the SSS-Rank Valley of Villi. Villain title, World's Killer. Razel's eye twitched. Of course it is a lunatic. Razel prepared to leave just from seeing the name, but his nose twitched. Only now did he truly notice the overwhelming number of fragrances surrounding him. Dozens, maybe hundreds of them, blended in a surreal harmony that somehow did not clash. They embraced him with an ethereal warmth. It felt like stepping straight into a dream. He blinked, lifting his eyes from the system prompt that still hovered before him. He looked around slowly, taking in the scene as if unsure his senses played tricks on him. System, are you sure we are in the right place? He scratched the back of his head, confused. I am not doubting your ability or anything, but... He took a few hesitant steps forward. In every direction he looked, he saw flowers. The landscape was carpeted with them. Endless rows stretched as far as his eyes could see. Endless fields of them bloomed in a kaleidoscope of color. Reds, blues, golds, whites, and violets, colors he could not even name, swayed gently in a breeze he could not feel. It looked too beautiful, too surreal. The scents mixed like a song that somehow calmed the soul. It felt warm, peaceful, and inviting. For a moment, it made him forget he stood in a world of villains. Razel did not stop to admire scenery. All his life, even in his past life, he never understood when people called a view beautiful. To him, it was always just all right. Yet, he had to admit, if only to himself, that this place was beautiful. Absolutely, host. This is the correct location. System functionality does not allow for misplacement. Well, this is interesting. Not really what I expected from a guy titled World's Killer. What is the villain's name again? Villain name Xenocide. Gender male. Xenocide. Fitting. Somehow it sounds like a guy who kills planets, but loves bonsai trees. Razel sighed and scratched his head again. He began walking slowly along one of the dirt paths winding through the flower fields. The path was narrow but clear, seemingly designed to let visitors pass through without stepping on the flowers. Rows and rows of them stretched into the distance, organized yet natural, like a living painting. He did not test what would happen if he stepped off the path. For all he knew, the flowers could bite, explode, poison him, or trigger some sadistic illusion. He had learned his lesson from last time. Even an ordinary-looking stone had nearly torn his skeleton apart. He kept walking. After nearly 5 minutes of wandering, feeling mildly ridiculous for getting lost in a field of flowers, while searching for someone called Xenocide, he finally spotted something in the distance. A small hut sat nestled gently in the middle of the garden. Finally, thought I was going to die of old age in here. That is 5 precious minutes wasted. As he drew closer, he slowed. His heartbeat quickened, not from exertion, but from something else. A familiar sense of dread washed over him. Even though the scene looked peaceful, he could not shake off the instinctual warning bells. Meeting high-tier villains never ended well. The last one had left more trauma than training and a lasting lesson. Do not talk too much. Do not make promises. Cautiously, he approached. He saw the man. Razel narrowed his eyes, trying to take in the details. A tall figure crouched beside a patch of crimson lilies, gently inspecting them as if they were made of glass. His long, black hair flowed freely behind him, reaching past his waist and swaying gently in the invisible wind. He wore a pale pink open shirt, embroidered with delicate floral patterns. The sleeves rolled to his elbows, revealing forearms with faint scars and inked markings that did not match the gentleness of his outfit. His entire aura felt calm, free-spirited, and almost kind. Crouched like a gardener, he definitely did not look like a killer. Razel stopped at a respectful distance, his nerves on edge. He clenched his fists, forcing himself to remain still. The figure still had not acknowledged him. Carefully, Razel cleared his throat. Hey. Chapter 55. Hey. The man did not move. He did not even flinch. Razel narrowed his eyes and followed the gaze of the man. The stranger stared at a single flower, its soft petals trembling under the mild breeze. It looked as if that flower held the meaning of life itself. Razel wondered if he truly felt that absorbed in it. You brother, can you hear me? Razel spoke louder. He stopped caring about formalities or respectful tones. If someone were kind, they would not care about his tone. If they were not, it did not matter anyway. This place felt like the kind where fear would not save you. Finally, the man stirred. He slowly tucked his long black hair behind his ear, the movement so calm it felt choreographed. He lifted his head, meeting the gaze of Razel with a gentle smile. Ah, he spoke softly, his voice warm and flowing like a spring breeze. You are the guest. His eyes looked kind. They were the kindest Razel had seen in a long, long time. They did not appear fake or distant. They looked genuinely soft, like a man who had no malice left in him. Yeah. Razel felt awkward. He felt strangely disarmed. This did not match what he expected from a man called Xenocide, one of the SSS-Ranked Villains. The man stood up slowly, stretching just a little. He stood taller than Razel expected, perhaps 6 feet 3 inches or more. Loose pink robes hung from his frame, embroidered with intricate flower patterns. He looked like someone who belonged in a peaceful meadow, not on a list of wanted war criminals. So you came here to ask me to teach you some skills or abilities, right? The man pointed directly at Razel with a casual grin. That is correct. Razel spoke automatically. So far, this went unexpectedly well. Will you teach me? He decided to be direct. No sugarcoating this time. The man Xenocide chuckled lightly. Well, that depends. Depends on what? Xenocide did not reply immediately. He began walking around the hut. Razel followed closely, still trying to wrap his head around the vibe of this man. Behind the hut stood a small wooden platform, clearly handmade. It could seat maybe 2 people at most. In front of it, 2 flower paths stretched out, side by side, reaching far into the horizon. One path followed a line of flawless white blossoms. The other featured a serene sky blue. Here, Xenocide gestured for him to sit. He sat down cross-legged on one side of the platform, his eyes fixed forward. Razel took his place beside him, trying not to show impatience. Inside, his patience grew thin. This guy moved too slow and looked too relaxed. Razel kept his frustration hidden. He did not want to risk angering him, at least not before he obtained something. Why should I even give you anything? Xenocide asked suddenly. His tone lacked confrontation, sounding more like he felt genuinely curious. His gaze never left the flowers. What do you want then? Just tell me. Razel asked this at last, his voice edged with impatience after failing to think of anything himself. The man gave a short laugh, almost a scoff. Honestly, even if I gave you that, you would not be able to do much with it. His words sounded blunt, not cruel, but spoken like undeniable fact. Razel felt a flicker of something warm ignite in his chest. Wait, so he really planned to give him a skill? The tone of the man, casual as it seemed, did not feel dismissive. It felt almost inviting. A surge of confidence began to bloom in the core of Razel. He did not seem all that cold after all. Why not? Are you doubting my talent? He coughed slightly, jabbing a finger toward himself. Believe me when I say this, whatever talent you have, mine is greater. There is no way my achievements will fall below anyone else. Do not believe me? Then give me any skill, anything, and I will prove it to you. He did not miss the chance to speak boldly. Actually, he loved this strange new freedom. Knowing he could not die, no matter how reckless he acted, gave him a weird, intoxicating kind of confidence. The man only chuckled, his expression relaxed, like he had just heard a joke. It was never about talent, boy. His voice turned quiet, yet heavy, carrying something ancient within it. Remember this, it is not talent that matters. The forbidden skills and dark arts, if a person chooses this path, the only things they truly need are cruelty and relentless effort. He paused, letting the words sink in. Forget talent. The ladder to heights builds itself, step by step, for those willing to climb with bloody hands. Choose this path, and the rest will follow. He spoke like a prophet passing down a sacred truth. That is all fine with me too. Razel muttered with a half-hearted shrug. Xenocide shook his head, a faint smile tugging at his lips. He asked again, calm and direct. Why do you want power? Razel blinked. Ha! Xenocide turned to face him fully this time, his expression unreadable. The casual calm remained, but the smile had vanished. You came here asking for a skill. I want to know what for. Why do you even want power in the first place? Razel opened his mouth, then stopped. He had an answer, kind of. But not the kind that sounded clean. I just want to live, survive, and at least be able to stand up for myself. There will be a lot of fights ahead. Some I know about. Most I probably do not. Xenocide watched him quietly for a second, then tilted his head. You look desperate for it right now. Power, I mean. Something going on? Razel let out a slow breath, his eyes drifting down to the flower in front of him. Yeah. I have a duel coming up. A few days from now. Will you win? Yes, Razel said immediately. Xenocide raised an eyebrow. Oh, then why do you look so anxious? Razel sighed. Because I will lose too. That made Xenocide pause. He blinked once, then laughed under his breath. You are not making a lot of sense, my friend. Razel did not answer right away. His voice dropped lower. It is fine. Neither does the world. Xenocide narrowed his eyes slightly. Who is your enemy? The whole world. Razel said this without missing a beat. No anger existed in his tone. No drama. Just the truth. Xenocide stared at him for a long second, then raised both hands and put them on the sides of his face. Ugh. That sounds bothersome. It is, Razel replied, still looking at the flower. More than you think. I can imagine. A brief silence followed, filled only by the soft rustling of wind-blown petals. Then, out of nowhere, Xenocide spoke again. So are you serious about wanting to learn my skill? Razel looked up. Yeah, I am. And honestly, I would be really grateful if you taught me. Xenocide looked at him for a long moment, then said, almost lazily, that it would not matter to him if he gave it away, but he did not want to. Razel frowned slightly. Why not? Xenocide shrugged, not in a mocking way, but matter of fact. Because if I give it to you, you will end up like me. And trust me, that is not something I would wish on anyone. Razel tilted his head. What kind of skill is it, exactly? Xenocide did not answer right away. And I do not think you look bad. All in all, you seem fine. Honestly, I know someone as strong as you, and she was totally different. Looking at her, all I saw was loneliness and darkness. But you look colorful. Look at your surroundings. From any perspective, you do not look like the villain you are supposed to be. A long pause followed. Xenocide blinked, clearly surprised. Oh, she is strong? Just like me? In this space. Razel nodded. Yes, you both are on the same stage. Do not ask me how I know, just trust me on this. Xenocide looked genuinely stunned. And here I thought I was being punished for the crimes I have done. It is surprising someone else could reach my level. Very shocking, honestly. I cannot imagine what she might have done to get here. Razel gave a dry smile. He did not say it aloud, but the thought ran through his head that the man would lose his mind if he saw the sheer number of villains like him in the system database. SSS rank started to feel like a club. So what is your skill? Teach me fast. Do not worry, I will not regret it. Oh, and yeah, I can use dark mana now. Do you know anything about Shadow Element? I have that too. It would be cool if you could teach me something about it. Xenocide chuckled, scratching the back of his head. Well, no. I do not have any magic or mana-related skills, actually. And as for Shadow Element, sorry, I do not know much about that either. Razel blinked. His expression twisted into a look that practically screamed that he wondered if the man was serious. He stared at Xenocide like he had just said the sky appeared green. An SSS-ranked boss villain lived in a place that looked like a dream, talked like a monk, and he did not even have mana skills. He did not know anything about shadows. 5 long minutes passed in silence. The wind swept across the field of flowers. A butterfly landed gently on the corner of the platform. Razel, still blinking, exhaled. So what do you have then? Xenocide just smiled again, his eyes glinting with something unreadable. Something you cannot learn from mana, elements, or power alone. The face of Razel twisted with disappointment. Xenocide gave a casual shrug. You were expecting fireballs? Razel did not even try to hide the scowl on his face. I expected something. Not that I do push-ups and grow flowers in exile. At that, Xenocide let out a soft chuckle, placing a hand over his face as if trying to suppress the absurdity of the image. No. It is not that. He stood up slowly, the laughter dying from his lips. His gaze locked onto Razel with a cold, unblinking intensity. My superpower is killing. 5 minutes later. Damn, that was fucking easy. Razel perched casually on a high tree branch, both legs dangling freely. He held 2 flowers, one white and one blue, in his hands while he twirled them idly. His chest still rose with the aftershocks of a wild laugh echoing through the forest. The flowers did not make him laugh. The true reason for his happiness was what he had just gained. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have awakened a supreme Tao inheritance from the cultivation world. The killing intent. SSS. Chapter 56. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have awakened a supreme Tao inheritance from the cultivation world. Killing intent. SSS. A slow grin stretched across the face of Razel as he stared at the glowing notification hovering before his eyes. Perched casually on a thick tree branch, his legs swung lazily in the air, while a soft breeze played with his hair. The leaves above rustled gently, whispering secrets as if the universe itself quietly laughed with him. He could hardly believe it. He had actually gotten it. My first real power, ability, skill, or whatever the hell this is called, Razel thought. His heart pounded in his chest. It was not just any skill. It was SSS ranked. That alone meant he now held the potential to one day stand among the strongest, to become SSS ranked himself. Xenocide, man, you were too kind, Razel whispered, half in disbelief. You did not even ask for anything. You just warned me that if I accepted this power, I would be the one to kill myself someday. He shrugged. Guess I do not really mind. If I am powerless, I will die anyway. A glint of excitement surged through him again. He sat upright, eager and restless. System. What exactly does this SSS-ranked killing intent do? Tell me. I am ready. Killing intent. SSS. This is not a skill, ability, or spell, host. Rather, it is a concept, a constant, fundamental force that transcends ordinary comprehension. You may also think of it as one of the primordial themes, or foundational truths of reality itself. Though I refer to it as killing intent for the sake of simplicity, this name does not fully capture its true essence. It is one of the supreme daos, primordial, a dao that governs the very notion of destruction, conflict, and dominance across all realms of existence. Classification. Primordial or archetype force. Rank. Supreme or primordial. One of the eternal constants. Stability. Unshakable. Domain influence. Death. Power. Will. Fear. Life. Concept description. Killing is not emotion. It is not rage, hate, or revenge. It is the silent acknowledgement of finality, the universal truth that all things can end by will. As a supreme concept, killing is one of the primal forces beneath existence itself. It requires no justification, no morality, no permission, only intent, clear, sharp, and irreversible. Those who comprehend this concept gain access to pure killing intent, capable of disrupting weaker wills and lesser concepts, enhanced perception of death, allowing prediction of fatal openings in combat, the ability to draw strength from every confirmed kill, refining willpower, aura, and even physical body. Warning. Exposure to this concept may permanently alter the morality, empathy, and spiritual alignment of the host. Note. Due to the unique talent of the host, dark resonance affinity, and classification as an absolute dark genius, all negative effects have been nullified. Warning. Continued cultivation of killing may attract hostility from holders of the following concepts. Judgment, war, void. Razel blinked again, then leaned back against the tree trunk. That looks so fucking complicated. I did not even get the point. He scratched the side of his head, frowning as the information scrolled in front of him. I mean, yeah, I got the general idea. It is a big deal. Supreme concept. Primordial force. Eternal constant. Sure, but, he squinted. How the hell does this actually help me get stronger? He rubbed his temples. Brother Villy, please. I need you to decipher this overly dramatic cosmic poetry into simple human language. I get that it is deep, but I wanna know how I can use this shit in a fight. The system remained silent for a moment. I expected this. Host, treat it like a path. Let us simplify. Imagine it like swordsmanship, or aura, or even elements like fire or wind. People practice those paths. They train, meditate, learn to wield their blades, or harness the elements to become stronger, right? This is no different. These are called concepts. All concepts have different meaning, strength, and rank. Some are minor, some are high tier. A few are supreme. Examples of lower or mid-tier concepts. Fire. It burns. It has many uses, but it can be controlled, healed from, or extinguished, which means it can be reversed and controlled. Swordsmanship. A martial path. Effective, but bound to a physical medium, weapons. Then come higher concepts. And then, there are supreme concepts like the one you just obtained. Killing is supreme because death cannot be undone. Razel nodded slowly, his expression becoming more thoughtful as he absorbed the weight of everything said. All right, I get the logic now. Keep going. As for how to cultivate it, it is like any martial path. You walk it, you practice it. For swordsmanship, you train with a sword. For fire, you meditate, channel, and master its nature. But for killing, you kill. The more you kill, the deeper your resonance becomes with the concept. The more refined your understanding. The closer you walk to its source. The stronger your killing intent, the more it warps the world around you, weakening enemies, increasing your lethality, even cracking lesser concepts under its pressure. With the Tao of killing, every death strengthens your foundation, sharpens your instincts, and elevates your combat potential. There is no ceiling, only the number of corpses you leave behind. Slaughter growth. Your mind, physical stats, and Tao comprehension passively increase with each kill. The more you kill, the stronger you become. Razel blinked, digesting the words. A chill, both terrifying and thrilling, crawled down his spine. So you are saying, all I need to do is kill to grow stronger. Nothing else. Won't I become a monster like that? Someone who just wants to kill endlessly, right? Technically accurate, host. Most do, but due to your unique talent, absolute dark genius, you won't be corrupted by this concept like most beings would. Also, the statement from Villain Xenocide, that choosing forbidden or dark arts can make one stronger, if they are cruel and determined enough, is not completely wrong, but not fully right either. Talent does matter. Most people get devoured by concepts or powers of this scale. They lose themselves and become the concept instead of mastering it. The more talent someone has, the longer it takes to lose themselves, but without awareness, everyone drowns eventually. Keep this in mind. It is not about becoming the concept. It is about mastering the concept. In simple terms, mastering the sword does not mean becoming the sword. That is the difference between genius and lunacy. Razel stared ahead in silence, his heart pounding strangely. Something in him felt dangerously drawn to it. Not in fear, but intoxication. A weird sense of rightness curled inside his chest like a sleeping beast. I see. But just to be sure, you are absolutely confident this won't mess me up, right? No madness. No turning me into some wild lunatic. As I said, host, all the side effects have been nullified due to your affinity and talent. I did not say it cannot harm you. But let me put it in your language so it sticks. Imagine this. You are a piece of shit, right? And someone told you, hey, eating shit will make you stronger. So you eat the whole world's worth of it. And then one day, there is none left. So now what? You are starving. You are still hungry for strength. So what do? You eat yourself. That is what happens when someone becomes too lost in a concept they can no longer control. Razel stared at the air for a second, then gagged. Bro, that is the most fucking disgusting way to explain it. You are the one interrupting me with the same dumb question 5 times in a row. Do not blame me for giving creative metaphors, dumbass. Alright. I just wanted to make sure I was not signing myself up to be the next psycho genius in line. Alright. My life is on the line. Let me ask a few damn questions. He took a long breath, then exhaled deeply, his hand pressing over his chest. Guess that is fine, though. I do not really have the luxury to stay normal anyways. He smiled faintly. And I do not think I will get fucked up. You are with me, after all. Not to mention there are so many people, things, and bastards in my future just waiting to be killed. I doubt I will ever run out of targets. He stood up slowly on the thick branch, still holding the 2 flowers Xenocide had given him. Below, the wind blew through the forest canopy, dancing leaves swaying like restless spirits. So this is my path now. Killing, ha. It sounded simply like someone accepting what the world had left for him. Suddenly, as if remembering something, his eyes dropped down to his hands. He blinked. The 2 flowers Xenocide had given him were still there. Wait. I can bring things from system space into the real world. Chapter 57. Wait. I can bring things from system space into the real world. Yes. The system answered, its tone dripping with deadpan sarcasm, as if the concept existed as the most obvious thing in the universe. Razel blinked hard. So you are telling me I can actually take stuff out from there into the real world? Like anything. As long as I want it. As long as the villain who owns that space agrees to it. The system clarified. Razel froze. His brain felt like it short-circuit. His fingers curled tighter around the 2 flowers Xenocide had given him. His mind exploded with the implications. Wait. Hold on. How many spaces are there in the system space? Like, it is equal to the number of villains, right? And what is the size of the space each one lives in again? Yes, each villain has their own personalized realm, or domain within the system space. As for the size, that entirely depends on the rank and power of the villain. The stronger they are, the more expansive and detailed their personal world becomes. Even the lowest ranked villains, F rank, have their own entire space, typically the size of a country. That is the minimum standard of the system, so they can have room to roam, train, and not go completely insane. As for SSS-Rank Villains like Xenocide, their personal worlds span the size of entire planets or more. They contain complete, functioning ecosystems, climates, terrain, and environments. And the X-rank villains, their spaces are even bigger. Some are larger than entire stars. The mouth of Razel slowly dropped open. If someone had tossed a whole watermelon at him, it might have fit. What the fuck? He whispered like a man who had just uncovered a divine secret. I thought I was walking around some fancy courtyard, or giant football field, or something. You are telling me I was literally crossing a world just now. Like a whole damn planet. Shock acted as too soft a word for his experience. Slowly, he looked down again at the flowers, now suddenly seeing them in a very different light. If I can bring back flowers, what about magical plants? Rare herbs, ancient saplings that have been alive for 1,000 years. His heart began to beat faster. What about alchemy materials, magical ores, refined metals, treasures only found in hidden realms, or mythological beast territories? What if they exist in there too? Then suddenly, realization hit him like a freight train. Xenocide, who grew flowers like a celestial gardener. What if other villains held different professions? Blacksmiths, alchemists, potion masters, spirit beast tamers, cooks even. I could literally become a goddamn gazillionaire. Razel whispered, putting a hand to his forehead like a man seeing heaven for the first time. If I can just convince a few of them to work with me, or hell, just give me some stuff, I could monopolize entire industries in the real world. His excitement reached a fever pitch. I was out here worrying about getting killed for materials or training, and the whole time I have had trillions of worlds in my pocket. Literal universes of opportunities. He clutched his head, his mouth still hanging open. Who in this world could even match me in resources? Kings, dukes, emperors, please. I am the richest man alive and nobody even knows it. Literally, even I did not know. Then he blinked. Razel stood there, stunned. Then he narrowed his eyes. System, why the hell did you not tell me this sooner? He coughed awkwardly as he realized he still stood in a ridiculous posture, nearly vibrating with excitement. Like seriously. This was game-changing. You could not give me a heads up. Host, are you actually brain dead? Did I not tell you from the start that there were villains in system space meant to train and teach you? What did you think that meant? You think they're just going to stand around and recite poetry? Obviously, they have professions, domains, and resources. How dumb do you need to be to not put 2 and 2 together? Also, I already told you multiple times that there are many hidden features in the Valley of Villains. You just did not listen. Do not try to blame this on me, you useless bag of circuits. Razel barked back, his voice heated. You are my system. You are supposed to guide me, help me, not just sit there with a smug voice and let me flounder in ignorance. My so-called partner, can I not even ask you a damn question without being yelled at, you lazy, toxic piece of shit? I would guide you if you were not so damn impulsive all the time. The system yelled back, now clearly annoyed. You constantly ignore my advice, do whatever you want, and nearly died at least 8 times in a single day. Do you enjoy testing my patience? Oh, so you are still mad about that, huh? Razel muttered, folding his arms. Still salty about me not listening during that one time. I swear if I had a girlfriend, she would not even be this damn petty. Excuse me. The system screeched. You think I am petty? At least a girlfriend would pretend to listen to reason before doing something stupid. You just sprint into death like it is your damn hobby. You dumb masochist. The two bickered like old, close friends. The kind who had shared too many lifetimes and frustrations. Razel sighed, finally calming down a bit. Still, the excitement inside him had not faded. If anything, it grew stronger. The realization proved staggering. He could literally build an empire from the treasures hidden in system space. No longer would he have to beg for scraps or risk his life for a single low-grade resource. With the right strategy and the right villain partnerships, he could ascend like no one else before. He looked again at the 2 flowers in his hand. Soft, fragrant, innocent-looking. But now they stood as symbols of something greater. Power, opportunity, unimaginable potential. Razel grinned. Well then, guess I just became the richest bastard alive, and nobody even knows it yet. Wait. Suddenly, as he stared down at the ground, a spark of inspiration flashed through the mind of Razel like lightning tearing across a dark sky. Hey, system, he asked, his eyes narrowing with curiosity. If I kill villains inside the system space, would that still increase my killing intent and make me stronger? He already knew countless ways to rack up kill counts existed. He could just dive into one of the gates. They teemed with enemies. But right now, he remained weak. Too weak. Going into those gates would prove brutal. In contrast, the system space remained completely safe. No risk or fear of death existed there. If this worked, he could get stronger, much stronger, while training freely and learning new skills without any danger. Yes, host. You can. However, each villain will only count once when killed by your hand. After being revived by the system, they will not be counted again. The system responded, its voice slightly grumpy, as if annoyed at being asked something so obvious. Damn, that is insanely cool. Razel practically shouted. His eyes white as stars seemed to twinkle in them. This whole time I thought this cheat system was all hard work and grind my ass off kind of deal. Turns out it is literally overpowered. Unlimited villains in an isolated space. No one watching. No judgment. Safety. He laughed maniacally, hugging himself in joy. I am gonna be the strongest killer the world has never seen. His mind buzzed with endless possibilities. He imagined himself cutting through battalions of revived villains, learning skills from them, and becoming an unstoppable force. Tears of joy, imaginary or not, actually formed at the corners of his eyes. He sniffed, then rubbed his eyes. System, show me my skills. I want to see their progress. Also, how many kills do I need to level up my killing intent? Give it to me in your usual systematic terms. Certainly, host. Displaying current skill information and progression. Currently, you possess 3 skills, host. 2 of them are mutation-based skills, which you acquired through the Obsidian Skeleton S-Class mutation, and the other is the killing intent you just acquired. Current skills. 1. Minor regeneration. Grade, F. Progress, 1/100. Type, passive. Description, gradually regenerates injuries over time. Note, progression increases only when receiving damage equal to or greater than current skill grade. F grade damage, for example, a small scratch, equals 1 point. Higher grades require matching damage, for example, a grade equals organ level injury. 2. Minor strength. Grade, F. Progress, 0/100. Type, passive. Description, slight increase to base physical power. Note, progression requires physical training equal to the skill's current grade. F grade training equals 1 point. 3. Killing intent. Rank, SSS. Supreme Dao Inheritance. Current progression stage, F. Progress, 0/100. Type, passive or conceptual. Note, each kill of an enemy at or above your current killing intent grade also gives 1 progression point. System note, each rank requires 10 times more than the previous. F to E, 100 kills. E to D, 1000 kills. D to C, 10,000 kills. Looking at the floating panel in front of him, the face of Razel froze. Then, he blinked, slowly, deliberately. Bro. He stared at the numbers as if they had personally offended him. System, he began, his voice flat. I got bitten by a dog. No, not a dog. A flaming dog. With molten fire teeth. Half my damn arm was charred. If my bones were not built like a fortress, I would be an armless noodle by now. You are telling me that counted as an F-rank injury. Rules are rules, host. The system did not even sound apologetic. If the skill was at D rank, the injury would have granted a point at that level. But since your minor regeneration is still F rank, it only counted as F level progression. 1 point. 1 injury. 1 point. Simple. Razel facepalmed. So you are telling me if I want to level up fast, I should just stand in front of a mirror and cut myself 100 times with a kitchen knife. Exactly. For the first level at least. A normal blade and basic damage would get you through F grade easily. What am I, a masochist? Are you not? Razel paused, scowling. Leave it. He sighed again, now glancing at the last panel. Killing intent, his golden ticket. Except even that required enemies on par with him, or stronger. He leaned back against the tree trunk, thinking, damn, I thought I would just go around slaying rabbits or something. Level up like an old school RPG. Now I have got to hunt trained killers or elite beasts just to make progress. Still, it did not prove all bad. He had the villain system space. An entire galaxy of villains, each with their own domain. After 5 more minutes of bickering with each other, Razel suddenly let out a deep breath. He sat down with his back against the thick trunk of the tree, the bark pressing into him as if grounding his entire being. A soft, tired smile crept onto his face. He folded both arms behind his head and leaned back, gazing up. He needed to sit, to breathe, to come down from the rush of it all. Too much excitement, too much information, too many possibilities. Through the gaps between the dense leaves above, he saw the moon, silver, distant, watching. Night had fallen. The world had gone quiet. Why had he suddenly gotten like this? So calm, so still, because for the first time, he could see a future. Before now, everything had been fire, chaos, rage, pain, a constant burning where there existed no place to hide, no hope to rest in. He knew it would hurt. He knew the world would not let him sleep peacefully. But now, for the first time, he saw a path. It remained dark, still uncertain, but it was not flame. It was shadow. It felt cool. It felt quiet. And strangely, it felt warm. Maybe he had a future now. Maybe he would not vanish from the world like a hated stain. Maybe he would not be remembered only as a rapist, a disgrace. Maybe, just maybe, he could stand tall one day. Not hiding, not running, just living. The stars glittered above, blue, violet, golden, scarlet. A sky full of color and silence. He started to feel something he had not felt in a long, long time. Happiness. The thought made him chuckle under his breath. He had not even been confident he would survive much longer. Even when he received the system function today, he thought it arrived too incomplete and too late. Especially after meeting that lunatic villain woman, he thought all his chances died in the dirt. No one would teach him. No one would help him. No one would give him anything. But now, there was hope. As the silence stretched on, Razel murmured, "Hey, system. What fucking now?" The system answered, clearly still irritated. Still looking up, Razel smiled faintly. "Sorry. Ha, I know I did not listen to you back then. I know I was reckless. But you get it, do you not? I cannot just say sorry, right? I will not apologize for things I never did. And how was I supposed to accept help from people? From the ones who threw me into hell in the first place?" His voice was low, almost like he talked to himself now. "I know you understand. You were there. Always have been. The only person who knows the real me after all." He closed his eyes. "So, I am sorry I forgot that. That I do not just carry my life. I carry yours too. Maybe I just got selfish for a while." The leaves above rustled gently. The stars blinked back at him. The system stayed quiet for a long time. Then finally, in a tone that tried very hard to sound grumpy, but could not quite hide the warmth underneath it, it replied, "Actually, there is a system training function. It will come in use for you." Chapter 58. Actually, there is a system training function. It will come in use for you. Wait, what? Razel nearly fell off the tree branch he occupied. His body jerked upright, his expression a mix of disbelief and shock. "You are telling me this now, after all this time?" His eyes narrowed, his voice rising. "Wait, do not tell me. You only mentioned it because I apologized, did you not?" His face twitched. "What if I had not said it, huh? Would you have just let me rot in cluelessness forever?" His fingers curled into fists. "Just how selfish are you, you passive-aggressive parasite?" He wanted to scream. He wanted to slap this annoying, foul-mouthed entity across the face, if it possessed one. But, as usual, he could do nothing. Sigh. The voice of the system sounded mechanical, yet managed to convey both annoyance and regret, as if it wished it had kept its mouth shut. It became sympathetic too fast. "Forget it. Just send me in. I want to see what this training function actually is." Razel did not want to waste another second. Without another word, his consciousness pulled violently into the realm of the system. Unlike before, it happened even faster, as if the system grew impatient. His eyes opened. He blinked. Ha! He stood inside what looked like a small, well-lit modern cafe. The walls appeared sleek and spotless, with warm lighting hanging above a clean counter that stood empty. The room remained quiet. Too quiet. He looked around. No windows. No doors. Just him, the counter, and faint elevator music playing somewhere in the background. "You dropped me in a coffee shop." System. Razel called out hesitantly. "When you said training function, I did not realize training also happened in coffee shops. What am I supposed to learn here? Customer service. How to hold a tray. Do not jump to conclusions, host. This is the reception room. You said training, not civilized tea time. System training functions differ from whatever half-baked images you form. Wait and see." As it spoke, a new system panel appeared before him, different from the usual transparent blue. This one appeared pitch black with glowing silver text. At the top, it read, System Training Function Menu. Razel leaned in, his eyes scanning the list. Select terrain. Choose your preferred battlefield for training. From dark forests to volcanic plains, the environment can affect battle outcomes. Select opponent rank. Choose the rank of the enemy you wish to train against. Available ranks: F, EDC, EAS, SS, SSS. Type of opponent: humanoid, beast, undead, demon, or custom. Select profession. Choose the class or fighting style of your enemy: swordsman, mage, assassin, archer, brawler, or custom. Select weapons: swords, spears, magic staffs, bows, claws, and more. Time flow mechanics. Warning: time acceleration applies based on opponent rank. F rank equals real time, a 1-to-1 ratio. Each rank above multiplies time flow by 10. For example, S rank equals 10,000 times time acceleration. Train for hours, gain years of experience. Training protocol: no mercy mode. Opponents treat the host as a real enemy. They will attempt to kill. Survival is not guaranteed. No mercy will be programmed. Infinite scaling challenge. Wave 1, 1 F ranked goblin. Wave 2, 10 F ranked goblins. Wave 3, 100 F ranked goblins. Wave 4, 1000 F ranked goblins, and so on. Victory condition: kill all enemies. Escaping not allowed. Customization access: the host may fine-tune the appearance, skills, temperament, and fighting style of enemies. Note: customizations may impact difficulty and reward scaling. The mouth of Razel slowly opened wider and wider until it looked like it could fit a whole-grown man. He plucked at his eyes, wiped them on his shirt, and shoved them back in just to ensure he did not hallucinate. "This is dope," he whispered. "Literally another cheat." He looked up, excitement bubbling like a shaken soda bottle. "So I can spar with any rank of enemy, in any style, without offending anyone, and have time move ridiculously faster than real life. That is insane. That is actually broken." It was not just about fighting stronger opponents anymore. It was about years of combat experience gained in a day. No fear. No exposure. Total mastery. System: this is cracked. Why did you not tell me this before? Host: shut up. Razel cleared his throat. Brother Villy, cough. I have some questions. 3 questions. Just 3. Keep them short. The system sighed inwardly. This guy came to fry my circuits again, did he not? First, he began, his voice calm, his eyes scanning the moonlight filtering through the trees. I will not grow old or have any weird side effects inside this space, right? I mean, with the time acceleration being so extreme, I will not, get old in here or something. Absolutely not. No aging. Next question. The system replied flatly. The lips of Razel twitched. The system acted all cold again, answering curtly without even elaborating. Still, he continued. What about my other advantages? Do I still keep all the perks I have inside the Valley of Villains here? Like infinite mana, stamina, revivals, no trauma, no side effects. Do they all refresh in this training mode too? Yes. Now next question. Razel almost pouted. Alright then, can I gain killing points here? Will my killing intent progression go up if I kill enemies in this training space? 10 times less than usual. If an F-rank monster would normally give you 1 point, you will need to kill 10 to get 1 here. So yes. And now, fuck off. No more questions. Do not bother me with dumb ones. Ask something that actually matters next time. The voice of the system went silent. Razel, on the other hand, lit up like a child in a candy store. Let us go, he shouted, nearly tearing up from joy. So what if it was 10 times less efficient? It was still incredible. He did not have to go hunting people, or risk entering dangerous zones. With time acceleration and safety, the benefits far outweighed the drawbacks. He could grind safely, efficiently, and indefinitely. Alright, let us not waste more time. Razel turned toward the sleek black system panel that hovered in front of the reception counter. Without hesitation, he began configuring his first battle. Select terrain. Random. Select opponent rank. F. Type of opponent. Humanoid. Select profession. Brawler. Select weapons. Hand-to-hand combat. But now came the part Razel felt secretly most excited about. He rubbed his palms together, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Now for the most important section. He clicked on Customization Access and began typing furiously. Customization Access. Gender. Female. Body type. Curvy build. Bust. D cup. Appearance. Black and sky green hair, modeled after that one famous singer. Host. The voice of the system broke its silence, sounding unamused, as if trying to remind him of something. What are you doing? Razel ignored it and continued with great enthusiasm. Outfit. None. Voice. Soft, sultry. Movement. Seductive, fluid. Fuck off, you lecherous bastard. I did not give you access to the training module for this perverted crap. It is meant for combat and development, not whatever you are trying to do. Razel kept a completely straight face, faking indignation. System, this is a baseless accusation. I just want some good scenery. Imagine, I will be more motivated to fight if there is something nice to look at. You know, like I start with 1 opponent, and after I kill 1, there will be 10, then 100 and 1,000. Just imagine those milky balls flying through the air. Can you even picture it? Razel blinked innocently, his tone dripping with sincerity, as if he made a reasonable request. The mechanical voice of the system responded with a low, annoyed sigh. Fuck off. You think I am an idiot. I know what you are doing. It is not about scenery. It is all about skin. The face of Razel twisted into a mock expression of disbelief, his hands raised in defense. No, no, no. You are going down the wrong path here, Villy, my friend. I am just trying to be logical, you know. Look, if I choose monsters or demons, Any creature that is not human, they would be disgusting, right? They would smell bad, look ugly. Sure, one might be fine, but imagine thousands of them. That smell alone would probably kill me before they even land a blow. Unreasonable. Why did you need them to remove their clothes, then? Why was that an option? Razel paused, thinking fast as he leaned back, feigning innocence. Oh, that. It is simple. When you are fighting, people move around, right? They get sweaty. If they are wearing clothes, that sweat will start to smell everywhere. And you know how much I cannot stand smells. I just did not want to get distracted. That is all. For a moment, the system fell silent. Razel could almost feel the gears grinding in its virtual mind, attempting to process his ridiculous logic. It was a strange, uncomfortable silence that stretched far too long. All right, the system finally said with heavy reluctance. Let us just change the gender from female to male. Enjoy. No smell, if you say so. The eyes of Razel widened in mock horror, his face contorting into a look of genuine disgust. You, Villy. You are gay. Want to see naked men now? He let out a sarcastic laugh, clearly feeling victorious. He knew he struck a nerve. Tisk, tisk, Villy. I thought you had better taste. He clicked his tongue. He stood this close to winning the argument. But he knew the trick. Just irritate the system enough with its own logic, and you get your way. That is it. I am banning all beautiful female figures from appearing in this training module. Humans. Gone. Female presets. Gone. If you want to see any of them again, you will have to unlock a rank modules. Until then, enjoy your goblins. This discussion is over. No debates. With a loud ding, the words female humanoid were grayed out on the panel, and replaced by a lock symbol. Razel stared at it, his lips trembling. You are heartless, Villy. He muttered. The system did not reply. Chapter 59. Razel sighed. All right, started already. He had no choice but to go along with the restrictions of the system. Since humanoids remained off limits until he could stand his ground against A-ranked opponents, he had to make do with monsters. Not that he possessed a choice anyway. Well, whatever. Just put it on the random section. But remember, system, keep it F-ranked monsters only. Even though he wanted to rack up kill counts fast, he could have chosen customized weak monsters, without limbs maybe, but that did not serve his goal. What he really needed was experience. Real battle. Real instincts. He had too many cheats now. Revivals, infinite mana, stamina, and more. If he did not start earning his strength, then those advantages would go to waste. A man who leaned too much on ease was destined to crumble. Yes, host. The voice of the system responded smoothly. With a single flash of light, Razel vanished from the reception cafe. When his eyes opened again, Razel already stood in a new place. His body stayed alert, his nerves tight, his senses on full guard. Fast, he muttered. He immediately pulled out his dagger, holding it in front of his chest with practiced instinct. The system had already warned him that summoned monsters would remain completely hostile. Do not worry, host. You will always have a few seconds to prepare. I will not summon the opponent until you say so. Razel, who had frozen with intensity, suddenly relaxed. His face twitched slightly, and he let out a long breath. You could have told me before I started going into survival mode. Still clutching the dagger, he finally took in his surroundings. What the hell is this place? He blinked, tilting his head as he rubbed his forearm. Giant, towering green stalks hundreds of meters tall rose around him like forest trees, but they possessed no bark, no leaves, no wooden texture. Just endless green, thick, stem-like pillars that reached the sky. The space between each stood wide enough to build small houses beneath. It looked beautiful, strangely alien, almost like a dreamscape. Are these trees? He asked. Incorrect. These are blades of grass. Grass. Razel repeated slowly, his brows rising in disbelief. Yes, since you selected random terrain, I dropped you into this micro-scale environment. You are in a grass field, just, well, shrunken down to the size of a bug. Giant grassland biome. You have got to be kidding me. Razel looked up again. Everything suddenly made sense. The green color, the shape, the texture, it really was grass. And that meant he stood the size of a bug right now. Weird as hell, he whispered, but also, kind of amazing. He rotated his dagger in hand, adjusting his grip. All right, system, summon my opponent. Let us see what we have got. As you command. In the far direction ahead of him, a green shimmer started to glow, and small particles began swirling mid-air. Slowly, the particles merged together into a solid, writhing form. Razel narrowed his eyes, taking a step back, blade raised. A creature emerged about 4 feet tall, standing on 4 thin green limbs. Its entire body presented an unsettling shade of emerald, with thorn-like protrusions running along its legs. But its most striking features were its 2 large forearms, each curved like a deadly scythe. Razor sharp, built to slice. Its head was triangular, alien, and oversized. 2 enormous compound eyes almost consumed 70% of its face, glistening with a sickly sheen. It looked like a mantis, but something felt more sinister, more artificial. A giant mantis. No wait, I am the tiny one, Razel realized, gulping slightly. Why the hell do F-ranked monsters look this scary? Be prepared, host. The opponent will begin attacking in 4 seconds. 4 seconds. That is barely enough time to breathe, Razel hissed. He dropped into a low stance, dagger ready, eyes locked on the monster. A glowing countdown began ticking above the head of the mantis. Damn, I was hoping for something easier, like a slime or a goblin, not a blade horror insect. he muttered, his voice tense. 1. He took a deep breath and widened his stance. 0. And suddenly, the eyes of the mantis opened, locked onto Razel like a predator born for this one purpose. Its posture dropped low, thin limbs spreading slightly as motes of dust scattered from beneath its insectoid claws. Swish. Razel kept his eyes fixed on the creature, but even with that, it almost vanished from his vision. Just a blur, like a shadow slicing through the air. He barely managed to track it, not because of skill, but because his instincts screamed danger. Agility. Of course, he did not possess enough speed. His hand moved on reflex, raising his dagger to block the strike as he turned, but it was already too late. The mantis appeared beside him with ghostly speed, its right scythe-like claw arcing downward with gleaming, thorny precision. Razel lifted his arms above his head, expecting a top-down slash, guarding instinctively. But the mantis moved faster, smarter, at least smart enough to see where to attack. Slash. Pain inflicted. 44. Minor healing. 2/100. Ouch. Razel hissed, letting out a strange mix between a laugh and a sharp whistle. It did not even feel like a normal injury, more like someone pinched his nipple aggressively. He stumbled back 2 steps, his body reacting to the force of the impact. His feet braced just in time before he could fall, stabilizing himself. Then he looked down. Bro. Razel muttered, utterly disappointed. The right side of his chest was bloodied, flesh torn, skin flayed open, everything underneath exposed. Yet strangely, no bones were visible, not because they were not hit, but because his obsidian skeleton cave rage variant was harder than any natural strike could break. At least something did its damn job. See, worth it, Razel mumbled to himself. The lack of pain resulted from his pain tolerance SS, another hidden blessing by that crazy woman. Even though his flesh was torn up like shredded paper, it barely registered. The mantis paused, confusion flickering in its giant, alien eyes. It tilted its triangular head to Razel, then glanced down at its own claw. Tiny dents. Its scythe-like arm had dents in the thorny edge. It could not understand. How did its attack fail? This human was supposed to be weak, fragile, but it had hit something unbreakable. It took a hesitant step back, unsure, the flicker of low intelligence evident in its movements. Meanwhile, Razel regained his composure, holding the dagger with both hands now. He felt his arms weaken slightly, the injury affecting muscle coordination. He felt no pain, but the loss of function was very real. His breath slowed. He could not believe it. He almost got killed. By a fucking F-ranked insect. Just today I killed a damn D-ranked firehound in hand-to-hand combat. He muttered to himself. And now this little bug nearly split me open. He exhaled sharply. System, explain. Of course, host. System only offers top-quality challenges. Razel twitched. Do not start with the PR bullshit. Why the hell is this thing so fast and strong? Is this AC rank in disguise? Negative. While this mantis may be at the peak of F rank within its species, it is still classified as F rank. Your difficulty comes not from rank but from type. It is a speed and agility-based predator. You cannot expect to catch something like that with your current stats. Your agility is still at F, remember. If you were a tank-type fighter, absorbing its blows with ease, this battle would have already been over. You need to understand, host, rank does not always define strength. What matters is compatibility. Even a low-level monster can kill something ranked higher if the situation is right. Think about it, flying-type monsters versus ground types. Who wins is obvious. Logically, in your case, this mantis is simply a terrible matchup. Your body cannot respond fast enough. You lack the speed, and its attacks are unpredictable. That D-ranked firehound you fought earlier, you succeeded because you predicted its movement patterns before it could even act. You had preparation, timing, and several advantages like your special obsidian skeleton. Without all that, you would already be dead. The system paused for a moment, letting it all sink in. Razel quietly listened, then let out a long breath. So, you are saying I chose the wrong kind of opponent? He mumbled, his voice calm but clearly annoyed. Exactly. But even so, you still have to deal with it. Out in the wild, you will not get to pick your battles. You will not get to say, wait, let me find a more compatible enemy. You fight what shows up or you die. TCH, fine. Razel muttered, straightening up and tightening his grip around the dagger in his hand. Just wait. I will show you how to beat it. He shut the voice of the system out, focusing entirely on the green blur standing before him. If he could not even kill a fucking F-ranked insect, with an indestructible skeleton, infinite stamina, revival, and pain resistance, then what good was he? What future could he even hope to fight for? No. This was not about just winning a fight anymore. This was about proving to himself that he was not useless. That he could rise, no matter how pathetic he seemed now. He stared into the massive, expressionless eyes of the insect as it twitched slightly, blades poised again. A crooked smirk formed on the lips of Razel. His lone visible eye sharpened, glinting with determination. All right then, come on, you green piece of shit. He growled, dagger raised, stance low. I will make this your last swing. After 10 more minutes of brutal fighting, Razel finally stood still, barely. There was not a single place on his body that was not bruised, cut, or bleeding. He looked like a blood-drenched ghost, dripping red from head to toe, his clothes torn and tattered, sticking to his skin like wet paper. Ha, guess it was not just that one last swing. Razel laughed breathlessly, wiping blood from his chin with the back of his shaking hand. But even in that state, He could not help the smirk pulling at his lips as he looked down at the dead mantis sprawled on the grass below him. The body of the monster was a mess of blade wounds. One of its thin, wiry legs had been severed completely, and the other arms barely clung to its body, half dangling like snapped tree branches. A strange greenish-white viscous fluid leaked out from its deep gashes, staining the ground. A dagger was buried clean through its oversized head, one eye to the other, its chitin cracked and pierced like a shattered eggshell. Its defense was weak. If not for its speed and attacks, this would have been easy, Razel muttered, shaking his hand out as his grip weakened. Blood dripped from his fingers, the dagger slipping ever so slightly. Of course, he had taken quite a few hits himself. He was a mess. But thankfully, none of them had been lethal. If this had been a real-world fight, the biggest threat would not have been organ failure, it would have been the blood loss. Lucky for him, that did not matter in this space. He opened his system panel and checked his skill progression. Minor healing. F. 44/100. Not bad. Not bad at all. His eyes then dropped down to the claws of the monster, still barely intact. Yeah, those things are blunt now. The green thorny tips had all worn down to rounded stubs. A few were even cracked and crumbling off completely. Clearly, all that swiping and crashing against the obsidian-like skeleton of Razel had taken a toll on them too. Guess I really am good for being a meat shield. He chuckled bitterly, examining his battered body, with a distant look in his eyes. Honestly, he felt weird. Like someone tickled him all over his body. Pain tolerance SS skill did all the heavy lifting. If it were not for that, he would probably be crying right now. Well, not really. But still, I would have a completely different expression if I could feel pain. Hey. But his rest did not last long. Congratulations for killing ranked F Mantis, host. Killing intent. F. 0.10/100. Second wave is coming, host. Razel did not even have time to groan. His body glowed with a soft golden light, and in the next second, all his wounds vanished. The blood was gone, the cuts disappeared, and even new clothes materialized on him. He looked completely fresh, as if he had not been refreshed. Full health, full stamina, full reset. Well, that is convenient, he muttered, his eyebrows lifting slightly. But the next scene quickly wiped away any sense of relief. In the exact same spot, where the first mantis had appeared, 10 more of the same monsters now manifested one by one. They stood silently for a second, claws twitching and heads tilting as their massive green eyes locked onto him. The corpse of the first mantis evaporated into thin air. Prepare, host. Attack will begin in 4 seconds. Razel opened his mouth to say something, but closed it again. He did not have anything worth saying. He just raised his dagger in silence. 3, 2, 1, swish, swish, swish. 10 green blurs launched forward. 10 minutes later, you have died, host. Congratulations. Your skill minor healing F has met the requirements to upgrade. E rank. Lesser healing. 0/100. Slightly faster and stronger. Treats shallow wounds and aches. Razel gasped sharply as he revived on the exact spot where he had died, his lungs filling with air like he had just surfaced from deep underwater. His body once again looked completely untouched, freshly restored. He blinked, looked down at himself, then at his surroundings. I mean, I fought 10 of those fast as bugs for 10 whole minutes. That kinda counts as a win, right? He mumbled, more to himself than anyone else. He sounded like a man trying to convince himself more than making a confident statement. All thanks to that obsidian skeleton, host. You died purely due to blood loss. You say that like I got that skeleton in a wedding dowry, or something. I earned it after. Razel trailed off mid-sentence, his face darkening slightly. Forget it. I do not want to remember that moment. The system remained silent for a beat. Should I summon wave 2 again, host? Razel sighed and shook his head. No, that will not be helpful. I am lacking agility. I cannot read those movements. I need something else. Something like perception. A skill that enhances my vision, or something. Something that lets me see those attacks and process their speed. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Despite his sarcasm, his tone stayed dead serious now. I cannot keep fighting in the dark like that. That would be a waste of time. 10 enemies moving faster than I can follow. No matter how much I train, if I cannot see the threat, I will always be late. He recalled the blurry flashes, the sharp claws slicing air beside him, the constant panic of not knowing where the next strike would come from. For now, my priority is perception. Observation. Something that lets me understand and react in real time. He turned to the air, speaking directly to the system again. System, let us not waste time. Send me to the best SSS-ranked perception type villain available. Understood. Chapter 60. Razel opened his eyes again. He started to grow used to this strange sensation. His consciousness constantly spun around, tossed from one place to another like laundry in a dryer. Welcome, host, to the SSS-Rank Valley of Villi. Villain title, Greatest Thief. The eyes of Razel narrowed slightly as he read the message of the system. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Ha, this one actually sounds better than the last 2 weirdos I met. The title intrigued him. Guess being a thief is not exactly what I imagined for someone considered the strongest in perception. But hey, who am I to judge? Before arriving here, he made a quick stop in the Xenocide space. Just a brief visit to ask that laid-back guy if he had any perception-related skills or movement-enhancing techniques. He went to him because Xenocide seemed like a decent guy. Calm, honest, maybe even helpful. He seemed the kind who would not say no if asked nicely. Unlike others who might waste his time, drag him into something else, or try to use him for some experiments. When asked, Xenocide just shrugged. He said he did not learn any of those things, he was just always able to do them after he started killing people. It came naturally. That was all. Razel did not argue. He nodded and left. Now he stood here. He looked around, hands sliding into his pockets as he walked forward casually, almost as if he owned the place. His eyes flicked from side to side, scanning every corner. The environment here was strange. Ruins. Everything around him looked like shattered history. Dark gray stones and broken red bricks lay scattered across the ground, forming what remained of collapsed walls and forgotten architecture. The wind carried dust and ash through the empty alleyways. This place was once grand, but whatever glory it held was long gone. Still, the eyes of Razel kept moving. He looked for something useful. Clues. Details. Anything that could give him an idea of what made this place worthy of an SSS-Rank villain. Suddenly, without any warning, a thin arm slid around his shoulders. "Ho-ho, kid, you came here and did not even bother greeting me." A cheerful female voice whispered directly into his ear. Razel froze mid-step. He tilted his head slightly, trying to glance sideways, but the arm already slipped away, vanished like mist. She was gone, just like that. "Well, hello there," Razel said flatly, turning his head around to look for her. His hand moved up to scratch his head, confused but unfazed. Honestly, she felt completely different from the other villains he encountered before. With just that one playful motion, she came off more like a brat, a cheeky, mischievous brat. She lacked the overwhelmingly oppressive presence he expected from someone in the SSS rank category. Strangely enough, she stood almost his height. Almost. "I am here, kiddo." Her sweet, teasing voice rang out again. Razel turned his head toward the sound. Standing a few feet ahead was a petite woman, arms lazily draped behind her back. Her hair was short and light green, almost glowing in the dim gray of the ruins. She wore sleek, skin-tight tights that hugged her frame like a second skin. The way she held herself, the posture, the playful smirk, it all reminded Razel of those eccentric university professors who were into females. Hello," Razel greeted, slightly awkward. He would not lie, this part always made him uncomfortable. Going up to a total stranger, knowing full well he was here to ask them for something, without having anything to offer in return. Now he had to play it friendly, try not to offend her, and somehow convince her to help him. Honestly, Razel had no idea if he would ever get used to doing this kind of thing. "You are much weaker than I expected," the woman said, tilting her head with a casual smile. Her body leaned forward slightly, and her hands stayed tucked behind her back, as if sizing him up like a toy she just found lying on the ground. Razel looked at her, expression flat but eyes sharp. Just from her posture, playful, smug, a little too self-satisfied, and from what he knew of her profession, the title alone being the greatest thief, he already had a solid guess as to what just happened. "Well, you just took something from me, did you not?" Razel asked, pointing directly at her. At that, her grin only widened, bright and unapologetic. "You just guessed it. Let me guess, you know my past, or something." She twirled a lock of her short, mint green hair, clearly enjoying herself. "Well, whatever. Yes, I did. What can you do about it?" Her eyebrow arched mockingly, her stance practically screaming, "What are you going to do, tough guy?" Razel raised both hands with a shrug. "Nothing. You can keep it. Whatever it is." He had no intention of turning this into some weird game of public humiliation. Women like her, bratty, playful, and clearly way too good at messing with people, were dangerous in their own way. Better to keep things cool. "So boring," she said, shaking her head like a disappointed teacher. "How about this, then? If you can guess what I took from you in the next 4 seconds, I will teach you whatever skill you came here to learn." A small, mischievous grin crept onto her face, one that said you will never get it in a million years. Before Razel could even react to the offer, she began counting. 3. His brain kicked into overdrive. He did not even have time to ask the system. It would have taken too long. Logic. Focus. What did he actually have on him? He did not bring any elemental cores or flowers, they were all in the spatial bag, outside this space. He did not carry anything extra anyway, just one dagger tucked into his coat. That was it. 2. "It is my dagger," he blurted. "You took the dagger I keep in my inside pocket." She blinked. "Wrong answer," she said sweetly. She swung her arms out dramatically, hands raised like she was presenting the world's greatest treasure. Razel blinked. Something black dangled between her fingers, something that looked horrifyingly familiar. "Wait, is that?" The voice of Razel cracked. She twirled the black fabric like a victory flag, holding it up for all to see. "Is this what you were looking for? Is that my fucking underwear?" His jaw dropped. Literally dropped. He looked down at himself. Yes, his pants were still on. His shoes too. He patted his legs, then glanced back up at her, utterly bewildered. Just how? How does one steal the underwear of someone when that someone is still wearing their pants? He could not wrap his head around it. His expression twisted somewhere between disbelief and violated horror. How the hell is that even possible? She just winked. "It is a trade secret, darling." The woman remained smiling, triumphant, like a cat that just dropped a dead bird on his pillow. "And for the record, you have got good taste in fabric." The eye of Razel twitched. His brain officially short-circuit. Was this some high-tier flex? She just stole his damn underwear without even making him feel it. If this was what SSS-ranked villains were capable of, then he had so much work to do. He sighed, mentally filing this entire experience under Do Not Revisit without therapy. Still, if this was the price to pay to learn perception-type skills from the best thief in the system, then fine. He would take the loss. He would take it with both hands and shut the hell up. Can you just, at least return that? He muttered. She looked at him, still smiling. Embarrassed. Chapter 61. Embarrassing, yes, I am, he muttered, trying to keep a straight face. After all, who would not be flustered after having their underwear robbed by some woman? He looked at her with a flat expression. All right, give it back. Razel extended his hand. Not that the underwear was particularly important. He had a literal system that provided an endless supply of clothes, although, unfortunately, all of them were villain-themed outfits. Dark, edgy, black, nothing normal or neutral. So, if he had plenty of replacements, why was he still bothered? Simple. Who in their right mind could stay calm knowing someone stole their underwear? Who knew what they might do with it? That alone made Razel very uncomfortable. She looked at him with amusement, clearly entertained. Then, as if enjoying every second of this absurd interaction, she held the black underwear of Razel in her right hand, and with a flick of her left, conjured up a delicate, lacy pink pair of panties in her other palm. Most definitely not his. Look, you seem like an honest guy, she said with a teasing glint in her eyes. So here is a choice. This, she lifted the black pair, is yours. This one, she added with a smirk, is one of the highest ranked trophies in my collection. I personally stole it from the most beautiful archangel in heaven. Her grin was playful, almost devilish. Now choose. Which one is yours? The lips of Razel twitched. Did she seriously just tell him which one was his, and then ask him to choose between the two? His gaze fell on the pink pair. His eyes landed on the pink panties. They looked used. And judging by her words, collection, she robs underwear as a hobby. What the hell kind of weirdo was this SSS-ranked villain? Was she playing some twisted version of that old goddess in the pond game? The one where you drop an item, and the goddess offers you a better one to test your honesty. Whatever this was, Razel did not have time for it. You know what? You can have both. I do not fucking care, he said, completely deadpan. Her grin faltered for half a second. She pouted, almost like a child who had their prank dismissed. Fine, she said, slipping both pairs of underwear, his and the pink one, into each side pocket without shame. The eyebrow of Razel twitched. The audacity. Still, he did not say a word. It was just underwear, right? Now then, she continued, tilting her head at him with mock disapproval. Tell me, how exactly do you plan to convince me to teach you anything? Her eyes narrowed, voice sugar-sweet with sarcasm. Far as I can tell, you did not even bring a gift. Is that how you greet a beautiful lady like me? Not very sincere, is it? Razel nearly rolled his eyes at how casually she referred to herself as a beautiful lady, right after stuffing his underwear in her pocket. But he kept quiet. So that is how she wants to play this. All right. Now that he thought about it, she was extremely girly, almost exaggeratedly so, and her behavior, that of a bratty, unpredictable gremlin. He had dealt with types like her before, in the countless Korean novels he had read in his past life. He knew how to handle this. Time to start acting. Oh no, how could that be? Razel said, suddenly clearing his throat and stepping forward, putting on his most polite, gentlemanly expression. I would never show up empty-handed. His mind raced. Of course, he did not actually have a gift. But if he faked enough sincerity, maybe, just maybe, he would survive this. He needed her help. The skill she could teach him was important, and he could not afford to start all over again with a new villain. Let this work, please. His heart pounded. Now came the next challenge. System, he asked silently. Tell me her name. It is Lily, host. Razel hummed to himself, not answering right away, as he walked toward her, imagining himself as the protagonist of a dramatic romance novel. He had that slow, confident stride. The wind, even if imaginary, seemed to flow perfectly through his hair. In his head, this was peak protagonist moment. Oh, is that so? Lily tilted her head, eyes glimmering with curiosity. What might that be? She did not move an inch as Razel kept approaching. Not even when he stopped just a few steps from her. She did not flinch or pull back, just watched him with an intrigued gaze. Host, what present have you prepared? The system asked in his mind, sounding utterly confused. Razel did not reply. His feet carried him forward anyway, though his throat tightened. This was already awkward in his head, but he was committed now. He told himself it did not matter. He did not fear the judgment of anyone, and there were no real consequences here anyway. Just time lost. And he could live with that. He reached up, flicked his hair dramatically with one hand. Smooth. Charisma thankfully kept him looking dashing even when he felt like dying inside. Finally, standing right before her, he reached out and gently lifted her chin with one finger, tilting her face to meet his gaze. She still did not resist. A present, Razel said softly, voice dipped in sultry confidence. No, for the price of learning your skill, I would like to offer something far more valuable, my body. This is fucking cringy. Host, where the hell did you learn this? Are you possessed by a trashy web novel? What is this? The system blurted in pure disgust. Razel ignored it. He thought this was his best shot. After all, the woman in front of him was an SSS-ranked villainess, likely older than entire civilizations. Maybe something as bold as this would actually amuse her. Maybe it would even work. As for the embarrassment, please. The skin of Razel had thickened to steel over the past few days. There was no audience here to witness his fall, just one chaotic woman. His hand remained under the chin of Lily, and she continued to stare up at him. Silence stretched, and stretched, and stretched. Finally, pfft, Lily burst into laughter, spraying air toward his face as she barely held herself back. She doubled over, slapping her thigh, wheezing. Then she clutched her stomach like it hurt, gasping between laughs. Oh my, ha 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 ha, she howled. Pa ha ha, pay with your body. What are you, some desperate drama queen from a third-rate novel? Oh my god. The soul of Razel left his body in that moment. He stood there frozen like a statue, fingers still awkwardly in the air where her chin had once been. His brain stopped functioning. His breath caught in his chest. Now you realize how cringe that was, huh? The system muttered flatly. Lily was on the ground now, literally rolling around in the dirt, tears forming in her eyes as she kicked her feet. Oh no no no, ha ha ha, you are too much. That was the best thing I have heard in centuries. Who does that? You thought I would go all blushy like some schoolgirl. Oh my god. Razel was still frozen, still dead inside. She looked up at him while wiping her tears, grinning like a lunatic. Her laughter still echoed softly through the ruins, the kind that hit deep and refused to stop. You are either stupid or absolutely insane. Either way, I love it. Razel blinked, unsure how to react. Love it, he repeated slowly, raising an eyebrow. Ahem, as in, you will teach me. Her grin widened, becoming somehow even more wicked. Maib. But only if you do one more thing. Razel tilted his head. And what is that? His embarrassment from earlier, gone. Burned to ash like a useless old scroll. He did not care anymore. If shame could be set on fire, his was already incinerated and blown away with the wind. It was just some little sacrifice, right? Lily leaned in close, her breath teasing his cheek. Her voice dropped to a syrupy, sensual whisper that felt far more dangerous than anything she had done so far. Call me, mommy. The soul of Razel nearly left his body. What? He gasped, stumbling back a full step like he had been struck by divine-grade lightning. The air around him cracked with the silent scream of his pride being shattered. Just like a protagonist in that Korean drama. Sigh, it is all right, host. I know you will not be able to do it. How could you? Do not worry, I will not remember this moment, I promise. Let us just leave this place. Clearly, this sacrifice is too much. The voice of the system rang in his head with the perfect mix of sarcasm and teasing, sounding like it was holding back laughter. You are the kind of guy who would rather die than apologize. And this is leagues beyond that. Razel stood frozen, his mind reeling. He gulped as he stared at Lily, trying to erase her words from his brain, but they were etched there, permanent and taunting. Be quick now, Lily sang, spinning slightly on one heel. You have only got 8 seconds left. Say it, and I will give you the skill you came for. She started whistling and inspecting her nails, looking utterly unconcerned, though her eyes gleamed with devilish mischief. Razel remained like a statue. Not a muscle moved. Not a thought formed that was not screaming. Let us go, host. Enough embarrassment for today. Yes, the system whispered again, its smug tone lighting every fuse in the skull of Razel. How about 2 of my skills, Lily added, glancing back. For seconds left. His hands clenched. This is so dumb. This is just one word. Just one. 2 skills, and it is over. He could pretend it never happened. Hell, it is better than fighting another 10 insect monsters until his bones break again. Right. The lips of Razel trembled. He could feel the weight of every moment. And finally, mommy. It was barely audible. More breath than sound. But it escaped his mouth. The grin of Lily widened into a full, wicked smile. Good boy, she whispered, tiptoeing closer to ruffle his hair. Her fingers brushed lightly over his head, playful and triumphant. Razel did not move. His soul had left his body 10 seconds ago. His mind was a blank landscape, echoing with one phrase, good boy. 2 minutes later, outside the system space. Congratulations, host. You have received skill, Shadow Step, a rank. Congratulations, host. You have received skill, Keen Hearing, S rank. Razel did not react. He sat on a tree branch, staring blankly into the distance, his face devoid of emotion. His eyes looked hollow, haunted even, not by death, not by pain, but by those cursed 2 words echoing again and again in his skull. Good boy. See. Who says you cannot buy the dignity of someone? I have seen people sold for less than a decent skill. Aha HAA, the voice of the system sang with joy. What do you think, host? Can I become a writer now? I feel inspired. Razel did not move. Not even a blink. You alive, host? Hello, Earth to Razel. Or should I say, good boy. The eye of Razel twitched. He was not going to let this moment live. Ever. He would bury it. Kill it. Pretend it was a dream. A hallucination brought on by training trauma. Anything. But if Lily ever dared to repeat that phrase again, good boy. Razel stood up with a slow, heavy exhale. The skills he just acquired were powerful. Insanely so. Worth every piece of the humiliation. Even if he would rather die than admit it out loud. All right, he muttered, clenching his fists. Time to put these skills to use. And next time, no more mommy quests. Ever. Sure, host. Whatever you say. Good boy. System. Chapter 62. Razel stood silently, still recovering from the embarrassment that had just occurred moments ago. He shoved it all into the darkest corner of his memory. No way was he going to let something like that define him. Not now, not ever. All right, stop this bullshit and tell me what these skills do. Razel asked, his voice low and firm, trying his best to sound unaffected. Yes, host. Shadow Step, A rank. Type, active passive, non-upgradable. Effect, when walking on or beneath any shadows, your movements, including footsteps, rustling of clothes, and breathing, emit zero sound. Consumes mana only when active. Keen hearing, S rank. Type, passive. Effect, significantly enhances hearing, allowing the user to detect even the faintest of sounds. Also grants the ability to instantly pinpoint the direction and distance of detected sounds, depending on skill proficiency. Razel raised an eyebrow and rubbed his chin. The first one, Shadow Step, huh? Is that not a bit too much for an A rank? All it does is remove sound when I am in shadows. That is it. Even my obsidian skeleton is S rank, and that thing is practically unbreakable. This feels overranked. Like, a little disrespectful even. Incorrect, host. This skill is not overranked. In fact, by system judgment standards, Shadow Step deserves at least an A rank due to its utility. Not making any noise, including movement, clothing rustle, and breathing when within shadows, makes it an extremely potent tool for stealth. It is practically broken for infiltration, assassination, ambushes, or even escaping. Unless your enemy has special sensory abilities like mana detection, mental perception, or something equally rare, they will not even know you are there. The system continued without pause. And as for its classification as non-upgradable, this is the full extent of its effect. No amount of usage or proficiency will change or enhance it further. What you see is what you get. Razel nodded slowly. Makes sense. Active passive, so I can turn it on, and it will keep working until I turn it off, right? But it eats up mana. Correct. Use it wisely. You have a disgusting amount of mana. He scratched his chin, already imagining dozens of applications. It was not just useful, it was dangerous. If he ever stood inside a structure, a dim alley, or just out during the night, he would basically become a walking ghost. No sound. No trace. Alright, I like it. Sounds fun, he murmured. Then his eyes shifted toward the second new skill. Keen hearing. An S-rank skill for hearing. Sounds kinda underwhelming. I mean, how strong can just hearing really be? Cannot people just focus and train their ears normally? Sigh. Host, it is not just about hearing. Keen hearing is a complete 360-degree perception system. Human eyes, even at their best, only cover a 120 to 200-degree field of vision. This skill lets you hear everything. Front, back, sides, above, below, all at once. Razel blinked, slightly taken aback. Furthermore, unlike visual or mana-based senses, sound is far harder to deceive or erase. Mental and spiritual perception can be disrupted, and even mana senses can be fooled with illusions or suppression techniques. But sound, unless your opponent uses extremely rare skills like your very own Shadow Step, you will hear everything. In addition, keen hearing transfers information to your brain instantly. No delay. Your reaction time improves passively as your perception of incoming threats becomes near instantaneous. The system tone grew even more informative. At higher proficiency, this skill will allow you to literally form visual images through sound alone. Imagine perceiving your environment like an echolocation radar, but clearer, allowing you to fight with your eyes closed. Also, before you ask why the system display or format is different from your older skills, this one is from an entirely different world system. Each villain originates from a different dimension, and though I can translate all skills into this interface, some system traits remain unchanged. Alright, damn. Razel nodded again, this time more seriously. As for skill growth, it has 4 tiers: basic, intermediate, advanced, and ultimate. You are currently at basic. But good news, this skill grows with use and talent, and your natural talent makes progress, makes learning speed significantly faster. Alright. That actually makes a lot more sense now. Razel nodded, finally satisfied. Everything fell into place. He already thought of dozens of ways to use these skills, even in combo. A soundless step and hearing everything within a wide radius. Assassin build unlocked. He sighed. Maybe those humiliating moments were worth it after all. Both of these were high tier, and had tons of uses, not just in combat, but for survival, and recon too. Alright, system. Enough talk. Time to test them out. Send me back to the training grounds. Let us see what I can really do now. Affirmative, host. Initiating transfer. Prepare yourself. Razel smirked. I am going to fuck those mantises this time. He muttered. Are you prepared, host? Of course. Go on. Within seconds, he stood once again under the giant leaf canopy of the oversized biome. The soft green glow of sunlight filtered through the thick, towering stalks, casting elongated shadows across the uneven ground. 10 green figures materialized before him in a ripple of light, each one identical to the mantises he fought and lost to before. This time, though, everything was different. The ears of Razel twitched slightly as his keen hearing skill activated. The world around him shifted, not visually, but perceptually. He could hear everything, not just louder, but sharper, clearer. The way wind whispered through the giant grass, the rustle of distant grit, even the subtle drag of his own clothes as they shifted with his breathing. Every detail flooded into his awareness. Weirdly enough, it did not overwhelm him. It should have. Any normal person would have been paralyzed by the sudden flood of hypersensitive input. But he did not feel overwhelmed. In fact, it felt natural. He closed his eyes. Everything went black visually. But perception, it exploded. He could still sense everything as vividly as before, no vision needed. He could feel the shapes, the forms, the movement of air against surfaces. The sunlight filtering down through gaps in the canopy became threads of clarity in the dark. The way the wind curved around a tree, or struck a surface, he could see it without seeing. Razel literally could feel the layout of the entire battlefield. 10 mantises in front of him, their claws slightly raised, twitching. He could hear the microscopic shifts in their foot placements, the air as it bent around their bodies, even the vibrations of their muscles tightening as they prepared to launch forward. It was like he could see without seeing. The world drawn in lines of pressure and sound, forming a perfect mental image. Damn, I never expected this skill to be this powerful, he murmured in awe, still with his eyes closed. And this is only the basic tier. It is the basic level of an S-rank skill, host. Naturally, even at this proficiency, it creates a significant difference. Significant was an understatement. Razel could now perceive movement from all directions, front, back, above, below, to his flanks, with precise awareness. It was a massive difference. He felt as though he jumped several levels forward without even lifting a weapon. But it was not just perception. The skill had a filter. Razel realized it helped him by removing unnecessary noise, the roar of the wind, the ambient background hum, so that only relevant information reached his brain. It prioritized the important. No delay, no confusion, only clarity. It is like my brain is wired differently now, he muttered, awed. It is not just sound. It is vision, touch, direction, all from vibrations. Correct, host. The skill converts sound into spatial awareness. You will instinctively know the exact shape and position of anything within range. It is definitely worth S rank, he muttered. Maybe even higher. And then it began. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, Razel crouched low without warning, narrowly dodging a deadly slash aimed straight for his head from the left. Instinct took over as he twisted his body right, slid left, ducked upward, then leapt back, all guided solely by the hypersensitive soundscape flowing into his ears. Each movement was sharp, clean, and reactive. His eyes remained closed, fully focused on his heightened sense of perception, relying entirely on the vibrations in the air to track the 10 mantises attacking him. If anyone watched from afar, they would have been stunned, mesmerized, watching Razel weave through 10 different attackers like a dancer in a storm of blades. The way he moved, almost as if he could predict each attack before it came, felt like sorcery. Every slash, every charge, every razor-sharp limb that struck at him, he evaded them all with uncanny precision. Almost all. Click. Ouch. Razel hissed, as a strike landed on his left arm, the blade grazing past before he could fully react. His body stumbled backward one step, and then it came. Slash, slash, slash. A barrage of 9 more strikes followed instantly, surrounding him from all directions. He raised his dagger in a defensive arc, blocking some of the slashes mid-air. Others collided against his arms and sides. His obsidian skeleton absorbed the worst of the damage, but the blades still tore into his muscles and opened shallow veins. Still, Razel wasted no time. He immediately stepped back out of range, eyes still shut, breath steady, keeping his perception fully active. My agility and reaction speed are too low, even when I can feel their movements like they are happening in slow motion. Razel thought, frustrated. I can literally sense their body positions and predict where the slashes will come from, but if they all strike together, and I do not have space to dodge. That was it. That was why he got hit. There simply was not enough room to maneuver through all 10 simultaneously. But even with that disadvantage, having this skill changed everything. For a few seconds, Razel genuinely felt like he stood in ultra instinct. Not even a trillionth of a percent close, host. The system muttered flatly. Yeah, Razel replied. But I am pretty sure these 10 bugs will not kill me this time. What are their agility stats again? Each of them is literally 1 level above yours, E-. No wonder. Razel grumbled as he continued dodging. This time, he did not just avoid the incoming strike from the right, he baited it. He tilted his dagger upward slightly, adjusting the angle. One of the mantises lunged forward at high speed, and its razor arm struck directly against the unarmored edge of its own limb. Flick. Green, viscous liquid sprayed into the air as the blade-like arm of the mantis sheared off completely, severed by its own force. Razel smirked. Does not seem so hard anymore, he muttered confidently. The injured mantis shrieked with a high-pitched, insectoid screech, retreating instinctively. The remaining 9 hissed louder, their slashes growing wilder and faster, clearly furious. Razel just kept moving, dodging like it was second nature now. His steps flowed like a dance, perfectly in tune with the rhythm of combat. 6 minutes later, Razel stood tall, staring down at the twitching remains of the final mantis. With a sharp slash, he severed its small head clean from its shoulders. Congratulations for killing 10 ranked F mantises, host. Killing intent, F, 1.10 over 100. He wiped the green blood from his blade. System, show me my lesser healing progression, he asked calmly. E rank, lesser healing, 26 over 1000. 26 times. Razel blinked. That should not have been the case. He quickly ran through the battle in his head. 10 direct hits from the first ambush, that much he could understand. But after that, he had clearly started countering, dodging, and even slicing back effectively. So why had he still taken damage 26 times? He exhaled sharply. It must have been those early injuries. They slowed my movement, made the dodges a second too late, the counters half a beat off. Still, if this had been the real world, without infinite stamina and healing, he might have collapsed from fatigue alone. Even so, it was an immense improvement. After all, it had taken him 10 minutes just to beat one of these monsters last time. Now, he had just wiped out all 10 by himself in under 6 minutes. Back then, he had not even killed a single one before dying. The only reason he survived long enough was his indestructible obsidian skeleton. But now, it was not the skeleton that saved him, it was him. Congratulations for clearing second wave. Third wave is coming. Host, prepare. Suddenly, golden light wrapped around the body of Razel. His wounds vanished, replaced with fresh skin. Even his bloodied clothes were gone, replaced by new ones, crisp and clean. He blinked, still adjusting, when the voice of the system echoed again. Then he saw it. His face paled slightly. From the very spot where the first mantises had spawned, 100 green lights suddenly flared into existence. 10 by 10. An army of 100 mantises stood before him, lined up like a deadly battalion. He muttered, sweat forming on his brow. Wave 3, 100 times F-rank mantis initiated. System, how much time do I have before the academy morning starts again? Razel asked, his gaze still fixed on the army of mantises before him. There are still 6 hours left before it begins, host. Do not worry. I will notify you when the time comes. All right, good. Razel nodded. He exhaled slowly, stretching his arms. I think by morning, I can definitely upgrade lesser healing, and maybe killing intent for sure. He paused, his lips twitching into a smirk. Right. It cannot be that I cannot even manage to kill 1,000 of these things with infinite revives, right? And maybe, just maybe, if his keen hearing progressed quickly, he could push it to intermediate. That one felt a little less likely. But who knows, his talent was after all said to be greatest of all. Anything can happen. He muttered to himself, eyes narrowing with renewed fire. He had to get stronger. No, he must. Because tomorrow was his first day at the academy. The beginning of what he already knew would be hell. And whether it was tomorrow or the day after, he had some people to deal with, some lessons to teach. Not that he could even touch those people right now, but soon. If not today, then tomorrow. If not tomorrow, then the day after that. One step at a time. The thing he was most excited about. The killing intent skill. The system had told him every time it ranked up, it would unlock a new effect. That was enough to keep him going, even through death after death. Let us see. He muttered with a dangerous grin. He cracked his neck, stretched his arms once again, and steadied his breathing. System, he said, stepping forward, ready to dive into the massacre. Let us start this up. Chapter 63. Morning sunlight filtered through the leaves as Razel stretched his arms and jumped down from the tall tree he had made his temporary bed for the night. A relaxed grin stretched across his face, his soaked hair clinging to his forehead, still dripping from a recent rinse. He had just taken a short swim in a nearby river. Why? Because, well, he was homeless. Not that he was complaining. The cold water had jolted his senses awake, and after everything he endured last night, it felt refreshing. And why was he jumping out of a tree? Because that is where he had just finished his breakfast. Healthy living, healthy killing, he muttered with a smirk, munching on the last bite of an apple. His breakfast, a bunch of crisp, half-ripe apples he had collected. It was not much, but enough to fill his stomach and fuel his next step. But the real reason for his good mood, last night, he had done it. He fought an army. Small, but he did it. Razel grinned wider, happiness gleaming in his eyes. The person he was yesterday, that guy was already outdated. Last night, he faced off against 100 mantises and won. It took him 35 deaths, sure, but he managed to clutch 1 versus 100. The first few attempts were miserable. He died within the first minute. But each time he died, he learned. 100 enemies attacking at once was overwhelming. But Razel started noticing something. They were not coordinated. Their teamwork was terrible. Too many bodies, too many overlapping movements. Gaps began to appear. Mistakes were made, and he exploited them. At first, he could barely kill 1 or 2 before dying. Then 5, 10. By the 20th attempt, he was carving through waves, his movement more calculated, his dodging more graceful. His perception skill was sharpening too, thanks to that relentless pressure. And finally, after what felt like endless blood and effort, on the 35th attempt, he killed all 100. He did not just win, he grew. Thanks to that hellish fight, he earned a precious upgrade. Lesser healing, E rank, to basic healing, D rank, progress 121 out of 10,000. His healing had stepped up, though admittedly, it still was not fast enough to make a big difference. A simple 2-centimeter wound still took 10 full minutes to heal. Too slow to rely on mid-battle. But healing was healing. What excited him even more was the evolution of his most powerful skill. Killing intent, F rank, to killing intent, E rank, 0.08 out of 1,000. He had killed well over 1,000 mantises in total through all the attempts. But now that his skill ranked up, each kill granted drastically less progress. Points per kill had dropped to 1/10. The system explained. He had to kill E-ranked monsters now to progress faster. Still, he was not complaining, because he unlocked a new effect. Killing body, physical stats increase as more you kill. Razel's eyes practically glowed when he first saw it. Immediately, he pulled up his stats. Strength, E+. Agility, E. Both had increased. He did not even do anything other than kill. That effect alone made killing intent feel like a shortcut to raw power. He confirmed with the system, the stat boost would continue with the skill progression. If he pushed it to SS rank, would that make his physical stats SS rank too? The thought made his heart pound with greedy excitement. He wanted more power. Maybe just go back and start clutching again. Not like he is harming anyone. But alas, time was not on his side. It was morning now, and he had to get moving. Today was the first day of his so-called hellish academy life, and he had to be prepared. He had lessons to teach, people to deal with. He sighed, tossing away the apple core. Time to stop thinking about stats and start acting like a normal student who is a villain. As he walked in the academy direction, he glanced down at himself. Black polished shoes, a fresh black and white suit that looked expensive enough to make a noble second guess. His hair was tied loosely, and his eyes had a calmness like some noble protagonist. A good-looking villain. And yes, he was also wearing a new black underwear. He paused, grimacing slightly as one image returned. That woman. He still did not know what she was doing with his old underwear. He had tried not to think about it, but it always came crawling back to his brain. What the hell could she possibly be doing with his old underwear? He shivered slightly, pushing the thought away. Some things were better left unknown. He shook the thought away. After several minutes of walking, Razel found himself entering a bustling roadway. Stalls lined both sides of the street. Colorful fabrics fluttering in the wind, vendors shouting to attract customers, and the air heavy with the aroma of roasted meat and spiced fruits. Carriages of all kinds rolled along the main street, but they were not the regular wooden ones pulled by normal horses. These were majestic beasts, larger than any average horse, their powerful bodies steaming with mana. Flames danced along the back of their necks where hairs should be, creating an awe-inspiring scene. Most carriages were crafted from extravagant materials, glistening with gold, platinum, encrusted gems, and stones he could not even name. Only nobles and high-ranking citizens could afford the permits required to ride such luxurious transport through this part of the capital. It was a clear marker of wealth and status. After all, Razel had stepped foot inside this very city, the beating heart of the strongest and richest empire in the entire world. He walked silently, his presence immediately attracting attention. His clothes were distinct, not crafted from noble wear nor any of the fashion going on in this world at least. People glanced at him, brows raised, some with curiosity, most with thinly veiled disdain. Their whispers trailed after him like fog, but Razel paid them no mind. Then, something caught his eye. He stopped. In front of him stood a massive stone wall, one of many that lined the city walkways, but that was not what made him halt. His eyes narrowed. It was his face, on a wanted-style poster. He leaned in and read the words written below it. Empire notice. This disgusting, ugly-looking pig has been granted the honor of a duel against Aryan Drakenvyr. To all civilians and citizens, refrain from harming him at least for 1 week. Do not inflict extreme damage. Signed by Saintess Selene Luminus and Duke Drakenvyr. Razel went silent. Well, all right then, he muttered under his breath. He turned his head slowly, only to see more posters plastered along every wall, every pole, every stall. They were everywhere. The same drawing, the same title, the same insult. His face, the same notice, the same insult. Razel let out a quiet, annoyed sigh. These kinds of things just might make me start hating everyone, he thought, boredly, but there was a dull ache behind the thought. It was not about the protection. That part was fine. He did not mind people being told not to touch him, but the way it was phrased. The fact that it was done publicly in an official document, no less. Calling him disgusting. A pig. Ugly. Yeah, that did not sit well with him. Honestly, he felt more disgusted reading it than the people likely felt looking at him. Part of him wanted to barge into the office of whoever wrote this and beat the shit out of them. But he held himself back for now. He was not strong enough yet. Soon, he thought. At least, he told himself, he could walk freely now without covering his face or hiding in shadows. That was something, right? Still, as he walked, the people around continued whispering, judgmental eyes, snickers, expressions full of mockery and thinly veiled disgust. None of them dared approach, but that did not stop them from staring. Whispers buzzed around him like bees. That is the pig from the posters, right? Is he really going to fight the Drakenvyr heir? What a bad day the Empire has had. A rapist is walking so openly in the imperial capital now. Razel ignored them all. After another few minutes of walking under judgmental stares and half-hidden snickers, he finally arrived in front of the academy gates. He stood before the gates of the academy, and calling them gates would be an understatement. A monstrous gate, at least 800 feet tall, stood proud and looming. Forged from a solid, mysterious gray metal, it gleamed with a muted luster under the morning sun. Razel could not even begin to guess what the material was, but one thing was certain, it was not anything found in the common wild. The wall that flanked the gate stretched endlessly to both his left and right. He could not see where it ended, giving him a true sense of the academy scale. This was not just an institution. It was a fortress. Along the perimeter of the walls, every 10 meters or so, stood a fully armored knight, each of them unmoving, like statues carved from divine stone. Their armor shimmered faintly with enchantments, and even without any aura flaring, Razel could feel it. These were not weaklings. System, what rank are those guards? Each is at least 4th rank. Some are 5th rank. Their average strength equals or exceeds that of city lords in outskirt lands. Razel nodded to himself. Yeah, this was Arkanveil Academy, the most prestigious, dangerous, and resource-filled school in the entire empire, nay, world. He lifted his gaze. At the top of the gate, inscribed in flowing, silver-white letters, were the words, Arkanveil Academy. Simple and elegant. He took a deep breath. Well, whatever. Not here to sightsee, he muttered. And with that, he adjusted his cuffs, rolled his shoulders, and stepped forward. Just as Razel stepped forward, his gaze landed on the figure standing directly in front of the gates. Dorn, the warden. Of course it had to be him, the very person assigned to check the names of students before letting them in. Razel's steps slowed slightly. What shitty luck, he muttered under his breath, eyes narrowing. Chapter 64. Razel sighed, but he did not stop. He stepped forward, heading toward the small side entrance where 3 guards stood posted on either side, and in front of a narrow open door embedded within the enormous academy gate. It was like a gate within a gate, only about 10 feet tall, meant for one person to walk through at a time. Just beyond them, he spotted Dorn standing at the final checkpoint. A student stood in front of him, likely finishing the admission verification process. Razel watched as Dorn pressed a small emblem card to the forehead of the student, which glowed a faint blue before the student was waved through. As the student cleared the gate, Dorn shouted, "All right, next." Simple enough. Razel did not even bother slowing down. There was no need. As he approached, the 3 fully armored guards dressed head to toe in smooth, gray metal stood motionless. Their faces were completely concealed, with only a single horizontal slit for their eyes, giving them a featureless, ominous presence. Normally, they would halt and inspect students, especially checking for the special spatial bags issued by the academy. Yet none of them moved. Not one raised a hand to stop him. Not a word was spoken. No request for verification. Nothing. They simply watched, as if they already knew exactly who he was. Razel raised an eyebrow at their lack of reaction, a small grin tugging at his lips. Of course they know me, he thought. I am basically a celebrity around here, and celebrities do not need passes. He walked straight past them, hands in his pockets, casual as ever. "You, warden. Long time no see," Razel called out as he strolled up, his voice light and laced with sarcasm. Dorn looked up at the familiar voice. The moment his eyes landed on the face of Razel, his expression froze. A twitch ran through his left eye. "Go in," Dorn muttered coldly, stepping aside with a clenched jaw, barely holding his composure. Razel smirked wider. "No identity check. No confirmation scan. TCH, how generous today." "I said go," Dorn growled, barely restraining himself, his voice dangerously close to boiling over. Razel chuckled softly, loving every second of it. He strolled past him without pause, but threw one last jab over his shoulder. "I remember someone once said they would never let me even step outside the academy gates," he said, his grin turning sharp. "And now, that same someone is opening the door for me. Funny how things change. You." The hand of Dorn clenched tightly, his body trembling as anger surged through him. The emblem card in his grip suddenly cracked and shattered from the force of his fury. "Do not fly too high, kid. You would be in pieces if not for orders from above." The voice of Dorn was low but seething, like boiling oil forced to stay still. His whole body trembled with restrained fury. Veins popped across his thick neck and forehead, his eyes bloodshot with rage. His fists were clenched so tight, they looked ready to shatter into bone. When had he, the warden of Arkanveil, ever been humiliated like this? And by a nobody, no less. Some brat with too much mouth, and no sense of his own weight. Razel, without even bothering to fully turn back, let out a light, mocking chuckle. "Being played by a kid, are we now?" he said, throwing the old words of Dorn back at him like knives wrapped in silk. The jaw of Dorn tightened. "Just go," he muttered under his breath, trying to steady his breathing. He was not some minor figure to snap in public. He was Dorn, the enforcer of discipline, the one people feared even whispering about. Losing composure over a child would be disgraceful. Yeah, Razel waved him off, turning his back without another glance as he stepped past the gate. He did not really care about Dorn in the grand scheme of things, but still, some people deserve a parting gift. "What a coward," Razel called out, loud enough for the words to echo. "Scared of a kid." And as if on cue, a sharp crack rang out behind him like a small explosion. Metal groaned. Dust stirred. Something had been crushed or broken. But Razel did not care. He did not look back. A satisfied smile slowly spread across his face as he whistled casually, straightening the lapel of his polished black and white suit like nothing had happened. His steps did not stop or change. It was like he had not just poured oil over a volcano. Razel looked around and marveled at the scenery inside the academy. It truly felt like something pulled straight from the pages of a fantasy novel. So many breathtaking sights, and the sheer scale of it all was overwhelming. Vast courtyards spread across the grounds, trimmed hedges shaped into mythical beasts, crystalline fountains dancing with enchanted water, and glowing glass orbs floating overhead that seemed to light the path wherever one walked. But Razel did not let it faze him. Sure, it was stunning, but not something that could impress him too much. He had been born into a duke family, after all, and for the early years of his life, he had lived inside a sprawling castle that could rival many palaces. His boots clicked steadily against the cobblestone path leading toward the heart of the academy, a gargantuan castle-like structure at the center of it all. On the way, students gathered in small groups, forming clusters by the walkways. They talked, laughed, and occasionally glanced around, clearly enjoying the show of newcomers passing through. Most of them were seniors, judging by their confident postures and lack of nervous energy. As Razel continued walking, he noticed something strange. People were watching him. Well, that was not strange in itself. Of course people looked at him. He was a celebrity now, after all. That part made sense. What did not make sense though, was how people began stepping aside as he passed, not just slightly, but dramatically. It was as if he carried an invisible bubble of repulsion. Everyone moved to the very edge of the stone path, giving him a wide berth as though a deadly beast were passing through. The path ahead cleared like parting waves, enough to let an entire squad walk beside him. And while part of Razel wanted to believe it was respect, maybe awed his potential, his strength, or even his good looks, his newly acquired keen hearing skill told a very different story. "Hey, do not stand in that guy way," someone whispered, fear thick in their voice. "He is a total psychopath. Like, literally mental. But he is weak, is he not? I mean, what can he even do to us? It is not like he is going to fight just because we did not move out of the way," another replied. "Bruh, leave it. Better safe than sorry," a third voice chimed in. "This guy is still alive after doing all kinds of stuff that should have gotten him killed. I do not know how he is still breathing. And you know he slapped the Duke Heir in the face yesterday. Just like that. And Arian did not even react. Not a single move. Look, he is alive. If someone like him did not retaliate after getting slapped, what the hell do you think we could do? If he decides to slap us out of nowhere, and we hit him back, we would be the ones getting executed. He is alive after all that. Must be luck, right? If I had even half that guy luck, I would have conquered half the world by now," someone scoffed. The eye of Razel twitched. Luck. My ass. That one line made him feel like someone had just hexed his soul. Half his luck. Whoever said that better be ready to be buried 10 feet under the ground. And forget hell. Lucifer himself might refuse to take in someone with that kind of cursed fate. As for the rest of it, Razel did not know how to feel. Being feared without doing anything. He was not sure if it was satisfying, infuriating, or just plain absurd. "System, you hearing this?" he muttered in his mind, eyes glinting. "I have managed to make every single one of them scared without even showing 1% of my power yesterday. Am I a good villain now? Fear. Bruh, no. Host, they are not in awe. They are flabbergasted by your suicide skills. You look like a guy who speedruns death scenarios." The voice in his head was casual and amused. Then it added, "Just a reminder. Only 7 days left until your official death day. Will you be strong enough by then?" Razel did not answer immediately. His eyes looked ahead, pupils narrowing as he saw the academy gates looming in the distance, a whole new world waiting beyond. "Do not worry," he said under his breath, a wicked smirk tugging at his lips. "I will not die. Probably as far as I think and have planned." He rolled his shoulders back and walked through the parting crowd like a shadow king reclaiming his throne, mocked, feared, and deadly silent. Whatever came next, he was ready for it. Suddenly, as Razel walked, a voice cut through the murmur of the academy grounds. "Hey, is that the guy whose posters are everywhere? The one called the disgusting pig?" Razel paused mid-step, his expression unchanged, though his fingers twitched just slightly in annoyance. Footsteps approached, heavy and deliberate. "Of course there are still idiots," Razel muttered under his breath, dramatically placing a hand over his face. How could it be a proper fantasy novel without a few clowns showing up on cue? "Oh I. Stop, little piggy." He turned slowly, only to find himself facing a trio of walking stereotypes. A bulky, muscular guy with wild yellow hair stood in the center, flanked by 2 black-haired, skinny followers, both with the same look of forced arrogance masked under a layer of cowardice. Razel stopped, not out of surprise, but out of sheer disbelief at how textbook their entrance was. The yellow-haired brute laughed loudly. "See, I called out little piggy and he stopped. Are you really a piggy? Ha ha ha." His 2 lackeys laughed too, awkwardly, clearly more out of obligation than genuine amusement. It was the kind of laugh one gives when one's survival depends on it. Razel just stared at them blankly. "Nah, host. Do not even think about it. You will not be able to beat them. They are seniors. Honestly, right now you cannot even take a first year, let alone these muscleheads," the system warned, already sensing a fight brewing. Razel cracked his neck, shrugging off the warning. "What do you want, kids?" The yellow-haired boy puffed his chest like a gorilla. "Kids, we are your seniors here, freshmen. This is your first day, right? Then this is ragging. You have not paid proper respect yet. Come on, bow and call me daddy." He pulled out a notebook from behind his back and uncapped a pen, clearly intending to keep a tally of how many freshmen he could get to call him that. Razel stared at him, utterly expressionless. How dumb can someone be, he wondered. How did he even get into this academy with that kind of intelligence quotient? Did they test intelligence with a rock-throwing contest? As he stood there contemplating the intelligence drop around him, one of the skinny followers leaned in and whispered to the yellow-haired boy. But Razel could hear it all, of course. "Boss, this is the guy who has been marked by the Empire. He has an official protection order. No citizen is allowed to harm him for the next week. We should, maybe not mess with him." The yellow-haired boy blinked. "Oh, is that so? I have heard of that too. But was the limit not that he just cannot be fatally harmed? Does not mean he cannot take a few bruises, right?" He chuckled. He turned to Razel again. "Look, I am not scared of you. Others might be, but not me. I am Camille. I stand for my ideals. I fear no one, not some pig in a suit, not even the academy itself." The moment those words were spoken, it was as if the entire area held its breath. Conversations halted. Students who had been walking stopped mid-stride. Those who had been seated turned to look. All eyes were on them. The lips of Razel twitched upward into a crooked, amused smile. "This guy really does not get it," he muttered to himself. "Guess we are doing this." And with that, the air itself grew heavy as a storm of tension surged through the academy grounds. "Host, you are going to get embarrassed here. Getting beaten on the first day of the academy. That is embarrassing. Let us not try this. You are not at his level. How about some other day?" the system spoke in a soft, almost pleading tone, like a worried older brother trying to keep his hot-headed sibling from charging into a lion den. But Razel just blinked, confused. Who said I am going to fight him? Wait, what? But did you not just say you are gonna? Wait, no, do not tell me you are going to call him daddy. The system suddenly panicked, as if its entire digital existence had been shattered in one sentence. Damn, host. Never in my dreams, first that mommy, and now this. Did you actually like being called good boy that much? Tisk tisk. Host, never could I have expected this path from you. Just shut the fuck up, Razel snarled mentally, grinding his teeth. Seriously, what kind of system did he end up with? Who said someone needs to be touched to be beaten, he thought, a devilish grin curling at the edge of his lips. See and learn, system. Watch how I wreck this fool without even laying a finger on him. Call him daddy. The word. That is way too far. Chapter 65. Razel sighed inwardly, shaking his head. Swish. He suddenly shifted his body to the side just in time as a punch flew toward his face. Oh, you can react to that. Camille scratched the back of his head, pulling back the fist he had just thrown. His expression flickered with mild surprise. From what he could sense, this kid did not even have a thread of mana or aura. Is his reaction really that fast? Camille wondered. Just by physical movement alone. He had thrown a clumsy punch, not even reinforced by mana or aura, but still, it was not something a first year could dodge. Especially not someone like Razel, a kid with known defects and almost no foundation. I almost got embarrassed just now, Razel muttered to himself, exhaling quietly. He had predicted the punch, sure, but reacting to it. His body was sluggish. If not for all that time fighting those 100 mantises with E-rank agility, I would not have been this flexible now. Even then, compared to this guy, my agility is too slow. He must be at least C rank, maybe even be in agility when using mana or aura. And even without those, his base body alone must be at D rank. At minimum, probably the result of years of training with aura, which naturally strengthens the body over time. Damn, did he really just attack him? He is called the crazy yellow chimpanzee of the academy, but even chimpanzees are not usually this dumb. Whispers rippled through the gathered students, forming a wide circle, as they watched the scene unfold with growing enjoyment. Guess I will not be lazy anymore, Camille muttered, rotating his shoulder with a slow swing. So fast, Razel whispered as his hearing picked up the shift in wind pressure, the sign of an incoming attack. He tried to dodge to the right immediately. Camille smirked as he watched the boy start to move before the strike had even launched. Such good perception, he thought. But your speed, it is nowhere near enough. Bam. Camille did not use his hand. He suddenly retracted at mid-motion, and instead delivered a swift, brutal kick straight into the stomach of Razel, right below the ribs. Razel saw it coming. He knew it was coming. And still he could not react fast enough. The kick connected cleanly. His body flew through the air, launched nearly 6 feet up, but he managed to stabilize mid-air and land on his feet, right beside the outer edge of the crowd. The surrounding students instinctively stepped back the moment he landed. Razel stood straight, expressionless, even sighing a little, as if he had not just taken a solid kick to the gut. Calmly, silently, he began dusting off his suit jacket where the impact had landed. No groans, no wheezing, no doubled over stance, just adjusting his clothes. Camille blinked. What the hell? Does this guy not feel pain? He had used enough force to send an ordinary academy trainee to the infirmary, yet here this kid was barely blinking, let alone showing pain. No grimace, not even any ouch. Was the kick too light for him? Camille thought, almost confused. He kept staring at Razel, now doubting whether the attack even connected if not for seeing the kid casually brushing dirt off his weird, unfamiliar-looking suit. Razel tilted his head slightly. That was it. You kicked like you were trying to put a baby to sleep. The crowd collectively gasped. Oh no, he did not. The face of Camille twitched violently. Was this kid mocking him? I was just playing with you, but since you clearly do not understand. He cracked his knuckles, stepping forward slowly, his eyes sharpening with aggression. Hey, this is getting exciting. Just as Camille stepped closer, stop. Razel raised a hand calmly. Ha, what? Give me 2 seconds, Razel said casually, turning away from Camille, ignoring the fight entirely, and walked toward a group of senior students standing nearby. Confused murmurs rippled through the watching crowd. Even the expression of Camille warped into pure bafflement. What the hell? 2 seconds in the middle of a fight. Does he think this is cricket? That everyone is going to pause because he asked nicely. But the strange thing was, Camille stood there watching. And so did the crowd. Razel did not care. He walked over to the trio of upperclassmen, who raised their brows but did not move. What do you want? One of them asked, folding his arms as he stared at Razel. There were 3 of them, clearly seniors. Probably not nobodies either. 100 elemental cores, Razel said without emotion, to break that guy bones. He casually pulled out a spatial pouch from inside his suit, and began fishing out shimmering elemental cores, grade D. The front guy blinked, almost confused. Ha, why should we? No wait, 100. Are you serious? 100 D grade elemental cores, just to beat up one crazy kid. He glanced at his companions, confusion on his face. After all, that kind of currency was equivalent to 1,000 gold coins. Definitely worth it. Here, Razel handed 100 cores to the front man, then gave 50 each to the other 2. Help your friend. They took the cores instinctively, All right, the first guy smirked, sliding the cores into his own spatial bag. What a generous deal. And it is not like fighting is banned. Just, do not kill anyone. Without another word, the three seniors started walking straight toward Camille. From behind, Razel heard his voice. Hey guys, what are you? Now that is sorted, he muttered to himself, adjusting his suit like a businessman wrapping up a meeting. Behind him, screams rang out. Sorry, dude. Business is business, one of the seniors said. Then came the screams. The voice of Camille echoed behind him, shouting, cursing, and eventually even crying out as fists met flesh. Students around Razel parted again, giving him a wide, reverent path as he walked out. Was that your idea of taking care of him without touching? The voice of the system echoed in his mind, clearly disappointed. You had me hoping for something brilliant, not bribing mercenaries. Money is also a superpower, Razel shrugged. And why would I fight something so sapid when I know it will not get me anything in return? I would rather pick a fight with a duke. Or a king. That would be more my style. He ran a hand through his hair with an overly heroic flair. Always fight people stronger than you. The level of people you fight with is the level you will be looked on by. After a few more minutes of walking, Razel reached his designated classroom. Well, calling it a classroom would be underselling it. It looked like a miniature castle repurposed into a learning hall. Tall arched windows lined the walls, letting in streams of golden sunlight. The floor was laid with deep red carpets woven with complex designs, and each desk and chair looked antique, crafted from what appeared to be gilded mahogany, gold-trimmed and velvet-cushioned. This was the royal classroom. Only students who had gathered at least 1,000 elemental cores in the trial were allowed here. Just 36 had made it this year, which might be one of the highest records. Of course, Razel knew all too well how most of them passed. Except for one person, every student here was part of a large party during the trial. Most were directly affiliated with Selena or Aetherion. Their collected cores had been redistributed among their teams and protectors, ensuring everyone passed, just over the minimum requirement. And those protectors, almost all were nobles or children from powerful houses, trusted, talented, and well-funded. Even Selena and Aetherion themselves had barely cleared the threshold, not because they were weak, but because of how widely they had shared their resources. Razel had done it alone. Of course, he cheated, but he cheated on his own strengths, right? That is not illegal, right? And even if it is, he does not give a shit. His thoughts came to a halt the moment he stepped through the ornate doorway. And just like that, every gaze in the room snapped toward him. Conversations fell silent. A heavy stillness spread across the chamber as every single person turned to look. No one moved. No one spoke. They stared. Wait, what? He is in the royal classroom too. It was as if the appearance of Razel had shattered the ground beneath their feet. Shocked expressions flared across dozens of faces, as if someone had tossed a thunderbolt into the room. There were roughly 40 to 50 students seated within. Most were first years, but quite a few were seniors. Razel quickly noted that many of the older students likely had no need to attend classes anymore, yet they were here today. After all, the royal classroom was open to anyone who had been officially recognized and admitted into it, regardless of their year. Still, as Razel recalled, seniors rarely showed up unless something significant was happening. Most of their time was spent training, fulfilling special missions, or working to earn contribution points. The fact that so many were here today said enough. Razel stood there in silence for a few seconds, his gaze sweeping the room. Every face stared back at him with a mixture of emotions, confusion, suspicion, shock, and even disgust. But he did not say anything. He simply looked. Until, eventually, his eyes landed on a few familiar faces. Aetherion Drakenvyr and Selena Luminus, both seated in the very front rows. They were not sitting together, of course, each occupying their own throne-like chair, separated by several seats. Both of them had calm, unreadable expressions, as if they had expected this. The gaze of Selena, however, was different. Her golden eyes locked onto him, not with disdain, but with something far more intense, as if she were analyzing him from head to toe, trying to absorb every detail of his being with her gaze alone. There was an unsettling sharpness to it, something far too focused, too curious. What is with that look? Razel wondered. Why is she staring like she wants to skin my soul? Disgusting. He did not even want to look at her, and he turned his gaze to the other side, making the eyes of Selena move. His attention shifted to another girl seated a few rows behind Selena. Emerald green hair like flowing spirit vines, and matching vivid eyes that held the shimmer of clarity and calm. She looked surprised, truly caught off guard by his presence. Silva Faerelith, the only student in this room, aside from Razel himself, who had truly earned her seat here through her own strength alone. She had collected over 700,000 cores, nearly reaching an impossible feat on her own merit. One of the youngest kingdom-level threats in the entire world. Even now, Razel knew she could destroy nations by herself. And then, his eyes moved again, to a figure so striking that for a moment, the rest of the room simply ceased to exist. Even among the two goddesses seated here, Selena with her divine golden glow, and Silva Faerelith with her ethereal emerald grace, this woman outshone them. Not because of jewels or presents, but because of something else, something not possible to define. A stillness or maybe a pressure. Platinum white hair cascaded in gentle waves over her shoulders, shimmering faintly beneath the golden light that poured in from the tall academy windows. Her eyes, those same platinum irises, seemed to gleam like untouched ice, sharp and distant, focused entirely on nothing, and yet somehow, on him. Sitting silently at the very first seat, closest to the professor platform, just some steps away from him. And just with that, the entire mood shattered. He put a hand on his mouth as he almost wanted to puke. His ex-fiancée. Chapter 66. She stared directly into his eyes. Expressionless. Cold. There was not even a flicker of emotion on her face, not a twitch in her brows or a shift in her gaze. Her icy demeanor felt like a wall, immovable, distant. Razel looked at her, disappointment clouding his eyes. For a moment, he searched for something in her expression, regret, confusion, even a little shame for what she had once done, but found nothing. Just a frozen, hollow indifference. And that hurt him, even if he refused to admit it. But instead of reacting, he simply looked away, as if he no longer cared. As if whatever he had expected was not worth it anymore. Whatever, he muttered under his breath as he took a step forward. Razel turned and continued walking, his destination already decided. He moved toward the very back of the classroom, to the last seat. The farthest from everyone. Unsurprisingly, it was the only desk left untouched. Everyone here had scrambled for the front, eager to sit as close to the elite as possible. He is here, in the royal classroom. The thought ran through more than one student mind, whispered internally with disbelief. This is the most sacred room in the entire academy. How can someone like him, with that past, with a criminal record, be allowed in here? No, that is not the point. Why is he even still in the academy at all? Should they not have kicked him out already? Does his very presence not taint the school name? Are the higher-ups just asking to become enemies with the great houses? Wait, did he actually collect 1,000 cores? Who helped him? The murmurs began. Whispers, questions, suspicion rising like heat from a boiling pot. Razel heard it all. His sharp senses did not miss a word. But he did not flinch or show any flicker of emotion. He walked like a man whose ears were deaf, and whose heart felt no emotions. One foot after another, calm, collected, uncaring. Like who the hell cares, he thought. Hey, a voice called out, clear, calm, feminine, even laced with an ever-so-present authority deep within. Celestia. The girl with platinum hair. The girl sitting in the first seat, the very picture of nobility and grace. She looked directly at him, her platinum eyes sharp and unblinking. And just like that, the classroom froze. A sudden silence descended, as if someone had snapped their fingers and stolen every sound from the air. Even the whispers stopped, caught mid-breath. A pin could have fallen, and it would have echoed like thunder. Everyone's eyes turned toward the two of them. But Razel did not stop. He did not even glance at her. He walked right past her, completely ignoring her existence as if she were nothing more than empty air. As if the most important girl in the academy, the imperial princess herself, was not even there. And the classroom gasped, loud and collective. Even the senior students who usually kept their heads down and minds on their own business jerked upright, their lazy eyes narrowing. Did he just ignore her? Did he just ignore the imperial princess? Someone whispered with trembling lips, their voice barely audible. But before the sentence could fully leave their mouth, the student sitting behind him slapped a hand over their face, hissing through clenched teeth, "Are you trying to die, you idiot?" All breathing halted. No one moved. No one dared. The atmosphere felt like the edge of a sword, stretched tight and ready to snap. Every gaze was fixed on Celestia, waiting, bracing, terrified of what would come next. Only one sound echoed through the tension, the footsteps of Razel, steady and indifferent, moving toward the back of the classroom. He sat down on the very last seat. Silence lingered. All eyes kept shifting between Celestia and Razel. Everyone waited. Even Arian, Silva, and especially Selena, were frozen, tense, unmoving. The hand of Selena was already twitching, ready to jump in if even the slightest ripple of danger appeared. But what came next was nothing like what they expected. Celestia did not react with anger. She did not even acknowledge it. She just rested her elbow casually on the desk, her chin propped up gently by her fist. Her eyes gazed ahead, blank and bored, like she had not even noticed what just happened. As if the complete disregard of Razel meant absolutely nothing to her. She did not turn her head, not even once. Another 10 seconds passed, and then suddenly, everyone in the room let out the breath they had not realized they were holding. A synchronized sound of relief. Some students even wiped sweat from their foreheads, heartbeats pounding like drums in their chests. It was terrifying how just her presence could bring that kind of pressure. Even though Razel had been the one to break etiquette, everyone felt as if they might be punished. That is how dangerous Celestia was. If there was anyone in the academy who could bend or break the rules, it was her. And she had not done anything. Yet. What a fucking idiot. Dozens of eyes turned toward Razel again, this time not with curiosity or disgust, but with barely restrained killing intent. How could he be so reckless? So stupid. Selena gnawed her fingernails, her eyes glued to Celestia. She was his ex-fiancée. Does he even hate her now? She wondered, her mind spiraling, the pace of her biting growing frantic. Razel sat down at the very back of the grand royal classroom, his figure slouched casually as his eyes drifted upward to the ceiling. There was no window on his side, no comforting breeze or distraction to stare at. So he did not know what he was supposed to be doing here, and honestly, he did not care. As for that woman who had just tried to call out to him, he dismissed the memory with a sneer in his thoughts. He did not want to talk to people like her. No, actually, he did not even want to be here. Not at all. If he had his way, he would not have stepped foot in this academy. His only real reason for coming was to unlock the basic functions of his system, which could only be activated after participating in the Gate of Worth. That was it. Beyond that, he had no desire to linger here. What would he even gain? Ridicule, hate, contempt. This place would only remind him of everything he hated. He could not even access the resources provided, even if he wanted to. And worst of all, the people he despised most in the entire world were all gathered right here. So why was he still here? Because things had spiraled. Because choices, once made, had chained him into this mess. Because simply taking part in the trial had revealed his identity. And that revelation set everything else in motion. His mere presence had become a problem to the world around him. If not for his move in claiming a duel of honor yesterday, he would have been dead already. Literally, that duel was his shield. The moment he claimed it, all open attempts on his life had to be postponed. The Academy and the Empire recognized it. No one could try to kill him until the duel was settled. Not even the ones whose blood boiled at the very sight of him. So he would stay. At least until then. After the duel, if he won, the Holy Promise would grant him protection. No one would be able to touch him, at least not without defying a sacred oath to the Church. They could hate him all they wanted, but they would not be able to act on it. And as for how he planned to win, he smirked, his fingers lightly tapping the wooden desk. People like Aetherion must be thinking he was stupid. Like giving up a dragon heart just to pass the trial and gather 1,000 elemental cores was foolish. A desperate move. Wasteful. But no, that was never the real reason. The real reason. It was about setting the stage. He had prepared for this duel far in advance. The true key to his victory was the Fervine Serpent Venom, the one he had secretly asked the dragon spirit to mix into the heart. The Fervine Serpent Venom. Unlike other poisons, this one was not lethal, at least not in the traditional sense. Yes, it could kill weaker beings, but for stronger cultivators, its danger was not in death. It was in suffering. Why is it feared? Because it is nearly undetectable. No alchemical skill, no medical art, no divine sense can recognize it as poison. In most cases, it does not even register as poison at all. It hides in the body of the victim, silent and cruel. And when it activates, it unleashes hell, paralyzing pain, agony that makes warriors collapse. It drains the strength of a person, breaking them down to the point they cannot even lift a weapon. In some cases, it causes complete body failure for 3 entire months. And because it cannot be identified, it cannot be treated. There is no antidote, no shortcut. The victim has no choice but to wait it out, helpless. That was the true weapon. The plan of Razel was not to defeat Aetherion in combat. It was to ensure Aetherion could not even appear, because the dragon heart was now part of the body of Aetherion. The moment it resonated with him, the venom would activate. And then, Aetherion would be bedridden, if not completely paralyzed. And by the rules, if a challenger fails to show up for the duel of honor, the other party wins automatically. All as planned. Yes, Aetherion was from a powerful duke family. Yes, he had terrifying strength and backing. But that was the brilliance of the scheme of Razel. Even if they realized something was wrong, they would not be able to do anything. The venom was hidden too well, buried inside the royal bloodline dragon heart. A sacred treasure. No one would dare investigate it. They would simply assume the discomfort Aetherion experienced was a side effect of his body adjusting to the new power source. Perfect. So if everything was prepared so flawlessly, why did Razel still feel anxious? Because of one clause in the rules. If a person cannot attend their duel of honor due to sincere injury or emergency, they are allowed to send someone in their place. A substitute fighter. That substitute would not claim any of the rewards or status of the challenger. Even winning the bet rewards the other party had promised already, but the duel would still happen. A symbolic continuation of the honor of the duel. And that was what unsettled Razel. He had no idea who Aetherion would choose. It could be anyone. And knowing Aetherion, it would be someone strong. Someone terrifying. He might win the duel by default, but he still had to survive the battle. And survival was not guaranteed. And if that substitute was strong, stronger than him, then it would not matter how clever the plan was. Razel could die. Right there, on that stage. He sighed quietly, leaning back in his chair. His fingers stopped tapping. His mind ran through every possibility, every scenario. The room around him buzzed with quiet tension, whispers, and side glances, but he was already far away, drifting deep into strategy and speculation. He did not come here to learn. It is just that he had no other choice. Just as he was lost in thought, a familiar voice called out from the side, laced with casual warmth and a hint of mischief. Hey, friends. Long time no see, ha. Looks like your numbers have grown quite a bit. Chapter 67. Hey, friends. Long time no see, ha. Looks like your numbers have grown quite a bit. The familiar voice made Razel jolt in his seat, almost. He did not let it show on his face though. He clenched his jaw, kept his mouth shut tight, and forced himself to stay still. He refused to let what happened last time happen again. The mere memory of it made his chest tighten, how his mouth had spilled everything without control, like someone had torn the dam open. The truth domain of the gods, or whatever cursed thing Riven had used that day, Razel wanted nothing to do with it. He turned his head slowly, warily, and of course, there he was. Riven stood beside his seat, leaning slightly, his face far too close for comfort, wearing that ever-gentle, ever-fake smile. His silver-white hair fell neatly around his sharp features, and his eyes sparkled with some kind of knowing amusement. He even raised an eyebrow at Razel, as if to say, "You look well." Razel narrowed his eyes. He had not even heard him approach. Not a single sound. No footsteps, or even any heartbeat, even now. Nothing. Great, he thought bitterly. Not even that S-ranked skill is able to help. How the hell am I supposed to defend myself from something like this? Still, he said nothing. Not a word. He clamped his jaw shut, refusing to even twitch his lips. His eyes met those of Riven with cold annoyance before rolling slightly in irritation. He did not dare say a single word to this damn god. Who knew what would slip out if he did? Still, these fucking gods, can they not mind their own damn business? Why did Riven even bother to come talk to him? Had he not already said that Razel was his enemy? So what the hell was with the hey friend and that stupid, plastic smile? Razel wanted to scream, to shove this hypocrisy right in his face. But instead, he just sighed inwardly, tightening his shoulders. Oh ho. Not even a word this time, Riven said with a chuckle, acting like he was somehow hurt by the silence. Do not worry, I am not going to pull any of that mind-messing stuff again. That last time, well, that was necessary. He even added it in a calm, clarifying tone, like he was some honest man trying to fix a misunderstanding. Razel still did not respond. Instead, he looked at Riven with narrowed eyes, then subtly gestured toward the rest of the class. Nearly every pair of eyes was now watching them. The gaze of Razel said it all. Are you not worried about what they will think of you, talking to me? He wanted nothing more than to be as far from this god as possible. Who knew what he could do just by talking? Riven seemed to get the message. He smiled again, as if humored. Yeah, you are right, he said, then turned around casually. As he did, he noticed the stares, the sharp glares, the judging eyes of the classroom. But he did not care. Without a second thought, he walked off like he had never even spoken to Razel in the first place. Razel rolled his eyes again. Why the hell do people call this god the fool? It should be the dumbass, or something that actually matches how clueless he pretends to be. Always playing dumb while knowing more than anyone else. Of course, Razel already knew Riven would be in the royal classroom. He was not some lowborn peasant reborn into hardship or orphan drama. Nah, he was a god. He picked the best template available, the prince of a neighboring kingdom. Not some background nation, either, but a political vessel directly under the Aetherion Empire. A perfect background. Far enough not to be involved in empire politics too much, yet close enough to hold influence. Even if that kingdom was not as wealthy or militarily powerful, it was still well respected. Still, Razel admitted it was probably the best place for him to reincarnate. Noble status, freedom of movement, and minimal oversight. Just as Razel finally let out a sigh of relief, thinking that the damned god had left him alone, a voice pierced directly into his mind. You seem to have grown stronger, my friend. And so quickly too. How did you manage it? The eyes of Razel immediately narrowed, his lips pressing into a tight line. Mental transmission. Riven had spoken directly into his thoughts. That bastard still was not done. Sighing slowly, Razel glanced across the room. Sure enough, Riven had taken a seat just behind Arian, lounging casually with one arm draped over the backrest, his usual warm, infuriating smile playing on his lips. Razel shook his head and chose to ignore it. The less interaction, the better. Oh, I saw the poison in the dragon heart you gifted the chosen one. Quite the creative way to secure victory, I must say. The voice of Riven echoed in the mind of Razel, calm, curious, and far too amused. Razel almost jumped in his seat, but managed to keep his face composed. He kept his mouth shut, refusing to give Riven the satisfaction of a reaction. That last time they had spoken, Razel had lost control. He hated how Riven could pry into him, dragging out truths without warning. Not like you are going to interfere with it, so why speak the obvious? Razel fought back sharply. He still did not understand how the god could maintain such a perfect mental link with him, but then again, he was a god. Ah, not even surprised that I know. Here I was expecting you to be startled or anxious that I might reveal your plan. I suppose I must have had this conversation with a future you in one of your many timelines. You have lived far ahead, have you not? You are getting to know me too well. Riven sounded amused, his voice tinged with curiosity. He always did enjoy speaking in riddles, playing in the gray space between what was known and what had yet to be known. Think whatever you want, just do not disturb me. Razel shot back, turning his face away. He was not about to give Riven any more satisfaction than he already had. Of course. Though I did want to ask, how are you staying this calm? You know you will not be able to win in 7 days, right? I mean, you are smart enough to understand that. You could have found many ways to avoid the battle altogether. You must be the type to think ahead. With the power you hold, escaping or hiding should be easy. Why not run instead of resisting the inevitable? Razel narrowed his eyes. He could see the flawed assumptions in the words of the god. Riven had misunderstood something, of course, the extent of the abilities of Razel. Maybe he thought Razel had unlimited access to regression or time travel, that he could always run, always hide, always reset the board. But he could not. Yes, if he did have that ability, if he could rewind time endlessly and prepare for every attack before it came, then it would be easy to avoid every danger. That would be a game he could master. But that was not his reality. He had no such power, no endless regression, no chance to dodge what is coming. And more importantly, Riven had slipped up. He had said her. That meant the person he would face in 7 days was a woman. Likely the sister of Arian. Maybe, if not her, then their mother. Though the latter seemed too far-fetched. A Duke-level figure involving herself in a student duel would be humiliating. So I have to prepare for her, Razel thought. Or maybe someone else entirely. He would have to consider all options. As for the notion of his defeat being inevitable, that was not new. Riven, like most gods, loved to speak in layered truths, coated in prophecy and half smiles. Razel understood that. You do what you do, and I will do what I can, Razel responded coldly. And no, my end is in my hands, not in anyone else. All right. I understand. Everyone has their right to fight. And me. I never said I would stop you, did I? You must know me by now. I am kind and benevolent. After all, Riven chuckled lightly. Razel did not respond. His irritation was growing. Do not be like that, Riven continued. I just wanted to chat with someone who has died over 9,000 times. Honestly, you are the most fascinating person I have ever met. Even I have not seen anyone like you. Still, Razel remained silent. Am I that annoying now? How about this? I will ask one last question, then I will shut up. I am curious, why did you not just give up the match happening in 7 days? I mean, you would lose. That is clear. You know it, I know it. Would it not be easier to just forfeit? Walk away. You already got what you wanted. Why resist the inevitable humiliation and pain? Razel went silent. The question hung in the air, or rather, in the corridor of his mind. Riven was not wrong. Razel could have surrendered, let it go, walked away with his head low and dignity intact. He had the holy promise shielding him then. No one could touch him. But that was not the point. Something in his chest twisted at the thought. Not because of pride, not because of hatred, but something deeper, something that made him feel like if he ran, if he gave up, he would never be able to look at himself again. So finally, he answered. Some battles are not fought for victory. Maybe sometimes, you just fight to let the world know someone stood on the battlefield. Even if he lost. Even if he was crushed. He was there. Silence followed. Even Riven did not say anything for a while. And as for the other stuff, the lips of Razel curled into a slight smile, not one of joy, but of defiance. His voice was quiet, steady. I could still say the same for you, Preserver. Is it not inevitable for you too? You gave up that celestial body of yours, descended here, reincarnated into human skin, all because of one girl. No, reincarnation of your wife, right? His eyes did not shift, fixed on the classroom ceiling like it held all the secrets of the universe. You are out here chasing a thread of fate that slipped your fingers once already. You, of all people, should know how fate works better than anyone. So why try again? Give up. The mental link fell into momentary silence. Then, a voice suddenly rang in the head of Razel, not with calm curiosity this time, but something close to genuine shock. Wait, what? How do you know that? No, how far in the future have you gone? That information is not something you should know. Even other. Razel smirked slightly, his eyes still fixed upward. Now we are even, I suppose. Chapter 68. Riven's voice shifted, no longer light and playful, but sharp, cold, and dripping with divine condescension. It was like a god speaking to an insect. Mortal, since you know about her, you should also know what you are supposed to do. Or do I need to remind you? Razel smiled faintly. So we have dropped the friend act already. That fast, he said quietly, no fear in his voice, only mockery. Already jumping to threats. His eyes narrowed. I have not even done anything. I said nothing wrong. I listened to all your grand words, did I not? You called my end inevitable, said I would lose, mocked my plans, and I just sat here silently. Smiled, even. He leaned slightly back in his chair. I just said the same thing about you, and now you are angry. Threatening me because I said something true. His lips curved into a mocking smirk. You know she is not yours. You know you will never be together. That is the fate you refuse to accept. So why get upset when someone else says it? He shrugged. Do not try to joke if you cannot take them. I can warn you because I can. I can threaten you because I can. I could erase you without even lifting a finger. If you were even close to strong enough, do you think I would waste time threatening you? The voice of Riven rumbled through the link, cold, absolute, and divine. Razel stiffened. The mental space between them trembled. His soul felt like it had been grazed by the tip of a divine blade. But even then, he did not back down. Not outwardly. Whatever you want, Razel muttered. I have no interest in her. She is not in my plans. I am not chasing her or trying to get involved in your sacred soap opera. His fist clenched tightly beneath the table, knuckles white. Not out of anger toward Riven, but toward himself. Yes, this powerlessness. This is what he hated most. Anyone could invade his thoughts, speak in his mind, threaten him, command him, silence him. And all he could do was sit there, because he was weak. He was only alive right now because it served their plans, the greater good, the preservation of fate, the sacred balance, or whatever the gods called it. Riven would not kill him yet. Not until his so-called sacred duty was fulfilled. But that did not mean Razel felt safe. He could not trust gods. Not ever. They could change their minds. They could end him with a breath. And that was unacceptable. He needed strength. Real strength. He could not keep living like this, afraid to even speak in his own mind. Afraid that one wrong word might end him. That kind of existence was not living at all. Sigh. I should not have let anger get the better of me. The voice of Riven came again, softer this time, more grounded, almost regretful. Especially not one like you. Someone with so much to carry for the balance. Apologies, kid. I just lost control for a second. Maybe it was guilt. Or maybe just divine pride masking itself in humility. Maybe talking about her, that girl, had stirred something in him. Made him overly protective, overly sensitive. Maybe it was his arrogance that could not tolerate being spoken to as an equal by a mortal. Razel did not care either way. Just do not bother me, he said flatly. He did not need apologies. Especially not from gods. They said sorry like it was some holy chant, nothing but shallow words to protect their pride, not to admit fault. And with that, Riven was gone. The voice vanished. The pressure lifted. Silence. Finally, Razel let out a breath, his body relaxing only slightly. Then, system, he muttered, his voice low but firm. Tell me how to get stronger. Fast. Host, if you ask me, you are already progressing at a shocking rate. The voice of the system chimed in. Yesterday, you were practically weaker than even an F rank. Today, you could wipe out hundreds of F rank monsters with ease. But if you want to improve faster, here is my advice. Fight more, kill more, train like a madman, and above all, get more skills, especially offensive ones. Right now, if you face someone with long-range abilities, you will be finished before you can even get close. Razel did not argue. He knew it already, and he knew what needed to be done. It was not about survival anymore. He wanted to win, and he would tear apart anyone and anything that got in his way. System, Razel asked calmly, though the frustration in his voice lingered beneath the surface. What kind of powers should I be focusing on? Should I go physical like weapons, speed, reflexes, or should I aim for magic? I still do not get it. Which one is actually stronger? He truly did not know. For someone desperately chasing power, he was still unsure of where to even begin. He had no clear direction, no foundation, and with everything happening around him, time was not a luxury he had. That depends, host. What is your intended goal? What kind of threats are you expecting? If your path is defense-based and your enemy relies on pure aggression, then a physical focus, martial mastery, body training, swordsmanship, spear techniques, etc., would be highly effective. But one must be relentless. Do not go into a long list, Razel interrupted, already rubbing his temple in irritation. Just tell me, straight, which is stronger, magic or physical? It is magic, host. No comparison. Magic begins by defying the physical world itself. While physical strength can reach incredible levels, it is always bound by natural limits. Magic has no such boundaries. It can manipulate elements, laws, concepts using not just one body, but the very forces of the world around you. Physical strength is personal. Magic is universal. The voice of the system continued, echoing slightly in his head with clarity and undeniable logic. With enough mastery, mages can use mana to control storms, rewrite the rules of space, freeze time for a second, or burn through reality itself. That is not something you can punch or dodge. All right. I get it, Razel muttered, waving his hand dismissively. So it is magic then. Guess I will have to start learning magic skills fast. I have no other choice. He was already thinking ahead, mentally rearranging his future plans. If power came from magic, then he would chase that relentlessly. System, how many elements are there in the dark faction? Host, I have mentioned this is restricted knowledge. I cannot. Just give me a number, Razel sighed, rubbing his forehead. I will not ask again. There are many, but the main ones are 13. 13, Razel rubbed his chin thoughtfully. That was more than he expected. Actually, it was a bit surprising. Shadow, yes, that was definitely one of the primary dark elements, as far as he could guess. He could not help but wonder what it actually did. That element had always intrigued him. It looked like he would need to collect more monster cores if he wanted to find out. Increasing his mana would be vital too. Razel sat there in silence for a few more seconds, deep in thought. Sigh. Let us not complicate things for now, he muttered. First, I need to take care of the more immediate problems. Food, shelter, clothes. Those were real problems. He did not have anything, and he knew absolutely no one in this empire was going to help him. Well, maybe there was one solution. He remembered hearing that the academy provided dorms and even food for all the students. Perhaps he could take advantage of that, at least for this week. Temporarily, but just to survive. Just as he was mentally mapping things out, a voice rang out loudly, slicing through the air like a blade. Professor Faerelith, I would like to raise an objection. As you can see, the boy sitting in the back clearly is not interested in listening to important matters like the rules, regulations, or how to earn contribution points. The voice continued, harsh and filled with contempt. I do not believe he deserves to be in this classroom. The royal classroom is a sacred space. He does not belong here. Also, I do not feel safe having someone like him in the same room. Please, remove him. And I strongly question whether he even passed the trials honestly. The voice, filled with hostility, rang across the silent classroom. Razel looked up slowly. He had a pretty good idea who she was referring to. Using words like unsafe and undeserving, yes, no question there. His gaze found the source quickly, a girl standing tall, her posture perfect, her long aqua blue hair cascading down like a waterfall. Her eyes burned with disdain as she stared straight at the professor, and the woman she was addressing stood in front, arms resting atop the lecture stand, most likely the professor herself, the one Razel had completely ignored up until now. He had noticed her when she entered, yes, but had not paid her much attention. He never saw the point. It was not like he planned to stay here long, but now the room had gone dead silent. Even the smallest whispers ceased. Lady Maria, Professor Faerelith said, her voice measured but cool. She remained leaning casually against the stand, like someone listening to a mildly amusing story. Then, her gaze shifted to the back of the classroom, right at Razel. He looked right back at her, meeting her gaze squarely. No reaction. After a long pause, Faerelith turned back toward Maria, expression unreadable. Very interesting, the professor whispered, her voice calm, but cutting through the atmosphere like a blade. Then, in a slightly louder voice that carried throughout the classroom, she asked, whoever believes that this student does not deserve to be here, or should not be allowed to stay, please raise your hands. There was a brief pause. And then, slowly, almost unanimously, hands began to rise. One by one, students lifted their arms, nearly the entire classroom raising their hands without hesitation. Disdain was written on their faces like it was a shared language. There was no shame, only cold unity. Razel sat back in his chair, arms crossed, leaning slightly. His expression was unreadable. He looked around slowly, eyes scanning the room, taking in every face without flinching. This was not unexpected. It did not even sting anymore. He scanned faces as the hands went up, those of Arian, Silva, and others. But then, his gaze landed on three that remained still. Selena, Riven, Celestia. Of all people, they had not raised their hands. That caught his attention. Was it boredom, indifference, or something deeper? Riven, he understood. That guy knew too much. But Celestia, Selena, he could not be sure. Maybe it was beneath them to engage in such petty groupthink. Maybe they simply did not care enough to participate. Either way, it was not out of kindness. Professor Thalia watched it all with practiced detachment. My, she said, voice laced with sarcasm. Seems like almost no one wants you here, Mr. Razel. She raised a hand, motioning for the students to lower their arms. A separate, smaller gesture directed Maria to sit back down, which she did with a small huff of self-righteousness. Razel just tilted his head slightly, his face as blank as ever. Well, now that is said, Thalia continued, turning her eyes back to the class, then briefly toward Razel. Let me clarify something for all of you. She straightened up from her lectern. None of you, nor I, have the authority to remove a student from this academy once they have been accepted. Trials were passed. Conditions were met. As long as rules are not broken, every student here, regardless of background, has the right to be present. The reaction was instant. Grumbling, dissatisfied murmurs. A few hands even raised again, but she did not acknowledge them. However, she added, raising her voice, that does not mean the academy is blind to sensitive matters. Her tone cooled. Due to special circumstances, Mr. Razel will not be permitted access to dormitories. He will not receive any of the regular benefits afforded to Royal Classroom students. No food, no healing, no monthly stipend, no protection. He may train, he may study, but the student zones, cafeteria, dorms, are off limits. This is the decision of the headmaster. A wave of murmurs rippled through the classroom. This, she added with biting calm, is to preserve the dignity of the academy. We do not welcome rapists. That last line silenced everything. Selena flinched. Her hand twitched halfway upward, as if to object, but she pulled it back down. Her lips pressed into a line. Her eyes shut, and she sank deeper into her chair, a deep, pained sigh escaping her. If I say anything now, I will only make it worse, she thought bitterly. Razel exhaled through his nose. Well, there goes my half-expected food and shelter plan, he thought with a sardonic smirk, rolling his eyes. Thalia gave no further room for discussion. That is all. Apologies if the environment of the academy currently makes anyone uncomfortable. We are, unfortunately, bound by our own rules. But do not worry, he will not be around long. 1 week, that is all. She tapped the lectern and stepped back, exiting the front of the room. As she left, whispers immediately swelled. Letting a rapist into the royal classroom. What kind of academy does that? This is a stain on the whole empire. A disgrace. Razel had enough. He stood abruptly, the scraping of his chair silencing the room again. Dozens of eyes narrowed as they turned toward him. Without a word, he walked to the front of the class. Calmly, slowly, smiling, he placed his hand on the lecture stand, leaning slightly forward, his eyes scanning the room. Some students flinched, others prepared to leave. But he lifted one hand, gesturing for them to stay. Wait, Razel said, his voice calm, almost amused. Just give me a minute. I want to say something. Host, what exactly are we doing here? The voice of the system echoed in his mind. Just a second, Villy, Razel replied silently. I have something important to teach these fine people. He turned his attention back to the class, meeting their confused and hostile gazes. I see a lot of angry faces, he said. People dissatisfied with me being here, even hate me. And yet, none of you know anything about me. Even Selena, Arian, and Celestia leaned slightly forward, listening now. His gaze locked on the blue-haired girl Maria, the one who had started this. I am not here to explain myself. I will not justify anything. I just want to offer all of you a little activity. Students looked at each other, puzzled. Take a sheet of paper, he said, and write down all your complaints. Every reason you think I should not be here. All your disgust, hate, all the rumors you have heard. A few murmurs rose in the crowd. Ha, where is this even going? Someone in the back whispered. Did he just lose it, or something? I do not know, another replied under his breath. Seems like he is trying to make us write down all the reasons we hate him. Write a complaint letter. And then what? What is he going to do with that? Frame it. Maybe he is trying to reflect on it. You know, understand us or something. Please. That is not going to change a damn thing. Could be he just wants sympathy with this whole stunt. Typical pity play. The classroom murmurs built in hushed confusion as everyone tried to guess what Razel was planning. But Razel continued, voice unwavering. So after you have written down all your complaints, he said, pausing just long enough to let the silence grow tense, fold the paper neatly. Real tight. He paused. And the classroom waited. Then, he said with a grin, and shove it straight up your ass. Silence. Dead silence. The entire room froze. Razel stood there, smiling like a storm was blowing only through him. Razel smiled coldly. If you think I give the slightest damn about your opinions or about this academy, then think again. I am not here for your approval, or anyone else. I never asked for your understanding. If you think your gossip, your performative morals, or your pathetic little attempts to humiliate me with stares, whispers, or complaints are enough to shake me. His eyes narrowed, voice dropping an octave. Then you have not seen anything yet. I do not give a fuck. Chapter 69. Host, that was so dangerous of you. You know that. You literally offended the entire upper circle of the Empire today. The system bickered with Razel, its tone bordering on scolding. Not like it already is not, Razel muttered under his breath. What was I supposed to do in there? Listen to some girl talking absolute bullshit about me. And just silently walk out with my head down. Ha. I am not that dead yet, no matter how much they want to pretend I am. Fuck it. He growled and suddenly punched the thick tree in front of him. With the strength he now possessed, the impact made the entire trunk tremble, scattering leaves around him like falling snow. His knuckles scraped against the rough bark. He did not care. He hated the look people gave him, like he was filth beneath their boots. He had not done anything wrong. Nothing. Escaping that classroom had been a storm of tension. The most furious of them all had been that blue-haired girl Maria. She had practically foamed at the mouth in rage, lunging toward him like a viper. Arian had barely held her back, afraid she would actually try to kill Razel on the spot. After that she had stormed out, heading straight to the headmaster office. Razel did not know what became of that meeting, but the anger from the students had been palpable, especially the girls. Their glares were venomous, like they wanted to skin him alive. The guys, though, chill as ever. A few had even choked trying to hold back laughter. Now, he stood in the academy back garden, a dense thicket of trees separating the main campus from the lesser degrade gates. The wind was quiet. Nature, at least, did not judge him. He talked about plans, all the time. Strategy, tactics, calculations. But if anyone hated making plans more than anyone else, it was him. Only the weak needed plans. The strong did not worry about schemes. They just did. And he was not strong. And I thought you were unbothered by everything that happened in the classroom. Seems like you only show your real emotions in front of lifeless objects. The voice was sudden. A female one. Calm. Measured. Razel whirled around in an instant, dagger flashing out from the hidden strap under his jacket. His senses had picked up nothing. Whoever this was had approached him stealthily enough to completely bypass his heightened hearing. That was no normal feat. His instinct screamed danger. Razel eyes darted to the figure approaching and froze. Celestia. His expression darkened. Not relief. Not shock. Not even surprise. His gaze turned ice cold. So you cannot even recognize my voice, huh? Celestia asked softly, even a little disappointed, standing just a few steps away. She looked calm, composed. Her platinum eyes locked onto his with unreadable depth. What the fuck do you want? Razel growled, tightening his grip on the dagger. Her gaze flickered down to his hand, lingering on the bloodied knuckles, the torn skin from where he had struck the tree. Her expression did not change. She simply stared, as if she had all the time in the world. Do not punch trees if all it is going to do is break your hand, she said coolly, her voice void of mockery, as if stating a simple truth. Say your business. Razel muttered, raising the dagger slightly in front of him. This was completely out of the blue. Celestia, of all people, coming to meet him. Alone. Her intentions were a mystery, and Razel did not like mysteries. Calm down, she said, taking another step forward. I am not here to harm you, and even if I were, do you actually think you could stop me? Before he could react, the dagger in his hand vanished. Literally disappeared. Razel looked down, stunned. 1 second it was there. The next. Gone. Just air. He blinked and narrowed his eyes. He said nothing. His body was still, motionless, like a man who had finally hit the bottom. He was standing at the lowest point of his life and yet, strangely, he did not panic. There was no desperation clawing in his chest, no wild urge to scream or beg, just an empty kind of silence and numbness that dulled even the sharpest of thoughts. And that dagger in his hand was not going to protect him from anything real anyway. What was it ever going to do anyway? Protect him? Change his fate? Of course not. He slowly lowered his hand, fingers loosening as the tension melted from his arm, though not his chest. His gaze fixed on Celestia, and now that he looked closer, he realized something he had not noticed before. She had grown. Her face had matured. Her features had hardened with time, refined with a grace only the highborn possessed, but behind her eyes, something else. Something unspoken. The last time he had seen that face was on what he remembered as his judgment day. The day she looked him dead in the eyes and declared him a liar before the entire court. The day the world condemned him. Razel quickly shook off the images invading his mind like rotting vines creeping in. Worthless memories. Can we be fast? He said suddenly, his voice sharp with sarcasm, as he gave a dramatic, shallow bow. Whatever her Imperial Highness desires from this lowly, filthy rapist. Celestia's eyes narrowed sharply, lips twitching at the word. A dangerous glint crossed her gaze, but she held back whatever insult she might have had. Instead, she let out a long, slow sigh. So you are mad about that, she said softly. And here I thought maybe you had forgotten. That perhaps it was some kind of memory loss. But Razel did not respond. He just stood there, face blank, eyes cold, silent, unmoving. Celestia took a small step closer, her arms folded tightly, defensively. Would you not ask? She said, voice lowering, trembling slightly. What was the reason I did it? Back then. You are not even trying. Her eyes softened, lips parting slightly, as if waiting for something, anything. Her face cracked a little, the cold mask she always wore faltering as she broke eye contact. But Razel only raised an eyebrow, unimpressed. Nah, not really. Why should I? He replied bluntly, his tone hollow. Who the fuck wants to hear meaningless bullshit? I have got better things to do. Maybe go punch grasshoppers. Or fight mantises. That sounds more fun. He thought in his head. Celestia blinked, stunned. She had been prepared for anger, screaming, maybe even a breakdown. She had expected him to finally crack, to break that fake, strong mask he always hid behind. The same mask he wore even when they were kids, pretending nothing ever hurt him. She was even ready for him to cry, to yell out things like, why did you betray me? Or why did you lie about everything? She had rehearsed her answers. She was ready to explain, to beg for the truth she had so desperately wanted to tell. But instead, he just looked at her like she did not matter, like nothing had happened. Why is that? She asked, trying to remain composed. But the small stutter in her voice betrayed her. Razel simply spread his arms. Because it is not going to change anything. He shrugged, as if brushing off her entire existence with a flick of the wrist. Celestia opened her mouth, then closed it. Then opened it again, eyes shimmering now. She let out a shaky breath. I sigh, I do not know. No, never mind. She took a step back, lowered her gaze, and did something no one would believe if they saw it. She bowed, just slightly, but enough. Not as a princess, not as a noble, but as someone trying to make something right. I am very sorry, she whispered, for everything that happened, for what I did. I know it does not change the past, but I needed to say it. Even that small act, that slight dip of her head, cost her more than anyone would imagine. The pride, the titles, the status, all thrown to the ground for a moment of fragile humanity. She closed her eyes tightly, hoping, praying that he would at least understand what she was trying to do. Maybe he would sigh and shake his head. Maybe he would not speak to her, but she hoped he would at least feel something. Anything. He used to be so mature, even as a child. No matter how far she and the others pushed him, no matter how much cruelty they threw at him, he never broke, never fought back. He just took it all with that calm, unreadable face. Surely, surely he would forgive her. She waited. No reply came. She blinked, her heart beginning to race. It should have come by now, some word, a grunt, a sigh, anything. Unable to bear it any longer, she slowly raised her head, only to meet his eyes. Unbothered, emotionless, frozen in time, like he did not care. And that hurt more than anything. She blinked back tears. I think you should know something important, Razel said, voice quiet. She looked up fully now, confused. What? She asked, barely above a whisper. He slowly lifted his hand and pointed directly at her chest. His fingers steady, eyes locked with hers. Ah, he said. He took a step closer. Hate. Another breath. Another second. You. His voice, icy and flat. And always will. Celestia froze. Chapter 70. Celestia's breath caught in her throat. For a second, just 1 second, everything around her seemed to freeze. The surroundings, the air, her thoughts, all suspended in that one brutal, unfiltered sentence. I hate you, and always will. Her heart did not just sink, it shattered, piece by piece, under the weight of those words. She had prepared herself for anger, for resentment, even indifference. But not this. Not raw hatred. She straightened a little, blinking rapidly, as if that might somehow erase what she had just heard. Her lips parted, but no sound came out. Her throat had gone dry. He was not lying. She could see it. There was no hesitation in his eyes. No flicker of doubt. Just cold, dead sincerity. The kind of truth you could not reason with. Celestia took a slow breath in, but it trembled before she could release it. Still, she did not allow herself to cry. No, not here, not in front of him. I see, she said, her voice quiet, her gaze still locked with his, as if silently asking for something more, anything. Razel stared at her for a long moment, his cold eyes unblinking. And truthfully, he found it pathetic. Apologizing now, after everything, after she had been one of the ones who destroyed his life, twisted his fate into this hellish spiral he could not escape from. Now she came to him, expecting what? Forgiveness, understanding, closure. What did she want? Did she truly think that by whispering a half-hearted sorry, he would magically erase years of agony, and respond with a smile, telling her it was all fine? And that whole question, don't you want to know the reason? The audacity. The truth was, for a long time, for years, actually, he had wanted to know the reason. He had craved it like water in a desert. Why Selena accused him, why Celestia had stood there and, with those special eyes of hers, eyes that could distinguish lies from truth without fail, nodded and confirmed it. She had known he was telling the truth. Her eyes would never lie. And still, she crushed him under the weight of her silence. It was not just betrayal. It was betrayal from someone he had believed in. From childhood, from the very moment he was born into this world. Razel had known these people would one day become his enemies. It was written in the novel, preordained by the plotline. They were the protagonists of the story, the chosen ones, and he was fated to be the villain. But he had tried to escape that fate. Obviously, powerless from the start, he knew he had nothing to offer. The original villain was powerless too until the age of 14, the plot had told him that much. And the power that came later, he had not even wanted it. Those abilities were not gifts. They were curses. Dark, destructive, meant to twist him into a monster. He did not want that. So he made a plan. If he could not fight fate with power, maybe he could fight it with people. He thought, why not build good relationships? Maybe, just maybe, if he acted differently than the villain he was supposed to be, if he showed kindness, built trust, proved he was nothing like what the story wanted him to become, then they would see. They would understand. So he tried. He worked hard. He smiled when he did not want to. He helped when he did not have to. His mother, his sister, his family, the families of Selena and Celestia. He spent time with them, listened to them, shared innocent laughter and long conversations under starlit skies. He gave them everything. He avoided Arian more than the rest. Yeah, he had always known that one was a lost cause, destined to be his arch-nemesis. But even then, he played his part. He stayed civil, friendly, at times, even helpful. Not because he wanted to deceive them, but because he wanted to believe that he could change the ending. And it had been working. At first, things were slow, but progress came. The moments the plot had predicted, the events that should have torn him down, isolated him, painted him as evil from childhood, never came. Not as they were supposed to. It meant it was working. He had grown closer to them. Not just acquaintances, friends. He became the beloved younger brother to Nova, the one she protected and spoiled. He became the best friend of Selena. She had been so deeply attached to him, almost inseparable. And Celestia, the ever-proud imperial princess, he had impressed her so much, not with magic or power, but with sheer respect, gentlemanly charm, and unwavering devotion. Knowing she would be the strongest, their relationship had blossomed into an engagement. The royal family approved. His own family was overjoyed. Everyone had celebrated. And at that time, he thought, maybe he really had changed fate. Maybe the villain could have a different ending. Yeah, children in this world were quite precocious, born and raised among high expectations and noble bloodlines. So, things like engagements, reputation, and even political ties were normal here. Honestly, even he had grown emotionally attached to everyone. After all, spending time with them day after day, it just happened quietly, naturally, before he even realized it. And when he finally did, he did not fight it. Why should he? What was so wrong about it? Was it not a good thing having people around, sharing warmth, laughter, even silence? He almost forgot who he truly was. He had grown too soft, leaning on them more than he ever intended to. But was that not only natural? People form bonds. Even animals begin to love when shown enough care and time. So why not him? He was still human. But then, that day came. The awakening ceremony. In their world, the age of 8 marked more than childhood. It was the first true step into destiny. A day every noble-born child awaited eagerly, when their innate talent would awaken and be formally revealed to all. The ceremony that shaped their future, their place in society, their value. Everyone had something. Everyone, except him. Of course, Razel had known. Deep down, he expected it. But to those around him, shocked faces. Not to say his family reaction. The elders. Whispered confusion, pity, disgust, disappointment. A noble without talent. A son of legacy, born with nothing. Razel suddenly shook his head, snapping himself out of it. No use crawling through old wounds. The hunger to know why they betrayed him, turned on him, had long since dulled under a mountain of what came after. He was fine, just as he was now. He inhaled sharply and turned his gaze back at Celestia. So, he said, voice cold, guarded, you going to tell me what you are here for? Or are we just wasting time now? There was no warmth in his eyes. He did not believe her, not even a little. Whatever reason she had for coming here, it could not be pure. Not after all these years. Not after everything. He did not believe in them anymore. Not in her. Especially not in her. If she came to apologize, he had nothing to offer in return. Celestia, who had been watching him quietly, exhaled softly, as if trying to compose herself. She opened her mouth, perhaps to offer something kind again, but stopped. Her expression hardened. Her royal composure snapped back into place like armor. It was because she raised her hand slowly, index finger lifting to point directly at his face. You were weak. This was the real reason she had come. To tell him the truth. Whether he wanted to hear it or not. Because deep down, she still believed he deserved to know. I did not want to be married to someone so far beneath me, Celestia continued, her tone eerily calm. But since the engagement had been arranged by my mother, I did not have a choice. I did not like it. The idea of being bound to someone powerless. So I did what I had to. Her words were knives, each one slicing into old scars. But she did not stop. I do not know why Selena accused you of rape. But as for me, I spoke against you because I wanted to break the engagement. That is all. It was not meant to destroy you. I just wanted the promise nullified. I thought, with your family's influence, you would maybe get punished lightly. Maybe public humiliation. But you would survive it. Her voice faltered slightly. I did not expect your mother and sister to go that far. That was not my intention. It was a miscalculation. She said it so smoothly, like she had rehearsed the line in her head 100 times. And maybe she had. She breathed the last word like it was an excuse. A mistake. Like that made everything okay. All at once, her entire justification tumbled out of her, like she had been holding it back for years. Her shoulders sagged a little. I never hated you, Raze. You were close to me. If not as a husband, at least as a friend. I did not want it to go that far. I swear. Afterward, I planned to fix things, somehow. Apologize properly. I did not think you would vanish completely. I tried looking for you with the help of the imperial family. For years. But nothing. Eventually, I thought you were dead. And that you would never know the truth. She looked at him then, her eyes searching. I did not want you to think I betrayed you. I thought I would never get to explain myself. That you would always believe I betrayed you. But I did not in the way you think. I just did not want a weak man beside me. Not when I am meant to be empress one day. You know how this world works, Razel. If the empress has a weak husband, she has a weakness. And just imagine, even you would be in danger, right? A deep, almost deafening silence followed. The wind rustled the leaves behind him, but Razel stood still. Razel did not reply. His thoughts did not race, they stalled. The millions of reasons he had imagined over the years. Maybe she was threatened, maybe she was blackmailed, maybe mind control, maybe it was not her choice, all of them shattered, one by one, like glass underfoot. It was none of those things. It was just that. Just because she did not want to marry someone weak. His throat tightened. Just because of that. He whispered, the words barely escaping his lips. You said all that, just because you did not want to marry me. She nodded slowly, her gaze unflinching. She tried to speak again, noticing how distant his eyes looked. I was only 10 back then, Razel, she said. You have to understand. I was not mature. I did not know what would happen. I messed up, all right. I tried to fix it later. I swear I did. A bitter laugh slipped out from Razel's lips. Mature. This girl had read the entire Imperial Library by the age of 10. She had already begun studying political strategy, parliamentary law, and royal diplomacy by 9. She was being groomed to rule the entire empire. Mature. She was more prepared than anyone. Yeah, Celestia mumbled, awkwardly shifting her weight from one foot to the other. So I think you do not really need to hate me, you know. Her voice grew quieter, less confident. I really did not mean for things to turn out like that. She hesitated, her fingers lifting to scratch lightly at her cheek as her gaze slid away from his, avoiding his eyes like they might burn her. There was a strange hesitance in her, something unfamiliar, something vulnerable. If you want, I can still help you, she added, almost unsure of her own words, like she was searching for something to cling to. She did not even know how to bridge the gap between them anymore. Everything felt so distant. And honestly, she did regret her decision, deeply. That moment from years ago still haunted her more than she liked to admit. If she could rewrite that part of her life, she would again and again, if only it could undo the damage. But she could not. She did not have that kind of power, at least not now, neither over him or his feelings, and certainly not over how he looked at her now. And it unsettled her, seeing the hate in Razel's eyes, hatred directed at her. It made something twist uncomfortably inside her chest. She could not explain it. She did not even know if it was guilt or shame, or something else entirely. But she knew one thing. She did not want him to look at her like that. Chapter 71. I see, Razel said after a long silence. His voice was flat, devoid of emotion. He took a step forward to leave without sparing her another glance. He did not want to look at her any longer. He did not want to hear anything more from her mouth. If he stayed even a second longer, he might not be able to control the rage building inside him. He did not want to show that to her. He was not strong enough. That is it. Celestia's voice broke out behind him, startled and a little desperate. Hey, Raze, try to understand me, please. I really regret it. I did not know your family would be this cruel. Her words were cut short as she stepped in front of him to block his path. Leave. Razel ran his hand through his hair. His expression remained unreadable, his tone empty of even the pretense of care. Celestia hesitated. She instinctively raised her hand to touch his shoulder, to reach out and stop him, but the moment her eyes met his, those cold, distant eyes, she retracted her hand. It was like touching him would burn her. Yeah, you probably need time to digest all of this, she muttered, stepping aside. But do not worry, I will not let you die. Even if you lose, I can still help you, you know. She added this from behind as he walked past. I just do not understand why you are acting like this. Why are you so determined to throw your life away? Why make enemies out of everyone? First Arian, and now Myra. You even offended half of the upper circle of the Empire just a few moments ago. Do you realize that? Razel stopped in his tracks. For a second, it looked like he was about to turn back to say something, perhaps to give her some sense. But he simply shook his head and continued walking. Celestia did not stop him this time. She stood there, watching his back disappear into the distance, her hand resting lightly against her forehead. I made it worse, did I not? She whispered to herself. Maybe I should not have said anything about him being weak. She let out a heavy, frustrated breath and brushed her temple. I even prepared the whole day for this. She stood alone, surrounded by silence where tension had crackled only moments ago. Her golden eyes, once confident, were clouded with regret. Only if you had been strong, maybe we could have ended up differently. The words were barely a whisper, but they clung to the wind like truth unwilling to be buried. She meant every syllable. In her heart, she knew she was not completely wrong. Perhaps the method had been cruel, but the decision was not baseless. Who would want their life partner to be weak in a world that worshipped strength? Celestia had been born into an empire where power meant everything. From the guards who patrolled the gates to the gardeners tending the palace grounds, everyone possessed some level of ability. Aura, swordsmanship, or magic. In that world, to be powerless was not just rare. It was shameful. How could she, someone raised to become the future empress, bind herself to someone the world would never respect? Her own servants would look down on her husband. That was not just embarrassing, it was dangerous. In an empire like theirs, weakness did not just draw ridicule. It invited enemies. It created cracks in foundations meant to stand for centuries. She did not hate Razel. She never had. In fact, he had once been close to her heart, a quiet shadow that had always walked by her side in childhood. When he turned out to be talentless, when the awakening ceremony ended in silence for him, everything changed. The weight of her mother's promise to betroth them had not changed. But the way people began to look at her had. She knew if her mother, the Empress herself, had known Razel would be talentless, she never would have named him her fiancé. That kind of decision, made in ignorance, was irreversible once spoken aloud. The words of the Empress were law. They could not simply be taken back, unless something discredited them. When the opportunity finally came, when Razel was accused of a vile act, Celestia acted. She had not expected the situation to escalate so far. She thought it would be a quiet affair, a private punishment, nothing public or destructive. She wanted just enough to nullify the engagement, with dignity preserved on all sides. After all, he had not actually succeeded in the crime, right? With his powerful family backing him, surely things would be handled discreetly. That was how the empire worked. A few nobles would be informed. He would suffer some internal consequence, perhaps even be relocated for a while, but it would blow over. The accusation was not even meant for the public. It was meant for the Empress and the courts, for the ones who could legally break the engagement. But then, his mother and sister acted. Celestia had never anticipated how ruthlessly they would react. Even knowing the accusation was not absolute, they dragged the matter to the imperial public square. They wanted everyone to see, to hear, to remember. They did not just punish him, they humiliated him. They stripped his name and declared his guilt openly, regardless of how much evidence there was or was not. They used her words as a weapon sharper than any sword. And Razel vanished. One day he was there, broken, silent, and disgraced. The next, he was gone. She searched for him for months. She pulled strings across the entire imperial network. She even enlisted the help of the Grand Court. Nothing. It was as though he had fallen off the face of the world. Eventually, she had to accept the truth. He was likely dead. She would carry the burden of his death forever, even if she never truly wanted it. Even if she just wanted freedom from a promise neither of them had asked for. Gods, she muttered, running her fingers through her long, platinum hair as her shoulders sagged. I just wanted a way out. Just one. The Empire did not believe in simple exits. Everything had a price. Maybe I should have kept quiet, she said aloud. Maybe I should have endured the shame. Would that really have been worse? With one final breath, Celestia looked up at the sky. It was gray and still. No light broke through. It was fitting. Forgive me, Razel, even if I do not deserve it, she whispered. She vanished into thin air without another word, leaving behind only silence, and the echo of a decision that could never be undone. Host, are you all right? The gentle voice of the system echoed in Razel's mind, filled with hesitant concern. Razel did not respond at first. His hands were tucked casually in his pockets as he walked away from the academy gates. His expression remained unreadable beneath the long strands of hair falling across his face. His steps were relaxed, almost like someone strolling on a peaceful evening rather than a boy who had just faced the source of his lifelong ruin. Ha, what happened to me? Razel replied after a pause. His voice was calm, too calm. A chill ran through the air, but the smile tugging at his lips remained. I am all fine. You do not need to always hide your feelings and emotions, you know, the system said gently. I believe if someone feels anger, frustration, or anything, they should let it out. At least for their own sake. It does not make you weak. A strong person is not someone who suppresses everything. If that is what you are trying to become by locking your heart up, that is not strength. What would even happen if I showed my emotions? Razel responded quietly, eyes fixed ahead. Would anything change? Just get angry, destroy things, scream, cry, punch someone. Would anything change? How about the things I have been through? Will it rewrite what I am? His voice dropped lower, almost to a whisper. No, right. This all happened because I was weak. And I still am. That is not true. It is always so easy for people to say that it was your fault, that you were not strong enough. And then they just move on like that makes it okay. Like that justifies everything. He stopped for a moment, staring at the stone path beneath his feet. You know, if there is anything I really regret from back then, it is that I spent so much time trying to win their favor, trying to get in their good books. What a waste. I threw away years of my life chasing people who never once saw me as anything but disposable. He said it without bitterness or anger. It was almost like stating facts from a history book, detached, clinical, and cold. What else could you have done back then? The system said softly. Even from my perspective, there was nothing. That world was cursed for you. You tried to change them. You tried to fit in. That was not weakness. Maybe it was just bad luck. The kind that clings to people who never asked for it. No, he muttered. If I had not wasted my time chasing them, maybe I could have found another way to get stronger. There had to be a way somewhere in this world. That was a bad investment of my time. The worst one I have ever made. He sighed softly, the sound lost beneath the wind. All those moments, every single one of them ended in pain, trauma, and betrayal. I never asked for any of it. Never imagined I would live through it. He paused, taking a long breath, his eyes fixated on the path ahead. That was the real mistake. That was impossible, host, as I said. This is not our world. Then there was silence. Razel kept walking, weaving through the academy. Students passed by, many casting cold, hateful glances. Some stared with contempt, others looked as though they would spit at him if they had the courage. The air around him was thick with silent judgment, the kind that cuts deeper than words ever could. Razel did not blink or look at them. He did not even seem to notice. And you know, it is all right to waste time letting your emotions out, host, the system spoke again, this time more softly than before. I just do not want you to become an emotionless machine, who only knows how to plan, survive, and live in fear of living or dying. There is more to life than survival. You deserve to be happy too. There was a pause. You did not do anything wrong. I just do not want you to lose yourself in all this hate that you never asked for. Razel blinked slowly. The words echoed inside his head, quietly. Deserve to be happy, huh? He did not answer right away. He just kept walking, his eyes watching the gray sky above. The clouds hung low, thick and moody, like they were trying to hold back a storm. Time passed. Then, in a voice that lacked confidence, as though he was not even sure if he wanted to know the answer, he asked, "Do I really?" Of course, the system replied immediately. "And I promise you, host, we will be happy. No matter what happens, even if your childhood was stolen and shattered, I will not let your adulthood be the same. Just hold on to me. We will make it through. Together." For the first time in what felt like forever, a faint smile appeared on Razel's face. It was hidden beneath his long bangs, subtle and barely there, but real. It was a whisper of hope in a storm that had lasted far too long. He looked up at the gray clouds swirling above. "I really hope so," he said. He kept walking, the weight on his back still heavy, but perhaps, just perhaps, not as crushing as before. Chapter 72. After an hour or so, the clouds above hung heavy and gray, casting long, brooding shadows over the cobblestone streets. The world around bustled with the usual evening crowd, merchants closing shop, and nobles riding by without a care. Yet in the midst of it all, a lone figure moved quietly, melting into the scenery like a ghost. "So what are we doing here now, host?" the system asked, its voice floating calmly in the mind of Razel. "We are robbing today," Razel replied. Without breaking his stride, he reached out with lightning-fast reflexes and snatched a ghost mask from a nearby stall. The shopkeeper remained oblivious. The streets were moderately crowded, the chatter of people blending with the clatter of carts and distant laughter, but no one turned his way. A long black robe already clung to his frame, hiding every feature of his body beneath its folds. He had lifted the robe from a vendor far behind just minutes ago, utilizing the full extent of his shadow step ability. The skill erased the sound of his footsteps, and it proved useful. With a swift motion, Razel slid the ghost mask over his face. It was a smooth, matte black mask, expressionless and eerie in its simplicity, hiding his identity entirely. Only his deep, pitch-black eyes peered out from the slits, cold and unreadable. "I can see that," the system muttered, almost sighing. "But can I ask why exactly are we doing this? Robbing stalls. It feels so beneath you. Honestly, it seems a little disrespectful for someone like you. Where is your dignity?" "I am a villain," Razel replied, slipping through the crowd like a ghost. "Let me at least do villainous things. Am I not even allowed that now?" He paused briefly at a corner, observing the road ahead before taking a sharp turn. His voice remained calm, almost detached. "And besides, do I have any other choice? Even if I wanted to buy something, who would sell it to me?" "Fair, but still," the system grumbled. "As for why I am doing this," he continued, "I am planning to acquire someone useful. A slave or a servant, whatever term fits. I have too many things on my plate, things I cannot openly do. So, I need someone to act for me." "Oh, so you are looking for a lackey to get you food and shelter. Interesting idea," the system mused. "But who do you have in mind for this position? We cannot just grab any random person. The one you choose has to have at least some strength or usefulness. I doubt you would settle for anyone below a certain standard." Razel chuckled under his breath. "I am going after this novel's #1 bullshit character." "Wait, you mean that bullshit guy? The small-time villain who scams people with his so-called mind ability, telling people he can connect them with their dead relatives for some money?" the system asked. "Yeah, him," Razel replied. "After all, a villain is only as good as his subordinates. And I, as a supreme villain, deserve to have a few minor villains serving under me, do you not think?" He continued walking silently, but purposefully, each step bringing him closer to his destination. "But how do you plan to make him submit?" the system asked. "That guy is clever as hell. He has the whole slum district wrapped around his finger just with illusions, tricks, and manipulation. He is not the type to kneel to anyone. He respects strength which, no offense, host, you currently lack." "None taken," Razel muttered, pulling the mask tighter over his face. Then he turned a corner. "But you are wrong about one thing, system. Intelligent people, they are the easiest to trap." "Ha." He turned his masked face toward the sky briefly, letting the light drizzle soak his head before continuing. "It is hard to manipulate stupid people with weak strength. They are unpredictable. But the intelligent, they can be led by someone weaker, as long as they are clever enough. Strength can be ignored." "Ha, psychological warfare. Now that is villain material," the system chuckled. Their banter continued, light but layered with meaning, as Razel explained more of his plan. His tone remained emotionless but calculated, every word measured. Minutes passed, and the cityscape around them changed. The structures grew tighter, the streets a little narrower, and the air filled with strange incense and whispered rumors. They entered the territory of lesser criminals. Here, morality existed only as a distant echo. "Here we are," Razel finally muttered, stopping in front of a modest, run-down shop wedged tightly between two larger buildings. A thin alleyway snaked past one side, just enough space for a single person to slip through. The shop's faded sign swung slightly with the breeze, one side hanging lower, where the rusted chain had given up. Chipped paint, water stains, and years of dust marred the front, while the faint smell of cheap perfume lingered in the air like something desperately trying to hide rot. He glanced up. The shop sign read, Lil Joy Shop. A low, humorless chuckle escaped him. What joy. A closed sign hung crookedly on the door. It was fitting. So, are we just knocking on the front door now? The system asked. Of course not, Razel replied, already slipping into the narrow alleyway beside the shop. He moved like a whisper, his long black robe trailing behind him, blending into the shadows with unnatural ease. He took his time, climbing up the backside of the shop. His body remained close to the building, movements sharp and practiced. Within minutes, he reached a small, unlocked window. A gentle push. The window did not creak. Not even the softest whisper of friction occurred. Razel stepped inside without a sound, his boots touching down with absolute silence. His robe flowed with him like an extension of his body, and the dark ghost mask on his face concealed everything except for his eyes, which remained piercing and unreadable. He checked his disguise. Mask secure. Robe in place. Every inch of him was concealed. Good. He let his eyes sweep the dim room. It was a simple bedroom, nothing extravagant. The books were stacked unevenly across shelves and tables. A small chessboard sat on a nearby table with a single chair pulled out. The pieces stood mid-game, as if someone had left in thought. He paused. Closing his eyes, Razel let the world fade. His ears, attuned far beyond normal perception, picked up the faintest currents of air. The way silent drafts shifted as they passed through cracks or brushed against furniture. Each variation painted a map in his mind. 4 rooms existed on this floor. The one he stood in now was a bedroom. To his right, a study. Farther, 2 rooms felt denser, like storerooms, stuffed with so many objects that even air had trouble moving. He focused again. And there he was, the man he came for. Razel said nothing. He simply walked to the side table, picked up the chair by the chessboard, and lifted it into the air. Again no sound. Not even the soft scrape of wood against floor occurred, as if the chair itself obeyed his silence. This ability is broken, he mused inwardly. His shadow step did not just silence his own movements, it seemed to dampen anything he interacted with. Objects, surfaces, even air. Without hesitation, he moved to the adjoining study room. The door already stood open. How convenient. Not that it would have mattered. He entered. Inside, a man stood by the window, back turned. Dressed in a dull gray suit and matching fedora, he looked completely absorbed in whatever remained outside. He held something soft in his hands, perhaps a pillow. What he was doing with it remained unclear, but his mind stayed elsewhere. Razel tilted his head. So careless. Razel stood still and watched him for a beat. Then, without a word, he moved. He placed the chair down directly behind the man, perfectly angled. A boss's entrance. Silent, calculated. Razel measured the distance with his eyes. 3 steps away. Good visibility. 1 way out. Perfect. And still, the man did not notice a thing. Razel sat. One leg crossed over the other, fingers laced together casually on his lap. The black robe pooled around his feet, shadows gathering like loyal servants. The mask remained blank, ghost-faced, and turned forward. He did not speak yet. The moment had to set. He let the tension build. Chapter 73. So how long are you going to stand there? I am getting bored now. Razel spoke in a tone cool but laced with theatrical arrogance, like a villain playing up the role. He sat with one leg crossed over the other, leaning back comfortably into the chair as if this were his own personal lair. Who? The man in the gray suit flinched, startled. He had been completely unaware of the presence behind him until that very moment. He spun around with impressive speed, the pillow he had been holding now gripped like a sword, pointed toward the source of the voice. Hey, calm down. Razel lifted one hand a little, still lounging in the chair with a relaxed posture. A low growl of thunder followed by a sudden flash of lightning outside lit the room in a flicker of white, and for a moment, the man saw the eerie silhouette more clearly. The black robe draped over Razel shimmered faintly in the lightning, the ghost mask reflecting a pale glint. The mask itself revealed nothing, not a sliver of skin, not an ounce of expression. Just 2 dark, soulless eyes stared back. The flickering light exaggerated the shadows, giving Razel an almost supernatural aura. The man blinked rapidly, his mind calculating everything in a heartbeat. That chair, that was his chair. The man had placed it in his bedroom himself hours ago. He had not heard a thing, no footsteps, no creaking wood, not even the sound of the chair being put down on the floor. The silence had been absolute. More disturbingly, he could not sense any mana or aura from the cloaked stranger. Yet, for someone to approach this quietly and this confidently, without setting off any alarm, this man had to be extremely capable. Either that, or something far worse. The fact he was simply sitting there, masked, robed, and now speaking with a faint, cocky tone, meant only one thing. Either he did not come to harm him, or he was confident enough that it would not matter even if he did. Adjusting the square black glasses on his nose, the man in the gray suit slowly relaxed his grip on the pillow and gently placed it back down on the small desk near the window. So, he said smoothly, keeping his voice as casual as possible, how long have you been here? Razel tilted his head slightly. Does that matter? He replied coolly, trying to maintain the mysterious aura he had worked so hard to establish. Well, I mean, the man chuckled, rubbing his hands together. If you had just told me you were coming, I could have prepared some better hospitality. Tea, coffee. I am especially proud of my orange juice. A bit of a specialty. He smiled with a showman's flair, but Razel could see it, the flicker in his eyes, the sharp glint of calculation. This man was no fool. He was already running through every possibility, every outcome, judging if this intruder was a threat or just some business. At those words, Razel said nothing. He just watched. The man fell quiet too. For a moment, the room went dead silent, awkward, heavy, thick with tension. They stood looking at each other. Finally, the man in the suit cleared his throat and spoke with a hesitant tone. So then, what does sir want from this little joy? He asked, his voice laced with a cautious smile that did not quite reach his eyes. How may I be of help? I cannot imagine sir came all this way just to trouble someone as insignificant as me, right? His voice was light, friendly even, but laced with probing intent. His sharp eyes never left Razel. Razel stood up slowly from the chair, the wooden legs creaking faintly against the floor as he shifted his weight. The subtle sound broke the still tension hanging in the air, and for a moment, his expression changed behind the black ghost mask. Host, you are nearly out of mana. Only 3% left, the system reminded him gently. Razel ignored the notification. He could not afford to break his act now. The man in the gray suit instinctively took a cautious step back at the movement. He opened his mouth to speak, but before a single word could leave, Razel pulled something from within his cloak and tossed it toward him. You, he said simply. Instinctively, the man raised his arms to shield himself, ready for an attack. But mid-action, he caught a glimpse of the object and quickly adjusted, snatching it cleanly from the air. He looked down at the item in his hands. A special pouch. His eyes narrowed. He opened the pouch and glanced inside. 801 grade D elemental cores, he muttered in disbelief. His hand trembled slightly. This pouch bore the unmistakable sigil of Arkanveil Academy, the imperial training grounds of elites. These specialized pouches were uniquely crafted for the entrance trials. Only the person it was issued to could use it, and only elemental cores gathered within the trial were accepted by its magic. This was not something that could be faked. Not only had this mysterious man passed the brutal entrance trials, he had gathered over 800 cores. That placed him nearly in the royal classroom tier. If he had spent some beforehand, there was every chance he was one of the rare few who had actually made it in. A true prodigy. This man was the real deal. He straightened immediately. You are in the royal classroom of Arkanveil Academy, sir. The man asked cautiously. Razel shrugged, arms folded casually. Fast you are. I will give you that. The man looked back into the pouch again, eyes gleaming. So, all these cores, they are for me. Yeah. All right, but what exactly do you hope to buy with this? The man asked, confused. I mean, I sell all sorts of things in my little shop, but I can tell you right now, even the entire place is not worth half of what you have given. I do not want your shop. Then, what is this business you spoke of? His curiosity was clearly piqued now. Razel did not say anything for a moment. Then, lifting a gloved hand, he pointed directly at the man. I want you. An awkward silence stretched between them. The man blinked. Sir, actually, I do not swing that way, he said nervously, raising his hands. But I do know a few fine gentlemen who might be interested, good-looking ones too. And if that is really 800 cores, I could arrange a whole. Be my subordinate, Razel cut in, visibly resisting the urge to punch the man. Oh, the man grinned sheepishly. Me. But what can I possibly offer someone like you? I am just a simple shopkeeper. His hands, however, hugged the pouch of cores like a long-lost lover. Razel sighed, patience thinning. Let us skip the bull. I know who you are. Ha, what who I am? I am Joy. Just Joy. If you are here to tell me my parents were some ancient king and queen of a forgotten land, no thanks. I like being orphaned. Less trouble, he rambled. You are Levy, Razel said sharply, cutting through the theatrics like a blade. The con artist who scams grieving people with fake spiritual connections. You tell them you can help them meet their dead loved ones for money. Joy, or rather, Levy, paused. He blinked. He sighed. Busted. So this guy knew about everything. His scams, his tricks. Things no ordinary person should have been able to dig up. Especially not things so well hidden. He knew he could not take this guy down. He did not even hear him approach earlier, and his instincts screamed this man was dangerous. Option 1, fight him. Not a chance. Option 2, bribe him. It did not look like that would work either. Option 3, listen. The pouch of cores was still in his hands. Over 8,010 gold coins worth. That was more gold than he had made in the last 8 years combined. And this guy, he looked rich. Maybe he did not need to con people anymore if this went well. And if it did not, he could always run. Or trick him. Levy smiled wide. All right, he said. But tell me the job first. If you are going to ask me to rob the Imperial Treasury, I will have to pass. Even I have limits. Razel sat back down again, his expression unreadable behind the black mask. Do not worry. We are not starting that big. Yet. Levy grinned nervously. Something told him his life was about to get a whole lot more complicated. 2 minutes passed in heavy silence before Levy blinked, still trying to wrap his head around the request. So you want me to provide this room for you to live in? Food. Some small errands and stuff too. Levy squinted, genuinely confused. That is it. Razel sat calmly on the chair, arms folded beneath the black cloak that cloaked him like a shadow. For now, yes. Think of it as a trial. I will update your tasks in 7 days. Until then, this is your test. Levi stared at him, lips twitching as suspicion crept into his mind. This guy, is he serious? He glanced down at the pouch of elemental cores again. You are giving me 801 grade D elemental cores for that. This guy has a screw loose, Levi thought. Or maybe he is just an idiot. Someone with access to this kind of wealth should not be sleeping in dusty upstairs rooms. His eyes narrowed. Wait, could he be on the run? Did he commit a crime? The academy gives food and shelter to its students, right? Should not the academy be covering his expenses? Why would someone admitted into that place need a hideout? His thoughts were racing, but before he could voice them, as if reading his thoughts, Razel added casually, also, try to collect as many monster cores as you can. Whatever rank. Levi blinked again. Monster cores. Why do you want those? They are useless to most people. Just get them. It does not matter what rank. You can manage that, right? Razel leaned forward a little. If you do well, I will make you stronger. Right now, you are an embarrassment to the name of my subordinate. That got Levi to pause. The sharp words stung a little because they were true. Compared to someone who had just handed over 800 grade D cores, definitely killed 800 grade D monsters in 9 hours, he really did look like an embarrassment. But it was the promise to make him stronger that truly caught his attention. Razel noticed. Good. He decided to push further. Do you know why you are weak? Razel asked, sharp gaze locked onto him. Levi tilted his head. Because I do not have a girlfriend, he guessed with a shrug. Razel blinked, genuinely caught off guard. What? No, just forget it. It is because you lack resources and skills. You are not talentless, but your ceiling is low. If it were not for your rare illusion type ability, you would not have even made it this far. Levi's expression darkened, his lips twitching again. How does he know I have an illusion skill? That was supposed to be secret. Even among the underground circles he worked in, no one had ever been able to identify his ability clearly. It was one thing to assume he had a mental type skill, but calling out the illusion type specifically, that was rare. You want to kill me, do you not? Razel said suddenly, his tone too casual. Levi smiled shyly, rubbing the back of his neck. Only a little. How am I going to make you stronger, you ask? I have skills and resources. If I share even a portion with you, you could outperform every single student in the Imperial Academy, even some in the royal classroom. Levi raised an eyebrow. Royal classroom. That is a stretch. He could believe it if Razel said he could outperform the normal classroom students, maybe even those from noble backgrounds. But royal classroom, that was a league of its own. How many skills in the mental field do you have? Illusion ones, to be specific, Levi probed, narrowing his eyes. More than the entire empire combined, Razel said with a smirk beneath his ghost mask. Maybe more than this whole world. Depends on how will you serve me. If you do exceptionally, I might even give you a 6th or 7th ranked illusion skill, possibly 8th. Levi stared, then blinked, then stared some more. This guy is an even bigger liar than me. He almost laughed, not out of mockery but genuine admiration. Look at him, lying with so much confidence. He does not even blink. How thick is this guy's skin? Does he even feel shame throwing that much out there? All right, I will try it, Levi said with a casual shrug. It will not be hard getting monster cores. If I just put out the word that I am buying them, people will bring carts full. Not that big of a deal. He looked back down at the pouch of cores, gold practically gleaming in his eyes. For this kind of payment, why not? A week of simple errands and food service in exchange for wealth that could change his life. All right, boss. It is a deal, Levi said, stepping forward and extending his hand for a handshake. No hand came. He looked up at the ghost mask of Razel, confused. Go cook something for me, Razel said flatly. And from now on, your bed is mine. Get new bedsheets and pillows. And make sure they are clean. Levi froze. He began, but stopped. Right. This guy just paid me more than my shop's worth 20 times over. Let him have the bed. He sighed, lowered his hand, and turned toward the stairs. Fine. I will make something. But I am terrible at cooking. You better have a strong stomach. Razel did not reply. He just sat back in the chair, folding his arms. Outside, thunder rumbled softly again. The rain had not fallen yet, but the skies stayed heavy. Inside the Lil Joy shop, a new and unlikely partnership had just begun between a ghost-masked mystery and the Empire's most absurd conman. It was bound to be entertaining. All right, system. It is time we start building our training plan, Razel muttered, his eyes fixed on the cloudy horizon through the window. Calculate all the female figures who can be combat-ready 7 days from now. We are not going to lose that day no matter what. He paused for a second. And even if I cannot beat them completely, I am not letting any of them walk away untouched. At the very least, they will know I was there. Chapter 74. After 10 minutes, Razel flopped onto the bed with freshly laid sheets and newly fluffed pillows. He sank into the softness as though he had discovered the very gates of heaven. For a moment, he lay still, his arms stretched wide and his eyes closed. The faintest smile curled at the edges of his lips. A wave of emotion hit him so hard he almost teared up. It had been many years since he last slept in a real bed. He had not had a roof over his head that was not made of stone or broken tiles, or a meal that was not dry bread or an apple, for far too long. Just minutes ago, he had eaten a hot, home-cooked meal. It had nearly brought him to tears. The food was not from a jungle. It had flavor. It had warmth. It had soul. For a moment, it made him forget the hatred and humiliation life had thrown at him. But he could not stay in that bliss for long. Snapping out of his trance, he sat up abruptly. His black hair fell slightly over his face as he glanced around the small room. This was not the time for rest. "All right, system," he muttered, now composed. "We have 7 days. 7 days to turn me into a powerhouse. Let us not waste a single second." Affirmative, host. Initiating battle candidate analysis. Displaying potential opponents that Aetherion might choose as a substitute in your duel. A digital list began forming in his mind, the names scrolling down like stars in a night sky. Total candidates 701. 1. Nancy Drakenvyr, Aethyrion's younger sister. 2. Selena Luminus, the Saintess of the Empire. 3. Silva Faerelith, low chance, but possible. 4. Nova Virelan, elder sister, minimal chance. 5. Duchess of Drakenvyr, 0.00001% probability. 6. Celestia Gwen Valentine, ex-fiancée, almost non-existent probability. 7. Eldest daughter of Knight Commander Verne. The list continued, cascading down into the hundreds. All right, slow it down," Razel groaned, rubbing his temples. "I do not need every single name. Just give me the top threats. There is no way I am calculating all 700 of them, filtering for highest probability and combat threat level." His mind focused as he crossed his arms, thinking carefully. So, most likely candidates. They will definitely come from the Duke families. If they really want to protect their pride after Aethyrion's loss, they will not just send anyone. They will send their best. His lips twitched. If they send the Duchess herself, just throw me in a coffin now. I cannot beat that, even with 7 heads and 3 legs. He was joking, but the underlying seriousness of his words settled in the air like a heavy fog. Probability highest, Nancy Drakenvyr, 62%. Nancy, Aethyrion's little sister, Razel whispered, his eyes narrowing. Only 1 year younger, but already a boss monster. Razel tried to remember what her level was at this point in the plot. She was not just a girl with noble blood. Nancy had inherited the rarest of blessings, and the highest bloodline of a royal ice dragon. The Drakenvyr family was unique among the noble houses, holding not just 1, but 2 ancient royal dragon bloodlines. Fire and ice. The fire lineage ran through Aetherion. The ice, through Nancy in this generation. He shuddered slightly. She is a dragon bloodline user with innate high affinity for ice. She has high-level elemental control, not just spells, but physical strength, reflexes, and resilience, all beyond human standard. Her swordsmanship is almost at swordmaster level. Not quite there, but close. And her magic rank? Confirmed 5th rank combat mage, B class. Razel's eye twitched. Razel's lips twitched. Great. That means I am getting fucked. Compared to his current level, he was a mantis killer. He was barely surviving against E-ranked monsters, and this girl was probably training on B+, or even A-ranked foes. Plus, she had inherited buffs from her bloodline, possibly resistance to elements, increased perception, or worse, a form of berserk mode when enraged. Not to mention Nancy had high combat intelligence, not like dumb monsters, making her 100 times worse. And this was from Drakenvyr, the weakest of the 4 Duke families. Razel sighed at his fate. One could only imagine the sheer power the other 3 Dukes' heirs held. This was not even going into all the dragon bloodline buffs. There were dozens of passive traits that could kick in mid-battle, such as strength multipliers, enhanced healing, and magical resistance. Just what kind of monsters are hidden in the other families? His mind drifted to the second most likely candidate, Selena Luminus, the Saintess. Estimated probability of being chosen, 29%, the system added, highlighting the possibility like a red warning. If the Drakenvyr family thought Nancy was too weak, or if they just wanted to make an overwhelming statement, they might bring out their nuke instead of a bomb. Yeah. Just to be sure, Razel muttered, leaning forward, eyes narrowing with thought. So what was Selena's power level at this point in the story? The moment he asked, Razel almost regretted it. He remembered far too well. He wished it was not as it was in the novel. Selena Luminus was one of those characters that made him question the author's sanity. Or more accurately, what kind of drugs the author might have been on when writing her. She was broken. Completely, unapologetically broken. Her first ability was a passive healing skill so absurd, it sounded like a lie. She was born with a holy body, a divine blessing that made her body a walking sanctuary. Not only did it come with countless minor buffs, but it passively functioned like a 7th rank, high-grade healing spell. In system terms, an S-ranked healing spell was literally running passively through her body non-stop, 24/7. It was not just regeneration. It could reverse near-death states, neutralize poisons, and dispel curses up to the 7th rank. Even if her heart was cut out, she would regenerate it. And that was just the beginning. Her mana pool? Razel scoffed. It was described in the novel as being so vast that it dwarfed the total combined mana of a small kingdom. The line he remembered distinctly was that even if the mana of 4 million people were gathered combined, it would still not rival hers. There was a scene, 6 years from now in the novel's timeline, where Selena stood on the battlefield and cast 6th rank healing spells on 300,000 troops, every single one of them, alone, single-handedly. And the result? She just looked tired, not unconscious, not drained, just tired. That alone would be enough to make her a national treasure. But no, there was more. She was the Saintess, a chosen vessel of divinity. She had access to holy magic, judgment magic, light magic, and miracle magic. Literally, she could rain down thousands of spears of light, or bind enemies with divine chains of justice without a sweat. And worst of all, she held 4 divine spells. No one knew what they were, Not even the author had revealed them. Just the terrifying hint that they existed was enough. Razel did not even try to guess what rank she was. Forget it. I will need to develop skills that let me dodge in 360 degrees. Probably even across timelines, if that is even possible, he muttered. Because getting hit by any of her spells would be game over. His head was spinning. And this was just Selena. There were still more monsters on the list. Like Silva Faerelith, a literal nightmare walking. She was levels above Selena even now. She was operating on a completely different level from the rest. And he did not even want to think about his ex-elder sister, Nova Virelan. Just leave it. Razel sighed and flopped back on the bed. The soft pillow under his head felt like luxury. It helped. A little. It is not just these two. Their whole families are broken. You pick any side character from one of the noble houses, and they are practically walking cheat codes. He remembered when he first read the novel. At the time, he thought the author was either a genius or insane. Maybe both. The noble houses had abilities that made other characters feel like background props. And then there was the Virelan family. The ultimate cheaters. Their entire families were cheat characters. Even those from the outer lineage were absurdly powerful. The sheer scale of unfair advantage was insane. He truly believed the author had to be high on some top-tier drug when designing this world. Each person was more broken than the last. It was like a competition to see who cheated harder. They were, by far, the most overpowered family in the story. Except one. The Imperial family. They were the ultimate cheaters. Beyond logic. Beyond fairness. Their power was on an entirely different level. They were the biggest hack the world had ever seen. Especially Celestia, the strongest among the entire Imperial family, surpassing even those from all previous generations. Razel remembered reading all that and thinking, there is no way anyone could ever challenge them. Why would anyone create a world like this? He used to think, who would the challenge even be for characters like this? But he was wrong. Because the author, in all his madness, had given the ultimate cheat not to the heroes, but to the villain. To him, Razel Virelan. Well, not him, but the original version of him from the novel, the original Razel. He was meant to be the final boss. The end game. The catastrophe of the world, after all. A villain so terrifying that all of the world's powers had to unite just to slow him down. He remembered the end chapters. Razel, in his villain arc, was able to fight the combined might of the entire continent. Alone. The protagonist's party, the noble families, even the divine beings, and all magical creatures had to work together to seal him away. And that too, using plot armor. One can only imagine what drugs the author might have smoked. Thinking about it now, Razel could not help but chuckle bitterly. Honestly, I would have loved to take that power, he muttered. But he knew better. That power came with consequences. Dangerous ones. Even the system had warned him about it. Do not touch that power. Do not go down that path. It might have been tempting, sure, but Razel knew some things were never worth it. He had system function now, so why take so many risks? Honestly, the only real obstacle was not the danger. It was that villains were stingy as hell. Convincing them took an eternity, like pulling teeth from a dragon. Sure, the last few he had gone to might have seemed easy on the surface, but it was not nearly as smooth as it looked. The amount of mental gymnastics, effort, and subtle manipulation he had to do just to get a basic yes was not worth it. So far, the only genuinely good person he had met had been Xenocide. That guy was cooperative. But even then, the man had nothing except one single SSS-ranked skill. It was unbelievably powerful, sure, but still raw, underdeveloped, and painfully hard to master. Even now, after all this time, he had only managed to push it from F rank to E rank. The potential was massive, but the grind was brutal. I really need to put more work into it, Razel murmured, almost talking to himself. Then suddenly, an idea clicked. System? He asked, a flicker of thought lighting in his eyes. Is there any currency that works inside the system? If there was, then there had to be some way to leverage it, right? There is no fixed currency in system space, the system replied promptly. And honestly, host, I do not think any villain even at A rank would sell out just for money, especially considering you do not even glance at anyone below the SSS-ranked space villains. Right, of course. Razel leaned back, chewing over the information. Oh, not currency then, he muttered thoughtfully. What about trading? He fell into silence, lips curling slowly into a devilish smile as his mind spun something dark. I mean, the main point is still convincing them. They are real people, host, not dumb NPCs, so yeah. But trading? How exactly? What do you even have that they would want? Honestly, you do not own a single thing of value to them. And if you are thinking of offering your underwear, I do not think even an F-rank skill would go for that, the system added dryly, its voice laced with sarcasm, and a not-so-subtle jab clearly referring to his mother. Razel rolled his eyes and completely ignored that last part. Who said, he began, his voice low and teasing, that I need to have anything in the first place? His eyes sparkled with a dangerous glint, bright like stars, sharp like blades. Chapter 75. Who said, Razel began, his voice low and teasing, that I need to have anything in the first place? What do you mean? The system asked. It sounded clearly confused. How are you going to start business if you have nothing to offer? Razel did not explain anything. Instead, with a smirk curling at the edge of his lips, he gave an order. System, send me to a perverted, SSS-ranked boss. A total degenerate. I am sure there must be someone like that in the valley. There has to be at least one massive lecher. What the actual hell? Host, the system snapped. It felt as if it had short-circuit. You have 7 days to prove yourself. You just asked for hours of detailed analysis and strategy, and now this. You want to relax now? Blow off stress? Hell no. I am not wasting my resources just so you can chase your twisted fantasies. The system was fuming. It already imagined what sort of disturbing, idiotic route Razel was heading down, and it did not like the image one bit. Take this as my last warning, host. If you keep pulling crap like this, I will lock every female villain across all ranks from the Valley of Villains. I will delete the entire female section if I have to. Females. Who the hell said I want females? Razel blinked. I want you to send me to the most perverted, horny, degenerate bastard, and specifically a male. Ha, the system froze. Yeah, Razel said flatly. Just do your job. Stop roasting me and wasting my time. I know what I am doing. I did not know you were into that stuff. But hey, if it is a dude, I doubt you will enjoy anything anyway. Just do not get distracted, alright. The system was clearly judging him harder than ever before. Before Razel could shoot back a reply, his consciousness was sucked in. A moment later, Razel's eyes snapped open. Welcome, host, to the SSS-Rank Valley of Villains. Villain title, Degenerated Bastard. Interesting title, Razel muttered. He was not surprised in the least. He was already used to the weird names these valleys tended to have. This kind of transition had become second nature to him by now. Without delay, he glanced around his new surroundings. He expected hellfire, prisons, torture chambers, or a perverted lair. But what greeted him? A wide-open grassland. He stood in the middle of an open grassland. Tall, lush grass danced with the wind under a clear blue sky. It was oddly peaceful. Too peaceful, Razel whispered to himself. It felt similar to the calm and beautiful domain of Xenocide. Naturally, he scanned the area for any trace of the villain. He rotated in place to get a better view. All he could see was green, and far off, a single, massive tree standing in solitude. Without wasting time, Razel made his way there. It took about 5 minutes of walking before he finally reached the tree. There, leaning back against the bark, was a short man, no taller than 4 feet, with disheveled emerald hair. His clothing looked like a mix of bathrobes and scholar's robes, worn open at the chest and covered in anime girl badge pins. In his hands, he held a book. From the expression on his face, eyes half-lidded, lips curled in a lewd grin, it was very clear what kind of content it was. Without thinking too much, Razel casually approached. Yo, he greeted, raising a hand in casual salute. Fuck off, kid, the man said immediately. He did not even look up from his book. I do not give anything to anyone, and if that voice I heard earlier was about you coming to get a skill, then forget it. I do not help anyone who does not have tits. If you were a hot girl, maybe I would consider. But you, nah, not interested. With a sharp snap, he closed his book. The sound was loud in the silence that followed. His annoyance was obvious as he turned fully toward Razel. His eyes narrowed. He knew exactly why this person had come, and he clearly was not pleased about it. Razel's hand froze in the air. He had only just raised it to say hi, and already this was how things were going. This guy looks kinda rude, Razel thought. But he had already prepared for what he came here for, so he did not care. So let us start the plan, he thought. I am not here for skills, Razel said. He coughed a little as if trying to make it clear from the start. No. Well, I do not sell milk to children either. Go back, the emerald-haired man snapped. He was already waving him off. I do not give anything to males. In fact, his eyes narrowed. I hate males. So whatever you are here for, forget it. It is impossible between us. No, no. Do not misunderstand me, sir. Razel waved his hands. He feigned innocence. Actually, I am here because I have heard you are the world's greatest material collector. I was amazed by your fame. With big dreams and a yearning for enlightenment, I have come here to seek the great knowledge you possess. His expression turned devotional, like a worshipper seeing his god. The emerald-haired man froze. Ah! His mouth dropped open. An exaggerated exclamation burst from him as his entire posture shifted. You want to see my collection? No, my legends, he gasped. He blinked like a child who just met his first fan. Wait. You said enlightenment, and called me the greatest collector. His emerald eyes shimmered like stars. They were practically tearing up. The expression on his face was like a child being told Santa Claus was real, a mix of disbelief, shock, and overwhelming joy. He looked at Razel with wide, glistening eyes. He stood there stunned, clutching his chest like he had just been told his life's purpose was finally recognized. For billions of years, I have been alone. Not a single soul to appreciate my masterpieces. And now you. Razel stood quietly, face radiant with excitement. His eyes shone with pretend admiration. He kept a devoted, slightly excited face, acting as if he were about to meet his favorite artist. Of course, it was all bullshit. He did not mean a single word of it. But Razel understood one universal truth. If a man is truly degenerate, there is always a collection. And they are always damn proud of it, more than life itself. It was like a universal law. And the more proud they were, the more likely they would share it with anyone who praised it. He had seen it before. In his past life, Razel had this one friend, a collector of very questionable content. The guy had 678 terabytes of files. He even kept multiple encrypted copies in safes, hidden in different corners of the world, like he was preparing for an apocalyptic data loss. That guy once said, if watching porn is a sin, I am Lucifer reincarnated, and hell is just my storage server. And the best part, he would personally call Razel to show him each update in his collection like a proud artist unveiling his gallery. So yes, Razel knew how these people worked. They were kind, passionate, and even generous as long as you praised their collection. Outwardly, he maintained his act. His face was glowing with wonder, his eyes sparkling, and his posture was humbled like a disciple in awe of his master. The result: the emerald-haired man suddenly jumped up with a loud clap, laughing like a madman. "You really know me," he shouted. His cheeks were red with excitement. His short stature made it so he had to tilt his head up to look at Razel, but he looked at him like a god just descended. "System, what is his name again?" Razel asked quickly. "Drake, host," the system replied instantly. "Of course. Who does not know you, Sir Drake? The messiah of perversion. The world's greatest holder of degeneracy. It is an honor to meet you." Razel delivered the nonsense with a completely serious face, without blinking. 30 minutes later. "Ha ha ha. See this. This is one of my greatest collections," Drake beamed. He proudly flipped open a book. Razel now sat on the ground with his back against the bark of the same tree. Drake leaned in close with one arm around his shoulder, pulling him in like a long-lost brother, as they stared at the degenerate treasure together. He shoved the open book closer to Razel's face. "For this masterpiece, I made the Queen of Lonadio stand for 36 hours straight. All poses, all angles. Tried every technique, every single one. And you see this drawing here. I kidnapped an 8th-ranked painter," Drake said. His eyes were burning with passion. He held up the aged book as if it were holy scripture. "This book took so much fun. I love it." Razel nodded with a perfectly expressionful face. He stared at the extremely detailed illustration of a woman in 10 different compromising positions. "Incredible. The craftsmanship, the detailing. You even caught the nuance of the elbow angle in the third sketch." "Astounding," Razel commented with mock awe. Drake's face glowed as if he had met his soulmate. "You understand. You are the first person in eons who actually sees it. This is not just porn. It is an art. An archive of human creativity and passion." Razel nodded solemnly. "Sir Drake, you are an inspiration." And so, the two of them sat under the tree, one practically crying tears of joy, and the other praying his soul would not rot from this bullshit. Drake's expression was radiant with joy, like a proud father showing off baby photos, except this was way worse. But now, Razel was ready to get what he came here for. Time to begin phase 2 of his plan. Just a little more acting. Then the trade would begin. "Ah, Sir Drake, I have a favor to ask of you," Razel suddenly said. He turned his face toward the emerald-haired pervert beside him. The moment those words left his mouth, Drake's cheerful grin stiffened. His face darkened instantly. "This little bastard. He is not going to ask for a skill now, right? Was this brat just playing with his feelings all along?" His fingers twitched toward his book as if preparing to beat Razel with it. But before things escalated, Razel quickly added, "Sir Drake, I believe it would be a grave sin if I were the only one to witness such divine art. I would be the world's greatest sinner if I kept this collection to myself. If you would bless me with the honor, I would like to spread this art, your art, under your name, so the world may bask in its light and achieve true enlightenment." Even as he spoke it, he had to fight the overwhelming cringe crawling up his spine. Still, he kept his tone humble, eyes glowing with respect. Drake paused. Completely. His mouth hung open slightly, and his expression looked like someone had just proposed to build a temple in his name. 10 minutes later, Razel stood with a towering stack of 20 or so books cradled in his arms. His expression was victorious. Each book was heavy, uniquely bound, and signed personally by Drake himself. He had done it. He had achieved what he came here for: souvenirs, trophies, and perhaps the most degenerate art collection ever conceived in all the SSS-Rank Villain valleys. Even better, Drake had signed every single one with such overwhelming joy it nearly made Razel feel guilty. Almost. Drake was practically glowing with joy, completely unguarded and brimming with brotherly affection. "Don't worry, brother," Razel grinned as he stepped back. "I will return soon to bask in your collection once more. Prepare more for me. I will bring art from my side too. Perhaps not on your level, but maybe they will help you find new inspiration." Drake sniffled. He wiped an imaginary tear from the corner of his eye, touched beyond belief. "You really mean it?" "Of course. How could I lie to someone who has created such divine beauty?" Razel replied solemnly. "Come back soon. Take as much as you want. Enlighten the world, brother," Drake said proudly. He puffed his chest out like a hero sending off a disciple. Razel now called him brother, not sir, and that alone made the relationship real. In the world of degenerates, true respect for art was stronger than blood. Meanwhile, inside his head, the system finally snapped. "Host, what the fuck are you doing?" The voice thundered with a mix of frustration and disbelief. "I have been asking you for the last 40 minutes, and all you kept saying was wait, or do not disturb me. This system function is not for your degeneration escapades." The system was at its absolute limit. Its voice was practically vibrating from suppressed rage. "Villy, quick, get me out of here before this dude changes his mind," Razel yelled in his head. "Fuck you. Whatever, little bitch," the system growled. "I am going to take your class the moment we are out of here." Outside the villain space. The moment he landed back in his room. Ha 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 ha. Razel collapsed onto the bed, tossing all 20 books across it like precious loot. He laughed uncontrollably, rolling over the fresh bedsheets like he had just conquered an empire. "This was too easy. The easiest thing I have done since the start of this whole cursed journey." He was grinning like a madman. No contest. No trick. No risk. He rolled across the bed like a child with candy. "I was such a fucking idiot back then, not knowing how to use the system properly." "Have you lost your damn mind after reading all that filth?" the system growled again. It was clearly fuming. Even though it would never admit it, even it had to silently acknowledge some of that artwork was, artistically speaking, exquisite. Razel ignored the rant completely. Instead, he looked up, eyes gleaming with wicked ideas. System, he said slowly. His voice was like honey and hell. Give me a list of SSS-ranked villains who are the most sexually frustrated. There was a long pause. A very long pause. Even the system froze. As if, in that moment, it finally grasped what kind of unholy path Razel was planning to walk. Host, that is just straight up cheating. Razel grinned. Cheating. Fuck you. You said it yourself. Anything is allowed as long as the villain gets convinced. He lay back, resting his hands behind his head like a villain preparing for war. Well then, time to hustle some degenerates. Chapter 76. Inside the system space. Welcome, host, to the SSS-Rank Valley of Vili. Villain title, not a swordsman. Razel froze. Vili, he muttered, narrowing his eyes at the system interface floating beside him. Didn't I specifically ask you to send me to one of the best SSS-ranked villains who excels in swordsmanship and dodging? His tone was more annoyed than angry, but only barely. His eyes twitched as he stared at the title again. Not a swordsman. You are not seriously doing this just because I asked for one of the most sexually frustrated bastards again, are you? It is as you requested, host. This individual is indeed the best in all three categories you specifically mentioned: swordsmanship, evasion, and overall lethality across the infinite valleys of the Vili database. Razel's eyebrow twitched. Really? Razel exhaled slowly. Then why does his title say not a swordsman? He asked, pointing at the glowing title still hovering in the air like a neon insult. Whatever. Leave it. I will figure it out myself, Razel muttered, shaking his head as he took in his surroundings. A tranquil bamboo forest stretched in all directions, dense and serene, bathed in soft golden light. The swaying leaves rustled gently as a quiet breeze passed through. To his left, a small, peaceful lake reflected the towering green stalks like a mirror. This smells like Chinese, Razel muttered, eyes narrowing. Then he spotted it just a few paces ahead. A bamboo hut. Small, humble, and quiet. His brows lifted slightly. Ha, so these villains do live in houses sometimes. First time seeing one not out in the open like all the past villains. He took a single step forward. Host, you have died. Ha, Razel blinked. In the blink of an eye, he found himself back where he had just been. Same forest. Same bamboo house in the distance. Same air. Host, you have died. Before he could even blink again. Host, you have died. Host, you have died. Host, you have died. Death after death after death. The notifications rained down on him like a hailstorm, each one ringing out before he could even think. Every time he respawned at the exact same spot, he died again. It was so fast, so violent, and so confusing that he did not even know what was killing him. It was as if death was just waiting. This bastard is camping my respawn point. Whatever it was slaughtering him before he could even take a breath. Host, you have died. Host, you have died. It kept going until finally, silence. Razel blinked, breathing hard. Finally, a moment of luxury. A moment to exist. The hell is wrong with this guy, he muttered, exhausted just from respawning. He did not even let me say hi. Even that crazy woman let me talk before trying to torture me. Then, a voice, old and gravelly, came from behind him. Strange. Even I cannot cut it. What kind of technique is this? Is it revival? Or illusion? No, that should be impossible. I can cut everything. The voice was deep and curious, cold, but not entirely hostile. Razel spun around to face the one responsible for his brutal massacre. And there he was, an old man. No, more like a shriveled corpse brought back to life by sheer stubbornness. He was so frail that Razel instinctively felt like tossing him a cup of milk. His skin wrinkled so deeply he looked mummified. His long white beard fell down past his waist, his eyebrows drooped dramatically to his cheeks like mustaches, and his back was slightly hunched. Despite his shrunken, skeletal frame, his presence was immense. The very air seemed to tense around him. A thin sword was sheathed at his waist. Despite his hunched back and skeletal frame, his eyes glowed with a terrifying sharpness. Yep, Razel muttered under his breath. I knew it. I smelled it the moment I arrived. Full-on Chinese cultivation old man. The elder stroked his beard slowly, peering down his long nose at Razel with clear disdain. No respect for your seniors, the old man said, voice brittle, but laced with power. Looking at me and still not bowing. What a rude, unruly young generation this is. Razel's lips twitched. This old geezer literally murdered me like 50 times without a word, and now I am the rude one. He almost wanted to cough up blood from the sheer irony. Still, he forced a smile. But before Razel could even start his prepared bullshit, the old man scoffed and spoke first, his voice sharp and accusing. So, you are that arrogant brat whose conceit has reached the heavens, proclaiming you would come to learn from me, requesting that I teach you. Just who gave you the guts, boy? The old man glared down at him, despite being shorter, as though the very air around him bent to his disdain. It was clear he looked at Razel with less regard than a flea. His contempt was so strong that it practically carried weight. The atmosphere felt heavier. If the heavens themselves had descended to beg for Razel's training, the old man would still have swatted them away like a fly. Razel blinked, a little caught off guard. Actually, I have brought gifts for Senior, he said quickly, switching gears without hesitation. The old man paused, his squinted eyes sharpening even more. Gifts, he said, scoffing again as he shifted slightly from his perch on the rock. A sneer curled at the edge of his cracked lips. Do you think there is a price for my teachings? Is that what you believe? That my teaching can be bought with a bribe? The arrogance of youth. And then, without even lifting a finger, "Get out of my sight. You have died, host." Razel sighed as he respawned in front of the same bamboo house, in the same bamboo grove, like nothing had happened, except for the faint ringing echo of death still thudding in his skull. Man, just a few words and I drop dead. What the hell kind of power is that? If that is what a word does, what the hell would a strike look like? Damn. If I could get this kind of power, Razel muttered, shaking his head. Without wasting another second, he reached into his suit pocket and pulled out his ultimate weapon. A book, its cover a masterpiece of craftsmanship and degeneracy. "You misunderstand my intentions, Senior," Razel said with practiced sincerity, holding the book with both hands. "It is not about buying your guidance. I simply brought a piece of art from the greatest collector and artist I know, and I thought perhaps you might appreciate its depth." He opened the book like a sacred relic, angling it directly toward the old man, letting the first image reveal itself under the golden bamboo-filtered light. The effect was instant. Silence. Not the regular kind of silence, but a cosmic one. As if the entire world had frozen. Even the rustling of the bamboo leaves stopped. The birds that had chirped earlier were suddenly mute. The soft breeze that had been threading through the bamboo forest now stood still. And then Razel noticed the old man, still seated on his rock. His skeletal form had begun to tremble. Not with fear, not with rage, but with something far more profound. Awe. His eyes were wide, so wide they seemed to be trying to escape his wrinkled sockets. His pupils shook. His white eyebrows and beard lifted unnaturally, as though lifted by invisible strings. His skeletal jaw hung open, a thin line of saliva dripping uncontrollably from his mouth. Razel's arms began to shake. He had never felt so awkward, or this thoroughly disgusted. What the hell kind of expression is that? He whispered to himself. Is he drooling on himself? Over that? That expression. What the hell, man? You lecherous fossil. Just how horny do you have to be to make that face? Razel screamed internally, his soul withering from secondhand shame. Then, before Razel could react, the book vanished from his hands. Gone. Cleanly snatched. And the old man, he was gone too. Razel blinked. He spun around. Ha, where the hell did he? Then his eyes locked onto the bamboo hut a few paces away. Slam. The door shut violently, sending a loud thunk echoing across the grove. Razel just stood there. His mouth slowly dropped open. No, no way. He staggered a step closer, eyes wide. Don't tell me. That damn old geezer. That damned old geezer had taken the book and locked himself in the house. With the book. He rubbed his forehead, unsure whether to scream or laugh. This is what I get for using that kind of tactic. That man is more degenerate than Drake. No wonder he was labeled not a swordsman. He is a professional pervert who only uses the wrong sword. Razel sighed, sitting down on the ground. Now what the hell am I supposed to do? Wait for him to finish enjoying the art. Inside the hut, he could hear muffled muttering, the sound of pages turning rapidly, and something that sounded suspiciously like stifled laughter mixed with weeping. Razel covered his ears. I am never doing this again, Villy. Never. You think this kind of tactic is easy to pull off, host. You are lucky that old man had some dignity left. If you ask me, most degenerates of that level do not even differentiate between man and woman. So your crash-landing hams are safe. The system's voice rang in Razel's ears, sharp and sarcastic enough to send a chill down his spine. Razel swallowed. Maybe he really did need a better plan next time. But for now, he had started something and he needed to finish it. 20 minutes later, Razel stood expressionless in the open grass clearing, the training ground carved neatly into the bamboo forest like nature's perfect sparring ring. 50 meters of open land surrounded him. The air was clean, but the aura hanging in it was anything but gentle. He had done it. Somehow, despite all the disgust and awkward bargaining, he had convinced the degenerate old man to train him. For 30 minutes. Just 30. Even then, it had not been easy. Razel had offered 5 different books from Drake's degeneracy collection, each one more treasured than the last. The old man had tried to snatch them. He had even killed Razel multiple times in an effort to steal them outright. But none were present here, not in this system space. All of them remained in the outside world, safeguarded in his real body's possession. Only after repeated deaths and a final threat to leave if not taught did the old man finally relent. And Razel had even made one condition very clear. Take a shower before you teach me. Now, standing with his arms folded, he faced the elder who was stretching his back with surprising vigor for someone so wrinkled. The man looked re-energized, even excited. His dry, pallid skin shimmered with a faint glow of rejuvenation. His thin sword was now belted properly at his hip, but still disgusting. Senior, you cannot half-ass this, Razel warned flatly. If I even feel like you are not serious about teaching, I will leave this space. You know you cannot stop me. The old man grumbled at the tone, but did not reply. He looked changed, his back slightly bent as he stood across the field. But his eyes were sharp, and there was something dangerous in the way he twirled his long beard. Though he looked tired, he was not weak. Still, Razel held back his instinct to gag. He was sacrificing a little sanity for greater strength. And swordsmanship along with dodging was something he desperately needed right now. As for why he had come here to learn swordsmanship and dodging first, well, that was actually the most important thing Razel needed right now. Safety, dodging skills. At the very least, he had to make sure nothing could hit him. He knew that the opponents he would be facing, whoever they turned out to be, would be overwhelmingly powerful. Strong enough that even a single blow might end the match, or worse, end him entirely. From everything he had gathered so far, Most of the potential enemies used swords or were heavily physical combatants. Big attacks, massive spells, or elemental magic skills, those were flashy, sure, but most likely would not be used in an arena setting where control and precision were prioritized. It would not make sense for them to use big, flashy area attacks in an official arena. He already had an S-rank perception skill, and he knew how much of an upgrade that gave him. Just being able to sense things more sharply had improved his combat sense dramatically. But perception alone was not enough. He needed reaction time. He needed agility. He needed real technique, something that would let him move, dodge, or at least survive. If he could react fast enough and master a proper dodging technique, Arkanveil was confident that no ordinary attack could land on him. And if he could not be hit, he could not be hurt. At the very least, he would not be taken out by one strike. As for offense, well, that is where swordsmanship comes in. With his high strength and agility stats, he would get by working on a killing intent skill, not to mention the flexibility and lightning-fast reaction speed after learning dodging. He could be absolutely lethal. That combination alone would make him a deadly force on the battlefield. Why had he not chosen to go for magical skills first, even when the system had clearly stated that magic was superior to physical combat on nearly every level? Simple. His mana stat was still E rank. That meant even the smallest skills would not work much. Like, literally, his shadow step drained him quickly. And that was not even an offensive or high consumption skill. It was just a movement ability, one designed to cancel out sounds and create concealment. He could barely activate it, much less sustain or spam it in battle. If that tiny skill was already so mana heavy for him, then trying to use real magic attacks, that was a death sentence. Getting proficient in magic would require more than just skills. He needed raw mana. That was something he could only obtain through monster cores, which he did not have right now. Also, he could not just go out there and hunt down thousands of monster cores to refine his mana pool. He did not have the money, and he certainly did not have the time. 7 days. That was all he had. Just 7 days to evolve into someone who could go toe-to-toe with monsters in human form. Even if he somehow obtained magic skills now, learning them and getting proficient in their use would take time and effort. Magic was not just a point-and-shoot thing. You needed control, timing, and familiarity with your own mana flow. He did not have that experience yet, and he did not want to waste time fumbling through it. It is all because of not having the time. What was the point of learning grand magic if he could not even survive long enough to cast it? On the other hand, his physical stats, those he could improve easily. In the training ground, by fighting and killing, he could steadily raise attributes like agility and strength. And if he focused on dodging techniques, paired with his S-rank perception and other senses like keen hearing, he would already be setting a solid foundation. Let us say he managed to obtain a good dodging technique from this old man, one that truly helped with reaction speed and movement. Then, he could enter the training ground, choose stronger enemies, and simulate combat. That would do a few things at once. Not to say amplify time speed inside the training ground to get extra time. He could train his dodging proficiency. He would raise his physical stats. He would increase the proficiency of his keen hearing and killing intent by using them in real-time combat. He would test and refine his close quarters fighting instincts, improve sword skills at the same time, and whatever skills the old man would give. It was the most logical route he could take with the resources and stats he had right now. He was not being stupid or reckless. He just was not blindly throwing stones and hoping they landed. He had discussed it with Vili, analyzed every step, and mapped the clearest path forward. Of course, he would still visit a shadow element-based villain. Maybe there was something hidden in that affinity. Some passive benefits or traits. Something he could utilize. For now though, this was the best course of action. Arkanveil's eyes refocused, locking on the old geezer standing across the training field. The old man, for all his eccentricities, still did not look very motivated. He looked like he was here against his will, his face sour and passive. There was not a hint of genuine teaching spirit in him. It made Arkanveil sigh internally. This old fart is probably going to do the bare minimum, Arkanveil muttered in his head. But then he had an idea. If scaring the old guy into teaching did not work, maybe it was time to use another kind of motivation. Senior, Arkanveil said suddenly, voice firm but respectful, it all depends on your teaching. The old man raised a single white eyebrow. I am being serious here, Arkanveil continued. If I am satisfied, like truly satisfied, with the depth of your technique, I will give you an additional 10 books, all premium grade. But if your teachings exceed my expectations, if they are really satisfying, I will give you 20. Signed, labeled, exclusive. He leaned forward slightly, a devilish glint in his eye. So do not take this lightly, and do not try to cheat this junior. The old man blinked once, then twice. His eyes twitched as he hugged the book to his chest like a lover reunited after centuries. You truly have the spirit of an artist, he muttered, eyes beginning to shimmer with nostalgic warmth. Younger generations, they still hold the light. Also, I would love to meet this junior Drake of yours, or whatever, someday. He sighed deeply. Do not worry, kid, the old geezer said, finally setting the book down beside him with something akin to reverence. I may be a degenerate, but I still have some dignity. If I said I will teach, then I will teach. He slowly pulled out a long, thin sword, one that looked almost weightless, refined like a sliver of starlight, and turned to face Arkanveil in the open clearing. To be clear, he added, one hand cracking his old neck, I do not have a dozen techniques, or secret books, or flying sword manuals. I only know one thing. His lips curled slightly, and his eyes finally gleamed, not with lust or greed this time, but with something closer to pride. But what I do know, I know perfectly. Chapter 77. All right. Let us start, Senior, Razel said, rubbing his hands together in anticipation. His eyes gleamed as if he were about to open a treasure chest. The old man took a few steps closer. Then, as if thinking of something, he turned around without a word, and placed his sword gently on a nearby rock, as if declaring he would not be needing it. Razel blinked, watching the sword being left behind as if it held no importance. He put the sword down. That tiny action somehow stung more than it should have. He knew he was weak, but the old man did not even consider using a weapon to teach. It felt dismissive, humbling, bitter, even. He just sighed. I do not know, boy, if you will ever be able to master it, the old man muttered. He placed his hands behind his back and walked with slow, deliberate steps toward Razel again. In that moment, his entire aura shifted. Gone was the perverted old coot. Now he moved like a sage, an expert who had lived through centuries. But since you have come here, I suppose I will teach you. What is this skill though? Razel asked eagerly. He was unable to hold back the thrill rising in his chest. His eyes gleamed as if he were about to be handed another SSS-ranked ability. But the old man did not answer. Instead, he examined Razel silently, his eyes narrowing with a quiet, unnerving intensity. I have to say, the old man finally spoke while stroking his long beard. You have some of the shittiest talent I have ever seen. In all my life, I have rarely seen someone your age with so little. Razel almost spat out blood, but he held it in. But, you do have something. Something interesting. A sharp perception far beyond what most could dream of. Most likely tied to your hearing, which is unusually sensitive. And your physique, it is healthy. More than that, you heal faster than normal if I am not wrong. Even the sound of your steps tells me your body is light. If I had to guess, it is like 1/5 of your body weight is missing, weirdly enough. He said it so casually, as if he had run a full physical analysis in the time it took to blink. Razel blinked anyway, stunned. This old man is crazy. He was impressed though. As expected of an SSS-ranked monster, even the smallest things did not escape his attention. Though how did he find this out, Razel thought, but let it go. It is not important. Then the old man asked, so, since you came here, you must know what kind of expertise I possess, right? Razel froze. Shit. Fuck my system, he cursed. He could not just say no, could he? Of course, Senior. I have heard you are renowned for your unparalleled dodging and evasion techniques, as well as swordsmanship, Razel replied quickly. He tried to sound as respectful as possible. The old man's face instantly contorted. Wrong, he snapped. The word echoed through the bamboo forest. His voice thundered like a lightning strike. You came to learn from me without even knowing what I truly teach. Razel instinctively raised both hands, like a student caught copying during an exam, apologizing instantly. I am sorry, Senior. Forgive this ignorant junior. No one ever truly speaks of your art. It is hidden, legendary. Please enlighten me. He poured every drop of regret and pleading into his voice. If this crusty old geezer refused to teach him now, after everything he had done to get here, Razel swore he would spit fire from his mouth and roast this ancient raisin alive. Thankfully, the old man just shook his head, sighing at the younger generation's ignorance. If it were not for the sacred beauty you brought as tribute, if you had not paid proper homage to the eternal art, his eyes fell back to the book he had put on a stone far away. His eyes still held some reverence, and his expression softened. Then I would not be wasting my time. He exhaled deeply, then fixed Razel with a stern gaze. Listen closely, brat. First, what I know is not swordsmanship. I do not even like swords. But dodging, movement, evasion, that I own. He straightened as much as his bent back would allow, and his voice, despite the age it carried, was sharp as steel. I do not think there is anyone, not in this world or across the entire cosmos, who understands it better than me. The words struck like thunder. Razel swallowed hard, his throat suddenly dry. What is it then, Senior? He asked carefully, almost afraid of the answer. The old man grinned. Slowly, he raised a single finger into the air, one hand still behind his arched back. Flow, he said. His voice was hushed, as if it carried a sacred truth. I know how to use flow. Flow. Razel blinked, staring at the old man with a blank face. The word had dropped like a stone into his mind, causing only ripples of confusion. Flow, he repeated slowly, almost suspiciously. It did not sound cool. Not like some fancy named move, Void Edge Slash, Demon King's Laceration, or even Dragon Fang Pierce. No, it was just flow. It sounded like something you would learn in a yoga class. Still, this was an SSS-ranked villain. Maybe weird, boring names came with that territory. He did not know. But something made him pause. The old man had not said I mastered flow. He said I know how to use flow. That subtle difference scratched the back of Razel's mind. Did that mean the old man had not mastered it? That he was only using it half-baked? Was Razel going to receive an incomplete teaching? That thought alone gave him an uncomfortable itch in the back of his mind, a vague anxiety. Of course it felt empty when you go to someone who is obviously supposed to be all might, but is using words he should. The old man, however, stood calmly. It is not a technique or skill, if you are asking, he said. His voice was as steady as the wind brushing the bamboo leaves around them. I do not have any techniques. I do not have any named moves. I do not wield anything flashy. I simply go with the flow, and I know how to use it. Razel blinked harder. Flow. More question marks started flying above his head. Oh, this old guy is a genius, the system suddenly chimed in. Ha, Razel nearly jumped. That made things worse. Even the system understood this nonsense. Can you explain what the hell is going on then? Let him explain, host. Focus. Razel swore under his breath. You never help. But he decided to keep listening. The old man, unfazed by Razel's confused aura, began walking slowly across the training field, each step gentle and deliberate. Flow, the old man continued, is everything. In the simplest of terms, it is movement. Razel squinted. Not helpful. He paused, watching Razel's blank expression. Think of wind. Think of water. That is flow. Movement is flow. Breathing is flow. Even your heartbeat, it is all flow. He stopped and raised a hand, letting a bamboo leaf fall into his palm as it drifted from the air. Your muscles move in a flow. Your breath moves in a flow. Even your thoughts and reactions are part of your inner flow. I simply know how to use that. As the old man smiled softly, the aura around him subtly shifted. He was not glowing, was not flaring with power. He just stood there, quiet as a breeze, and yet the confidence in his body made him feel larger than the sky. It was as if just talking about his strongest skill made him feel like he was the god. Still, Razel asked carefully, so, does that mean you have mastered flow? You can make water or wind move, like summon a tsunami, or something. Razel got the muscle and movement part now. It sounded like some advanced martial arts technique. But this was supposed to be an SSS-ranked villain, not a street performer doing Tai Chi. If it were just body control, he could have learned that from any monk like A-ranked villains, or something. Right. There had to be more to it. But the old man scoffed loudly, almost offended. No, brat. Cannot you hear me? The old man snapped, clearly frustrated. I said I know how to use the flow, not control it. You have twisted the entire concept. Are you dumb or what? I was not talking about the wind or the damn water. I am talking about flow, the movement of everything. I know how to use that. His voice grew sharper with each word, hands gesturing as if pulling invisible threads from the air. I can go with the flow, he continued. Use it, ride it, let it shape my fighting rhythm, shift my momentum, let it carry me through the tide of battle. I do not fight the wave, I ride it. That is what I mean. Razel blinked, still not fully grasping it. His blank face said it all. The old man took a long breath, gathering his patience. Then, slowly, as if explaining to a toddler, he continued, the energy or momentum that exists around anything in motion, which can be tapped into by someone who can feel, or ride it like a surfer riding a wave. The silence that followed was heavy, but Razel's expression slowly dropped. He tried to hide it, tried to keep a respectful face, but his disappointment showed through. His lips twitched, his shoulders slumped, his eyes were flat. System, you are seriously telling me this dude's so-called legendary skill is this bullshit? Razel asked in his head, utterly unconvinced. He had read too many martial arts novels to fall for that. He knew this kind of philosophical martial crap. Water steps, flow like water, some poetic babble about erosion, or the gentleness of streams breaking stone. At the end of the day, it was just slow circular punching that looked flashy, and did absolutely nothing in real life. People wasted time practicing that shit when they could have just, punched. If this is his ultimate ability, the one that got him to SSS rank, then I swear he is either conning me, or the world has gone mad, Razel thought. He could not help but feel cheated. SSS-Rank Villain, Master of Flow. It is just overly romanticized garbage, Razel thought bitterly. If this thing had been an A-rank, or even B-rank skill, sure, maybe I would nod along. But an SSS-ranked ability. He controlled himself, trying to suppress the rising frustration. His faith in this whole lesson wavered hard. Host, are you a complete idiot? The system's voice suddenly cut in, sharp and unimpressed. That ability from all angles is well deserving of its SSS rank classification. In fact, if not for certain flaws, it could have easily surpassed most other normal SSS ranked abilities. Razel blinked. Ha, wait, what? You are seriously underestimating it just because you do not understand it. That is why I told you to shut up and focus, the system snapped. This is not some flashy magic skill or dramatic attack. It is one of the foundational laws. Razel fell silent, the annoyance melting into confusion and then curiosity. Ha, wait. You mean like the killing concept you explained to me before, he asked, blinking, trying to connect the pieces. Yes, it is on the same level as the killing intent SSS skill you received, the system replied with a slower, more grounded tone. Even if this old man does not grasp the full concept, what he is trying to walk upon is fluidity, one of the supreme primordial concepts. Just like the killing flow has no true reverse, flow itself has no beginning or end either. Everything in this world, host, nothing is ever still and never will be. Razel blinked again, the dots slowly starting to connect in his mind, but not fully. The thoughts were swirling, ideas clashing. He could feel there was something big here, but it was still too vague. And before he could fully gather his thoughts, the old man's voice cut in, dragging him back to reality. Let us leave the core concept aside. Not like you are going to understand it anyway, the old man muttered with a sigh, shaking his head as if exhausted. I have given up. I have tried everything to help you understand this, but it is pointless. All you really want is to learn how to use it, right? You do not give a damn how it works or what it means anyways. Chapter 78. Let us leave the core concept aside. Not like you are going to understand it anyway, the old man muttered with a sigh, shaking his head as if exhausted. I have given up. I have tried everything to help you understand this, but it is pointless. All you really want is to learn how to use it, right? You do not give a damn how it works or what it means anyways. His eyes were calm, resigned, as if he had accepted a bitter truth. Razel nodded, honestly. Yeah. He did not have time to care about theory. This old geezer had only given him 30 minutes, and by his guess, they had already wasted 5. Fine, the old man muttered. I will make it simple. Forget the philosophy. Just remember this. He pointed his bony finger at Razel, eyes sharp. You, standing right there right now, are under thousands of flows. Ha, Razel narrowed his eyes, confused. But did not you say flow is just movement? Yes, the old man spread his arms dramatically, as if revealing the vastness of the universe itself. And movement is everywhere. Around you, within you, beneath you, above you. Razel blinked, starting to piece some bits together, but before he could say more, the old man spoke again. You are moving even now. Just because your feet are not stepping forward does not mean you are still. Your body, your presence, your very existence, everything is in constant movement even when you think you are still. His voice took on a rhythm now, almost hypnotic. I have studied this for decades, and what I have found is simple. At any given time, a person is standing inside a storm of flows. He lifted his fingers, ticking off categories as he spoke. 26 internal flows, 17 physical flows, 17 environmental, 200 planetary, and thousands of cosmic flows, all acting on you at once. Razel just stood there, blinking. Was this old man high? Internal flows, the old man explained, pacing slowly around him, are things within you: essence flow, spirit flow, memory flow, emotional flow, resonance currents. Subtle but powerful. He raised a hand. Then we go physical: blood flow, muscle wave movement, inertia, kinetic tension, gravitational center, friction balance, all of them flows too. And then comes environmental flows: wind patterns, sound waves, moisture currents, even the lingering traces of magic. The old man paused, letting it sink in before continuing. Then you have planetary flows, Coriolis shifts, orbital drift, magnetic pulls, gravitational pressures, tidal surges, things your body is constantly experiencing, whether you feel them or not. And finally, the old man lifted his eyes to the sky: cosmic flows, stellar winds, galactic drift, electromagnetic pulses, solar tide fields, orbital forces. Everything in this universe is in motion, and thus, a part of the flow. He said it so matter-of-factly, like it was the most obvious thing in the world. Razel, meanwhile, just blinked again. From the first half, he was kind of following. The blood stuff, emotions, even kinetic flow, that made sense. But after the planetary and cosmic parts, his brain just stopped computing. Is this also in this skill? Galactic. That is flow too, he thought, bewildered. How the hell is that supposed to help in a fight again anyways? The old man groaned, and pressed a palm to his forehead, clearly frustrated by the dumbstruck look on Razel's face. Is everyone in this generation this dense? He muttered to himself. He had spent centuries unlocking this understanding in solitude. When he first discovered cosmic flow, his peers had not even left their home planet. Now this kid, clearly educated, probably literate in 3 languages, could not grasp even the outer layer of it, even when he was explaining it. Razel, awkwardly silent, felt the pressure, but also curiosity. The old man might be a crazy geezer, but there was something here, and he wanted to know more. Okay, wait, he said, stepping forward. I get how you could maybe use wind or water to help dodge or whatever, but what do you mean by planetary and cosmic? How can anyone actually use that? You said you know how to use it, then how? Can you demonstrate? Also show me lower water and wind ones. I do not understand that either. Sighing, the old man rubbed his forehead, clearly running out of patience. All right, I will just explain how I use it, he muttered. First, feel the flow around you or within you. Everything has a rhythm, a motion. Try to sense it. Try to surf it, to move in the direction it is already going. Razel squinted, trying to follow. Feel every flow, your muscles, your blood, even how your breath moves in and out of your lungs. These are internal and physical flows, and those can be tamed, controlled, directed. Now, for the external flows, go with them. Ride them. That is the best you can do. The old man's voice was calm, but filled with a strange, natural authority. Try to feel the gravity, the wind, the mana, or chi, any energy around you. Even magnetic fields, these are flows too. Everything is movement. Everything is flow. Razel listened, nodding slowly. He closed his eyes and tried to feel it. Anything. But all he could feel was the wind, just a soft breeze brushing across his skin. As for the direction it was moving, he could not even tell. Was it because of his keen hearing? It helped perceive sound, but not this. Razel tried harder, stretching his senses, but nothing. He gave up, exhaling heavily. Opening his eyes, he looked at the old man. Demonstrate it, he said simply. The old man chuckled bitterly. You are dumb, kid. I mean that sincerely. You are never going to understand this. But, since you are giving me 20 beautiful books, I guess I can at least give you a show. He turned, cracking his neck. Tell me, which one do you want me to demonstrate? Planetary one, Razel replied without hesitation. The old man raised an eyebrow, and, with a flick of his wrist, a sword appeared in his hand. Do you know, kid, why I use a sword, when I am not a swordsman? Razel tilted his head. I do not know. Maybe to slash. since fighting with bare hands is not lethal enough. Nope, the old man said flatly, shaking his head. It is because if I did not use a tool, I would be the one getting destroyed. That answer sent a strange chill through Razel. Ha, he muttered, eyebrows furrowing. The old man looked up, his eyes suddenly serious. Do you know what the Coriolis force is? Something to do with the rotation of planets or other large bodies, Razel replied, a little unsure. The old man nodded. Correct. And do you understand the kind of flow created when something that massive and powerful rotates? Do you know how strong that flow comes? Razel's mouth opened, then closed. His brain was starting to catch on. A sudden realization struck like lightning. Wait. You are saying, you can. No way. His eyes widened, and a devilish grin plastered itself on the old man's face. Without a care in the world, he raised his sword with a slow, ominous motion. Coriolis Fang, he murmured, his thin lips barely moving. But the air around them seemed to freeze. Gripping the sword with both hands, the old man suddenly slashed forward. Razel, who stood off to the side, his eyes wide with anticipation, watched the scene unfold. And then, a golden plasma light burst from the old man's sword. Razel's jaw dropped. He saw the blade itself shatter, not physically, but metaphysically, as if existence itself cracked under the strain. For a brief instant, that golden light held still, suspended like a divine judgment in the air. And then, in less than a millisecond, it all crumbled into cosmic dust. And then, host, you have died. Host, you have died. Host, you have died. Host, you have died. He did not even understand what was happening. Razel was caught in an endless loop of instant death and respawn. Right in that exact moment. He did not know how long it lasted. 100 times. 1,000. Time blurred. All he knew was the moment he touched the grass with his foot, he died again. Not once in all those loops had he even fully landed. It was like existence itself had put him on pause, while that force ran its course. He did not see the attack. He did not hear it. There was not even a moment to understand. And then suddenly he stepped down. He could feel the grass again. He could breathe. He had survived, barely. The wind pressure had lessened just barely enough for him to not be shredded alive by it. Just as he tried to steady himself, the delayed sound finally caught up. Boom! The world roared. Host, you have died. Host, you have died. Again, he died 10 or so more times just from the aftershock. Just from the ripple of the event. And then again he stood. What the actual fuck is going on? Razel gasped. He had not even seen the strike, had not processed anything. But then his eyes turned forward. No, he did not need to turn. Because he saw it. Everywhere. His eyes tracked the line of pure annihilation in front of him. The bamboo forest was gone. Not destroyed, erased. A massive gash extended in a straight line, as far as his eyes could see. Deep, wide, endlessly stretching. And the farther it went, the wider it became, as if it had carved straight through the planet. Even the clouds above had been sliced apart, clean and sharp, forming a canyon in the sky. Even the sky had been torn. Razel staggered back, lips parted, his face pale. His voice trembled. SYS, system, what was that? What the hell just happened? He used the Coriolis force of this planet, host. He tapped into its flow, and channeled it through his sword. What you just witnessed was him borrowing a fraction of planetary rotation. No way, Razel whispered, stunned. And to answer the question you are about to ask, yes. That is entirely possible. That is what happens when one uses the world itself as their strength, not personal strength. The words chilled Razel to his core. Wait, is that even possible? How much did he use? Yes it is. Also to be specific, he only accessed 0.00001% of the Coriolis flow's true power. Razel's legs nearly gave out. Razel's jaw dropped. Wait, what the fuck? Just that. His mind reeled. Just that much power. 0.00001%. He muttered, eyes still locked on the endless, burning line of devastation. System. How powerful was that strike really? What kind of destructive force are we talking about here? To put it in human terms, host, that single sword swing contained the energy of over 100,000 Tsar bombas. Depending on the focus and the shape of the swing, it could easily obliterate an entire nation. If aimed downward, it would slice into the planet's crust and potentially trigger global tectonic instability. If directed upward, it could bend the atmosphere, twist it into a spiral wound, and even slow the planet's rotation with repeated use. He was shaking now. The idea of channeling the planet's rotation force, even a microscopic fraction of it, felt like a god-tier power from some overpowered fantasy game. But that was beyond. He looked at the horizon again. It felt like the Earth itself had been cleaved. What the actual fuck? What is the difference between this and just grabbing planets and throwing them at enemies? He breathed, eyes still wide. There is none. That is the difference between someone who knows the flow and someone who knows only power. As those words echoed in his ears, Razel knew he had not just come across a pervert crazy old man. He had stumbled upon one of the most terrifying beings in existence. One who did not just fight, but just. So this is why they are SSS-ranked villains, he gulped. Chapter 79. Razel just stood there dumbstruck, his jaw practically unhinged as he stared at the scene before him. The earth in front of him had been cleaved apart, no, obliterated. He could not even gauge the depth of the gash nor the width of it. From his limited perspective, it looked like the old man had just slashed half the planet in two. Even the sky was not spared. High above, where clouds once lazily drifted, Now a split ran clean through them, a visible tear in the heavens. But just as he tried to process the destruction, something else caught his attention. Golden-green particles, tiny specks of shimmering light, began to appear. They danced through the air, surrounding the destroyed land, the sky, and even floated past his face. They were so vivid and so numerous that the whole world suddenly looked like it was glowing, basked in a divine aurora. Razel instinctively closed his eyes. The light was intense, almost too beautiful to bear. And then he noticed something else. The ground was healing. The impossibly deep gash in the ground, it was filling back up. Identical sand, soil, and rock forming out of nowhere, layering into the destroyed space as if the world was stitching itself back together. Even the bamboo trees were returning, regrowing and fast forward. The grass reappeared, emerald and vibrant. Everything was being restored. System, what is happening? Razel asked, barely able to breathe the words. This is not part of the old man's skill, is it? This scene looked as if someone had turned back the time. And also, he was not even sure why he was asking that. Restoration. Turning back time. It sounded ridiculous. But after seeing someone using the rotation of a planet, he was not putting anything past this geezer. No, host. This is not a result of the old man's skill. What you are witnessing is the automatic restoration of the system space. Damage here is not permanent. Oh. Razel nodded slowly, though the awe had not faded from his eyes. It did make sense, in a terrifying way. If monsters like this were just swinging around casually, a training ground would probably be reduced to ash with every sparring session. Of course there had to be some kind of recovery function. But another question still gnawed at him. System, did that old man use magic? Razel asked, more softly this time, his brows furrowed. Does he have any kind of energy inside him? Like mana or aura, or whatever? No, host. He has neither. He is not a swordsman. He is a villain class combatant with no elemental affinity. What he used was not magic. It was pure physical flow. His ability is categorized as a physical technique, totally and definitely not one fueled by internal energy. I see. Razel nodded again, still amazed. But then something clicked. A contradiction in his mind suddenly resurfaced. Wait, did not you say magic is superior? He asked quickly. You said physical skills are fine and all, but they will never match high-tier magic. But this guy, he just used a planet's rotation force like it was nothing. If this is just a physical skill, what the hell is superior to that? The system responded calmly, as if expecting this question. Host, that is correct. Magic is generally superior, because it allows control over reality through laws beyond natural physics. However, what the old man demonstrated was not mere physical power. Yes, he used his body as the core for action, but the energy behind the strike did not originate from him. Razel squinted. What do you mean? Host, it is not purely physical. Yes, the old man centered his technique entirely on physics using nothing but his body and flow, but it cannot be classified as purely physical either. Why? Because that energy he wielded was not his. No individual human, with a body this small, can contain or produce such colossal energy. That is simply a fundamental truth. Yes, there are beings in existence who can produce that kind of destructive force, but their mass and size are proportionate to their power. For example, a being would need to be at least 1/8677th the size of a planet to unleash that level of force using its own body alone. But this old man, his body mass does not even come close to that. Some universal laws simply cannot be broken, host. That is why the only explanation is this. He did not create that power. He borrowed it. Razel listened. Think of it like this, the system continued. Imagine you are a human. Let us say you ride on a vehicle going 400 kilometers per hour. Even if you do not throw a punch, even if you simply extend your arm outward, while passing a target, if that arm hits something, the impact will be devastating. Far beyond what your normal body could generate. That is what he did. He did not generate the energy. He simply flowed with it. Razel blinked, the pieces beginning to connect. The reason this power is still considered physical is because he did not use any foreign medium. No mana, no chi, no spirit energy. Just flow, just momentum. So that slash was not his strength. No, it was the world's. He simply learned how to ride it. Razel rubbed his chin, visibly intrigued. Very interesting concept, I must say. Still processing the magnitude of what he had witnessed, a question tugged at the back of his mind. Did he use all his power? System, he asked, just curious, maybe even a bit hopeful that was the limit. Not even close, host. That was just planetary. Well, you will understand it yourself. At that, Razel shut his mouth. He did not even know how to respond anymore. But yeah, this was bullshit on another level entirely. And yet, it was finally starting to make sense. The last few encounters with these SSS-ranked monsters had dulled his sense of awe. He had begun treating them like not-so-big shots, even toying with them inside this death-immune system space. Just minutes ago, he had managed to completely toy with one of them, someone of the same rank as this old man. But after seeing this, no, now he understood. He had been dancing on the edge of existence, taunting gods while thinking himself invincible just because he could not die here. But that invulnerability was a simulation, a safe box with infinite retries, while they were walking disasters. But now that he had seen what a real attack looked like, what a true SSS-ranked being could do, he felt his perspective tilting. He blinked, staring into the distance where the land had been cleaved apart, and then effortlessly restored, and muttered to himself, maybe these guys do deserve some respect after all. And with that realization, a new, much darker thought crept into his mind like a cold wind brushing down his spine. If SSS-ranked villains are this powerful, just how absurd must the X-ranked ones be? He swallowed hard, his mind struggling to even comprehend what kind of nonsense power lay at the next tier. What comes after witnessing someone use the planets as their own powers? What comes next? He exhaled, shaking his head slowly as if to knock away the fog of disbelief. Seems like I underestimated this system function strength again. What once looked like an average simulator, this training function was proving itself more and more nonsensical with every minute. At first, it felt like just a glorified death loop machine. But now, he himself does not know what is happening. Maybe I am just scratching the surface even now. Who knows what things are more to discover, Razel thought, swallowing the lump in his throat. With a slow breath, he forced his attention back to the present, remembering he was in the middle of a lesson. The sheer scale of what just happened had almost made him forget. Lifting his head, he scanned the sky, then the horizon. The world around had already returned to normal. The destruction, no, the cataclysm that had erupted moments ago, was now wiped away. The clouds above floated peacefully, untouched. The bamboo forest that had once been obliterated now stood tall again, as if time itself had turned back. His gaze shifted, finally landing where it needed to. There, still standing exactly where he had been, was the old man. The sword had vanished from his hands. Not a scratch marked his skin. He was not panting or even shaking. The only thing he did was slowly rotate his shoulder in small circles. I am really getting old, the man muttered, cracking his shoulder like he had just finished some casual backyard gardening. Razel, who had fully expected to see blood, broken bones, or at least some indication that something had been sacrificed for that ungodly attack, could only twitch his lips. This geezer just used a planetary force to split reality, and now he is acting like he just got up from a nap. Unbelievable. Oh, you are still alive, boy, the old man suddenly said, his head turning as if he had just remembered Razel existed. He raised an eyebrow with a comically surprised expression. Well, that is a shocker. Senior. Chapter 80. So, how was it, did you see it? The old man asked, his eyes glinting with something between pride and mischief. Well, it was ridiculous, Razel answered honestly, still blinking in disbelief. At his words, the old man simply clasped his hands behind his back, his already bent spine curving further as he leaned back slightly. You might be the very first person to ever witness a strike like that and still be alive, the old man said, stroking his beard, his voice drifting into nostalgia. Almost every person I tried to show my techniques to died within the first instant. That is why I never had any disciples. Razel coughed awkwardly, scratching the back of his neck. Well, I am special, I guess, he muttered under his breath. So, did you learn anything? The old man looked at him expectantly. Razel rubbed his chin thoughtfully. I do not know, he said, honestly. The old man's eyebrows rose high. He had fully expected a denial, not this vague response. In truth, he did not believe anyone could learn it. All his life, he had tried taking disciples from commoners to heavenly prodigies, but no one, no matter how much talent they had, ever learned it. The concept seemed untouchable. As for why he was entertaining this kid now, simple. The kid was obviously too dumb to ever learn it. This was just passing time and showing off. Not to mention, the promise of 20 heavenly books was too tempting. It was not his fault the kid was talentless, after all. But Razel, in truth, was far from empty-headed. He was not even sure why. He was not sure what he was doing, was not sure how he was supposed to feel it, or even what it was. But ever since he had seen that unbelievable strike from the old man, something inside him had shifted. He felt something at that time, a ripple, a drift, a memory perhaps, of a sensation too deep to explain. He did not know. He did not understand it, could not name it, but he could feel it. As if something at that time had passed through him. Something beyond vision, beyond logic. He squeezed his eyes tighter, trying to grasp that fleeting sensation, trying to hold on to something he was not even sure existed. He stood there, body relaxed but mind focused, reaching deep inside, trying to remember it. That brief, ephemeral sensation when everything around him seemed to move as one. He could not visualize it, not really, but he wanted to. From the side, the old man watched Razel with a slight frown. What is this brat doing now? But Razel was not thinking about impressing him. He was not even thinking about techniques or rewards. He simply wanted to understand what he had felt. It was like trying to remember a dream right after waking, something vivid yet slipping between his fingers. Then, suddenly, a spark. His mind buzzed. It was like a ripple had danced across his soul, and something, unlocked. What is this? Razel whispered to himself. The sensation was bizarre. It was not pain, nor power. It felt like he was submerged, not in water, but in something intangible. The world around him became softer, denser, rippling. There was a strange pressure, a stillness wrapped in movement, like he was floating, or sinking, or both. It was as if he were submerged underwater, surrounded on all sides, covered in a rippling, invisible force. It was not suffocating, but all-encompassing. It came not just from one side, but from every direction. It was not mana or aura, or even something like that he knows of. It was something else. His senses expanded. He felt something brushing against his skin. Not wind, not heat, just flow. Then suddenly, he opened his eyes. And as he did, the world exploded in color. His pupils shrunk for a moment, adjusting, and then expanded again in awe. And then he saw it. Colors, everywhere. Ripples of radiant light drifted across the air like slow-moving streams of liquid. Ethereal, shifting, alive. Each flow had its own hue. Some silver, some deep violet, others glowed with crystalline green, and a purple one. He blinked, awestruck. Above him, he saw the dark golden ripple pressing downward, dense, slow, powerful. From its presence, he could feel pressure, gravity. A pale white flow circling his feet, inertia. He did not know, but he could feel it tugging at him. And then there was that pale silver ripple again, moving with elegance and clarity through the air, the ground, the sky. It was not powerful like the golden one, but it was vibrant, alive. Thousands of such flows. All colors, all directions, all. Razel stood in the middle of it all, unmoving. Like a lone, indestructible stone in the middle of a flowing river. Or rather, countless rivers. Because he was not surrounded by just one flow. There were thousands. And they were not imaginary. He could see them. Not just see but feel them. He was no longer just observing them. They were brushing across his skin, curling through his limbs, drifting through his mind like whispers of wind. It was surreal. The air itself felt like water now, weightless and smooth. Not dense, but somehow tangible. Touching him. Embracing him from all sides. He was not hallucinating. This was real. The world had always been this way. Full of unseen rivers. He had just been blind to them. It was like suddenly being able to hear music in a silent room, only to realize it had been playing all along. He looked around, then down at his own body, and saw more. Even within himself, there were flows. Red for blood, purple for emotional ripples, memory, spiritual. He did not know, but he could see them, and he could feel them. As he turned slightly, more ripples changed direction, brushing past his shoulders, wrapping around his legs. He felt like he was made of stone, unmoved, while the tides of the world flowed freely around and through him. Outside and inside, the same strange phenomenon danced. Movements, ripples, streams, like the world had always been made of it, and only now had Razel finally lifted the veil to see. It was strange, unreal, but somehow, it did not even feel uncomfortable, maybe a little, but all fine. In fact, it felt like this was how things were supposed to be. System, what is this? Razel suddenly asked, his voice low and filled with awe, addressing the only being who could see through his vision, the system. Congratulations, host. What you are currently seeing are the flows, every kind of flow that exists and is active around you right now. The system responded calmly, its tone matter of fact. Razel's mouth slowly fell open, eyes wide as he tried to process the confirmation. Even though the thought that these waves and ripples might be the flow had passed through his mind, hearing it directly confirmed was an entirely different matter. It was surreal. Did I already start learning it? He muttered under his breath. Damn, did I really grasp the concept that fast? His chest puffed up a little as he rubbed his chin in thought. He had not even gone through any proper training, no long lectures, no exhausting trial and error. Just like that, he could now see it. Only under 10 minutes. SSS-ranked related concept. Damn. Was he a genius? Do not flatter yourself too much, host. The system cut through his thoughts like a bucket of cold water. It is because of your skill, absolute dark genius. Since the old man revealed the concept and demonstrated it, and you actively tried to concentrate and understand, the skill began resonating with the idea. This allowed you to perceive what you subconsciously desired. That sensation you felt when the old man unleashed his slash, that was your perception aligning with the flow. Instead of getting annoyed at the system's tone like he usually did, Razel suddenly started laughing. Ha ha ha. The old man, who stood just a short distance away, raised an eyebrow. He was watching this kid from the beginning with a confused and weird look. As first this kid suddenly closed his eyes for no reason, like praying to God, then opened them with shocked expressions, cycling rapidly across his face like he had seen God. He even turned his head in strange directions, like he was seeing something dancing around naked. Now, the boy was laughing like a lunatic. Does this brat have a mental condition? The old man muttered to himself, folding his arms. This behavior was nothing short of bizarre. But Razel did not care. He was grinning from ear to ear, genuinely overjoyed. For the first time in years, his so-called cursed skill actually proved useful. For 6 long years, absolute dark genius had been little more than a title. No obvious use, no tangible benefit, only a curse. But now it had opened a door to something truly otherworldly. He felt vindicated. Finally this skill proves it is not completely useless, Razel whispered, shaking his head in disbelief and excitement. He felt like he had just broken through something massive. He wiped the corner of his eye, still grinning. It is finally starting. Then, shaking his head in amusement, he muttered to himself, as if answering the system's words, whatever. That skill is mine anyway, so yeah, it is me who figured it out. It is me who connected the dots. Literally makes me the genius. I knew it, I was just born to shine. He roared in his head as if to fuck with the system more. Which worked, of course. You are not. It was because of the skill. The system tried to deny him, as usual. But Razel simply ignored it as he had planned with a smirk on his face. There were more important things to focus on. He turned to face the old man, chest high and confidence surging. I can do it, old man. No, senior, he declared, his voice rich with pride. Do what? The old man asked, blinking slowly. He looked at the kid's overly proud face and wondered, did he suffer psychological trauma from my strike? Maybe he did not die, but the shock scrambled his brain. That would explain a lot. But Razel did not even wait for a reaction. I can see the flows now, Razel said, spreading his arms. And honestly, I did not expect them to be this colorful. It is a little weird, a bit uncomfortable, but still, they are beautiful in their own way. He spun his gaze across the environment, eyes glimmering with curiosity. The old man just stared. He understood the words, but not the meaning. Ha, wait, what? You mean to say, you can see the flow? The old man asked, his suspicious voice coming even with a little mocking. Razel nodded, his eyes scanning the invisible ripples around them. Yes, like these waves. Also I do not know why, but some of them are giving me a very dangerous vibe. Like I should not touch them. What are those ones? His eyes narrowed, and then he pointed towards something ahead. Especially that one. That green, emerald ripple over there. It is giving me a really bad feeling. Almost like I will disappear if I touch it. Do you know what that is? It is the thinnest, but it feels the most dangerous. The old man's eyes were confused. Green ripple. Then he paused. Wait. You mean, you can really see the flows now? He asked, his voice beginning to change as if hearing colors. And not just one, you said multiple. There was a faint crack in his tone, a note of disbelief. And emerald green you say? Also, he followed Razel's finger, squinting into the space the boy was pointing at. His eyes focused, then widened. He went pale. Wait. Your finger. That is. His voice caught in his throat. Then he screamed. Do not you dare fucking touch that, you fucking moron. That is the time flow. Chapter 81. Don't touch that, you fucking moron. The old man's voice thundered through the air, crashing like a tidal wave across the empty space. The sound echoed for several long seconds, sharp and absolute, like a warning bell ringing at the edge of disaster. Razel flinched. He jerked his hand back immediately, eyes wide, startled. Time. Yes, host, the system responded with a rare note of seriousness. That thin emerald ripple you just pointed at, that is the temporal flow of this world. It governs all events from the past, present, and future. It is not something you want to touch, especially not directly, and definitely not as a mortal. Razel's jaw went slack. Wait, hold on. Are you seriously telling me I almost touched time itself? No, forget that, I can touch time. With my bare hands. Yeah, technically, yes. But don't. No matter the reason, just don't. But, I mean, I am inside the system right now, right? Razel argued, still stunned. So wouldn't that make it kinda safe? Yeah, you are technically in the system's protected space. But again, why the hell would you want to mess with time in the first place? The system snapped. There is zero profit in it for you. Nothing to gain. Only massive, reality warping, soul-obliterating problems. It is like shoving your arm into a meat grinder out of curiosity. Just don't. Chill. Alright, damn, Razel grumbled, pouting slightly at the system's harsh tone. I wasn't gonna do it. I was just asking. Meanwhile, the old man stood frozen, blinking slowly, as if just remembering that this weird kid could revive. His chest rose and fell in a long, deep breath. He let it out, shaking his head. He was not sure why he had reacted so violently. Why he had panicked like that. The kid was not going to die permanently, he knew that. And even if he does not care. But still, seeing that reckless hand reaching toward time itself had sparked something primal. Sigh, maybe it was that move the kid made, the old man thought, wiping the sweat from his brow. But scared, yes, he definitely felt scared. After all, he was the only one who had ever dealt with something like this. No one else even knew this kind of danger existed. That made the boy's reckless action all the more terrifying. It was like watching someone leap off a building. You are not the one falling, but your heart still drops. That same helpless, that twisting fear gripped him now. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. I really am getting soft, he muttered under his breath. Then, after steadying himself, he looked at Razel again. This time, his gaze was sharp, focused. Not just suspicion, but something deeper. Wonder, maybe. Kid, the old man said, voice low. Can you really see it? The flows. Razel tilted his head. Oh yeah, I can, he replied casually, like he had just said he could see the weather. The old man stared at him, hard, still not believing it. This kid looked too damn stupid to comprehend something this complex. Even for him, when he started in the past, it took centuries just to sense the flows, let alone see them. And even then, only one at a time. No way. Fine, the old man said, raising a hand. Then tell me, what color is this one? He pointed randomly into the air. Razel's eyes flicked toward the direction and casually replied, that one, violet. The old man's brows drew together. All right, this one. He pointed again. Something close to pink, Razel answered. This one, white. And that, electric blue. What about over there? That is a dense yellow, almost like golden syrup. The old man kept going, pointing, testing, changing directions rapidly. And yet every time, Razel answered instantly, casually, without hesitation. Color after color, direction after direction. Though after many back and forths, the old man finally gave up. His face was twisted in something between disbelief and irritation, like he had just chewed on a lemon, and could not decide if it was worth the flavor. His brows furrowed deeply, voice low and brooding. Just how the fuck did you do it? I know for damn sure you did not have any prior knowledge about this. Razel blinked, caught a bit off guard. He opened his mouth as if to reply, paused, then closed it again, clearly thinking of what might be the most appropriately arrogant answer. Actually, will you believe me if I say I am the most talented person in existence? The supreme leader of all villains. Razel raised one finger with a dramatic flair, a ridiculous amount of pride painted across his face. Whatever curiosity the old man had left just dropped dead. "Leave it," he muttered, already turning away, hands behind his back. "I am not even interested anymore. Judging by your behavior, I can tell you won't last long. Not unless you take care of this attitude of yours. You have no clue what talent actually means. If learning fast was all there was to talent, you would not believe how many people are born like that every second." He shook his head with visible disappointment. There was no admiration, no surprise, no acknowledgement. As if Razel's accomplishment was a pebble thrown in an ocean. "Anyway, you have 13 minutes left, you know that," the old man added casually. Razel snapped out of his leisure state, jolting forward. The lack of praise stung a little, but what really hit him was the ticking clock. He had not even gotten a moment to revel in his triumph. This old man, completely unfazed. Razel felt like he just unveiled the secrets of the cosmos, and got a shrug in return. Seriously, Razel thought. Just what kind of monstrous events does this old guy have to witness on a daily basis to be so unfazed by this? He literally just learned the thing this man claimed no one else could ever master, and the best he could manage was a shrug, and a not interested. "Fucking weirdo," Razel muttered in his head. But with no time to dwell on his bruised ego, Razel jumped straight to business. There was no time to waste. "Teach me how to use the flow then." "Senior," he said, stepping directly in front of the old man now, gaze firm. Inside his mind, he gave a silent order. "System, make sure my absolute dark genius skill is always active." "It is a passive skill, host," the system responded dryly. "It is always on. It just depends on whether you truly want to learn from the depths of your will. If you do, it will activate." There was a brief pause, as if the system wanted to say more. "And for the record, this is not your genius. It is the skill. Just saying." But it held its tongue, knowing time was short and Razel was focused. Razel did not bother responding. He understood, and that was enough. The old man sighed heavily. "You won't be able to learn it, kid. And even if you do, you won't be able to use it," he said bluntly. Razel frowned, lifting his head. "Why?" "There is one major flaw in using flow, a fatal one. Even if you figure out how to use it, you won't survive it. You might end up killing yourself." Razel blinked. But then his expression shifted as understanding clicked. "Oh right, it must be the pressure, huh? Like, the stress from using the flow damaging your own body. Like, it hurts you more than it hurts them." He remembered the sword earlier, the way it shattered from the force alone. He had already suspected this. But just as he was about to speak again, the old man continued. "Your physical construction is too normal. You are weak," the old man said flatly. "Even if you manage to draw out a tiny fraction of the flow's power, there is a good chance your own bones will be reduced to powder. You won't even know when it happens, it will be instantaneous." He looked Razel over, shaking his head. "You just cannot. Without a powerful constitution, knowing how to use the flow is like being the world's greatest swordsman without arms. What good is mastery if your body cannot handle the art?" He spread his hands wide as if the logic was obvious. "It is like knowing how to use the world's sharpest sword, but having no hands to hold it. Talent and knowledge, worthless, if you do not have the vessel to endure it." Razel blinked again, but this time, his lips curved into a smirk. "Bones into powder, ha," he murmured, voice laced with amusement. For some reason, at moments like these, he always remembered that insane woman, someone he rarely gave credit to. But today, he might just thank her. "Don't worry, senior," Razel said, puffing out his chest slightly. "My bones, they are stronger than you can imagine." He patted his arm proudly, the thud echoing with more than just bravado. Chapter 82. After a few seconds of silence, the old man finally began to teach. "Look, kid, you are probably going to die anyway," he said bluntly, arms folded. "So here is the deal. I will teach you what I can. Whether you understand it or not depends entirely on you. And remember this. I am only going to say it once. I am not repeating anything." Razel nodded silently, sitting down with his notebook ready, pen in hand. He had already asked the system to record everything. The old man was clearly impatient, and if he wanted to learn properly, writing everything down was the only way to make sure he did not forget. "First thing, perception," the old man began. "You can use the flow to perceive everything around you. If you focus deeply enough, you will feel all the flows in your environment. That means any movement, wind, energy, vibration, even the movement made by your opponent, you will be able to sense it. I do not need to explain this part too much, since you are already able to see and feel the flows." He waved a hand dismissively. "That part, you will have to learn on your own. I do not know a way to teach it. If you are really talented, you will figure it out." Razel kept scribbling notes quickly, eyebrows furrowed in concentration. "The second is internal control, mastering the flows within your own body," the old man continued. "Like I said before, you can control the flows inside your own body. You can guide the flow of your blood, your muscles, your thoughts, even your very movements. You can control your whole body with it. It is hard, obviously, but you will have to find your own method." He paused, looking serious. "This is critical. Mastering your own body through flow will completely change how you move and react. Your body will move exactly the way you want it to. No wasted movement, no hesitation. And when you combine that with perception," the old man leaned closer, voice low and firm, "there will not be a single skill or attack that can touch you." Razel's pen did not stop for a second, but his eyes widened slightly as those words sank in. "And lastly, do whatever you want with the rest of it. But remember this, see those waves? Those flows moving around. Never, and I mean never, Try to touch them if not prepared to flow with them. Never be still when trying that because flow will take you with flow. Does not matter if it is wind or water or mana. He stepped closer, voice growing sharp. Also, you will need to learn the amount of flow you want to accept and use. That alone is hard, damn near impossible. Because if you make even a fraction of a mistake, the entire source of that flow, wherever it is coming from, will collapse on you. You will be crushed under the full force of, say, the planet's wind flow. Understand? He did not wait for a response. And yeah, do not touch the more sensitive flows until you have mastered the simpler ones. Especially planetary and cosmic flows. I think you have already felt them. You do not need me to tell you they scream danger just by existing near you. You will know which ones I mean. The old man's tone turned sharp again. And really do not mess with gravity flow. Just do not. While he spoke, Razel sat on the ground, diligently writing every word into his notebook. The old man's teaching was rushed and raw, but it was the only instruction he would get. Razel knew better than to rely on talent or memory alone. Senior, Razel said, glancing up briefly, you did not really explain how to use the flow. I get the theory, but how? The old man did not look back, just spoke as he stared at the horizon. You gotta flow with the flow. Imagine a tsunami coming at you. Every flow is like that, only infinitely more powerful. If you want to survive, you do not stand against it. You do not run. You find the perfect moment and you ride it. Razel's hand paused for a heartbeat, then continued scribbling. To ride the flow, the old man said, his voice suddenly solemn. You must stop pushing against it. You must become hollow, listening, not resisting, not commanding, moving only when it moves through you. He took a step forward, then stopped, breathing deeply. You cannot ride the flow until you can feel it, and you cannot feel it until you are still. Razel's grip tightened around the pen. So feel it. If not, you will be crushed. Every time you try to use the flow, you are putting your life on the line. Yeah. One mistake, just one fraction off, and you will die. Instantly, even without your enemy lifting a finger. There was a silence between them. Then the old man shrugged. So yeah, my only advice, do not use it. Any flow. Razel's pen stopped mid-word. He absorbed the words fully, the weight behind them. But then, without a word, he resumed writing. His time was limited. He did not even have the luxury to think too hard about it. Serious as it was, Razel knew this was a path he had already chosen. Even if the price was death. Not that it mattered much right now. This training ground gave him the ultimate advantage, unlimited revivals and infinite retries. As long as he was here, he could push himself to the very brink, over and over, until he truly mastered everything. He clenched his fists, eyes narrowing. Still, something was missing. He had perception now, and he had the beginnings of an attack skill through understanding flow. But he could not fight physically. Not really. He needed a medium, a conduit to transfer the burden and pressure of the flow, just like the old man used his sword. He turned quickly. Senior, Razel called out. Can you teach me how to use a sword? I mean how to use it with the flow, like how you did. The old man raised an eyebrow, exhaling slowly. Kid, I do not know jack shit about swordsmanship, he said, arms folded. Most swordsmen walk a straight path, train swordsmanship, rise to become a grandmaster, then eventually, maybe, a sword saint. Whatever. He waved a hand, clearly unimpressed. In all my years, every single one of them, every opponent I have faced, was obsessed with sword aura, power, perfect strikes, flashy stances, long, slow, drawn-out movements that look cool, but mean nothing in a real fight. He cracked his neck with a scoff. From my perspective, it is all useless. Razel blinked, listening carefully. I lack no power, no strength. So I have got no reason to waste time polishing pretty techniques. To me, a sword is just a weapon, be it a blade, a stick, or a rock. Its job is simple, kill the enemy, as fast and effortlessly as possible. Nothing more. The old man pointed a finger sharply. The best advice I can give you, go out and fight. Do not learn any official stance. Do not memorize any techniques. Do not restrict yourself. Be like the flow. Attack from any angle, any position. Let combat shape your style. He gave a final nod. Combat will teach you the best way to fight, because real fighting has no form. Razel nodded quickly, partially understanding, but mentally bookmarking the rest for later, knowing he would need to break it down in pieces. Senior, I have one more question, Razel started, raising his hand. But the old man cut him off. No questions, no answers. Time is up, he said flatly, already extending his hand. Now hand me the books. Razel's face immediately fell. He looked like he wanted to cry, but he did not protest. With a sigh, he simply handed over the stack of 20 books. The old man took them with a crooked grin, scanning the covers one by one with a suspiciously pleased expression. That familiar lecherous smirk spread across his face again, reminding Razel that yes, this old monster was also, unfortunately, a pervert. Now leave, you useless brat, the old man muttered, not even looking up. I know you are gonna die someday. Razel hesitated. He looked up. Senior, can I say one last thing? No, you cannot. Just leave. It is not a question. I mean. He took a deep breath, standing firm. Can you take me as a disciple? He asked, hopeful. I swear I will be a really good one. He was not joking. With someone like this old man as a master, he could gain strength, knowledge, survival. There was no way he would let a figure like this go so easily. But the old man did not even blink. No, you cannot, he said flatly. Why not? Come on, just give me a reason, senior, I might be able to fix it. The old man looked at him, face wrinkling like he had just smelled something awful. That is because you do not have Hong blood. He turned away. And now leave. And then, without warning, host, you have died. Chapter 83. Hey, old man. Why so quick to send me out? Razel called out, catching up as the elder retreated into the bamboo forest. It is all right if you do not want to take me as a disciple, but how about I get more of that material instead? Then teach me more, yeah. Honestly, he was still very interested in learning from this guy. He was not giving up so easily. I do not need them now, the old man replied curtly, waving a hand without turning around. Maybe if they ever go low, I will think about it. But forget it for now. What a stingy geezer, Razel cursed inwardly. And racist too, he added with a bitter twist of humor, still annoyed about the earlier bloodline rejection. He clicked his tongue and kept trying. He pulled out every argument he could think of, logic, flattery, even manipulation, but nothing worked. The old man was like an iron wall, unmoving. Rejection after rejection. Eventually, Razel gave up, at least on that front. Eventually, Razel let out a sigh. Fine. At least tell me if there is something you missed. I mean, come on, just be a little nice, yeah. We are going to be business partners in the future, are we not? Give me a small tip, just a little one. The old man sighed long and deep, like he was being forced to babysit a hyperactive squirrel. But perhaps because he knew he might need Razel again later, or maybe because he finally got tired of the nagging, he slowed his steps and muttered, all right, one thing. Razel's ears perked up instantly. Do not try to look at all the flows, the old man said, voice low and serious. Always use only one. Stick to a single stream at a time. You need to understand these flows all move in different directions. They do not synchronize. If you try to follow one, maybe it will help you, but try writing all at once, and death will come quicker than you will even realize. You will not even know how you died. Razel's eyes widened, heart-thudding. Wait, what? The old man continued, not even sparing him a glance. Honestly, if you ask me, this power is not even worth it most of the time. Every single time you use it, you put your life on the line. It is not like other skills. One wrong breath, one little twitch of your pinky, and you are dead. The hell? This bastard left out something that important. He wanted to shout, but instead, he quickly flipped his notebook open and started writing it all down, furious, but focused. It did make sense, now that he thought about it. The flows did move differently. He had felt it, some gentle, some violent, all going in conflicting directions. If he had not asked, would he have ever realized this before it was too late? If he failed again, this could have been why. And yet, even as he wrote, he knew he was not satisfied. One more thing, senior. One more tip, please. Razel called again, now shamelessly tailing him through the narrow forest path. I just want to be prepared. If I can understand everything before I start using this flow ability, I will master it way faster. Right. Yes, he was being persistent. Maybe even annoying. But this was knowledge, precious, life-saving knowledge, and if he could be fully prepared before using this ability, he would have a real shot at mastering it. Fuck off, kid, the old man growled, not even turning. You are seriously starting to piss me off. I told you I have got nothing else to say. Just leave already. But Razel kept following, clutching his notebook like it was a divine artifact. Senior, do not be like that. Come on, I really want to learn this. I might even be able to master it. Think about it. Would it not be a proud moment for you, huh? Saying, that is my disciple, the greatest genius ever. I have got other skills at this level too, so if I can crack this one first, it will become my strongest. You have got to admit it is a good pitch, right? He smiled, shameless but hopeful. All for the greater good, right? But the old man suddenly stopped. His steps halted, and his gaze turned to stone. When he turned around, there was no warmth in his eyes, just coldness and disdain. If you really think this will be your strongest skill, or that you will become the strongest just because you know a few fancy techniques, the old man said slowly, voice low and hard, then I do not know what kind of dream world you are living in. He turned fully now, eyes narrowing. I do not know where you are getting these skills. Maybe you are begging them off the dead from people like me. Maybe you think collecting powers will make you something great. Then his tone turned sharp, almost disgusted. But let me tell you something, kid. That is arrogance. Razel blinked as he saw the old man's expression turn cold and serious. Yet, even as the old man stepped toward him with a heavy frown, Razel did not move back. Let me give you a lesson, kid. The old man's voice was sharp, like steel against stone. No one who reaches this level does it by borrowing skills or learning from others. Put that in your head. He stopped in front of Razel, gaze burning. You might gather thousands of skills at this level, if they even exist in the first place. But believe me when I say this, no matter your talent, no matter how fast you learn, you will never reach the heights of people like us. Razel listened, his expression neutral, but his mind racing. The old man was guessing everything, every detail, even the hidden things like how he could go to dead people to get skills. And as for that last claim, that he could not reach their level. But even then, Razel did not retreat from his beliefs. Now that was arrogance. Arrogance he had. Razel was not afraid to admit it. After all, did he not have everything? The greatest talent. The absolute dark genius skill. One SSS-ranked skill now, and most likely this one, and maybe more in the future. A training ground with unlimited revivals. No fear of death. No punishment for failure. He was going to surpass them. It was not even a question. That is what he believed. Call it sheer arrogance, but he would surpass them all. It was like he knew. But the old man saw the pride and fire behind Razel's silence, and a mocking smile curled at the corners of his lips. You really think you will become the strongest just because you have someone else's skills? He scoffed. Just because you learned what others created. He stepped even closer, eyes locked on Razel's. You will never reach this level by copying. Definitely not at the level where I am standing, he said. Do you know why? Razel's brow furrowed now. His pride did not falter even for a second, but he genuinely tried to understand what the old man was trying to say. If you want to reach where we stand, the old man continued, stepping even closer, then you need to create something of your own. If you copy us, look up to us, or try to walk our path, you will never go beyond. Not even equal. Inspiration and imitation are cages disguised as guidance. This is the truth of our reality. Only what is yours can take you to the top. Even if I gave you all my experiences, and every single one of my techniques, you would never reach my level. Because this is mine. It was born from me. I fucking started this shit. How the fuck do you think you can get better than me? His words echoed like thunder through the quiet bamboo grove. And Razel froze. What, really, he thought. System, he asked silently in his mind, unsure if he even wanted to hear the answer. Is that true? The system replied, its voice calm, firm, and matter-of-fact. Positive, host. What the old man is saying is true. Yes, you can master those skills, but you will never reach their heights, not unless the path is truly yours. Borrowing from others will always hold you back. They will always have a ceiling for you. That is the truth. Razel frowned. But I have skills, even talent better than him for this. I will master them. Does that not mean I will reach their level? Razel argued inside, desperate for an exception. No, host, the system said, its voice calm yet firm. You can master the skills, yes, but you will never be quite the same as those who forged this path themselves. They created it. It was born from their will, their struggles. You, on the other hand, received it. You learned it. And that difference matters. A quiet pause followed, before the system continued. That is why the strongest individuals often possess only one skill, or one path that they started themselves from beginning to end alone. They have pushed to its absolute limit. It is not about knowing everything. You will find countless people who have studied every discipline, gathered every scrap of knowledge the world has to offer, and yet, they will never reach SSS rank. Because true power does not lie in what you learn from others. It lies in what you become. The system's tone turned resolute, as if etching the truth into stone. In the end, it is always the same lesson. Walk your own path. No matter how tempting it is to follow in the footsteps of others, your power will only awaken when the path you walk is truly your own. What the fuck? Razel almost pulled at his hair in exasperation. Then what the hell was the point of all this? Do not stress, host. I am talking about becoming SSS ranked, lower than that it is possible, and the system tried to soothe him. You will find your path if you truly seek it. Eventually, that moment will come. And when you do, that will be the start of your real journey. For now, do not worry. That level is still far ahead. Still stunned, Razel sighed deeply, and added those revelations to his notes. The lesson, even if bitter, was not something he could afford to forget. He felt annoyed, irritated, a little lost, and maybe just a bit disappointed too. Add a note, something to think about later, he told himself. The old man waved his hand with a snarl. Now leave, you dumb fool. You have got what you wanted. Do not pester me anymore. He growled, clearly annoyed again. All right, I am going. Razel muttered, already thinking about that. But just as he was about to take the final step, he paused. Something still tugged at him. Oh, before I go, can I ask one last thing? Razel said, glancing back at the old man. I said fuck off already, the old man groaned, exasperated beyond belief. But Razel did not wait for permission. He went straight in. How did someone like you die? He asked, eyes narrowing curiously. I mean, you are a master of perception. You are absurdly powerful. There is no way someone could have killed you, right? It was a question that had been clawing at the back of his mind since the beginning. He did not know why, but it always felt strange to him. These ridiculously powerful beings, strong like fuck, yet here they were, dead. It made no sense. The old man did not answer immediately. Instead, he stared at Razel, his face unreadable. If I answer this, he said slowly, will you actually leave? I will, Razel nodded with mock sincerity. Promise. The old man sighed deeply, but instead of responding directly, he tilted his head and asked, do you know what galactic drift is? His voice changed as he spoke the words, calmer, softer, almost reverent, like he was drifting back into a memory. And do you know how strong its flow is? Razel blinked, his brain almost short-circuit. Ha, Razel's eyes widened. He froze, his brain halting as though it could not process the question. Wait, what? His mouth fell open in disbelief. You mean that? His mind spun. What the actual fuck? He nearly yelled. You did. What the damn? No wonder you are a villain. Razel felt like his entire understanding of reality had just glitched. Galactic drift. That incomprehensible force that moved entire galaxies. This was completely insane. Even the planetary Coriolis forces were strong enough to wreck an entire planet if harnessed fully. But a galactic-level drift. Did this old geezer fuck a whole galaxy? Just how many kills? That was just fucked up. His jaw was practically on the floor, his face frozen in a loop of pure shock. And then, fuck off now, kid, the old man barked again, as if annoyed that he had just revealed a goddamn universal secret. And in that same moment, host, you have died. Outside the system space, in the real world, on his bed, Razel's eyes snapped open. He gasped softly as his senses returned. And then ding. A glowing notification materialized in front of his vision. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have awakened a supreme Dao inheritance from the cultivation world. Skill gained. Flow, SSS rank. Damn, Razel breathed out, eyes gleaming. I actually got it. Excited was an understatement. And about the fact that these bosses killing themselves. Sure, the old man's warnings and shock still echoed in his head. That grave lesson about paths and strength, and the burden of true mastery, it was all there. But for now, let him breathe, let him celebrate, let him enjoy this moment. He had just awakened another SSS-ranked skill, and he could not wait to try it. System, he grinned, sitting up with fire in his chest. Send me to the training ground. Let us see what this beauty can do. Chapter 84. Inside the training ground, Razel appeared with a flash of light. Without wasting a second, he immediately tried to enter his newly dubbed flow sensing mode. It was not an official term, but it worked for him. The moment his feet touched the ground, he focused, attempting to perceive the strange flows he had witnessed earlier. Host, prepare. Initiating third wave 1000 F-ranked mentizes. Say yes when you are ready. The system voice echoed crisply in his mind. Razel, who had just begun preparing to test his new SSS-ranked skill, suddenly froze mid-thought. His eyes shifted to the distance, and there he saw them. Rows upon rows of green mentizes, tall, humanoid insectoids with razor-sharp scythes for arms, lined up in an organized formation, stretching far beyond what the eye could track. A giant army. Razel blinked. System, he spoke quickly. Can we maybe stop this for a few minutes? I need to test the new skill first. Just want to see how it works. No, host. That cannot be done. Even if I wanted to, I cannot override this rule. The system training function exists strictly for battle experience. It is not a practice field. As soon as you land in the training area, a 30-second timer starts. Once it is up, monsters attack. This limitation exists to prevent users from exploiting the system time dilation and amplification features. Razel groaned. Sigh, why are there so many goddamn rules? He muttered under his breath. Can you not just ignore them once in a while? No answer. Typical. But still no time to complain now. All right. If they are going to attack, let them. I have got an SSS-ranked skill now, he told himself, puffing up slightly with confidence. Maybe just one swing using any of the flow he had seen, and they would go flying. That old man had used it like that. Maybe he could too. All right, he said, clenching his fists. Let's start. Activating his flow sensing mode, the world around him instantly changed. Color exploded into view. Dozens, no, hundreds of radiant, shifting ripples of energy appeared in the space around him. Green, violet, silver, crimson, gold, and many shades he could not even name shimmered like threads in the air. He could feel the flows, not all, but enough to sense within a radius of about 10 meters. Random, unpredictable, and constantly shifting. What did the old man say again? Razel murmured. The old man words echoed in his head. Use the flow to perceive your surroundings. Let it guide you. With a deep breath, Razel tried to concentrate. He shut his eyes, tuning out the world. His heartbeat slowed, sweat trickled down his brow. He could feel them, yes, but trying to perceive them, that was something else entirely. The flows were not simple. They were not standing still. They were not waiting for him to figure them out. They moved. All of them. Each ripple passed through and around him like waves colliding in an endless sea. It was like standing in the middle of an ocean, while someone hurled thousands of stones into the water from every angle. Every impact sent a ripple his way. Each flow moved differently, independently. Some strong, some weak. Some moving smoothly, others erratic and wild. He could not even tell which flow belonged to what. Which ripple was wind. Which was sound. Which was pressure or gravity or momentum. He did not know. His senses were drowning in input. His thoughts cluttered. There was no clarity, only confusion. Too many, too complicated, he muttered, jaw clenching. The flows were infinite, ever moving, ever crashing. And the more he tried to concentrate, the more his thoughts tangled like a storm in his head. If only they would stop just for a second. Just long enough for him to focus. Then maybe, just maybe, he could finally grasp it. But then again, this was too much movement. And it absolutely cannot be stopped. Razel gritted his teeth. The sheer chaos of the flows was overwhelming. They swirled, clashed, intertwined like a violent storm of energy. No matter how much he tried, he could not focus on all of them at once. Suddenly, like a spark in his mind, he remembered something the old man had said, one flow at a time. Only one. Ah, yes, why am I trying to feel all the flows at once? He muttered, slapping his forehead. I can just pick a single one. That would be much simpler. With that realization, Razel closed his eyes again, this time with a singular intent. He tried to make every other flow vanish from his perception. He did not know exactly how to do it, but he focused, letting instinct guide him. And slowly, very slowly, it began to happen. The chaotic colors, the overwhelming sensations, the clashing waves, they all began to fade one by one, dissolving into silence. Until all that remained was stillness. Just like how things used to feel before. But something was missing. All the flows disappeared. Right, I forgot to choose which flow to keep, Razel realized, chuckling to himself. It was like setting a filter, but forgetting to choose what to filter. Which one should I pick though? He mused, glancing through the fading residue of sensations still echoing in his mind. He did not think too hard. His thoughts quickly landed on a simple answer. Air. Yes, the airflow. It is probably the easiest to handle. As soon as he locked in on that thought, something responded. The world seemed to ripple in a quieter, more peaceful way. A subtle breeze brushed against his skin, but this time, he felt it differently with more than just his body. He felt it with his awareness. A soft, continuous movement, barely there, came from all directions. The air was moving slow, steady, natural, all shifting slightly toward the north. He could sense it, how it changed when it hit something, how it twisted around his body, how it moved up and down, curving and curling like a living force. Weirdly enough, even as he breathed, the flow shifted, rising upward with the warmth of his exhale, and drawing new air in from below. The tiny shifts in pressure, the delicate exchange between high and low. He could feel that too. Every small change, every tiny vibration, the shape of the world around him being drawn in through the subtle changes in air. The more he focused, the clearer it became. He opened his eyes slowly, unable to resist anymore, and he saw it. Tiny, silver-white particles, billions of them. They drifted gently in the air like luminous dust. It was like being in a pitch-black room, and then watching sunlight pierce through a crack in the ceiling, revealing particles dancing in the beam. Except this time, there was no need for darkness, just him, and the flow. These particles were not just visible, they were alive. They moved all around him, surrounding him completely, but flowing toward a single direction, north. It came from all directions, yes, but the movement was toward the north. He could feel it on his face, not just from the physical sensation, but through the air itself. He was connected to it. It was not just observation anymore, it was presence. He could sense everything the air touched, every shift, every turn, every change. Host. 3 seconds before all F-ranked Mentizas begin their assault. The 30-second preparation period is ending. Damn you, Razel muttered. Cannot even practice in peace. He sighed, knowing full well that the wave of monsters was about to descend upon him. But instead of panic, he found himself calm. Well, whatever happens, happens. At worst I will just die, right? Without care, he focused on what he was doing. His eyes tracked the silver-white stream of particles. It was strange. The overall current was headed in one direction, but there were countless micromovements layered within, eddies, reverse currents, swirls, sudden dips and lifts. It was fluid, ever-changing. So many patterns within patterns. And Razel, he could see it, feel it. The breath of the world itself. Razel could see the air particles rising from the open ground, drifting higher, beneath every object, beneath every obstacle, or even under his own feet. He noticed something peculiar. Beneath objects, where light could not reach, the air slowed down, like shadows of movement. There, the particles rested, crawling lazily downward in a soft descent. And the flow, yes, the flow traveled through every small space and crack, even the tiniest ones. He could feel it shoot fast through narrow gaps and swirling softly behind obstacles. It curled and swirled like miniature whirlpools of motion, trapped in eddies and backdrafts. Everywhere, constant and complex movement. So many micro-movements at once, yet he could feel all of them in real time. Then suddenly, everything shifted. It was abrupt, but he felt the airflow change, as if a sudden disruption arrived in the flow. The ripple broke into sudden chaos. A tremor of vibrations across the current hit him like a warning. Without even thinking, Razel ducked and stepped back. Swoosh! A green mantis razor-sharp arm cut through the air, missing him by inches, striking the spot where he had just been standing. Another one darted in, aiming directly for his legs. Razel leaped up, just barely clearing the strike. They kept coming, but weirdly enough, he was not panicking. Instead, he felt them, all of them, every single mantis within a 10-meter radius. Not by sight, not by sound, but through the movement of air. No, it was not even about reacting to movement anymore. It was deeper. The moment their bodies shifted, even before they made their attacks, he felt the displacement of wind, the change in rhythm, the flutter in their breathing, the ripple created by their mere intention to move. He predicted them, easily. Hundreds of them surrounded him, attacking all at once. And yet, he moved with calm precision, dodging every swipe, every lunge, every blade slash. His E-ranked agility struggled to keep up physically, but his awareness, his prediction, it was godlike perception. Mentizas came from behind. He tilted his body just slightly, avoiding the blade. From the side, 3 pounced. He rolled forward, escaping the trap. From above, another dropped. He merely sidestepped with perfect timing. Damn, he thought, twisting around another slash. I did not even do anything yet, system. And I already learned this shit. I thought it would take days. This is too fucking easy. He laughed inside his head. This is even better than that S-ranked keen hearing skill. This is on a whole other level. I do not even have to try. I am literally feeling 10 meters around me like it is an extension of myself. It was not even metaphorical anymore. It felt like he was submerged in a 10-meter sphere of liquid, with every ripple, every twitch, every intrusion sending signals straight to his mind. A body of water, where his awareness extended like nerve endings into every inch. Obviously, host. It is a fucking SSS-ranked skill. Just this much advantage is obvious, not to mention your absolute dark genius skill is passively running in the background learning this skill, a supreme talent of all. That is why you are learning so fast. This kind of learning speed is natural. And 10 meters, that is a beginner range. It is a single, slow-motion scan. You are not even pushing it out. Yeah, makes sense, Razel muttered aloud, stepping around a blade and sliding beneath another. Just this small layer of perception had taken his awareness to impossible levels. He truly felt invincible. If only his body could keep up. If only he had speed, he could have danced through this army, untouched. But it was not that easy. His body was struggling. His agility was just E-rank, and that number of mentisses was overwhelming. They were circling, flanking. One coordinated wave came from all sides at once. Even with his superior perception, his body barely responded in time. He twisted and ducked, but a claw grazed his shoulder. Another slashed his leg. Minor wounds, but they added up. Still, he grinned. He just held on, having fun in the euphoria of this powerful perception. And then Razel noticed something. Even though he had tried to ignore it before, now that he was fully immersed in the sensation of sensing the air, he could not help but feel it. A light brown-colored flow. It was faint at first, but unmistakably there, emanating from the bodies of every single mentis. Whenever they moved, even slightly, this brownish ripple surrounded their forms. Whether it was a step, a slash, or a lunge forward, that energy flowed with their motion, trailing and twisting like smoke around them. Is that the flow of their movements? Razel wondered aloud. Yes, every movement generates a flow. That is the essence of the concept. Everything that moves, flows. Even slashing a blade or taking a single breath. Razel's eyes widened. Damn. So wait, can I also flow with that? Like, if I match that flow, can I move with it, blend with it? Of course. Whoa. The implications hit him like a wave. So if I just flow with their movements, follow the exact path of their slashes, would that not make the attacks not damage me? Like, we are in harmony. In the rush of discovery, Razel realized something else he had not even tried, the main purpose of this skill yet. All this dodging, reacting, perceiving, it was incredible, but he had not actually tried to use a flow offensively. Let me try to punch with the air flow, he muttered to himself, his eyes glowing with new curiosity. He focused. The airflow was still steady, brushing against his skin, moving north. He could feel its current, the natural rhythm, the thousands of subtle variations moving through and around him. Then he remembered the old man words again. To ride the flow, you must stop pushing against it. You must become like it. Listening, not resisting, not disrupting, moving only when it moves through you. Razel clenched his fist, but did not move yet. He allowed his breath to steady, his mind to empty. He imagined the air not as resistance, not as an element he needed to conquer, but as something he needed to join. It was like trying to hit something, while keeping the swing gentle enough not to disturb a delicate current. Like swinging a glass ball with perfect grace behind a bat in motion, so perfectly aligned that no clash happens at all. If the ball flows perfectly in harmony with the swing, it will not shatter, but rather take the force behind that action and fly off. That was the idea. His gaze settled on a perfect target, a ripple of air coming towards him like a ripple in a calm pond. He imagined himself in a swimming pool, waves crashing gently in one direction, and his hand moving through the water with it, not against. No splash, no ripple, only flow. He raised his fist slowly. Then he struck, in perfect harmony, or so he thought. But the moment his body attempted to truly synchronize with the flow of air, boom. Well, no, it did not make any sound. But the hit was real. The weight of the entire atmosphere compressed into a single retaliation. 5.5 quadrillion tons of planetary air force responded to his movement. Within less than a trillionth of a millisecond, Razel's body ceased to exist. He did not even register the pain. His body was shredded, vaporized, disintegrated at the molecular level. Tiny air particles, as gentle as a breeze to the world, became trillions of tiny steel blades slicing through his flesh. Only his bones remained, and even those, blasted by the force, launched out of orbit, flung into the upper stratosphere. Congratulations, host. You have died a very interesting way, host. In the next instant, Razel appeared again, revived in the exact same space. He looked around. Back in the training field. But well, Mentiz is gone. Did he kill them all? He scratched his head, blinked. Ha, did I win? Just with one punch. Is the training ground restoration function that crazy, he thought. Wakey, the system mocking words sounded. Ha, what? Nothing much. You just died, the system answered coolly. You attempted to perfectly synchronize your body with the planetary airflow. But, since you failed to account for the scale of that force, your entire body was shredded instantly by particles moving with trillions of tons of weight behind them. Your bones. Yeah, those launched clean off the planet. I had to recall you manually. Fuck my system. Razel suddenly cursed out as if in shock. Chapter 85. But I did match the flow. I literally synced my movement with it. Perfectly. I was completely aligned. I know there was no resistance. What the hell? Razel shouted, arms flailing in frustration. He did not forget to complain. No, host. You were not even close. The system replied flatly. You were only trying to match the flow. But even the slightest vibration in your body can disrupt it. It is like trying to stand on a beach as a massive wave crashes toward you. What you are supposed to do is move with the wave without breaking it, without creating even a splash. If the flow feels even a micro discomfort from your movement, you will face the entire brunt of it. Razel groaned, running both hands down his face. Yeah, I get it. But how the fuck am I supposed to do that? Just try, host. And did you forget the old man pointers? He told you to learn how to limit the amount of flow you want to accept and use. Maybe start there. At least you will not get blasted apart every time you mess up. Yeah, and how the hell do I do that? Razel gritted his teeth, irritation flaring. That bastard just told me what to do, not how to do it. I should have asked for more details. But no, I had to cram everything into that short lecture, and did not get to dive deep into each damn point. Figure it out yourself, host. With your talent, it should not be too hard. And by the way, in 20 seconds, a fresh batch of 1000 F-ranked Mentizes will attack. Just saying. The system sounded bored now, probably tired of the tantrums. TCH, yeah, whatever. Let me try again. Razel muttered, shaking off the irritation. He focused again, trying to cut only a portion of the flow. He imagined it like a faucet, a valve he could turn, letting only a trickle pass through instead of the flood. 4 hours later. What the fuck? It is not working, Razel yelled, almost yanking his hair out. For the last 4 hours, he had tried everything he could think of to limit the incoming flow, to sink, to move with it, but every single attempt ended in catastrophic failure. Death after death. Explosions. Crushed organs. Vaporizing his meat. He did not even know how many times he had died anymore. Every attempt ended the same way. He had not survived more than 30 seconds per attempt. The Mentizes rarely even got the chance to kill him. The flow did it first, as Razel thought being killed by experimenting is better than being killed by insects. System. Was not your so-called absolute dark genius talent supposed to make me a fast learner? Here I am, hundreds of tries later, and I still cannot figure out a basic application. Is this what counts as the greatest talent in existence? Host, the technique you are learning is one of the highest and most complex in existence. If it were easy, everyone would do it. Do you think something SSS ranked would be simple enough to learn in a day? That would defeat the whole purpose. And as for your talent, did you not say it is your own ability? So, now it is not the skill that sucks, it is your fucking talent. Ugh, forget it. Razel lips twitched in annoyance. He exhaled slowly and opened his stats panel. He scrolled until his eyes landed on the one skill he had been obsessing over. Flow, SSS rank. System, how is this skill progress? There is no experience bar or anything like my other abilities. Is there a way to upgrade it or something? It is just like your keen hearing skill, host. It progresses in stages. Basic, intermediate, advanced, and finally, ultimate. Right now, you are not even at basic, which is why your usage is so limited. Razel blinked. Wait, was I not at basic right from the start with keen hearing? Correct. But keen hearing is an S-ranked skill. Your talent activated and synced with it instantly. Flow, on the other hand, is SSS ranked, multiple dimensions more complex. Skills at this level may require actual training and mastery before they even recognize you as a user. That is why you are struggling. Razel sighed deeply, feeling the weight of reality press on him again. The excitement he had felt when first receiving the skill had faded into hours of frustration and bloodless deaths. And another thing, host. You are approaching this wrong. You are trying to use an ultimate level ability from the middle. You are skipping the foundation. Start where the old man told you to. Master your internal and physical flow first. That is the beginning. You cannot leap to environmental or planetary flows until you have built the groundwork. It is like trying to summon a thunderstorm when you do not even know how to create a spark. So listen clearly. Start from the bottom. First, internal, then physical, then environmental, then planetary, and lastly, cosmic. That is the correct path. Razel listened calmly, rubbing his tired eyes. I thought this talent would help me leap over all the steps and just get there directly, but whatever. It is just some time, he muttered under his breath. Despite the frustration bubbling inside, he tried to stay grounded. It is not like I did not make any progress. My perception ability, I am too familiar with it now, and not to mention how far I have come with flow sensing. I can even control which flow I want to see or not. I am improving at a very fast pace, Razel whispered, half to himself, half to the air, trying to convince himself that the effort had not been wasted. It is not fast enough, host. The system interjected flatly. You have actually wasted 6 hours, and so far, you have not learned anything significant enough to increase your combat strength to the level required for the duel scheduled in 7 days. I know, he said through gritted teeth. Razel clenched his fists tightly. The reminder stung, but it was not wrong. Sure, he had gotten his hands on an SSS-ranked skill, something even legends might never achieve. But that alone was not enough. To make it useful, he had to develop it, sharpen it, master it, and time was not on his side, and he could not afford to waste a single second. System, create a plan for me. The fastest route to increase my strength using everything I have. Consider every skill, ability, and condition we have access to. I need the most efficient path, now. Analyzing. The system replied. A moment passed. Analysis complete. Based on your current resources and skill set, this is the optimal path for rapid strength acquisition. Your two most powerful and growth-efficient skills are both SSS ranked. Flow, SSS rank. Killing intent, SSS rank. These two should be prioritized immediately. Each has scalable effects, benefits that increase with proficiency and usage. Additionally, you possess a D-ranked healing skill, basic healing, with current proficiency 1,621 out of 10,000. While its rank is low, the utility it provides during prolonged combat and training is invaluable. Razel listened, his expression sharpening with each point. The system continued. Next, to maximize your time, utilize the system training grounds. The rank you currently occupy is F rank, which has no time amplification, meaning time flows exactly the same as the outside world. However, advancing to E-Rank training grounds will give you a time amplification of 10 times. That means for every 1 day outside, you will have 10 days inside. Climb 2 more stages, and you will reach 1000 times time flow. 1 outside day becomes 1000 training days. This is critical for you, host. Hence, the recommendation, climb the training ranks as quickly as possible. Engage in constant combat within the system training function. Fight, die, heal, learn, repeat. This will rapidly accelerate your growth in multiple domains. 1. Flow, SSS rank. Master perception and body flow within training combat. Combat will naturally develop your body to sense, move, and eventually merge with various flows. 2. Killing intent, SSS rank. Proficiency currently at E-Rank 0.08 out of 1000. Even though the training monsters give 10 times less killing points than real opponents, the sheer number of enemies you face will make up for it. This skill grows by killing. Razel nodded silently. That one was simple enough. You have also unlocked a new effect from reaching E-Rank in killing intent. Killing body, physical stats increase the more enemies you kill. Strength E+, agility E. So, aside from leveling the skill itself, you will gain raw power the more creatures you slay. Upon reaching D rank, you will awaken another effect. As you keep upgrading progression, more effects will unlock by time. 3. Basic healing, D rank. Proficiency 1621 out of 10,000. This skill improves the more you get injured. By engaging in extended combat against higher ranked enemies, you will sustain more damage and naturally push this skill towards evolution. In summary, host, this is your optimal growth path. 1. Climb to higher ranked training grounds for time amplification and stronger enemies. 2. Focus on flow, SSS rank, and killing intent, SSS rank, for foundational mastery. 3. Simultaneously improve your basic healing skill through battle injuries. 4. Kill as many enemies as possible to upgrade killing intent and gain physical stat boosts. This is the fastest, most efficient route to power within your time limit. Razel exhaled slowly. Got it. That is the plan. Then, Razel totally agreed with the system plan just close by as he had calculated. The system voice echoed inside Razel's mind once more, a bit more serious this time. And also, host, one more recommendation aside from your current training focus. I highly advise you to begin paying attention to your mana stats and acquiring some skills related to magical attacks. The system paused before continuing, tone low and cautionary. Yes, focusing on your current SSS ranked skills will skyrocket your combat power, but magic covers areas where you are currently lacking the most. Physical strength and raw combat ability cannot stand where magic can. Also, do not forget some attacks are not even physical. If your opponent ends up being your elder sister, for example, you would not even know when you were defeated. It would be over before you moved. Razel's brows twitched at the mention. She is not my sister, he muttered under his breath, eyes narrowing in irritation. Even though he absorbed all the system warnings and valid points, that was the first thing he wanted to correct. Yes, slip of the circuits. Whatever. But let us not dwell on her. Imagine instead if the Imperial Princess herself was your opponent. You would not even be able to move, no matter how many powerful skills you possess. You know the special abilities that run in her bloodline. Even if you one day become strong enough to fight her, as you are now, she would defeat you without even blinking. Razel let out a tired sigh, rubbing his temple. I know that already. Why do you think I even dared to put that on the bet? He muttered, more to himself than the system. He knows that and well had even already prepared for it, but still he listened to the system. Well, why? Even though he did not always say it, Razel held a deep understanding of his system. Yeah, it had been useless at times. Hell, even outright disadvantageous. It had done things or failed to do things that had directly caused him suffering, pain, setbacks. Razel had not forgotten any of it. But still, he could not bring himself to label it as useless. Because at the end of the day, the system was like a comrade to him. Annoying. Definitely. Inflexible and filled with restrictions. Absolutely. Atsundra with a vile, sarcastic tongue. Without a doubt. But it was not a bad guy. Maybe it was to others, but never to him. They had been through too much together. And maybe that is exactly why Razel never once called it useless. Still, he had to admit the system warnings were helpful. They reminded him of things he might overlook. Well, not that he ever really did overlook anything. He was always prepared. Even now, he was fully ready for what was coming. But these moments, where the system would speak up and throw a warning his way, they comforted him. They made him feel cared for. Like someone out there was actually watching over him. Someone willing to say, be careful. And sometimes, that was all he really needed. Support. Someone to stand by his side, even if they were just a voice in his head. That is why, despite being confident in his current solution to the Imperial family unique ability, knowing he could undo it, he still took the system words seriously. But even if he could undo that, there was still a problem. He needed magic-related abilities, as the system said. And yet, ironically, he did not even have a speck of time to invest into raising his mana stats. Razel rubbed his temples in frustration. This damn time. I hate it. If only I could control it, he muttered, sighing. Even if he went out right now to gather monster cores to boost his mana stat, even with his strength, even if he was able to kill the monsters with one blow, the process of collecting them one by one would be a massive hassle. There just was not enough time. he probably would not even reach mana C in his stats. And honestly, even that would not be enough to survive in an actual battle. That is assuming he even got a decent skill from someone villain. Which of course, he would have to work for again. Alone. If only there was a way to collect monster cores, without having to go out there and do it himself. Chapter 86. If only there was a way to collect monster cores, without needing to go out there and do it himself. TCH, whatever, Razel muttered under his breath, brushing the thought aside. I have got bigger things to worry about right now. First things first, he could barely stand still in a fight, physically too weak to keep up. Maybe it was best to stabilize that foundation before worrying about magic. Once he grew stronger, he would get a magic skill from his treasury anyways, if he could find some way to raise his mana stat, that is. Determined, he turned his attention to the system. I think it is time to head to the E-ranked training ground, he declared. The 10 times time amplification function will seriously help. I cannot afford to waste any more time. But will you be able to fight E-ranked opponents? Razel did not flinch. Let us just start. Maybe it will be hard, but F-ranked monsters. I can handle those with ease now. My strength and agility are both at E-rank. It should not be too much of a problem to handle E-ranked monsters now, right? Perhaps. I understand your reasoning, host, the system answered. But again, defeating one E-rank monster is one thing. Facing them in increasing numbers could become a serious problem. The challenge escalates each wave. Consider staying a bit longer here to refine yourself further. Razel dismissed the suggestion with a short sigh. Just do it. We will see what happens. Very well, the system replied, finally giving in. Specify what kind of opponent you wish to face. Terrain, environment, conditions. Give me the fastest type of monster in that rank, Razel said, after a brief moment of thought. It will help sharpen my perception. Also, increase the number of injuries I get. It should help with healing skill proficiency, dodging practice, and it will let me rack up killing points faster. He nodded to himself. It might be tough, but if he wanted the fastest growth, there was no better choice. As for the terrain and other stuff, put it on random. I do not care. Understood, host. Initializing transfer. A familiar darkness covered his vision. The soft hum of transition, the weightlessness of teleportation, then. Razel blinked. He was somewhere else now. As his eyes adjusted, he realized he stood on a vast, eerie plateau. The air was unnaturally still. Around him, the land stretched as far as he could see, barren and grim. No trees, no signs of life, just cracked red-gray stone, some scattered pebbles, and silence thick as mist. The sky above was dim and dusky. The ground beneath him felt solid, stone-like, stable, and entirely alien. Welcome to the E-ranked training ground. Time amplification active 10x. 1 hour here equals 10 outside. Current biome, Resonance Plateau. Current opponent Skulltrite, E-ranked stealth-type monster. Fastest speed species recorded in Galaxy 6736. Prepare. Opponent will begin attacking in 30 seconds. Razel eyes twitched. Skulltrite, he muttered. Never heard of it. He scanned the desolate area around him, trying to spot anything that resembled a monster. Suddenly, something caught his eye. In the middle of the stone field stood a lone, thin, pole-like structure, black, metallic, and rigid, rising just about waist-high. Razel's eyes narrowed slightly as he focused. At first glance, he had mistaken it for part of the terrain, just another chunk of metal stuck in the ground. But then he spotted it, something lying flat atop the structure. A small, metallic creature, barely 2 feet in length. It did not even look alive, more like a thin sheet of black metal, its shape resembling a compact, triangular jet. It gleamed faintly under the dull sky, like polished steel. No eyes, no mouth, no joints, no sign of breath or pulse even, just an unmoving, unfamiliar object resting silently under the red-gray light. Is that my opponent? Razel asked, puzzled, his eyes still fixed on it. Yes, host. It is the Skulltrite, a truly unique creature. Its entire outer body is composed of a strong metallic exoskeleton fiber. It possesses no mouth, no eyes, no nose, no sensory functions like sight or smell. Wingless and limbless, its form remains exactly as you see it now resting. It perceives and hunts using ultrasensitive sound wave frequencies to detect its prey. Feeding is done through an absorption method, draining essence from its target directly. One of the most remarkable features is its body composition, 97% exoskeleton. It requires only a single meal to survive for thousands of years, absorbing all it needs from one creature life force. Skulltrites can range in size from 1 to 4 feet. No limbs. Cannot see. Cannot smell. Razel stared at the creature with a grimace, eyes narrowing. That is not a predator. That is a cursed existence, like everything was taken from it. Despite his comment, he was watching the timer above the creature head tick down steadily. Well, it uses soundwave frequency to perceive, Razel muttered, mind clicking into place. Then I guess it is a battle of perception. Let us see whose flow is sharper. Without further hesitation, Razel activated his flow sensing ability. Instantly, the world shifted around him. Threads of white particles vibrated softly in the air, dancing through space like ripples in water. Flow waves extended in every direction, but something caught his eyes. Razel's eyes narrowed further as he observed a steady stream of vibrational flow emitting from the black, metallic pole. The creature was releasing constant waves in every direction, sound pulses that spread out like invisible ripples in a pond. Even more shocking, the red-gray stone floor of this environment was not absorbing the sound, it was amplifying it, bouncing the frequencies far, far away, like a perfectly designed echo chamber. Resonance plateau, Razel whispered, recalling the biome name the system had given earlier. You gave this monster its perfect hunting ground, huh? He asked with a sigh. Well, you did ask for the fastest opponent. I figured this would suit your goal best. Razel lips twitched. He did not argue further. As much as the system had thrown him into a tough spot, it was also perfect for growth. If the Skulltrite could use sound to hunt, then so could he. The same echo chamber that served as its advantage could also serve his perception. No more time to complain. The countdown was almost up, 5 seconds left. System, give me a sword, Razel requested. Recalling the old man words, use your weapon like it is an extension of your body. Forget the stance. Forget form. Be so fast and fluid that you do not even need technique. If he wanted to improve his combat instinct and reaction timing, this was the only way. A sleek, thin, straight blade materialized in his hand. He gripped it tightly, grounding himself. 3, 2, 1. The countdown hit 0. Razel's eyes locked forward just in time to see the black metallic creature rise slowly from its resting position. It lifted off the black pole without disturbing the air in the slightest, gentle, smooth, and eerily graceful. Razel set his stance, tensing his muscles, syncing his blood flow, heightening his perception, both internal and external. He was ready. Then, Seashaf, a faint whistling sound whispered through the air, so thin it was nearly imperceptible. Only Razel's ranked keen hearing allowed him to detect it. Simultaneously, he felt the sound flow around him distort. Something was coming. Fast. So fast, it did not even register as motion, just vibration. An anomaly in the flow. What the fuck, damn, that is fast, Razel's eyes widened. His body screamed to move before his brain could finish the thought. He instinctively raised his sword, stepping back just as the ripple hit. And then he saw it. A black blur, sleek, jet-like, cutting the air itself. Slim, blade-like, almost invisible to the naked eye. The Skulltrite shot through the space like a sniper bullet, aimed straight for his throat. Razel's instincts screamed. His perception flared. He moved, barely. His body was slow, too slow. Still, he managed to bring his sword up, right in the line of fire. But the creature did not veer off. It did not pause. It did not even acknowledge his defense. His blade met it, but the sound it made was not of metal clashing. It was the sound of something being split. The creature went through his sword like paper, cleaving straight into the space it had been targeting from the start, his neck. Razel did not even feel pain. Just a sharp jolt, and then, host, you have died. Darkness claimed him. Just a second later, reviving at the same spot, Razel stood motionless for a few seconds, his jaw slack in disbelief. What the fuck was that? He muttered, eyes still wide as he recalled the moment. That thing, that metallic creature had sliced straight through his sword as if it were butter, as if his weapon was nothing but air. Of course, host. No normal weapon can stop a Skulltrite. Their bodies are composed of ultra-sharp, thin metallic edges. They are often hunted just to craft elite-grade blades, spears, arrows, even daggers. That is how sharp and durable they are, the system explained calmly. So it is basically a living blade with rocket propulsion, and now I am supposed to somehow win against that, Razel groaned. It is fast as fuck and cuts through my weapon like paper. How the hell am I even supposed to damage it? It is like trying to punch the sharp edge of an axe with a kitchen knife. Still, he shook his head and calmed himself. Well, whatever it is good for practice. It was not like I could not perceive it. My perception was fine, it is my body that could not react fast enough. He drew a breath, focus settling. I need to master my body flow. If I can fix that, my reaction speed will match my perception. System, he said firmly, set it so that the Skulltrite automatically attacks 3 seconds after I respawn. No delays. Do not waste time. Understood, host. Activating auto-respawn and re-engagement in 3 seconds upon each death. Yeah, good, Razel nodded. And so began the loop, Razel versus Skulltrite. Hours passed. Each encounter ended the same way. Instant death. Yet Razel never stopped. Again and again, he revived, faced the same foe, and died. It was not a fight anymore, it was training. He never once tried to rely on his obsidian skeleton, or his body natural toughness to block the Skulltrite. He had options, sure, like using his limbs as shields. But that would defeat the purpose. He was not here to survive, he was here to get stronger. So he focused on the most important thing, internal mastery. He began with thought flow, the clarity of mind. He trained himself to maintain unwavering focus, to keep his attention solely on what mattered. The sound of the wind, the sound of blood, the silent stillness between his thoughts. He mastered them all until distractions melted away. Then came the control of blood flow. By learning to direct more blood to his muscles, he increased his reaction speed, his explosive strength. His arms moved faster. His legs kicked harder. The delay between mind and motion shrunk. But the real breakthrough came with mastering his nerve signals. He trained until there was zero delay between thought and action. No more knowing the attack was coming, and then reacting late. He reached the point where thought and movement became one. He did not move his body. His body moved the moment he wanted it to. He regulated his oxygen flow too, perfect breathing. He created an internal rhythm, syncing breath with movement, so his stamina did not drain. He was not just fighting anymore. He was flowing. And then there were muscles. He learned to shift muscle density, tighten, or relax fibers instantly. His punches grew heavier. His limbs became tougher. His flexibility increased, and so did his ability to twist, duck, roll, and spring out of nowhere. Yes, he had not mastered it all yet, but he had started. And the improvement was undeniable. His actions and reactions became faster, sharper, more fluid. He was not the same Razel who had entered this battlefield. Even if he had not killed the Skulltrite after 10 long hours, the real gain was not in victory. It was in refinement. No, he did not have a weapon that could harm it. Yes, it was a weapon itself, a flying blade with no face, no weakness, no rest. But each death pushed Razel closer to something that mattered more than a wind mastery. So all this time, Razel had been relentlessly focused on one thing, mastering his body reaction and speed. He could dodge that motherfucker now. It was not as if the thing had gotten any slower. No, it was still as fast as ever, a flying blade in the shape of a triangular metallic sheet, moving like a whisper across air. But now Razel was different. Maybe the Skulltrite could still surprise him sometimes, but dodging had become his second nature. His eyes could catch the moment the sound wave shifted. His breath, heart rate, muscle tension, all synchronized to flow. And yet, even beyond the evasion, there was something else he had gained. A wide, proud smirk stretched across his face. A smirk stretched across Razel's bloodied face, sharp and satisfied. His body was covered in cuts, thin, harsh lines crisscrossing his skin, clear marks of close brushes with a razor-sharp blade. But none were lethal, just glancing blows, places where he almost did not dodge in time. Yet even that was not what he was smiling about, because he had figured out something massive, something game-changing. Across the stone-strewn plain, the Skulltrite floated mid-air, twitching ever so slightly before shooting straight toward him with deadly intent. Its sleek, metallic body glinted faintly in the eerie light as it cut through the air like a needle through cloth, heading straight for Razel's neck. But Razel did not move. He just stood there, calm, focused. And then impact. Yet there was no slicing sound, no spray of blood. Instead, time seemed to slow. As the Skulltrite's sharp frame made contact, Razel's body did not resist. It flowed. He moved with it, caught in its momentum, flying through the air in perfect synchronization. For several meters, he flew alongside the creature like he was part of it. Almost in slow motion, he spiraled through the air, absorbing the Skulltrite's speed, redirecting it. He twisted, flipped, and landed in a perfect crouch with a subtle spin, feet skimming the stone plateau like a dancer touching down from a high jump. He exhaled, a grin tugging at the corner of his lips. At his neck, where the Skulltrite had struck, there was not even a scratch. It was like being struck with the edge of a sword, but instead of cutting, it was like being tapped by a dull object and carried by it. Well, even better than that, since no damage. Yes, Razel had used the Skulltrite's own flow to dodge its assault. He did not fully know how he did it yet, but somehow, he was able to do it now. Sure, it did not work every time. Not yet. But even getting it right sometimes was already insane progress. This was not a strength upgrade, this was dodging and evasion reaching a godlike level. Flow mastery, body synchronization, instantaneous movement. If his strength and agility stats were higher, Razel was sure, absolutely sure, that no one would even be able to touch him. System, he called mid-dodge, eyes still locked on the black flash racing toward him again. What is this Skulltrite agility stat? Is it at E rank? Skulltrite of E rank has an agility stat of D+. Host, the system replied. Damn, Razel shouted, his body twisting aside just as the creature zipped past. It is even higher than its own rank. That is broken. Indeed, host. The Skulltrite is considered the fastest known E-rank species. Currently, you are keeping up with the natural peak of E-rank agility. Razel blinked, stunned for a second. And I am doing that, while my agility stat is still just E-rank. Correct. That is a massive progression. Your reaction speed and body mastery have risen exponentially. Your body control and reflexes are an impossibility by normal standards. Even if you have not mastered full body flow yet, this progression is massive. A slow grin curled on Razel's lips. Yeah, I guess I am enjoying it, he said, jumping again. As the Skulltrite aimed for his shoulder this time, he twisted midair, flowing with the strike instead of resisting it. It passed him, leaving nothing but the wind in its wake. He landed with practiced ease. Mastering body flow does not seem so damn hard now. Just because of your top-tier talent, host, the system added dryly. Yeah, whatever. But even as they exchanged words, something suddenly shifted. Host, someone is approaching your real body. Exit immediately. Before Razel could even respond, he was forcefully ejected from the training space, everything vanishing in a flash, leaving him blinking back into the real world, alert and ready. Chapter 87. Outside the system space, Razel opened his eyes instantly on guard. He was still seated on the bed, his senses heightened from the hours spent training. Glancing around the room, everything appeared exactly as he had left it. The door was closed. No one was inside. He was just about to curse out his system for dragging him out so suddenly for no reason when, knock, knock. The sharp rapping on the door interrupted his thoughts. Come in, Razel said calmly, already guessing who it might be. The door creaked open, and Levy stepped in hesitantly. His face twisted into a weird expression as his gaze landed on Razel, still sitting on the bed, ghost mask on, wearing that heavy, uncomfortable-looking robe. Still, Levy did not comment. Boss, it is evening now. What do you want to eat? Levy asked after a moment, voice laced with reluctance. The way he said it, like a butler asking a noble what they wished to be served, made him visibly cringe inside, though he kept a neutral face. Cooking for someone was not exactly what Levy imagined himself doing in life. Bad days, indeed. Selling himself for a few hundred D-grade elemental cores, what pathetic times. Still, no shame crossed his face. Oh, get something tasty. Definitely spicy. And coffee too, the strongest you can make, Razel responded, pausing only slightly before answering. He deserved a full stomach after all the effort he had poured into training. And really, evening already. How many hours had he spent in that space? Time really flew inside. All right, Levi nodded, then added, but how about I buy it from the place around the corner? They are professionals, might be able to cook something better than me. Do whatever you want, Razel said, already licking his lips under the mask. Just get it to me in 10 minutes. The promise of good food ignited a rare spark of joy in him. He could already taste the spicy warmth on his tongue. He waited for Levi to turn and leave, but Levi just stood there. What? Razel asked finally, unable to contain his impatience. I also got those monster cores you asked for, Levi finally said, almost like he had forgotten, though the truth was he had not. But I was not able to find any of higher rank. From inside his coat, Levi pulled out 4 small, completely black orbs, monster cores. Razel stood up immediately, eyes narrowing behind his mask. He approached silently and took the cores from Levi's outstretched hand. What rank monsters are these from? Razel asked, weighing the cores in his palm. They felt cold, dense, all from E-ranked monsters, Levi replied, scratching the back of his head. I was lucky to get even these. Not many people carry them around unless it is for collection or trophies. One customer happened to have these this afternoon. Razel nodded slowly. What about the plan you said? The one to get more cores. Did you start that idea you were talking about? Razel asked, eyes sharp. If there was an easier method of gathering cores without wasting his own time, he needed it. That way he could focus on training, building his magic abilities too, and not worry about the hassle. Levi hesitated, his expression shifting slightly. Then he sighed. That plan, yeah, I gave it some serious thought, he began. But here is the thing. If I actually announce that I am exchanging small value stuff for monster cores, it might work for a day, maybe even 2. But after that, it will turn bad. He paused, watching to see if Razel would interrupt. He did not. We do not have much to offer in exchange, Levi continued, and demand might grow fast. Too fast. If we cannot deliver what people expect, it will backfire. People here, they get aggressive when they feel cheated. And if someone risks their life to hunt a monster expecting a reward, and we cannot pay up, they will not just walk away. They might attack me, say I lied or scammed them. Even if I did not say it that way. Does not matter. Razel heard Levi's explanation, and could not help but sigh behind his mask. He knew it. Of course it was not going to be that easy. Do you not have a shop? Razel asked, rubbing his temple. Why do you not just sell your stuff for monster cores instead of normal currency or elemental cores? Sell everything based on monster cores. Levi looked at his mysterious masked boss like he was an idiot. No, boss. That is not how it works. First off, I am not some big name or popular figure. My shop is just a small time stall. No one cares what I sell or do not. If I start doing that, people will just go to someone else who offers better prices with real coin, he explained. Yeah, sure, it would be a different story if I had something only I could offer, but I do not. Not right now. So no, it is impossible. Razel clicked his tongue, but did not say more. All right, you can go. Still caught up in thought, Razel gestured for him to leave, then locked the door behind him. After a moment of silence, he took the 4 black monster cores and focused. Then, without wasting another second, he began absorbing them. The moment he started, a cool, almost icy sensation ran through his veins. The dark mana surged into his body like a creeping fog, chilling and calm. In mere seconds, all 4 cores had turned to crystal clear glass, completely drained. You have absorbed 4 E-grade monster cores. Dark mana successfully absorbed 100%. New affinity unlocked. Necrotic affinity. Very light. Increased very small necrotic affinity after absorption. Increased very small shadow affinity after absorption. Host mana stat has been updated. From mana E+ to D-. A rapid burst of notifications flooded his mind. But what caught him off guard was the sudden internal shift, like something cracking open from deep inside. It was not painful. In fact, it felt good. Real good. Razel placed a hand on his chest. What was that just now, system? That felt weird. Do not worry, host. That sensation is the result of your mana pool evolving. You have advanced from E rank to D rank. Your dark mana has now increased in purity and density. This is a qualitative change, a good thing. Razel exhaled in relief. Phew, that is good then. He remembered the first time he absorbed a D-grade core. Even at a 100% absorption ratio, it had only pushed him up to E rank. That was when the system explained he needed 10 times the usual mana volume to level up, thanks to his absurdly powerful potential. At the time, Razel had thought it was bullshit, and part of him still did, but the system insisted it was advantageous long-term. Still, his mana was mostly idle for now. He did not have any skill that directly required it, so even with the upgrade, it was not like he would suddenly blast meteors or teleport. Then his eyes caught another line from the system. System, I awakened another affinity. What does that mean exactly? Razel asked, lifting one of the drained cores up to the light. Yes, host. Out of the 4 monster cores you just absorbed, 3 carried necrotic affinity, while 1 held shadow affinity. That is how you gained necrotic affinity. Alright, so what does it actually do? Apologies, host. I am restricted from disclosing detailed affinity descriptions. Razel groaned. Damn you, mother, whatever. He did not dwell on it too long. Knowing the system's restrictions, he would only waste time trying to bypass the limitation. But it did sour his mood. He was always curious about the unexplained parts of his potential. To know that he might be growing in a direction he could not fully grasp. It was frustrating. Razel leaned his head back and stared at the ceiling. If only I had a high enough monostat, I could explore these affinities further. Maybe even seek out an SSS-ranked villain and get some answers. But that would be a waste of time right now. He shook the thoughts away. They were distractions. His stomach grumbled faintly, reminding him that dinner was on its way. Levy should be returning soon. Maybe after eating, he would dive back into training. He did not want another interrupted session. With a deep breath, he just stretched his arms. Deciding to clear his head, Razel walked out of his room, moving silently down the stairs. The eerie ghost mask still hid his face, and his heavy robe swept against the steps with every motion. He entered the down shop quietly. Levy was behind the counter, dealing with a weird-looking customer, but paused mid-sale when he noticed Razel entering. He seemed startled. "You want something, boss?" Joy asked, surprised, maybe even a little startled, as he shifted his gaze from the customer to Razel. Well, Razel did not really know what to say. In truth, he was not sure himself why he had come downstairs. "I guess it will still take 10 minutes for them to prepare your order, boss." "Maybe just wait a little longer," Joy said, assuming Razel was hungry and came down because of that. Yeah, go ahead." Razel waved a hand, gesturing for him to continue his work, then slowly let his eyes wander across the shop. The customer nearby gave the two an odd glance. Boss, he thought. Why is Joy calling someone boss? But he shrugged it off. Razel's gaze drifted across the shop again. Everyone knew Joy, or Levy as Razel called him, as the friendly owner of this odd little shop, Joy's Lil Shop. Even though Levy himself called himself a small businessman. In fact, Joy had made a name for himself as a quirky, but somewhat popular shopkeeper, selling everything from socks to swords. His eyes passed over shelves packed with arrows, blades, even a few pieces of worn-looking armor mounted on the walls. Nearby, rows of small boxes and shelves displayed potions, dusty books, random groceries, alchemical materials, and even basic study supplies. The place was a chaotic mess of everything and nothing, clearly not a professional outlet, but not quite useless either. Just two of everything, stuffed in every corner of this large room. And somehow, despite the disorder, it all felt full. Brother Joy, the customer, short, with thick black hair, leaned over the counter and whispered, "I came to ask if you have got that special potion, you know, the one that makes you forget someone completely." "Oh, that kind of potion," Joy's voice lowered conspiratorially. "Why would you want something like that, Brother Bobby? Everything okay? You remember I told you about that girlfriend I had?" Bobby's shoulders slumped. "Well, she dumped me a few days ago, and now I just cannot forget her. She keeps popping into my head. It is messing me up." Bobby leaned in further as if Joy was a therapist. He clearly needed someone to talk to and Joy seemed to be his chosen listener. Joy dropped his voice low. "Oh, that kind of potion. Why would you want something like that, Brother Bobby?" His tone was quiet, almost conspiratorial. "You remember, right? Last time I told you I made a girlfriend." Bobby sighed. "Well, she dumped me a few days ago. I cannot get her out of my head. She keeps coming back in my thoughts, and it is messing me up. Maybe if I take something like that, it will help me move on." He made a face like he was sharing the weight of the world. Razel could see it on his face. Heartbreak with nowhere to go. Joy nodded slowly, lips pursed in thought. Chat. "Well, I do not have anything like that here, unfortunately." Bobby straightened immediately, face falling. He looked like he expected that kind of answer. Useless shop, he probably thought. Always empty of the things people actually want. But just as he was about to turn and leave, Joy stopped him. Hey, Bobby, wait up, brother. I got something better, way better. At least hear me out." Bobby paused, suspicious but intrigued. "What is it? Can it help me?" His voice was skeptical, brows furrowed. This guy, having something useful. Joy did not answer immediately. Instead, he turned around, rummaged behind the counter, and returned with a greenish liquid in a sealed 1-liter bottle. He set it down in front of Bobby with a grin. A foul stench wafted from the bottle. Bobby recoiled instantly, hand covering his nose and mouth. "Ugh, what the hell is this? Poison." No, not poison," Joy replied with an overly confident grin. "It is goblin blood." "Goblin blood?" Bobby stepped back warily. "What the hell does that have to do with me?" Joy voice hushed like he was sharing sacred knowledge. "Listen to me, N.A. Do not you wanna hurt her? Since she hurt you, she must be enjoying your heartbreak. This will help you." Bobby blinked, starting to get the wrong idea. Joy saw it and quickly clarified. "Not like that," he chuckled. "Look, every time you think of her or she comes to your mind, drink a sip of this. Trust me, it will make you nauseous. Violently nauseous. So over time, your brain will link her with the feeling of throwing up. Now picture this," Joy continued, animated like a salesman on a mission. "She walks up to you someday, maybe to say hi or show off, and you, without thinking, bam, you throw up right in front of her. Psychological nuke. Her self-esteem is gonna take a serious hit." He grinned wider. "Think about it. Instead of you looking like the dumped, heartbroken guy, you are the one disgusted by her. She will start questioning everything. Might even come crawling back. She will get so confused, maybe even start wondering if you dumped her." He winked. "That, my friend, is real mind warfare." Joy's grin was beaming now, full of bullshit and brilliance alike. Oddly enough, it seemed to be working. Bobby's eyes began to shimmer with excitement, as if he had just discovered the ultimate revenge spell. Boss Joy, you are a genius. How did you even think of something like this? Bobby exclaimed, gripping the bottle with a newfound sense of purpose. So, how much for this miracle, brother Bobby? Joy puffed out his chest proudly. What? 10 copper coins. Boss, that is way too expensive, Bobby protested. Goblin blood only costs 1 copper outside. But Joy's smile did not falter. It is not about the price, brother Bobby. It is about pride. Imagine, this bottle could win you your dignity back. If it were me, I would not blink at giving a gold coin for something this personal. This is not a potion, it is the pride of a man. Joy's mouth just would not stop spouting crap. But somehow, it worked. Yes, brother Joy. Bobby's eyes lit up even more, like he had drunk a confidence elixir. Here is 20 copper coins. Let me show that girl what real self-esteem issues look like. She comes around every day, acting like I'm still stuck on her. Let us see how she reacts when I puke on sight. Bobby stormed out of the shop, bottle in hand, muttering curses and victorious insults under his breath. Joy chuckled, picking up the coins from the counter. Easy money, he said under his breath with a satisfied smirk. Razel, listening from the side, felt his lips twitch under the mask. Where the hell does he come up with this kind of nonsense? No wonder this shop is still running, despite not having a single useful item. Bullshit, after all, is also a talent. A good talent. Wait, it can come to use. Suddenly he thought of something. Chapter 88. The shop fell into an awkward hush once Bobby hurried out with his bottle of goblin blood. The only sounds were the lazy creak of floorboards and the faint clink of coins as Levy, better known to the neighborhood as Joy, slid the payment into the counter. He cleared his throat and glanced at the dark-robed figure browsing the shelves. So, anything you need, boss? Razel shook his head. Not really. Just killing time until dinner is ready. Levy offered a polite nod, then busied himself rearranging an untidy stack of potion flasks. For a moment neither spoke. Finally, as if the question had been nagging him for hours, Levy glanced back at the masked guest. You know, he said, keeping his tone casual, you could take off that robe and mask. I really do not care what your identity is. I am not a great person, but I have got no reason to be hostile toward you right now. And even if I did, it is not like I could do anything about it. You are paying me. I will still do my job regardless. Razel was silent for a beat before answering. I do not like wearing all this either. But if someone were to find out who I am, it would be problematic. Keeping a low profile saves me trouble. Besides, peace and quiet are rare commodities for me. Levy let out a small sigh, still straightening up a shelf. I do not think anyone out here in this backward district would know who you are. Most folks here have never even seen a noble, let alone recognized one. Even if they did see your face, they probably would not know it. As for me, I am just your employee. You gave me a job, and I am doing it. Levy also wanted to ask why someone studying in the royal classroom would need to hide their face like this, but he did not think that would be a good idea. Oh, Razel chuckled softly. They would recognize me. Trust me, they can. That caught Levy off guard. Wait, seriously. His voice held genuine surprise. Are you famous, boss? I mean, around here, people might not even recognize the imperial princess without a formal announcement. Maybe if it was the saintess or something, but still. He tilted his head, curiosity now fully awakened. So are you like, someone important? Heir to a big family, maybe. Marquis, Duke, Levy thought. Only those kinds of people have recognizable features like unique hair, or eye colors. It is rare to recognize them, but some knowledgeable ones can. His gaze sharpened slightly. So, is this mysterious rich boss of mine really some noble big shot? Famous, Razel repeated with a faint smile. You could say that. Maybe the whole empire knows me. I am pretty much a world-famous figure, which is why I have to hide my face. He then picked up an old book from the shelf and glanced down at it, voice growing colder. But let us not dwell on that. Whether I show my face or not should not concern you. Just focus on the job I gave you. Right, yeah. Levy scratched the back of his head, still completely in the dark. He gave up pressing for more, but he could not shake the growing curiosity. Who the hell am I working for? Then, as if something just clicked in his mind, Razel looked up from the book and turned to him. Hey, you mentioned something earlier, about if you had something to sell that no one else could offer, you could start trading for monster cores. Would that really work? The thought of being able to use magic again had never left his mind. No matter how much he tried to focus on other things, the desire to increase his mana was always there, quiet, but constant. Maybe, just maybe, this could help in the long run. Oh yeah, Levy nodded. If it is something unique, something only you can provide, and it is actually useful, then sure. I can change the price without worrying about competition. People would not be able to just go somewhere else. That is the key. He narrowed his eyes, intrigued. Do you have something like that, boss? Even as he asked, he could not help but wonder. Why is this man so obsessed with monster cores? What is the real reason? Levy had seen the desperation in his eyes. Is it because he figured out how to use them? Something no one else ever managed to do. The possibilities raced through Levy's head like wildfire. If there is actually a way to make use of those so-called worthless materials, it would be revolutionary. Insane. And suddenly, he was more curious than ever. Is that why this guy wants them so badly? Razel could easily guess what was running through Levy's mind, but he did not care much. Even an idiot would figure it out eventually. If someone paid gold for a random tree branch, there were only two possible reasons: either the man had found something valuable in that branch, or he had gone mad. And judging by Levi's intelligence, Razel was fairly sure he was leaning toward the first. Still, Razel did not care what conclusions Levi came to. Even if he did find something out, it would not matter. After all, no one else could use it. Only he could. Will items like these work? Razel suddenly, out of nowhere, took out 2 flowers Xenocide had gifted him from within his robe, his fingers closing around their delicate stems. He did not even know why he kept them. Not really. Xenocide had given them with a strange tone as if the flowers meant something artistic or symbolic. But Razel was not the type to entertain abstract poetry. Still, out of respect, he had taken them. Now, maybe they would come in use. Flowers. Levi adjusted his glasses as he looked at the 2 flowers in Razel's hand. One was a deep, dark blue, almost leaning into purple. The other was pure white, soft and clean, practically glowing under the dim light. Levi leaned in closer, carefully taking the flowers from Razel's hand with both curiosity and care. Are they something special, boss? Yes. The flowers are special. Levi set the blossoms on the counter and bent closer, studying faint motes of energy that shimmered around each petal. Yeah, now I can tell. Both of these flowers, they are absorbing mana from the surroundings. Automatically. And they smell pretty damn good. Plus, they look exotic. Are they from some foreign region? Just by the quality and aura, I can tell these are not normal. They must be expensive. Razel raised an eyebrow. He had not realized they drew in mana. He could not perceive white faction energy. Still, he repeated the riddle Xenocide gave: which flower is more precious, the immortal or the fleeting? Razel did not really care at the time. Still did not, honestly. The blue flower, Razel repeated, will never wither. No matter the time, place, or condition. It stays as it is, forever. He glanced at the white one. This one though, it only lives for 7 days. After that, it withers and disappears. Oh, Levi murmured, his eyes lighting up as he studied them again. Never withers, and one that withers in exactly 7 days. This is definitely rare. I have never heard of anything like this. Where did you get them, boss? Leave that, Razel said shortly. Tell me, if I sold stuff like this, do you think it would work? Could we earn good monster cores from it? I doubt anyone else has something like this. Levi paused, looked at the flowers, thinking deeply. His merchant instincts kicked in, processing the market, demand, rarity, and practicality all at once. Boss, if what you said is true, then yes, these could fetch a very high price. Especially if a noble gets wind of them. But here is the thing, my shop. It is nothing special. It is a tiny setup in a backward alley. Nobles will not be walking in here. Honestly, these flowers would be wasted here. Most of the people who come here can barely afford potions and basic materials. They are not buying flowers even if they are magical. This kind of item, it is luxury. Best sold in limited editions to exclusive buyers. Because if you mass sell it, the price drops fast. Also, there is a risk. If a noble gets interested, they will want to know where these came from. That means questions. And I doubt we are ready for that kind of attention. If you want big money, you will need a high-end seller, a connected trader, maybe one of the major guilds. And even then, they might not pay in monster cores since monster cores are not a stable currency. No, it is not even a trade norm. Razel stayed silent, absorbing the information. So even this would not work. Damn. He needed something better. Something rarer, more directly useful. Fuck, so fucking fucked up. But before Razel could think any further, Levi's voice broke through. Though I have to say, both of these flowers are truly beautiful. Can I buy them from you? He asked, his eyes fixed intently on the blooms. Ha, flowers, Razel blinked, then gave a short laugh. Well, take them. I am not really in a position to appreciate flowers anyway. As for money, forget it. Just bring me some monster cores if you can. He paused for a second, glancing at Levi with a hint of surprise. Honestly, I did not think you were the aesthete type. Levi chuckled at that, casually brushing a strand of hair from his face. Nah, aesthete might not be the right word for me, he replied with a small grin. I just believe everything looks beautiful to beautiful people. Razel raised an eyebrow behind his mask. Did not think you considered yourself a beautiful person either, considering the kind of things you do. Like scamming people, offering them a chance to meet their deceased loved ones, for money. There was no malice in his voice, only honest curiosity. He was observing, trying to understand what kind of thoughts flickered through the mind of someone an author would label as a villain in this story. Levi's smile did not fade. If anything, it softened. I would not say I am a bad person, he said thoughtfully. And believe me, if the people I have scammed knew I had scammed them, they would not even be angry. Hell, some might still come back and thank me. He laughed again, light and unbothered. Razel stared, his curiosity piqued. This was not just casual greed. Levi genuinely believed what he was saying. The only ones who have a problem with it are the ones who think what I do is bad. That is just their perspective. Because they have never known what it feels like to have even the hope of seeing a loved one who is no longer alive. Not that I actually make them meet the real thing, of course. I just gave them a stage, a moment to pretend. If they found comfort in that, then did I really do something wrong? He gave another laugh, almost like he could not fathom the idea of seeing himself as the villain. In his own mind, he was not just innocent, he was righteous. Razel's lips twitched slightly. Still, you take money from them. Is that not just lying? Playing with people's emotions at that level? I mean, I could not do something like that. even if I could. Sounds heinous to me. Levi's expression did not change. Taking money. Of course I take money. That is the profit I earn. It is a business. An honest one, if you ask me. He said it with the ease of a merchant closing a deal, as he gently placed both flowers into a pot, carefully arranging them. To me, he continued, it is fair. I get the money, and they get the hope they were searching for. It is a trade one both sides accept. Razel looked at him with a mix of amusement and disbelief. Indeed, villain material, this is, he thought. Honest business, he repeated. Sounds more like shamelessness to me. But then he tilted his head, asking, if you really wanted to be seen as a good man, the one you say you are, why not do it for free? Maybe people would not call you a scammer then, and more like, I think people would give donations to you themselves and even power. He had a proud good man smile on his face. Oh no, that would be the worst thing, he said quickly. For me and for my clients. You see, when something is free, people do not believe in it. But when the price is high, suddenly, 80% of them are convinced I have got divine magic. That I can bring the dead back, even if only for one day. His tone was still light, almost proud. If it were cheap or free, no one would have believed it at all. And besides, I have needs too, do I not? For the kind of good work I do, I think I deserve a little something in return. He gave a small shrug, like this was the most logical thing in the world. And is it really so heinous? Levi mused aloud. How many people in this world get a chance to speak to their loved ones after death? Even if it is a lie, a convincing lie. You would be surprised how many want that lie. His voice grew softer, more personal. If I had the chance to see my mother again, even for just one evening, just to eat the food she used to cook, I would take it. I would not care if it was fake. I would want to believe. He set the flower pot on the counter, the two blossoms now arranged perfectly, almost glowing with life. He looked at them for a moment, then slowly turned his attention back to Razel, eyes searching the only part of the man's face not hidden by the mask. Maybe I am wrong, Levi said, his eyes searching Razel's. Or maybe the people calling me wrong just do not understand. Or maybe those people are not wrong either, he continued, voice steady but thoughtful. Maybe we are all just looking at the same thing from different angles. Some may always call me a sinner, a scammer, even a monster after knowing what I do. But there are others who look at me like I am a god. He spread his arms wide, a grin curling on his lips again. So if the only people disturbed by what I do are the ones who never knew how it feels, then maybe I am not hurting anyone, am I? Maybe they are just upset because I gave others something they could not understand. They are not my problem, he finished, his grin now stretching like a mask of truth. Because the people who come to me, and if they like what I offer, if it makes them smile, cry, feel something again, then how did I end up being the bad guy? I am totally a good guy, Levi said with a light laugh, as if the matter had already been settled. And if someone still thinks I am the villain, Levi murmured, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his lips. Maybe it is just their own disgusting thoughts, or the way their twisted perspective paints me as evil. With that, he turned his attention back to the counter, humming softly as if the weight of that confession had already floated away like dust in the air. Razel stood still, silent, thoughtful. This dude, he is a silver-tongued illusionist, Razel mused, eyes narrowing slightly behind the mask. He does not even see himself as corrupt. No, he actually believes he is bringing light into darkness. And maybe in some strange, uncomfortable way, he was calling himself a god, Razel thought, a flicker of conflicted amusement crossing his mind. Guess that kind of delusion does earn him a place under me. Maybe the guy had a few screws loose, but he was not here to debate morality. Levi might be a bit unhinged, sure, but Razel could see something else in him too. He was kind of chill, might even be useful in the long run. What was your age again? Razel asked, finally breaking the silence, looking over with casual curiosity. Levi glanced up, surprised by the sudden question. Age? 26, if my memory serves. 10 years older than me, Razel muttered, mostly to himself. It felt odd. Levi's roguish enthusiasm seemed younger, yet the gulf was there. Must feel strange working under someone that much younger. Levi shrugged theatrically. Embarrassing. Maybe a little. But I have learned life treats most of us like dirt unless we are born with a platinum spoon. Might as well hitch my cart to a very mysterious horse. He flashed a sly smile. If only you knew how little silver my spoon ever had, Razel thought, but kept it to himself. Then, without warning, Levi suddenly blurted out. So, how many girlfriends you got, boss? I mean you are rich and powerful. Must be in 2 digits. Razel blinked. Bruh, girlfriends, he echoed, as if the very word offended his personal reality. Nah, not even close. Not in this life. I mean, it is not just that I do not have one. They do not even visit me in my damn dreams. No, I do not want any disgusting creature even in my dreams. His tone dropped a notch, serious now. There is no way I am letting any woman get close to me. He stepped forward, placing both hands firmly on Levi's shoulders, leaning in as his masked eyes locked onto Levi's. Believe me when I say this, women cannot be trusted. All they see is profit. If you can provide it, maybe they will stay. If not, gone. Just like that. At last they all are going to betray you. Levi instinctively raised his hands in mock surrender, caught off guard by the sudden intensity. Whoa, boss, easy. He chuckled awkwardly. Sounds like your experience with women was not exactly pleasant, huh? His gaze flicked toward Razel's eyes through the mask, searching, quietly studying the man beneath. Realizing his overreaction, Razel stepped back, releasing his grip. He cleared his throat. Well, you could say that. He coughed again, trying to sound more casual. How about you? Had any girlfriends yet? Levy shook his head with a dramatic sigh. Nah, though sometimes I wish I had one. And she could die just after. Razel blinked. What? Levy continued, unfazed. Yeah, just think about it. I would be like one of those tragic heroes. You know, going to the lake every day, mourning her memory, trying to complete all the promises I made before she died. He paused, clearly fantasizing. I swear I would have become crazy powerful if I had a dead girlfriend. I honestly believe women can make men stronger. Maybe I am not strong because I never had a girlfriend. There was a moment of stunned silence. Razel stared at him. Yeah. He needed to unhear whatever the hell he just heard. Chapter 89. After 10 minutes inside his personal room, Razel finally settled on the edge of his bed, having finished his dinner and coffee. The warmth still lingered in his chest, a rare comfort after so long. Shall we continue our training now, host? Or have you had enough slacking off? The system's voice rang out, dry and unimpressed. Razel set his coffee cup down on the side table with a soft clink and leaned back slightly, exhaling. Yeah, I am done. He muttered, then smirked. But you have no idea. Just being able to eat something hot, packed, and actually decent after years, it is something else. Give me a break, I was just having a moment. Well, if you are ready, shall we proceed with training now? The system asked with a sigh that barely hid its impatience. Actually, no. Razel replied, brushing his fingers through his hair, eyes narrowing thoughtfully. I have got a different plan. Just give me 20 minutes. I think I can pull this off. I have made up my mind, system. I am going to unlock magic too before the duel. His voice had hardened now, laced with resolve. That is important too. I cannot afford to rely on just one path anymore. But how exactly do you intend to raise your mana stats in such a short time? The system asked, skepticism clear. Do not worry about it, Razel said, waving a hand. Just send me to an SSS-ranked blacksmith, preferably one who is extremely sexually frustrated. There was a moment of pause. Then, without further questions, the system complied. 1 hour and 12 minutes later. What the fuck? Razel muttered, collapsing onto his bed, breath slightly ragged. A massive box, easily larger than the entire bed itself, sat ominously in his arms, holding it tight. I thought this was supposed to take 20 minutes. How the hell did it turn into this? Host, naturally it would take longer. First, you visited Villain Drake to ask for more of his rare secret materials. Then, you spent time convincing that newly promoted SSS-ranked blacksmith to craft this item using those materials. All things considered, this was bound to take over an hour. The system explained, its tone clearly disinterested in the chaos Razel often caused. Razel did not bother replying. He was too busy holding this monstrosity in his arms. The thing was massive, heavy as hell, and hard to carry. Yet in his arms now rested something extraordinary. A cheat item. That is what it was. A literal cheat machine. Only problem is, it is a fucking giant. Razel muttered to himself. How the hell am I supposed to carry this around during a traveling from here to there? Then, a thought clicked in his mind, his expression slowly lighting up with hope. Hey system, he said, looking at the box. Can you, I dunno, just integrate this thing into the system as a function, or something? It would be easier. Carrying this beast around is not gonna work for me. There was no reply. Silence stretched on longer than expected. Can you, or can you not? Razel asked again, this time with more insistence. The system's silence was suspicious, which usually meant the idea might actually work. Sigh. All right, it can indeed be done. The system finally admitted. Razel's smirk returned, a glint of satisfaction in his eyes. Good. System prompt. Do you really wish to activate the automatic blacksmith's machine SSS function? Yes or no? Without a beat of hesitation, Razel responded yes. Not only was there no reluctance, he was actually happy. And just like that, the massive, unwieldy contraption he had been carrying vanished from his arms. Razel exhaled a deep sigh of relief. For a moment there, he had seriously been worried that the bed would snap under the sheer weight of it. So, what was that strange metal box? Oh, just a little something he had plucked off the hands of a desperate, porn-hungry old man. Why is it always these old men who are addicted to porn? Razel did not know, and frankly, he was not curious enough to dig into that mystery. All that mattered was that the thing worked. Worked like a charm. And yes, that ridiculous-looking thing was, in fact, an SSS-ranked machine. He had scammed that perverted bastard out of it. As for what it did, it was a broken item, as in brokenly overpowered. Just possessing it alone was enough for Razel to officially call himself an SS-ranked blacksmith. The thing was made by a real SSS-ranked blacksmith, and its primary, and only, function. It could forge any weapon, artifact, or equipment under SSS rank automatically. All it needed was the correct materials. And it did not just do it fast, it did it instantly. Back when that horny old man had first told him about it, Razel had not believed a word. But now, thinking about it again, he could not help but admit it was absolutely badass. He was still basking in that thought when suddenly, system notification. Congratulations, host. You have successfully acquired the special prop, Automatic Blacksmith's Machine SSS. With the host's permission, the system has now fully integrated this item into the low-tier function module. New function unlocked, Automatic Blacksmith. A top-grade support module that allows automatic crafting, repair, and enhancement of equipment. Function details. Simply provide the necessary raw materials. The system will automatically forge, repair, or upgrade any item ranging from F rank to SS rank and beyond. Additional bonus special system assistance. As compensation for the host's past hardships due to unwanted or malfunctioning system features, the system has granted a unique enhancement to this function. Host may now input a brief description or concept of the desired item. The system will then access its cross-reality databanks, analyzing recorded blueprints, weapon models, magical artifacts, and equipment designs from all known realities and timelines. Based on the materials provided, the system will generate a comprehensive list of optimal items that can be forged. The host may then either select an item from the list or use search and filter functions to refine results. Upon selection, the system will immediately initiate the auto-forge process, delivering the completed item directly to the host perfectly forged, no flaws. Razel silently read through the notification. His eyes sparkled with anticipation. Right from the beginning, he had expected nothing less now that the machine had been formally absorbed into the system. But as he read further and reached the last part, he fell silent. A slow, almost smug smile crept across his lips. "It is good that you finally apologized and compensated me yourself, Villy," Razel muttered quietly. "If not, I swear if I ever got the chance, I was gonna spank the living circuits out of you one day." He chuckled to himself. "Though you better keep it up. Do this well next time, and the time after that too." The system did not reply. Probably shy. Either way, Razel's grin widened as he focused on the true treasure in front of him, the system's apology bonus. Record all records from the system's database. He muttered the words again, barely able to contain his glee. That feature alone was absurdly powerful. The system literally had access to infinite worlds. No doubt it was a dimensional beast when it came to data. Would it crash under its own load? Would it bug out? Razel snorted. Not likely. The only thing he needed now was the right material. And then whoosh. Magic. Razel was now more than happy with this fucked up cheat. The very same cheat that once seemed utterly useless, now felt like a hidden gem he had completely underestimated, yet again. Without wasting another thought, he sprinted down the stairs, taking 2 steps at a time. As he reached the lower floor, he coughed slightly, regaining the attitude of his mysterious man persona. He stepped inside the shop. "Oh, you are back, boss. What happened? You need anything?" Levy looked up from where he sat, bored of his seat, waiting for customers. His voice now sounded a little more casual, maybe even familiar with Razel. That short chat earlier definitely brought down the distance between them, even if just a little. He did not quite understand why, but this mysterious kid did not seem all that bad to him anymore. "Oh no, I just thought of something that might help me get monster cores, or maybe even make your business bigger," Razel said plainly. "Oh, and what would that be?" Levy stood up from his seat and walked in Razel's direction. "Well, just tell me," Razel said directly. "Which is the most sold weapon in this area? I mean, from your shop, what do you sell the most?" Levy furrowed his brows, clearly puzzled by the question, but still answered with a shrug. "If you are asking what gets sold most, I would say daggers, armor, or small healing potions. But if you mean what gets sold in the largest quantity, that is easy, arrows. Yeah, arrows sell the most." As he spoke, he turned his eyes toward a corner of the shop where hundreds of first-grade arrows were neatly stacked along the counter. "Arrows, all right, got it. Get me 1 arrow," Razel said, eyes locked on him. "Ha." Levy raised a brow in confusion, but still went over and picked up 1 arrow from the rack. "What are we doing, boss? Is something going on?" Levy asked, genuinely puzzled. Nothing. I will show you some magic now, just wait," Razel said, taking the arrow into his hand. It was a basic first-rank arrow. The arrow in Razel's hand was a standard first-rank weapon, ordinary, unimpressive. In this world, everything, whether weapons, artifacts, or even monster cores, was measured by a tiered system from rank 1, the weakest, up to rank 9, the strongest. Right now, he was holding a plain wooden arrow with a basic iron or steel tip. He does not know. "What is the price for this?" Razel asked, examining the arrow closely. "It is an iron arrow, boss," Levy answered. "So, minimum 1 copper coin. If it is top quality, maybe up to 10 copper coins at best." Levy gave Razel a sideways glance, wondering if rich folks really did not know the price of such a basic item. Must be nice, he thought, to play around with 4th or 5th rank weapons without knowing or needing to care about their actual cost. He could only sigh. Razel did not respond further. Instead, he asked his system silently. "System, what can I do with this arrow? I mean, it is made from different materials already, right? Can I just upgrade it?" "Host, why are you so greedy? At least use some decent material." "Sure, the new function can improve craftsmanship, maybe even push the weapon a little higher, but if the base materials are this weak they will not withstand any real blessing." The system's scolding made Razel pout. All right, then tell me what kind of material would work," he grumbled. "Any object that already contains energy is ideal. Provide that, and the forge can truly upgrade, enchant, or recreate it." Razel did not need to think long. A perfect item popped into his mind. He turned to Levy. "Hand me one of those elemental cores I gave you earlier." Levy scratched his head. Is he asking for his own payment back? Still, without protest, he produced a small, glass-like sphere the color of molten ruby and passed it over. Razel accepted the D-rank fire elemental core in one hand, placed the basic iron-tipped arrow in the other, then clasped both palms together. Levy watched, bewildered. What in the world is he doing? Razel ignored him, busy conducting business with the system. Okay, Villy, show me the data list. What can I make from these materials? System notice, cross-reality crafting results, material sync complete. Input recognized. 1 F-rank arrow, standard wood shaft, low-grade iron tip. 1 D-rank fire elemental core, stable flame essence. Initiating blueprint search across multiversal forge records. Accessing realities. Elemental compatibility confirmed. Structural variance minimal. Output, top optimal creations. Results ranked by compatibility, efficiency, and potential impact. 1. Crimson Chi Arrow, Origin Cultivation World. Rank D+. An arrow lightly infused with fire chi, harmonized through minimal meridian flow. Upon release, it flares with crimson light, striking both body and spirit. Effect pierces skin and internal chi channels. 10% chance to disrupt energy circulation. Causes minor internal burns. 2. Cinder Howl Bolt, Origin Post-Apocalypse Realm. Rank D. Emits a burning whistle as it flies, said to echo the cries of the scorched. Instills dread even before impact. Effect area of effect fear chance, 5%. Small fire blast on impact. May panic weaker enemies. 3. Thermoplasma Arrow version 1.3, Origin Mecha or Sci-Fi Realm. Rank D. Elemental fire fused with synthetic plasma. Built for tech age warfare. Seamless ignition, smart locked. Effect melts through light armor. Minor plasma shockwave on contact. 5% chance to disable nearby electronics. 4. Drake Flare Shot, Origin High Fantasy Realm. Rank D. Modeled after a juvenile fire drake's breath, this arrow detonates in a fan-shaped blaze upon impact. Effect area of effect fire burst, 2-meter cone. Moderate flame damage. Chance to cause scorch on all targets in range. And that was just the beginning. Countless more options began pouring onto Razel's system panel. Billions, if not trillions, of recommendations from across the known and unknown multiverse, all generated in response to his simple fusion of core and arrow. Chapter 90. Razel muttered as his eyes flicked through the endless stream of item options flooding the system display. How am I supposed to read all of these? There is no way I can pick the best one out of all this. Host, all of the results shown are already the most optimal outcomes that can be created using the 2 materials you have provided. However, they excel in different areas. Some specialize in raw damage, others in area of effect or status effects, some in penetration or speed. There is no single best unless you define a very specific use case. The system replied, TCH, whatever, just pick any one for me. Razel said with a shrug. Choose the highest ranked one that could sell well on the market. That is all I care about for now. Understood. Random result selected. Cinder Howl Bolt. Origin Post-Apocalyptic Realm. Rank D++. Description, emits a burning whistle as it flies, said to echo the cries of the scorched. Instills dread even before impact. Affects a 5% area of effect fear chance. Small fire blast upon impact. May induce panic in weaker enemies. Penetration low. Would you like to proceed with forging this result using the current materials? Yes or no? Without hesitation, Razel answered, yes. The moment the word left his lips, the arrow and the fire elemental core in his hands began to glow, as if liquefying and merging together. A radiant white light burst from between his clasped palms. Levi, standing nearby, instinctively narrowed his eyes behind his glasses. What the? He whispered, confused. He watched the process unfold, trying to sense mana fluctuations. Yet he felt nothing, not even the tiniest ripple in the air. How is this even possible? It does not make sense. And just like that, in under a second, the light faded. System notification. Congratulations, host. You have successfully forged Cinder Howl Bolt. Special arrow, D++. Razel ignored the message. His attention was on the new arrow resting in his hand. Where once had been a basic wooden arrow, now lay something entirely different. The wooden shaft had transformed, its surface charred black with fiery red veins running through it, as if it had been soaked in dragon breath. The tip was no longer cheap iron, but a deep crimson crystal that pulsed faintly with stored flame. Looks cool, Razel muttered under his breath, casually flipping the arrow between his fingers. But the real reaction came from Levi. What the fuck? Levi's voice cracked as his eyes bulged. What just happened? He stared at the arrow, trying to comprehend. This is not just some visual illusion. The mana signature is completely different. This thing is radiating energy. Fire mana signatures. And strong too. That was a basic F-rank iron arrow, and now it feels like a rare artifact. Where did the fire elemental core disappear to? Did it merge? But how? He stepped closer, his mouth still half open. Boss, what did you do? No, how did you do it? Razel, ever so nonchalant, handed the arrow over. Take a look yourself. Just tell me how expensive you think it would be. Levi nearly forgot to breathe. He took the arrow gently, as though it might explode if handled roughly. His eyes studied every inch of the weapon. The way the crystal tip refracted light, the fine etching along the shaft, the faint warmth pulsing from the core. Incredible, he whispered. The craftsmanship alone, it looks tailor-made. Not something you would find mass-produced. It is art. He turned it slowly in his hands. It is a fire affinity arrow, right? I can feel fire mana sealed into the tip, dense and compressed. At the moment of impact, it is likely to explode brilliantly. This is crazy. I have never seen something like this in this region, not even among higher-tier craftsmen. Levi muttered, eyes still locked on the arrow. Normally, fire is not even considered suitable for arrow crafting. The standard affinities are wind or lightning. They enhance speed and piercing power. Honestly, Levi had never considered that fire itself could be compressed and sealed inside an arrow shaft, ready to detonate the moment it struck its target. The best fire affinity arrows he had seen before merely heated the iron head to around 700 degrees. They scorched, but they did not explode. Now, one of those strange new arrows lay in his palm, faintly warm, the scarlet runes along the shaft pulsing like a heartbeat. This is good. No, this is incredible, he thought, already imagining the demand such a weapon would draw on the open market. Yet even as the possibilities danced before his eyes, the awe on his face faltered as he glanced up at the masked figure in front of him. Did the boss just swap the arrows while I was not looking? In the end, he shrugged. Who cared how it had appeared? The product lay in front of him now. Does it work, boss? Levi asked, raising his head to meet the ghost white mask. And, who forged it? His voice wavered between curiosity and suspicion. It will work, Razel replied, so softly the words almost vanished beneath the forge crackle. And did you not see? I just forged it. Levi's brows shot up. Really? That is incredible. We could make a fortune, boss. As far as I know, the entire empire has nothing like this. The merchant rubbed his palms together, but his doubt lingered in the sideways dart of his gaze. And boss, are you really a blacksmith? He ventured. Look, no need to spin tales. If someone else made it, fine. Business is business. Believe it or not, I am an 8th rank blacksmith, Razel said with a cough. Levi managed an eager nod. Yes, of course. I believe you, boss. But deep inside, Levi was thinking, bullshit. 8th rank. At 16. Please. There are only 2 SS-ranked blacksmiths in the Empire, and even they forged in secret. There was simply no way this boy sat anywhere near their level. Even if the arrow in Levi's hand was special, it could never prove it was made by an SS-ranked smith. Why is he even thinking about that? Alright, whatever. Just tell me, what is the price for these arrows? Razel asked, getting to the point. I do not know, boss. I have not tested it yet, but even now I can tell it is a 3rd grade item. Its price could range anywhere from 20 gold coins to 100 gold coins. Levi replied, examining the arrow. I will go test it tonight. Maybe take some adventurers to see how it performs. If it exceeds expectations, we might even sell it for hundreds of gold coins. There is literally no other product like this on the market right now. Damn, that expensive. Razel blinked at the evaluation. A single D-ranked elemental core costs only 10 gold coins, and an arrow is going for hundreds. Is that not too much? He thought. After all it is doing is helping kill a 3rd-ranked monster, right? Maybe normal 3rd-grade arrows do not cost that much. Probably just this one because it is new and rare. He reasoned with himself. How much does a normal 3rd-grade arrow cost again? He at last just directly asked, curious. Just 1 to 3 gold coins, boss. Levi replied quickly, still examining the new arrow with intense curiosity. All right, whatever, Razel said. Sell this arrow for 2 D-ranked monster cores and 2 fire elemental cores. That is the price. We will not be accepting gold coins for this. He was not sure if the price was ideal, but he reasoned that a normal 3rd-ranked beast elemental core was worth around 10 gold coins. 2 of those equaled 20. Not to mention monster cores were often useless to many. They would not care. It was just clutter to them, right? He did not show any greed for now. The goal was just to get the business running and collect as many monster cores as possible. It was not as if he was losing anything, he was only gaining. Yes, boss, but do you have more of these? Levi scratched his head, clearly concerned. Only 1 will not be enough. If you are serious about trading for monster cores, we will need a proper stock. At least a few thousand pieces. He looked hesitant and awkward. The transition to using cores as currency will not be easy to convince people. But maybe it could work. It does seem cheaper in the long run. Razel did not reply immediately. Instead, he looked straight at Levi. How many fire elemental cores do you have? Levi blinked, as if the question made him uncomfortable. This guy will not take back all the cores he gave him, will he? 5 minutes later. I have 400. All of them are 3rd-grade fire elemental cores. You had given them to me. He handed over the neatly packed bundle of glowing red crystal spheres. Good. Now give me 400 normal 1st-ranked arrows as well, Razel instructed. Fuck. Levi screamed in his head. While all of this was happening in the shop, about 20 meters away, on the rooftop of a nearby house, 3 women with purple hair stood. Mother. Chapter 91. The wind whispered across the rooftop, soft and mournful, as if echoing the silence that had stretched on for hours. 3 women stood on the tiled peak of a modest house, their gazes locked on the small shop several meters away. Mother. Nova finally spoke, her voice barely above a whisper, strained by concern and frustration. You know, if you want to see him, you can just go and talk to him directly. You have stared at the same brick wall for 8 hours. I can see you want to see him. Just go. The woman in front of her, imperial straight posture, and eyes the color of dark amethyst, did not budge. Go home if you are bored, Nova. I never ordered you to stay. The words were flat, clipped, commanding. She did not even glance at Nova. Her piercing, royal purple eyes remained locked on the small shop wall, as if waiting for it to speak. Her long hair, the same deep royal hue, cascaded over her shoulders. There was something cold about her tone, almost severe, but it was not forced. That was simply who she was. The kind of presence that did not need to raise a hand or voice to command a room. Power radiated from her without effort. It was so immense that even the air around her felt charged with command. If not for the concealment spell she had cast around them, half the capital nobility would already be kneeling on the street below, wondering why one of the Empire pillars was loitering in a low merchant district. Because this woman was none other than Virelan, current matriarch of the Virelan family, the second strongest being in the entire world, known by all, just beneath the Empress herself. I did not mean it that way, mother, Nova said quietly, a conflicted expression crossing her face. I am just saying you could talk to him. I know you want to. You have been watching him for the last 26 hours. You have not even slept. Her voice cracked slightly. And now, you are just staring at a wall. You are not even looking at his face. Just the wall. I mean, you could at least look at him. Why are you restricting even our ability to? She caught herself and paused, lowering her head. It looks odd, mother. Then, after a long pause, her voice dropped even softer, and something like defeat weighed it down. Are you all right, mother? But no words came, just the whisper of wind brushing past them. Nova's eyes lingered on her mother's side profile, her sharp jaw, unmoving lips, the faint crease between her brows. She saw how tightly her mother's fists were clenched, trembling slightly from the pressure. Her entire arm quivered. Nova did not know what was happening, but she knew one thing for certain. She hated it. Whatever it was that was gripping her mother, she despised seeing her like this. Yet there was no one she could lash out at. Not her mother, but even herself. She did not know why, but something about the incident yesterday filled her with an uncomfortable storm of emotion. She was happy, yes, extremely happy, but at the same time, she felt utterly sad, conflicted, heavy, unstable. She did not know why that was, but a mess of feelings swirled inside her, and she could not even begin to put a name to any of them. Desperate for some clarity, she turned to the third woman standing quietly beside them. She, too, had violet hair and eyes, her features sharp and composed, wearing a square pair of glasses, and a uniform matching the family crest in deep purple and silver. The loyal shadow, the one who always stood next to her mother in silence. Their eyes met. Nova searched for something, guidance, reason, permission, but the woman merely blinked slowly behind her glasses, offering a subtle tilt of her head. Stay silent. Nova let out a slow, exhausted sigh. The pressure was getting unbearable. How about I go talk to him again? She offered softly, her voice fragile yet hopeful. Maybe his anger has calmed down a little now. Still, Marissa did not respond. Her eyes had not moved from that wall. The silence felt louder now. Nova sighed again, this time defeated. She was not even sure if she was offering to go because of concern, guilt, or the need to run away from this suffocating rooftop. She just wanted something to move. Anything. The silence lingered for an unknown amount of time, until it was suddenly broken by the very person who had remained quiet all this time. He only ate apples last night, Marissa murmured suddenly, her voice almost a whisper, like words escaping from the edges of thought. And he has been sleeping on trees just outside the forest, even bathing in the side river. Her words were quiet, but they struck like stones dropped into a silent pond. Nova, standing nearby, suddenly turned her face sharply to the side, her fists clenched unconsciously at her sides, knuckles whitening. The air shifted slightly, charged with an unspoken tension. Seems like it is just routine for him now, she muttered, her voice low but taut, the words bitter as if they scraped her throat on their way out. As if he is used to it, like it is nothing. Her eyes, colder than usual, flicked toward the distance, trying not to show too much, but failing. No one in the Empire must have ever given him anything, Nova added, her voice sharp but distant, her expression composed yet raw beneath the surface. Her composure held, but just barely. Her pale eyes shimmered like ice with barely veiled guilt and fury, emotions raging behind a calm facade. Marissa asked emotionlessly. I gave orders to the entire RAV.E.N.S squad yesterday. Did they find out where he came from, his past, or where he has lived all these years? He had an admission letter. Someone must have given it to him. From that place, maybe we can trace him. There must be a way, right? Her voice showed no emotion or feeling, just total composure. Nova shook her head slowly, her voice distant. He somehow got a noble kid from a border family to write him a recommendation letter. As for how he did that, it is still unknown. Even after checking the boy memories, the team only found out that the kid was made to write the letter, without even knowing who he was doing it for. He never learned Razel's real identity. So it is still unknown, after all this time. Marissa's voice was almost ghost-like now, emotionless, quiet, as if talking more to herself than anyone else. Even with all our intelligence. Silence. Not a single word echoed back. Just the stillness of unresolved thoughts, and the weight of too many unanswered questions. The kind of silence that stretched time, where even the wind seemed hesitant to interrupt. No one spoke for what felt like forever. Until, maybe I should have broken the family rules back then, Marissa said suddenly, her voice still void of emotion, yet so full of meaning. At least then, I could have been fully sure if he was telling the truth or not. Nova finally broke, her voice coming fast and sharp. Mother, you are still stuck on that. It was not your fault. Why are you still thinking like this? You did nothing wrong. We did everything a family should do. Our duty was to teach. If a child strays, it is the family responsibility to discipline. The punishment he received was what was deserved, right? Right. Her words hung heavily in the air. But he never admitted guilt, she continued after a pause, her eyes narrowing, as if fighting back something deep. Even after the punishment, he kept saying he did not do it, again and again. What if what he said was true? I still cannot get that out of my head. What if he really was innocent? Her voice did not waver. It was too calm, too composed. The kind of voice that only comes from years of living with guilt that never fades. To this day, I regret not using that just because of the rules. At that, Nova looked away. It is not like we did not try everything, Nova argued. We went to the church, even called upon the true spirits of Faerelith. They declared him guilty too. She turned her head slightly. We used Luminus light, the Empire truth magic. Even summoned one of the Drakenvyr honest dragons to judge him. Every top-tier method available in the Empire. Every one of them found him guilty. Even the Imperial Princess, Nova added quietly, her voice hollow. She used her special eyes. Her verdict was the same. Maybe he really was guilty, Mother, she added after a beat, though her voice lacked conviction. Maybe we just have to let it go. He already received the corresponding punishment. We did everything we could. At that time, we could not have done better. I remember how much it broke you. Marissa did not reply immediately. Her gaze remained fixed on the wall in front of her, as if trying to see beyond time itself. I still feel like we should have trusted him, she said, softer now, almost fragile. Just once. Maybe I do not know. Nova clenched her jaw, her voice rising suddenly, unable to stay silent. Do you think I wanted this? That I wanted to believe he was guilty. I wanted to trust too, but everything proved him wrong. No one replied. The silence after her words felt like a judgment in itself. Nova bit her lip hard. I will talk to him, Marissa said at last, softly, like a decision made long ago finally spoken aloud. After the duel. We are letting the duel happen, Nova asked, blinking in surprise. If my son has chosen to go through with it, then let him. Marissa closed her eyes. Her voice was like steel wrapped in velvet. Final. But he is too weak, Mother, Nova said, shaking her head in disbelief. Even he himself practically given up, sleeping all the time, barely even trying to train. He is not even trying anymore. Her voice cracked slightly. It is like he has never had hope. And you know, Nova continued, hesitantly, since birth, he never was able to. But her voice faltered. She could not bring herself to say it. The words vanished before they reached her lips. I do not care about the duel or not, Marissa said firmly. If he has decided to do it, let him. I will not stop him. But Mother, he will get hurt. He will. Nova stepped forward, her voice nearly pleading now. What if? But she did not get to finish. A sudden gust of wind swept across the rooftop, sharp and cold, carrying with it a ripple of tension. From the shadows, a figure emerged cloaked in deep violet. He knelt silently at the rooftop edge, head bowed, waiting. Marissa did not even glance at him. Send my words to the Drakenvyrs, she said, her voice low and calm, yet sharp enough to cut steel. If anything happens to him during the duel, even by mistake, their entire family might as well vanish, along with that mistake. The words sank into the air like a curse. Yes, matriarch, the kneeling figure replied in a voice no louder than the breeze, laced with absolute reverence. But just as he was about to vanish into the shadows again, Marissa's voice echoed once more, colder this time, like the final frost before a storm. Also, send warning to all dukes, she said, each word deliberate, like falling stones. And to the church. The figure paused, listening. If they are thinking of banding together, to fight for what they call their rights, let them know Virelans will declare war on all four of them on the spot. As she spoke, the air around her grew still, unnaturally still. It was not just the wind that stopped. It was as if the very world held its breath. And let them understand this, she added, eyes half-lidded but burning with silent fire. Even if they stand united, dukes, church, and their loyal hounds, their chances of victory will always remain in the negatives. The finality in her tone was absolute. She was not threatening. She was stating a truth. The crouched shadow did not flinch. He did not even question her words. He simply gave a silent bow acknowledging the gravity of her command and vanished into the wind, as silently as he had come. The rooftop was quiet once more. Marissa stood still, gaze unwavering, eyes locked on the same distant wall as if it held all the truths she never got to hear. Her expression did not change, but a whisper escaped her lips, a whisper so soft, only the breeze heard it. Maybe it is enough. Maybe he has suffered enough. Her voice cracked just slightly at the edges. He never deserved this much. Nova stood beside her, her face unreadable. There was no flicker in her eyes, not even as her mother spoke of declaring war on 4 of the 10 most powerful forces in the world. Mother, she finally spoke, her voice low but clear. What if the Imperial family intervenes? For a heartbeat, there was silence. Then Marissa turned her head slightly, not even bothering to look at her daughter directly. They will not dare. Or, if they do, they are welcome to try putting their hands in Virelan feathers too. Chapter 92. Half an hour after handing over all the arrows and giving Levi a full rundown on what to do, Razel finally returned to his system space. He had the entire night ahead of him, and he was going to use every second of it. Back to the grind. Without wasting a second, he threw himself into the brutal repetition of battle, once again facing off against that metallic creature that came at him with a speed so fast it blurred before his eyes. Most of the time, dodging was all he could manage. Honestly, that was the only thing he could do. No matter what attack he tried, the thing would not take damage. The only thing slicing like butter was his sword or his own flesh. He thanked the system for unlimited weapons. No matter how many swords he destroyed, it always gave him another. At least he did not need to worry about restocking or buying replacements. Still, frustration bubbled beneath the surface. He could not even kill a single E-ranked monster. Not one. This was not just bad luck or a skill issue, because the Skulltrite was flat out better than him in almost every stat. Out of sheer desperation and irritation, Razel started experimenting. If a sword did not work, fine, he would switch it out. First an axe, then a giant iron hammer. But even those could not handle the Skulltrite. Every single time, its razor body cut through his weapons like they were butter. He did not know how many times he had been injured or outright died. The creature's sharp body sliced everything. No amount of cleverness could compensate for how brutally unfair this fight was. Still, as time passed, he started to enjoy it. Something about the rhythm, the sheer challenge of it, made his blood pump. He was getting faster, not because his actual speed increased, but because he was learning how to move. How to let his body flow around danger like water around polished stone. At first, he could only flinch aside, barely a fingertip ahead of the living blade. Then he began to pivot instead of flinch, leaning into impossibly tight angles, letting momentum skim past his ribs. Eventually, he could slip beneath the shard with lazy grace. It was hypnotic. Slide, weave, twist, rebound. He began to see the patterns, the split-second gaps, the minute shifts in the movement of the Skulltrite. His flow-sensing ability, his absolute talent, began accelerating, sharpening with terrifying speed. His body moved smoother, cleaner, almost like he had full control over every joint and muscle. It was as if he could bend his body at will, without needing to adopt any stance at all. Just pure instinct. His mastery over external flow was not anywhere near complete, but maybe he was getting close to the basic level. Just enough to simultaneously control the tiniest parts of his body, muscles, blood, breath, even thought. Every biological system flowed under his control. A normal body should not have obeyed such commands, yet here he was, steering it like a well-oiled puppet. Eventually, frustration crept in. All he was doing was dodging, getting battered, falling, dying, and repeating the cycle. It was maddening. In a reckless moment, Razel let his anger flow. This time, instead of dodging, he let the Skulltrite come at him and blocked it with his hand. The attack sliced clean through his flesh like paper, but then, it hit something else. The thin, obsidian layer over his bones held firm, not even a scratch. A satisfying smile appeared on the face of Razel as he grabbed the thing in his hands. The sharp spinning body ripped through his palm, tearing his hand apart like he had placed it in a meat grinder. He did not care. His grip tightened, and he slammed it to the ground hard. Again and again. Blood sprayed, but he did not give a shit. Blood did not matter. It was like trying to smash a diamond with a brick. The shard was unbelievably tough. Each impact created a dent in the red gray stone below, cracking the ground, scattering debris. But he did not stop. He beat it to death. He did not even know how long it took, or how much blood he lost. But when it finally shattered, when that jagged, metallic bastard cracked apart, he stood there grinning over a crater of stone and splinters. He had finally done it. He killed this flying middle finger. And unfortunately, that was the worst thing he could have done. Because the moment it died, the system refreshed. Congratulations, host, for successfully killing one E-ranked Skulltrite. Prepare for Wave 2. 10 E-ranked Skulltrites. With that notification, it began. 10 Skulltrites spawned. 10. Everything ramped up 10 times harder, maybe 100. These new bastards were not just sharp and fast, they were coordinated. Perfect team movement, responding to sound and syncing like a well-oiled machine. Their attacks became a storm of steel and shrieking speed. Even Razel, with all his developing flow perception, felt the pressure. More injuries, more deaths, more resets. It became a loop, a torturous, never-ending cycle. 10 merciless killing machines trying to murder one poor guy, who did not even have a weapon strong enough to scratch them. Somewhere in the middle of it all, while dancing on the edge between death and desperation, Razel had an idea. A weird, illogical, but somehow an idea nonetheless. Since normal weapons could not harm the Skulltrites, and his body naturally produced flow, what if he channeled that flow into the weapon itself? If sharpness was merely a byproduct of speed, and speed was motion, and motion was flow, then in theory, if he moved his blade fast enough through sheer bodily flow, it should cut. Right. He could feel his body producing flow. He knew it was there, weaving through every breath, pulse, and twitch. If there was one absolute he understood about physics and combat, it was this. Speed creates sharpness. Even a dull object, if propelled fast enough, could cut clean through something sharper than itself. Velocity could overcome edge. He did not know exactly what he was thinking. He had no calculations, no equations, just instinct. He let that instinct flow. The plan was simple. Try to push his entire body flow into a swing, everything he had. Full physical flow, lined up perfectly from feet to wrist, spine to knuckles, coordinated into one fluid, destructive arc align his stance, perfect his form, and let the flow guide the motion. Even if his reasoning was messy and half-formed, he did not stop to doubt it. He let the thought flow. If that old man can use planetary flow, he muttered under his breath, sweat trickling down his jaw, then I can at least use my own physical flow, right? He planted his feet with surgical precision. He twisted his torso, focused his muscles, aligned every fiber of his being into a single motion. A perfect stance, a perfect swing. No jerks, no hesitation. Just a clean, fluid line of motion, pure and uninterrupted. And then he swung. It felt fast. Not just fast, unnaturally fast. His muscles screamed under the strain, his veins rattled from the effort, and the weapon hummed as it cut through the air like a missile. But still, when it met the skulltrite, it snapped. Like paper meeting scissors. His sword was sliced in two. Again, and again, and again. Every time, it ended the same, like trying to shatter steel with a wooden stick. The speed was not enough. The flow was not enough. The edge of the skulltrite tore through him like he was made of smoke. No matter how fast or fluid his strike, it was not fast enough. Not yet. But that did not mean he was not making progress. His efforts, even through endless death, were paying off elsewhere. 2 of his skills leveled up. Keen Hearing S rank advanced from basic to intermediate. He had not even focused on it being a passive skill, it just evolved on its own. Suddenly, his world changed. He could hear everything. The range increased tenfold, reaching up to 100 meters. Not just hearing, but positioning. He could now form a 3-dimensional auditory image in his mind with shocking clarity. Still, it was not as useful as flow sensing, but the upgrade was a solid boost. More importantly, his other skill, Basic Healing D, 1621 out of 10,000, upgraded to Greater Healing C, 0 out of 100,000. Greater Healing rapidly heals deep wounds, broken bones, internal bleeding. He had literally gotten fucked up enough times, 10,000 recorded injuries, to force an upgrade. Considering he had only unlocked that skill the previous evening, he did not know whether to be happy or sad about his progression. If not for his high pain tolerance, he would have collapsed long ago. 10,000 clean slices, each one recorded, counted, and endured. Razel just kept going. 70 hours, 75 hours, 80 hours. Time clicked past. Each hour bled into the next. The pain, the failure, the endless resets, it did not stop him. He refused to stop. He was going to learn how to slice through those sharp metallic bastards no matter what it cost. His wounds were still piling up, but he noticed something else now. His body was healing fast. Not so fast that it was visible to the eye, but fast enough that deep, 10 to 20-inch cuts could mend in a day or so. That was huge progress, though he died a dozen times every minute. His kill count was still 1, from start to now, until suddenly, somewhere around the 90-hour mark, in a flash of motion and clarity, something inside him clicked. As one of the skulltrites lunged through the air, fangs out, claws gleaming, Razel stepped sideways with ease, guided by flow, and swung. For the first time, the sword went through, cleanly, deeply, completely. The body of the monster split in half mid-flight. No resistance, no rebound, just a quiet, effortless cut. Razel stood frozen, wide-eyed, breathing hard. The sword still hummed in his grip. He looked down at the weapon, at his hands. His heart thundered like a drum. He had done it. A savage grin cracked his tired face. Let me try again. His hands tightened around the hilt. He narrowed his eyes at the fast-approaching flying skulltrites. He swallowed, a strange sensation washing over him. He could feel that he was close to something important. He was excited. Ahead, 9 skulltrites hurtled toward him at lightning speed. They did not even flinch or hesitate at the sight of their fallen comrade, programmed solely to kill him. Razel tried to grasp the feeling he had caught before, the flow, the perfect moment. But he knew he still needed to find the exact right timing. For now, he focused on dodging all 9 attacks with ease. It was not much of a challenge anymore, he barely bothered. Having already identified his true target, a skulltrite coming up from behind, he quickly turned around, sword raised and ready. He pulled back his sword, gathering every ounce of speed, then swung forward at turbo speed, launching a powerful strike at the monster. He remembered what he had discovered earlier, not just using his own flow to slice. He discovered something else. His body still was not fast enough to cut something moving faster and sharper than the weapon he was holding. This monster was the fastest E-ranked natural creature in the entire universe, according to the system database. There was no way Razel could simply swing faster than it. He was learning and mastering his body, but he had not even reached a basic proficiency with this skill. Maybe it was not possible on his own. So what did he do? He did not just use his own flow, he used both. His own speed flow and the skulltrite flow. In a simple, totally broken explanation, he first cancelled out both flows. The speed of the body of the skulltrite and the motion of his sword, he stopped them in perfect sync, just for a split second, right when they clashed. In that same impossibly short fragment of time, he tilted his sword back, not to resist, but to release the flow. He let the speed of the skulltrite return, let it all continue. But now, the blade of Razel, which had absorbed and synced with that same speed flow, followed the motion downward in a precise angle. Carried by the force and momentum flow of the monster, the sword of Razel was no longer opposing, it was aligned. So, the body of the skulltrite simply cut itself. Because now it was no longer about speed or sharpness, because now, what truly mattered was the angle, because both the sword and the monster were moving at the same speed. Killing points plus 0.1. To any normal observer, it looked like Razel had swung his sword and effortlessly sliced the flying monster clean in two, as if his sword was moving incredibly fast on its own. Right there, he had used the skill exactly as it was meant to be used. Though Razel had started on a different path, trying to master his own flow, he had come back to the same wisdom the old man had shared. Use the flow. Flow with the flow, rather than forcing your own. Maybe that was the true strength of this skill. It was not about forcing or creating flow yourself. It was about harnessing and taking advantage of an existing flow that was not yours. Such a fascinating ability. Razel whispered the thought to himself just as a skulltrite landed far behind him, carried by its inertia from the flying speed it had. He glanced down at his sword. Not a single dent. It was as smooth as ever, even when totally lower grade and totally incapable of cutting something that hard and sharp. A small smile crossed his face as he dodged the attacks from the other 8 skulltrites rushing toward him. He did not fully understand this new technique yet, but he knew one thing. It was time for revenge. With renewed determination, he launched into what could only be described as a butcher session. It did not last long. Before he knew it, he had cut down all 10 skulltrites. Killing points plus 0.8. Congratulations, host. You have killed 10 E-ranked skulltrites. Wave 3 incoming. Prepare yourself. 100 E-ranked skulltrites. Fuck. A curse escaped from the very depths of his soul. With that, Razel was suddenly overwhelmed, torn apart, by 100 razor-sharp flying middle fingers with wings, moving with terrifying speed. But still, even with being attacked by 100 skulltrites at the same time, he carried himself differently now, taking full advantage of the fact that he finally had a way to kill. Yeah, sure, he would die, get sliced and ripped apart. But this time, at least he had a way. Even if he had not perfected it, he was able to kill some of them, one by one, even if it meant dying 3 or 4 times over. He was improving. And now, he could feel how much his dodging had improved, literally. He was able to control his movements well enough to dodge blow after blow, even in the wild storm of 100 flying turbo-speed knives, all attacking at once with perfect teamwork. His perception and body movement were so top tier, he could move in ways that gave him the upper hand. He did not even fully dodge every attack because, of course, he needed injury points, right? So, he let those sharp things injure him just enough to count. Injury point plus 1. Injury point plus 1. Injury point plus 1. The notifications kept ringing in his head every second, because even a single second brought dozens of attacks. Yeah, this was wild. If this was the real world, Razel would be scared, at least from the psychological shock alone. The only reason he was still alive and sane was because this was system space. If not, this was terrifying. These things had created a small tornado around him, spinning constantly. He could not move much beyond it. Every few seconds, 5 or 6 of those bastards would shoot out from the circle all around him, attacking from literally every angle. Razel was now enjoying it. Ding. You have died, host. You have died, host. Injury point plus 1. Injury point plus 1. Killing points plus 0.1. This went on for the next 10 hours. Then, suddenly, 2 notifications rang at the same time. Congratulations, host. Your greater healing C, 100,000 out of 100,000, has upgraded to major healing B, 0 out of 1 million. B rank, major healing. Advanced healing that can restore lost limbs or damaged organs. Congratulations, host. Your skill killing intent SSS, E, 1000 out of 1000 proficiency, has advanced to killing intent SSS-D, killing points required, 0 out of 10,000. A third message followed, riding the passive surge of power. Due to killing intent first effect, your physical stats have increased. Killing body. Physical stats increase as you kill. Strength, E plus to D. Agility, E to D minus. Progression alert. Killing intent SSS has risen from E rank to D rank. Host has met the requirements to unlock a new effect of this skill. New effect unlocked. Chapter 93. Progression alert. Skill killing intent, SSS, has increased from E rank to D rank. Host has met the requirements to unlock a new skill effect. New effect unlocked, killing perception. Killing intent sense, detects hostile intent from any direction. Fear resistance, complete immunity to suppression or fear caused by killing intent, regardless of the enemy's strength. You are no longer shaken by the fear of death. Your will cannot be suppressed. Razel stared at the new effect of his skill, an unpleasant taste rising in his mouth. He scowled at the screen. What the hell? Another perception-type skill. He scoffed, his annoyance evident. System, you do realize I already have a ton of perception skills, right? Enough is enough. Host, these skills are not under my control, nor can I alter them. Also, this is not just another perception skill. This one is unique. It allows you to sense killing intent even if the enemy does not release it. Even if someone only thinks about killing you, you will feel it. And regarding the second effect, you already know that when you face beings vastly more powerful than you, those on a different life level, your body, and will get suppressed, no matter how much you resist. Now, that will no longer happen. You will not be suppressed. Razel clicked his tongue. Yeah, I get it, dumbass. But I was hoping for a cool fighting skill, not more of this passive perception crap. Again, just work on it, host. Level it up. The higher it climbs, the more powerful it becomes. You are only at D rank of killing intent, SSS, now, and it is already giving you effects like this. The system went quiet after that, offering no further response. Razel let out a sharp, annoyed sigh. TCH, easy for you to say. You are not the one who had to kill 1,000 E-rank monsters, just to level it up to D rank. And now it is 10,000 E-ranked monsters for the next upgrade. If I stick to E-ranks, I will need to kill 100,000 of them just to progress. Razel groaned at the thought alone. His shoulders slumped. If you had killed them outside the system space, you would have only needed to defeat 100 monsters. Killing inside system space gives 10 times fewer points. Even right now, you only need to kill 1,000 D-ranked monsters to level up. But if you do it inside, it will take 10,000. So if you want to level up faster, go outside, simple as that. Razel's expression turned grim. Yeah, I wish I could go outside too. But I have other skills to work on, right? It is one thing to get stabbed 100,000 times in here, but outside, I would be dead for real. Besides, the time amplification function is worth it. I do not have time to waste. Just as the frustration began to settle in, the system spoke again. Host, it is almost time for your academy schedule. You should exit system space now. What? Already? How long has it been? Razel blinked, trying to orient himself. Was I not just in the E-rank training zone? That is supposed to have 10 times time amplification. Correct. Over 10 hours have passed in the real world. Inside system space, you have spent 107 hours. 107 hours. Razel stared at the air, dumbfounded. I trained for more than 4 days, and did not even feel it. Why do you think your skills leveled up so fast? Just so you know, you have endured over 130,000 injuries and died more than 10,000 times during this session. Total enemies killed, 1,016 Skulltrites in total over the 107 hours. Current training status, wave of E-rank Skulltrite. 100 monsters per wave. Status still on wave 2. Incomplete, unable to clear full wave in one go. Razel groaned again. Yeah, I get it. He scrolled through the stats inside. Over 100,000 injuries. If this were the real world, he would be in ribbons. More than 10,000 deaths. That had to be a new record. Sitting inside the Royal Academy classroom, Razel sighed and shook his head, irritation simmering just beneath the surface. He did not even want to be here. The academy was a waste of his time. There was nothing here he could gain. No skill, no knowledge, no benefit. But still he had to attend. Until the duel was completed, he could not disappear. He could simply stop showing up. It was not like anyone could stop him outright. But then again, that would raise suspicion. Everyone might assume he was planning to escape. They might start surveilling him, keeping tabs just to ensure he did not run before the duel. He would not put it past them. In fact, Razel was already half convinced someone was watching him. Maybe it was paranoia. Maybe not. Either way, the idea irritated him. He tried to brush it off. It was not like he had anything to hide. Most of the time, he looked like he was half asleep anyway. Still, the thought of someone observing him from a distance, unseen and undetectable, made his skin crawl. Maybe they were using advanced techniques or tools to monitor him. Or maybe it was all in his head. Either way, it gnawed at him. He exhaled through his nose. For now, it did not concern him. They were only able to watch because he was weak. That would not last. One day, he would be strong enough to make anyone think 1,000 times before ever having the idea of spying on him. Even if he was not strong enough yet, he had his ways to make someone regret crossing him. But that was the problem. He could not sense anything. Whether or not someone was watching, he could not tell. He shook his head again and sighed. At the front of the classroom, the professor continued his lecture. He spoke of danger, opportunity, and the nature of the world. The usual academy rhetoric. But then a few words caught Razel's attention. As you all know, the greatest threat to our world, and perhaps the most significant opportunity, is the phenomenon known as multidimensional overlap, or as some scholars call it, dimensional confluence. Razel blinked. All right, maybe this would be worth listening to. The novel had some information about this topic, but it was never enough. Before we dive into what that means or why this is so dangerous, we need to cover the basics. First, what exactly are dimensions? Dimensions are separate planes of existence, entire realities layered on top of each other. Each one has its own rules, different time flows, physical laws, species, magic, physics, life and death, all governed by systems we do not understand. There are even entirely different life forms. We do not know how many exist. We do not know where they are. We cannot see them, touch them, or locate them, not with any tech, spell, or divine sense we have developed till now. Our best scholars believe that dimensions are separated by invisible barriers. Think of them like invisible national borders. Just because you cannot see the border does not mean it is not there. These barriers are impossible to detect with the naked eye or even with most advanced magic. You could search the entire world and still never find the edges of another dimension. So what is inside those dimensions? That is the big question. Based on countless reports from explorers and early civilization records, we know that from time to time, openings appear between dimensions. These are called ways. At first, no one knew what these were, just strange phenomena. But after many years of study and sacrifice, we learned they are doorways to other realities. Beyond these ways are creatures alien in nature, sometimes monstrous, often hostile. Very few are intelligent. Most act on instinct, aggression, and hunger. We have only discovered 1 or 2 dimensions that did not immediately try to destroy us. The rest are constant threats. She gave the class a moment to absorb the weight of that. Why are they so aggressive? We do not know. Some believe they see us the same way we see them, as invaders. Others think their world is dying, and this is survival. Regardless, almost every time a new way opens, it ends in violence. So how do these ways form? According to our leading theories, they appear randomly. No warning, no pattern. One day, space just splits. Portals, rifts, tears in reality. We call this a dimensional confluence. It is when 2 dimensions briefly overlap and create a passage between them. She turned back to the board, circling the diagram with her chalk. When that happens, travel becomes possible. Beings from both sides can cross over. But most of the time, it is them coming here. And they do not come in peace. These invasions cause devastation. Cities wiped out. Lives lost. Entire ecosystems damaged by creatures that do not belong. And the worst part, these monsters come in waves. It does not stop. Once a way opens, it is never just one creature. It is an army. But not everything is a loss. We have learned to fight back. We are strong, yes. We have learned to step into their worlds. And what we have found is opportunity. Resources, knowledge, materials that do not exist in our dimension. Rare materials, living metals, dimensional flora with healing properties. And the monsters themselves are valuable. Their bodies contain elemental cores, rare element stones, even sentient biomass useful for magic and alchemy. In short, if you survive, the rewards are endless. So, you might be wondering what is the best theory we have developed so far about how dimensional confluence happens. Well, here is our leading hypothesis based on our most advanced research. Now imagine our world as a single sheet of paper. Flat, familiar. And above it, below it, beside it, an infinite number of other sheets still existing in the same equal place. Each one is a dimension. She lifted 3 fingers. A portal is like someone poking a hole through 2 pages. A rift is someone tearing a jagged slash through them. And a dimensional collision is someone slamming the pages together so hard they fuse, warp, and twist. Also, before we dive any deeper into advanced strategy, you all need to understand the very nature of the threats we train to fight. I am talking about the ways other dimensions connect to ours, the routes through which alien worlds leak into our reality. There are many, but 4 are the most common. And each one is dangerous in its own right. She raised 1 finger. First, portals. The most stable, the most common, and the most deceptive of them all. Portals can appear anywhere on open land, in your backyard, in the middle of a city. They shimmer like glass or whirl like wind. But what makes portals uniquely dangerous is this: once a portal opens, it cannot be closed until its natural countdown ends. Murmurs rippled through the students. Yes, she said, nodding. Each portal appears with a visible countdown, an embedded timer that tells exactly how long it will remain open. Some stay open for weeks, others, months. Until the timer hits 0, that passage to another dimension remains active and anything can come through. She paused. Sometimes, nothing comes, just a silent, empty link to a barren land. Other times, hordes, monsters, waves of creatures too mindless or too angry to negotiate. The moment the portal opens, the outcome is unpredictable. That is why every portal is considered a code red event. She turned toward the front row. The standard response is full containment, barricades, tactical units, area lockdowns. Defense teams surround the site and hold the line until the portal closes. There is no other way. And while portals are dangerous, they are also fairly rare on a global scale. You might think rare means safe, but here is some context. It is estimated that between 100 to 1,000 portals appear worldwide every single day. That is the low average. Imagine what that looks like on a bad day. She held up a second finger. Chapter 94. Second. Gates. Gates are completely different beasts. Where portals are unstable and temporary, gates are persistent, permanent, and physical. Unlike the ephemeral shimmer of a portal, gates have an actual frame. A doorway made of unknown material, resistant to all known damage. Well, they can be broken, but we will not tell you how. Just never try to destroy them. Returning to the topic, they can be moved, relocated, positioned like equipment. She paced slowly. Each gate is linked to a fixed pocket of another dimension. Think of it like a slice of another world sealed off and connected only through that gate. What makes them fascinating is this: monsters inside a gate remain locked to a specific rank. A Tier 4 gate will only contain Tier 4 monsters. They do not evolve. They do not change. They exist in a constant state. And for reasons we do not yet understand, no matter how many creatures are killed inside, their numbers never dwindle. Give a gate a few months without touching it, and it can house millions. It is as if the dimension on the other side keeps producing them like a living factory. Gates vary in size, depending on their rank. Some are no bigger than a room. Others are the size of cities. Entire ecosystems, full of native terrain, ruins, and even weather. They have become essential to the world resource supply. Large powers, families, houses, and kingdoms claim gates and use them for training, research, and harvesting. She smirked. Some even treat them like monster farms, controlled hunting grounds. But make no mistake, they are never truly safe. Anyways, she held up a third finger. Third is rifts. Now we move into instability. A rift is a tier, a spontaneous rip in the fabric of space, time, or reality itself. Unlike portals or gates, rifts give no warning, no countdown, no structure. They just happen. The projection should swirling chaos, jagged and violent. Rifts are unstable by nature. They can vanish within hours or last for days. And because they are usually larger than portals, the volume of monsters that can spill through is exponentially greater. Entire armies can pour through a single rift in tens of minutes. That is what makes them so deadly. She turned serious. There is no way to predict a rift, and because of their unstable nature, no one can enter the other side without risking collapse. Unlike gates and portals, which can be explored with some safety measures, rifts are mostly one-way disasters. She lifted her fourth and final finger. And lastly, dimension cracks, also known as reality cracks. These are the rarest and the most terrifying. Think of them as kilometer-wide wounds in the fabric of existence. They do not shimmer. They shatter. They stretch across the sky like broken glass. And they never close. Not on their own, at least. There has only been one recorded dimension crack in all of our known history, and it almost ended 1/10 of our civilization as we know it. Monsters poured through for years. Entire kingdoms fell. The world bled trying to contain it. She paused, then said flatly, "There is only one way to close a dimension crack. Eliminate every last creature that came from it on our side." Shock ran through the classroom. "And also go to their dimension. Within a radius of 1,000 kilometers around that crack. Every monster from that dimension inside that area must be killed. Only then will the crack begin to heal slowly, like a wound closing over time. These are the dangers we constantly face. And this is also why your training is brutal. This is why we are supposed to harden you into fighters, killers, and survivors. Because this world does not care about your comfort. The dimensions do not care about peace. They bleed into ours, and they bring war." She looked around the room. No softness in her eyes. "It was our turn once. Now it is yours. In the future, it will be your children. This is the cycle. This is reality." Then she said the words they would all remember. "This is the world you live in. Constant threat. Endless potential. Some of you will die facing it. Some of you will rise. And maybe, one of you will learn to control it." She let that settle. "You are the hope for your own survival. You may have been raised in power, safety, and privilege. But none of that will matter out there. Out there, or even here, your parents or protectors will never remain forever. It is survival of the strongest." She pointed to the imperial crest behind her. "You sit in the Imperial Academy. In the royal classroom. You are the future pillars of defense and attack. You will either uphold this world or watch it fall." Professor Thalia paused mid-sentence, her eyes narrowing ever so slightly. A few yawns echoed throughout the Grand Imperial Academy classroom as Professor Thalia continued her lecture. Some students slouched in their chairs, eyes half-lidded, fingers tapping idly on enchanted desks. To them, this was nothing new. The threats of portals, rifts, gates, and dimensional cracks were old news, covered 100 times, seen 1,000 more. They were not necessarily being disrespectful. They were just used to it. To them, dimensional threats were old news hardly worth the lecture time. After all, many of them had grown up in environments where things like portal breaches or rift incursions were handled within minutes by private security or family-owned strike forces. Most of these students had watched monsters die from a safe distance before they ever swung a sword themselves. It had all become routine. Nothing truly catastrophic had happened in the Empire for over 200 years. The nobility made sure of it. The Imperials, the Dumais families, and even the low noble houses possessed more than enough power to suppress most issues before they ever escalated. A rogue portal. Handled. A rift appearing near farmland. Sealed before lunch. Even the occasional portal bursting open in a crowded market district was met with immediate containment and minimal casualty. Thalia scanned the rows of gleaming, clothed students and flawless posture. Beneath the polished facade, she could see it. The arrogance. The detachment. The way they viewed all this as an academic exercise, not life or death knowledge. She sighed, not in frustration, but in resignation. Of course they did not care. These were highborn children of comfort. Each one had armies at their beck and call, relics inherited from generations of warriors, and connections powerful enough to silence disasters. Their worlds were shielded. "So," she said, brushing off the atmosphere, "does anyone have a comment about today's lecture? Questions or counterpoints?" A few heads turned lazily. Today attendance was noticeably lower than the day before. Understandable. But among those present were a few surprising faces. She had not expected to see the Imperial Princess herself in the front row, or the Saintess seated silently near the side aisle. Even Aryan Drakenvyr was seated in the far corner, his signature cloak draped loosely over his shoulders. She quickly averted her eyes out of respect. Not that they would answer any questions anyway. Their presence was symbolic, more than anything. Still, it made her nervous. She was not here to entertain. She was here to drill survival into these children, even if they did not see the need for it. She did not dwell on it long. She scanned the room again. Nothing. No response. Just when she was about to move on, a hand rose from the center of the classroom. A student with black hair, seated in the fourth row. Thalia recognized him immediately. "Shelton." "Yes, Mr. Shelton," Thalia said, already bracing herself. Shelton did not bother to stand up. He kept his arms crossed, his expression calm, and his voice even. "Professor Thalia," he said, "I do not understand the point of this lecture. From what I have read, monsters and dimensional threats are not really a problem anymore. Maybe back in the old days, sure, but now, it is all well regulated. Everyone knows how to respond. Evacuation shelters, emergency runes, and Empire-issued weapons. Hell, even commoners have emergency protocols now." Some students nodded silently. "By the records I have studied," Shelton continued, "even a dimension crack could be handled. The data suggests casualties have been minimal in the last 50 years. And frankly, the idea that we are under constant threat does not really hold up. We have won. We are winning. So why focus on outdated fear tactics?" He tilted his head slightly. "Isn't this just fear-mongering at this point?" He was not disrespectful. He was genuinely puzzled, but judgmental too. He could not hide that slight smirk in his tone. Thalia raised one eyebrow. "Mr. Shelton," she said calmly, "let me remind you of something. Have you ever heard the phrase, 'Until the monsters learn to write, every story will glorify the humans'?" Shelton blinked. "No." "Then let me explain." Thalia took a few measured steps down the center aisle, her boots clicking softly on the marble floor. "You read reports. Reports written by humans. Filed by humans, told by humans, crafted to inspire confidence, not to reflect the full truth. Empire issued literature, books written by victors, numbers crafted by people whose entire reputation depends on the illusion of control. Do you really believe those are the full stories? The classroom grew quieter. You say there are no casualties, she said. That everything is under control. But let me ask you this. Have you ever seen a redacted report? Have you ever been in the room when a commander gives the order to bury a failed operation and send in a replacement squad before the public ever hears a word? The reason you have never heard of a monster victory is because monsters do not hold press conferences. They do not publish articles. They do not tell stories. So the only version of history you are fed is the one that flatters the empire and big egos and the pride of humans. No reply. Losses happen all the time. They are just covered up. Soldiers die in rifts. Villages vanish near gates. Expeditions fail in portal breaches. But another team is sent. The breach is closed. The area is sanitized. And the official report is just a minor incident, resolved. She flicked her hand, bringing up a glowing sigil in the air. Yesterday and today, you earned 20 contribution points for attendance. But due to your shallow analysis, lack of perspective, and dangerously limited understanding of how this world actually works. She snapped her fingers. The projection flickered. I am deducting 100 contribution points. A digital counter above the name of Shelton dropped into the negatives. You are now at -80. Let me remind you, graduating from the royal classroom requires a minimum of 1 million contribution points. Shelton sighed audibly, but did not argue. Still, something shifted in his expression. Determination. He would look it up, research it. If he found proof that she was exaggerating, as per the rules, he could challenge the point deduction and earn back 100-fold. Thalia did not mind. Let him try. That was the point. Anyone else? She asked the room. Silence. Her eyes drifted to the very last seat in the back row. Razel. She paused for the briefest moment. Her expression did not change, but her mood did. A ripple of disgust flickered beneath her composed surface. Just seeing him there, sitting so still, so detached, irked her more than she cared to admit. Letting someone like him into this classroom, into the heart of the Empire's sacred institution of learning and strength, felt like an insult, a blemish, an affront to everything this academy stood for. This was a temple of discipline, of legacy, of bloodlines honed over centuries. And yet there he sat. Thalia caught herself staring, and looked away quickly, suppressing the flicker of disdain in her chest. She could not say anything. The rules bound her just like everyone else. But in her mind, his presence remained an open wound the academy refused to treat. Razel, who saw her ugly expression, just sighed. Villy, are you saying I have a superpower to instantly make people feel disgusted? Is this some secret buff of yours you forgot to mention, or something? Razel asked jokingly, curiosity in his tone. Chapter 95. Razel sat in the last seat, back row, his head resting in one hand. He looked as though he were barely awake, but in truth, he was listening. Despite the yawns and groans of his classmates, the lecture from Professor Thalia had grabbed a sliver of his attention. The talk about portals, rifts, gates, and reality cracks, that stuff was interesting. He remembered the original novel. All this multidimensional chaos had been mentioned plenty of times, but it had never been explained this clearly. For once, he had to admit that this lecture was actually useful. Not that he cared much. Knowledge was great and all, but he was not some bookworm excited about dimensional theory. He was not here to take notes and write essays. Well, that would be luxury, but sadly he had other rather important things to care about. Like surviving. The most life-threatening things to him were not from other different dimensions after all. He had enough free problems here. He was certainly not going to be dying because of these portals or anything of the sort. Still, while the others tuned out, Razel listened. While listening, he tested out his newly enhanced skill. Killing Intent Sense detects hostile intent from any direction. He activated it without moving a muscle. As he activated it, the world subtly changed. A thin red mist began to bleed into his vision, like a fog drifting off certain people's bodies. It was faint, but visible enough to tell who wanted him dead. The thicker the fog, the stronger their murderous intent. It was not overpowering, nor did it make a sound, but it carried meaning, intent, and more specifically, hostile intent. Razel blinked slowly. It was not as useless as he had first thought. He scanned the classroom slowly, his eyes narrowing. To his surprise, most students did not have much fog around them. Barely any, in fact. Just a few here and there. Ha, he muttered under his breath. Guess not everyone wants to kill me after all. That was unexpected. He had assumed the whole room despised him enough to want him dead. But apparently, some of them still had working brains. Sure, a lot of them probably hated him, but hate alone was not enough to manifest real killing intent. They were dumb, but not dumb enough to murder someone for no reason. Then he focused on the ones who actually did want to kill him. Literally. The first one was obvious. Nilla, the holy secretary, or assistant, or whatever she called herself. The saintess's overly zealous lapdog. Her red fog was thick, dense enough to tell Razel she was not just annoyed by his existence. She wanted him dead. No surprise there. In the novel, Nilla had always had a weird, obsessive loyalty to the saintess. She probably saw Razel as some unholy stain on the temple walls. Fanaticism did that to people. Following her were a few more predictable targets, a small group of saintess followers, all young, all cloaked in self-righteousness. They were even now glaring back at him like he had burned their holy book. He rolled his eyes. Funny how the people who preach peace and compassion are always the first ones to think about murder, he mused. Razel scanned a few of them. Their fog was not as intense as the fog around Nilla, but it was still there, lingering, quietly hostile. Then his eyes moved to the far right. Aetherion, the supposed chosen one, golden boy of fate, future savior of the world. The red fog around Aetherion was not just visible, it was practically snarling. All that over a slap, he thought. Razel shook his head slowly. So petty, just one slap and suddenly you want to kill me. And then they call you a hero. Childish. Anyway, Razel leaned back, his arms crossed, watching the red haze curl around more people, one by one. Some names did not surprise him. Some did, like Selena and Celestia. He glanced toward them from the corner of his eye. Nothing. No red mist. No murderous desire. I did not expect that. But again, thinking about it, they really did not have any actual reason to kill him. If anything, he should be the one who hated them, who wanted them dead. They were the ones who wronged him, not the other way around. He only assumed they would try to kill him because one day, their lies might come out. Maybe for political reasons, reputation, whatever. But the truth, maybe I am overthinking it, he admitted. Maybe they really do not care. Or maybe they are just too confident. Confident that even if I stood up in the middle of this street and exposed their lies, no one, not even that idiot dude who likes to think the opposite of what most people think just because of ego issues, would believe me, even with proof. And honestly, they are probably right. Maybe that is why they do not care. But Razel, he did not care either. Whether they wanted him dead or not, he was not letting the people who destroyed everything get away without paying the price. Call him a villain if you want. Say he was trying to bring down these so-called beautiful heroines. Fine. But he was getting his revenge. That much was certain. And no, it was not going to be some pathetic plea for justice or proof. It was going to come from his own two hands. They would feel the consequences. I will still make them regret everything. Next on the hit list was that annoying blue-haired girl. Razel did not even know her full name, Maria, Marina, or something like that. He did not care enough to remember. But what he did know was that she had gone straight to the professor yesterday and bullshitted an official complaint. She said he was a threat to the safety of the class and undeserving to be in this classroom. He was not surprised. Maybe she was one of those people who acted like they were born with a crown on their head, proud, loud, and itching for drama. Razel had barely said a word to her, literally. Yet the red mist curling around her body was thick enough to be noticed even without focusing too hard. Not the deepest shade, nothing close to Nilla or Aetherion, but definitely strong enough to tell she would not hesitate to stick a knife in his back if he gave her a reason. Hell, maybe even if he did not. It was like she wanted a reason. Like she was just waiting for him to screw up again so she could unleash all that bottled up hostility. Razel just sighed. He had not even done anything to her in the first place, he thought bitterly. All he remembered was that she was the one who started it, throwing around insults, calling him disgusting, saying he did not belong. Like she was some kind of authority on who did and did not deserve to breathe the same air. He had not even looked at her before that. Maybe she was just one of those overly bossy types. The ones who fed off attention. When picking a fight with Razel did not go her way, when she got slapped back in Razel's own way for trying to smear his name, she flipped into full-on victim mode and ran to the headmaster. And now she wanted to kill him, just because of a verbal slap. Because of that line about shoving her complaint paper up her ass. That was it. He could not even be mad. He was more confused than anything. How petty do you have to be, he thought. Seriously, how fragile is your ego? There were types of people Razel could understand, cold ones, cunning ones, even violent ones. But this type, attention-starved, drama-thirsty, self-righteous lunatics, who cried wolf then acted shocked when someone bit back. He had no patience for them. Still, she was not the real problem. That honor went to someone else. Razel's gaze shifted to the front row. And there he was, Riven. Good old Riven. The all-friendly god. The golden boy with godhood dripping from his pores. Except now, thanks to Razel's new skill, he could see the truth. It was horrifying. If Nilla killing intent was thick fog, and Aetherion was burning smoke, then Riven was a river. No, a damn ocean of blood-red mist. It poured off him in waves, rising and falling like a heartbeat, practically flooding the air around him. It was not even mist anymore. It was crimson fire, rage made visible, hatred too intense to hide. The kind of killing intent that did not flicker, it boiled. Razel stared, half in disbelief. He did not even know Red could get that red. Riven sat casually at his desk, like nothing was wrong, smiling, looking back over his shoulder as if he sensed Razel's eyes on him. And then, like some cheesy actor in a play, he raised a hand and gave a light, cheerful wave. Friendly, warm, harmless. Friend, ha. This bastard was sending out enough killing intent to drown a god, and yet he had the audacity to smile like they were best pals. Razel's lips twitched uncontrollably. I knew it, he thought. I knew this guy wanted me dead. But this much. Does he not feel even the tiniest bit embarrassed every time he calls me his friend while sending out enough bloodlust to flood the whole academy? It was almost comical. This guy always went on and on about morality, peace, forgiveness, and balance. He claimed he would not harm Razel. That Razel had done nothing wrong. He even told Razel, to his face, that he had no reason to harm him. That Razel should just support the chosen one and complete his sacred duty. Yeah, right. Looking at him now, It was like watching a volcano pretending to be a field of flowers. What kind of god lies this easily? Razel muttered under his breath. How can you fake a smile that wide when your entire body is screaming that you want to kill me? The answer, only a god could. Maybe it was some divine talent of his, he thought bitterly. That was what scared him most. Because if this was how Riven treated a so-called friend, how did he treat his enemies? Well, Razel remembered. He talked about his wife or something. Is it because of that? Right as Razel was about to sink deeper into that pit of suspicion and mentally curse him a few more times to really let the insults fly in peace, a sudden voice cut through the moment. It pulled him out of his satisfying inner tirade. You were just looking at me, were not you? A sharp, furious voice pierced the air. Ha! Razel blinked, his ears stinging at the shrillness. He slowly turned, as if peeling himself out of a dream. His keen hearing vibrated like crazy. Who the hell is barking? He said flatly, rubbing the inside of his ear like the voice had physically stabbed it. He already had the idea this was directed toward him. Such honorifics, after all. You disgusting piece of shit, the voice spat again. Oh, of course. It was her. The blue-haired girl had suddenly stood up from her seat like she had been launched by rage itself. Her face was flushed red, so much so that her aqua-colored hair almost looked fiery. Her whole body trembled, and her fists were clenched at her sides. I saw you. You were staring at me like a pervert, she snapped, practically seething. Razel blinked again. You are kidding, right? He had not even thought about her. He was too busy mentally dissecting the godlike psychopath up front. Chapter 96. Razel blinked slowly. You are kidding, right? He had not even thought about her. He was too busy mentally dissecting the godlike psychopath up front. But of course, the moment had to be ruined. You disgusting piece of shit. I saw you looking at me. Her voice, loud and sharp, sliced through the silence of the classroom. Though it was already quiet, the sudden outburst pulled everyone into a strange kind of silence. Attention snapped toward her, toward them. Dozens of narrowed eyes landed on Maria and Razel, already half believing whatever it was she was saying. Aqua blue hair swayed as she rose from her seat, fury written all over her face. Though her hair was undeniably a striking blue, in that moment, it looked like it had turned fire red, like the flames of her rage had set even her aura ablaze. Her expression was twisted with contempt, and her voice dripped venom. Razel sighed, slowly running a hand through his hair as he took in the scene. Here we go again, he thought, already exhausted by whatever drama she was trying to drag him into now. She just wanted attention. That much was obvious. The way she stood, the way she made sure the entire class was watching, the way she timed her words like she was performing in a courtroom drama. She wanted to be the center of it all. Razel had seen her type in his past world before. Loud, performative, always playing the victim, always seeking a spotlight. Still, he was not going to give her the satisfaction of reacting. Professor Thalia had also stopped mid-sentence in her lecture. Her expression was unreadable, but she did not intervene. Not yet. She just watched, eyes narrowed. Maria's footsteps echoed as she strode up the aisle between desks, her glare never leaving Razel. She stopped just beside his seat, folding her arms across her chest like she was standing at the gates of justice itself. Razel just stared back silently. I knew it, she said, loud enough to make sure every single student heard her. Someone with your kind of disgusting background should have never been allowed into this sacred institution. Gasps and murmurs rippled through the classroom like small waves. Some students averted their gaze. Others leaned in, eager to watch what unfolded. And now here you are, she continued, voice slicing the air, staring at girls like some pervert, making female students like me feel unsafe. Students who came here thinking this was a safe place to learn, not a breeding ground for predators. Razel did not move. He just kept his eyes on her, unreadable. Maria turned to face Professor Thalia. Professor, I warned you yesterday. I submitted an official complaint, an application to ensure the safety of the students, especially the girls, from someone who has already been declared the Empire's worst sinner. Someone who was cast out by even the Church of Light 6 years ago. Murmurs echoed again. Her voice trembled, not with fear, but righteous fury. And still, she continued, glaring now, my concerns were ignored. Now I have been looked at with dirty eyes by that very same person. What is the meaning of this? Is this what our academy stands for now? Protecting someone like him, a declared sexual predator. She took a breath, turning her full, sharp gaze toward Professor Thalia. Her blue eyes, which many called beautiful, now glinted with righteous wrath. I am not even asking why no one has punished him, Maria went on. I am asking why is this academy even protecting people like him? Where is the integrity of this institution? Thalia said nothing immediately. She remained calm, composed, adjusting her glasses slowly, as whispers filled the room like thick fog. Truthfully, many of the students, even if they could tell Maria was exaggerating, still nodded slightly. Her words rang uncomfortably true. The academy had protected Razel yesterday. Everyone had seen the warden step between Razel and that radiant knight during the duel, defending him like some rare artifact. The newspapers had already picked it up. Headlines were circulating. The public was murmuring. Suspicion hung over the academy's choices like a storm cloud. Lady Thalia finally opened her mouth. Lady Maria, please do not misunderstand. The academy does not protect anyone arbitrarily. Everything it protects is its own rules and regulations and... But before she could finish, a voice cut through her calm. Hey. It was Razel's voice. Calm. Bored. Maria looked down at him, startled for a moment. What? She snapped. He leaned back in his chair, legs stretched under the desk, one hand casually tapping the table in front of him. Do whatever you can do, he said simply. I am sitting here. I am not hiding or running. So why the hell are you doing all this childish drama? Maria's eyes narrowed. Are you challenging me? She said dangerously. I said. Razel's voice was calm, almost amused. What can you do to me? Yeah. I am sitting here, right in front of you, inside your oh-so-sacred institution of knowledge. No one is stopping you. So if you have a problem with me, do something about it. Why play these little verbal games? No one is protecting me, Razel said flatly, eyes half-lidded with boredom as he tilted his head at her. I am all on my own. Maria gave a cold, almost mocking smile. You really believe that? She asked softly, venom under every word. If it were not for the academy, do you think you would still be breathing after looking at me like that? They would not even find your bones to bury. Razel chuckled. So many people want me dead in their words, he said, crossing his arms, a grin slowly spreading across his face. They curse me. Pray for it. But guess what? Not a single one of them dares to try. Not one. He leaned forward slightly. Even if your father walked in right now, he would not have the guts to touch me. Maria's eyes burned with fury. You arrogant nobody, she snapped. You think it is because of you they do not touch you. It is because of that stupid duel with the Duke's heir. If not for that, if not for the attention, you would already be dead. Her aura began to shift, mana flickering around her like invisible heat waves. Her long aqua-blue hair started to float as if reacting to her anger, strands rising like sparks. The tension in the classroom exploded. A loud screech echoed as Razel suddenly stood up, his chair dragging back hard against the floor. Every student in the room went still. It was like the air itself got heavier. Eyes widened. Some students sat up straighter, others held their breath. She is going to attack, many of them thought. Even Selena, Celestia, and Arian paused what they were doing, their expressions sharpening, but handling it differently. They were watching. But Razel did not care about any of them. He took a slow step forward. Maria did not move back. They were only centimeters apart now, standing face to face. The silence was suffocating. He looked down into her furious eyes, then spoke in a quiet, ice-cold voice. Then is that not your problem? You are too afraid to touch me. Her jaw clenched, but she did not reply. If you really had power, you would have done something already. But you have not. Because you cannot. Maria's aura flared, her magic flickering again, but she did not strike. You are the one living on borrowed protection, she snapped, forcing the words out through gritted teeth. If not for that duel with Arian, I really would have killed you right here. And no one would have cared. Break the duel and I will show you, she spat. You act tough. Let us see you do something without the academy rules holding us back. Razel tilted his head again, amused. Why would I break it? It is the leash around your neck, not mine. I will show you, she growled. You act like you are untouchable. But all of this fake confidence, it is built on someone else's shadow. Woman, Razel said, voice low but loud enough for the class to hear. I literally slapped that bastard yesterday in front of the whole capital. Think anyone was protecting me then? His words dropped like thunder. Instantly, every gaze in the classroom shifted almost instinctively toward Arian. The air thickened. Arian sat still at his desk, face unreadable, his arms crossed as if nothing mattered. His expression was cold, distant, but his silence said more than any words could. There was no denial, no anger, just calm. A dangerous calm. And yet, no one dared to hold their gaze on him for too long. Students quickly looked away, heads turning back to their books or the floor. A creeping tension had settled across the room, as if they all knew looking too long might invite something they did not want to face. They felt it in their bones. Razel was not lying. He had really slapped the Duke's heir, and he was still breathing. That alone made him terrifying. But Razel was not done. He tilted his head slightly, the grin on his face slow and sharp. I fuck with everyone, and no one can do a damn thing about it. Gasps echoed through the room. A few students looked at each other, unsure if he was serious or completely out of his mind. Maybe he just went crazy. I have got half the Empire hating me. Hell, maybe more, Razel continued, unfazed. But none of them can touch me. That has to mean something, right? He stepped a little closer, his voice turning colder. You know what the real truth is. None of you have the balls to go against me. I can mess with whoever I want because all of you, he paused, the smirk deepening, you all cannot do shit. Just imagine me, still weak, can fuck with the whole Empire this much. Now think, if I actually had abilities, what would become of all your fates then? But just as the next word was forming on his tongue, Maria snapped. With a sharp motion, she raised her hand and grabbed a fistful of his long hair, yanking it back with sudden aggression. Then here, she hissed, her voice trembling with rage. Let me be the first. Let us see what you will do now. The room collectively held its breath. Even the mana in the air felt frozen. Maria's fingers were clenched tight in his hair, pulling his face close. Her eyes were wide, crazed from the pressure, from the building frustration, from losing control in front of everyone. She had snapped. Too many eyes on her, too many words she could not counter. She needed to win. Oh no, should not have gone for the hair. The system muttered inside Razel's mind. Too late. The sound of the slap cracked through the classroom like thunder. Razel's hand moved fast, clean and ruthless. He did not even hesitate. His palm connected with her cheek, the sound echoing in the dead silence that followed. Chapter 97. The whole room suddenly went pin-drop silent. A sharp, echoing slap had just rung out, loud and unforgiving. Maria stood motionless, her face turned to the side, the echo of the hand of Razel still hanging in the air. For a moment, It was as if her body had not caught up to what had just happened. Slowly, almost delicately, she raised her hand to her cheek. Her fingers brushed the skin. It was hot, flushed, and stinging. She blinked. Once. Twice. She looked at him, but not like she was seeing him. It was as if reality itself had glitched for her. Across from her, Razel shrugged, spreading his hands in a gesture that asked what he had said. I warned you. Even before he could exhale, his killing perception flared violently in his mind. It pulsed and trembled, like a mental alarm screaming in his skull. He did not need the system to explain. He could see it for himself. The red fog around Maria, which was normal just seconds ago, suddenly started growing denser by the second. Red tendrils curled around her shoulders, creeping upward like smoke, thick and alive. Really? Just one slap and she is losing it like this, he muttered under his breath. I have got a system set to arrogance issues, and still do not pop off this hard. He shook his head in mild annoyance, but then her body moved unnaturally fast. In a blink, she tilted her torso, fingers flashing through the air. A razor-thin blade of water ripped through the space where the face of Razel had been, missing by mere inches. For Razel, it was nothing. He had already perceived the trajectory before the spell even took shape. His training over the past thousands of simulated hours made this feel like child's play. His reaction was minimal and precise. It was barely a backward step. If anything, he had moved more than needed, only because he was already predicting the nature of her ability, and knew he needed space between them for better safety. He learned this from the training grounds too. She stood there now, her chest heaving, eyes wild. The air around her shimmered unnaturally. Then her voice cut through the air. It was sharp, high-pitched, and laced with murderous intent. Today, you are going to die by my hands. The air vibrated as her killing intent surged. A violent splash of aqua-blue energy erupted out of her. Water began to swirl chaotically around her, pulsing with her rage. It rippled through the room like a tsunami. Water swirled around her from seemingly nowhere, pulled from the very air itself, orbiting her in an ever-growing storm. I will cut your limbs off, you, she screamed. Her eyes blazed a dangerous, cold blue that gleamed like sharpened steel. She threw up her arms. In response, the water floating around her began to harden, shaping itself into dozens of sharp, narrow spikes. They hovered, trembling in the air with latent energy, 10, 20, maybe even more, forming a circular perimeter. Then, they started to spin violently. They spun fast enough to make the air warp and distort, like they were surrounded by their own gravity. Each spike looked like a miniature, floating drill. It was deadly and razor-focused. Razel could hear the high-pitched hum of the rotation. She was serious. She had lost it. At her sudden, aggressive shift, Razel just cracked his neck. So that is how far gone you are, he murmured, almost disappointed. All right then, let us see how much I have improved. With a thought, he reached into his system space. A thin shimmer of light formed in his right hand, and a long, plain, perfectly straight blade emerged. Nothing special. It was an E-ranked weapon. He had taken it off levy hours ago because, honestly, he did not have a weapon of his own in the real world. Well, he had one, but sadly someone had just robbed it. This was the perfect time to use this. With casual ease, Razel spun the blade in his palm before gripping it backhanded. It was a style he had naturally adopted after countless fights with the Skulltrites. Maybe it was not a conventional technique, but for him, it worked. Holding the sword like one would hold a fist, the handle resting in his palm, allowed him to rotate and swing the blade in almost any direction. Whether defensive or offensive, linear or unpredictable, he had adapted the motion to fit his needs. He did not know if others would struggle with this grip, or if it went against swordsmanship norms, but to him, it was fluid. It was natural and good. He had trained in it with instinct rather than theory. Standing there calmly, he stared at her, eyes steady, breaths calm. He was not afraid. He was not even tense. This was not ego, as it was most of the time. This was certainty born from pain, experience, and thousands of deaths inside the system's simulation space. The sheer amount of battle experience he carried now was no longer something that could be ignored. It was not that he trained for long, but he definitely gained more than most people do in their life. Being able to die and come alive, that feeling alone made you stand at a different perspective than most people. He was not worried about anything. He knew he would handle it, whatever way it came. Host, be careful. That girl in front of you is at C-rank peak level. I repeat, she is at the peak of C-rank. There is a qualitative difference between D-rank and C-rank. You remember that, right? Do not forget this is the real world now. Your reflexes from system training may give you muscle memory, but they will not save you from death. You will not respawn. You will not regenerate. Do not exchange injuries. This is not the arena. This is not for experience. This is survival. The system gave a direct warning. It was just the facts. No panic, no lectures. Strangely, it was not freaking out about the suicidal moves of Razel right now. Why? Simple. Most of the time, it did not care. It trusted he would handle things one way or another. And even if he did not right now, the fight would probably be interrupted before it got fatal. That was what its calculations said, anyway. The system only really lost its cool when there was zero way out, or just pure stupidity, like last time, when Razel acted like an idiot in front of Nova. That was not just reckless. That was straight-up unreasonable childlessness. It could understand the emotions of Razel. It knew Razel could control it. And Razel himself was fully aware of the consequences and gains tied to every action he made. He was not blind. Maybe, back then, just by agreeing, he could have wiped out most of his problems and walked away from everything. Sure, it might have felt a bit dirty using the help of people who were technically his enemies. Maybe it felt wrong, even a little dishonorable. But that is exactly where the true challenge lies. Strong people are strong not because they fight fair, but because they make the choices others cannot stomach. It might look shameless. It might even be disgusting. But sometimes, using your enemies, even respectfully, is the smartest thing you can do. It gives you room to grow. And when you are finally strong enough, you get to choose your own path. That is how it has always been. History is not written by the most honorable. It is written by the ones who win. The ones who cling to their pride die early. But the ones who are cruel enough, even to themselves, the ones willing to go to any length for their goal, they get the victory. Not because they are right. Because they are relentless. The system understood this, even if it did not like it. Maybe last time, the reaction of Razel was not the best from its own perspective. Maybe it just let fear creep in. But fear of death is powerful, even for the system. Because if Razel dies, it dies too. It hated the way he made reckless moves, the way he sometimes acted without control. It made the system lose its composure too. After all, just imagine your life and death depend on your dog living or dying. A dog that barks at everyone, misbehaves constantly, and especially lashes out at people it had a bad history with. Would you not at least try to teach it, or desperately convince it, to stop barking at those people, to save both your lives? Outside system thoughts. Now, Razel exhaled slowly, steadying himself as he stared down the dozens of floating water drills spinning in the air. Each one was aimed directly at him. He took a series of system warnings in his head, but even then, it did not take him long to brush them aside. He had much more important work to do right now. He tightened his grip on the blade, letting his muscles relax. His breathing slowed. He was going to win. He could feel it. Thalia watched from the front of the lecture stand, arms crossed. She did not move. Technically, students were not allowed to fight inside classrooms, but she was letting it happen. Everyone had their rights. And besides, this was not just a fight. It was just sparring between students, which is allowed by the academy itself. Her eyes narrowed, locked onto Razel. In just a few seconds, she had noticed too many strange things. Something did not sit right. Did he just? Then Maria shouted, her voice rough and wild. Fuck off, perverted bastard. And in the same breath, she released all the spinning water spears at once. Dozens of them were ripping through the air at high speed. They were only a few feet away now. There was no margin for error. Razel moved slightly, drawing his sword back, trying to shift his stance, to create the right flow for a counter. But then he paused. The projectiles were coming fast. Too fast. He could die here, maybe if he did not take it seriously. And yet suddenly, my, came a voice, authoritative and calm. Chapter 98. My, came a voice, smooth, authoritative, and effortlessly calm. The voice floated through the air just as the spinning water spears were about to strike the body of Razel. In a blink, they halted mid-flight. Dozens of watery projectiles that had screamed forward with lethal speed now hovered as though frozen in time, caught between motion and stillness. Razel, who had been fully braced for impact, relaxed his grip on his sword. He calmly slid the blade back into his system space, already knowing the battle was over. He recognized that voice. Of course he did. He also recognized what had just happened. As expected, the suspended water began to unravel. The spinning spears lost their velocity, their sharp edges dissolving. Drop by drop, the liquid deconstructed itself, floating through the air like a reversed rainfall. The entire class watched, captivated, as the droplets drifted across the room and converged around a single person standing near the front. Celestia, the Imperial Princess. She stood silently, her expression unreadable, eyes narrowed. The condensed water spiraled around her like a halo of liquid light, responding to her presence as if it were an extension of her will. Maria, who had launched the initial attack, blinked in confusion. Her anger, moments ago a roaring fire, faltered as her connection with the water was completely severed. She had expected interference, maybe a nullification spell from Professor Thalia, or perhaps high-tier mana dismantling. But this was different. Her command over water was not overpowered, nor was it dispelled or resisted. It simply stopped responding to her. That should not have been possible. Not without her even getting a chance to realize what was happening or to fight back. No one controlled water better than the Grave bloodline. That was a fact carved into the history of the Empire itself. Her breath caught in her throat as realization hit. It was not Professor Thalia. It was her. She suddenly thought of that family. Maria turned, her heart thudding, expecting to see the glare of a teacher. She turned her head back hesitantly and saw it. It was her. Celestia stood there, effortlessly manipulating what was once hers. The heir to the Grave family, of the elite bloodline of the water element, was watching her family symbol obey another. The hands of Maria trembled slightly as she watched her water being controlled, yet she forced her hands behind her back. No one else might have noticed, but inside, her blood was boiling. That vile bloodline of Imperials. The words echoed in her head like poison she was not allowed to spit out. She wanted to scream, to tear something apart, to do something, but she did nothing, because she could not. It was buried beneath protocol. She took a shallow breath, pressed her lips together, and gave a curt bow. "Your Imperial Highness," she said, her voice strained but respectful. Her fists clenched tighter. She could feel the eyes on her, whispers blooming like weeds in fertile soil. The water floating around Celestia stung worse than a slap even now. Nullifying an attack was one thing, but to seize control of it, to bend it, that was an insult. The supremacy of the Grave family in water magic had been their pride, their identity. Yet here, the shamelessness of the Imperials disgusted her, and perhaps all the noble families of the Empire. Still, she did not show it. Her face remained composed, even serene. She took a deep breath, exhaled softly, and forced her pride down like swallowing glass. Her head remained slightly bowed, every fiber of her noble training holding her upright under the pressure. She was seething inside, but composed on the outside. "May I ask why your Imperial Highness has chosen to stop me?" Maria asked, her voice respectful and restrained. Her words were perfectly measured, but those who listened closely could hear the strain beneath them, a tightness at the edge of control. Celestia did not move. "You were being unreasonably noisy, Miss Maria Fulton Grave." A ripple passed through the classroom. The gaze of Celestia was indifferent, almost bored, as though she were addressing a servant who had forgotten her place. "I assume the Grave family has taught you how to conduct yourself in the presence of Imperial blood." Silence. A silence deeper than before. It was not the sharp slap that stunned the room. It was not the spinning spears or the oncoming duel. It was this, a direct reprimand. The rest of the class sat frozen in their seats. Some held their breath, others just stared, stunned, as the political weight of what had just happened began to register. Is the Imperial Princess protecting him? Why? It made no sense. Why would a direct royal, a member of the most powerful family in the Empire, interfere on behalf of a declared dead criminal, especially against the heiress of a pillar house? Maria was a noble, not just any noble, but an heiress of one of the 10 pillar houses of the Empire. These houses were the very foundation of Imperial authority. Only the Duke houses and the Imperials stood above them in status. Imperial blood was supposed to protect their own, overlook minor disputes, uphold hierarchy. And yet, Celestia had not only interfered, she had humiliated a Grave heir in public. Thalia watched the scene from her platform. She had not interfered, not because she could not, but because she had wanted to see what would happen. She narrowed her eyes slightly, as if recalibrating her understanding of the situation. Her eyes also lingered on Razel, because she had noticed something. It was not just Maria who felt the sting of offense at that moment. The tension in the classroom had shifted and thickened. Almost every noble-blooded student in the room, regardless of house, lineage, or rank, wore some variation of distaste on their face. Subtle sneers, twitching brows, clenched jaws. Their gazes were not fixed entirely on Maria or on Razel, but mostly on the gently floating water that circled around the body of Celestia. To them, it was vulgar, disrespectful, and a violation. It made them utterly disgusted. This was not just about stopping a fight anymore. This was something more, something that scratched at the pride deeply embedded in every member of a high house. Even the heirs of the Duke houses, Arian Drakenvyr and Silva Faerelith, showed their displeasure. Arian sat rigid, his arms crossed, his crimson eyes narrowed as if measuring the actions of Celestia with the edge of a blade. Silva, on the other hand, looked visibly disgusted. Her long green hair began to shimmer and rise, lightly floating as if caught in an invisible current. Her emerald eyes gleamed unnaturally, a sign of her unique mana reacting to her inner agitation. And yet she said nothing. None of them did. The noble circle inside the classroom simmered with discomfort, but silence reigned. No one dared to confront the Imperial Princess directly. No one ever would. They could be disgusted and feel disrespected, but letting it out would be a crime. Not all eyes held disdain, though. One such exception sat near the left front column of seats, her head tilted back slightly, her golden eyes locked on Razel. Selena. She had not moved when Maria attacked. In fact, she had been just about to intervene herself, preparing a 7th-ranked protection spell the moment she sensed the killing intent of Maria. But then, she stopped. Something had caught her attention. He reacted faster than I did. She was able to perceive it as Razel shifted his stance, his muscles flowing with control and precision far beyond what she remembered of him, or had ever imagined him to be. And then came the sword. A straight-edged 2nd-ranked blade, seemingly appearing from thin air. Her eyes sharpened. No mana fluctuation. No summoning signature. No inventory glyphs. The blade had manifested as if it had always been there, like a phantom drawn from reality itself. Even more baffling was its disappearance. One moment it was in his hand, the next it was simply gone, vanished. I did not miss that, she thought, her brows furrowing. I never miss mana signatures. Never. Selena Luminus was not just any noble. She was of the Luminus bloodline, the family of light and perception, famed for their unparalleled sensitivity to almost all kinds of energies. She had read more tomes than most professors and had access to both the imperial and holy libraries, of which she had studied almost 2/5, excluding only the forbidden chambers. And yet, she could not identify what she had just witnessed. Her golden eyes slowly traced the figure of Razel. She was not just curious anymore. Her mind was reeling with questions, and her heart was trembling. Her lips parted slightly, her breath shallow. For a brief moment, everything else, the classroom, the stairs, the politics, melted away. She could only see him. Her eyes began to mist over. A softness returned to her expression. You have finally found it, she thought. A way to grow stronger. Her gaze lowered for a second, then drifted back up, slowly tracing the outline of his form. His posture was steady and composed. There was no fear she could see. Those were not the eyes of a person who knew that he was born without everything one should have. His posture felt stronger, even his perception and reaction. She closed her eyes for a moment, trying to center herself. I am happy for you, she whispered in her heart, her throat tightening. I really am. I just wish I could have been there. Celebrated this moment with you. Watched you rise, the way you always dreamed of. The thought ached like an old scar. She brought one trembling hand to rest gently atop the other, fingers interlacing, pressing close to her chest. Her body did not shake, but her hands betrayed her. They trembled from the flood of emotions now coursing through her veins like wildfire. My rays. She bit her lower lip, forcing her eyes shut. She wanted to run to him, embrace him, cry into his shoulder and just be there. Just celebrate him, not just as a friend, but as Selena, the one who wanted to believe in him before anyone else. Suddenly, the tide of emotions became too much. She inhaled sharply and began casting, not out of strategy, but desperation. A soft whisper escaped her lips, and a golden hue gently bathed her form. It shimmered like sunlight through leaves, a warm but invisible barrier settling over her skin. It was a self-calming spell, one used in sacred rituals to stabilize the heart. As the golden light soaked in, her breath slowed, her shoulders relaxed. The trembling faded slightly. Sigh. She exhaled long and slow, her eyes opening once again. They were still moist and sparkling. Her golden irises glistened now not just with emotion, but with clarity. It was also from something more. Hope. Longing. She sighed again softly, finally steadying her breath. Even if I do not understand it, even if I do not know what you have done, I am glad. Just let me be glad. I really wanted you to know that there is someone really, really happy for you and not everyone hates you. Her heart was beating wildly behind her ribs. And yet, she stayed in her seat, still, silent. Her golden eyes flicked toward Razel again and again, lost in thought, burning with happiness for him. Back in the center of the room, Maria remained silent, her head slightly bowed. The once boiling fury around her had been cooled by the sudden appearance of Celestia, and the weight of the authority she carried. Still, Maria raised her head slightly, keeping her voice composed. I apologize for my disgraceful actions, she said, her tone firm but civil. However, I was simply standing up for myself, as is permitted by the rules of the Imperial Academy and the Empire. I have done nothing wrong. As for my conduct, I have offered my apology. It was a calculated statement, measured and respectful on the surface, but with a hint of defiance beneath. If Celestia had simply stopped her from attacking, she would have accepted it and stepped back. But the manner in which the princess had addressed her so publicly, so dismissively, and how she had controlled her attack, felt like a personal and political insult to the grave family name. But Celestia did not flinch. I understand, the princess replied evenly, cutting Maria off before she could say more. However, this is a classroom. A direct attack during an active lecture, in the presence of a teaching professor, is strictly prohibited. Maria blinked. Celestia continued. First violation, yes, within the academy, you can challenge someone to a duel, sparring match, or even a fight without much reason, whether for practice or personal dislike. But what you did was different. You made an accusation and launched an immediate attack. That is not allowed. Second, you accused a peer of misconduct without submitting proper evidence. Third, you interrupted an official lecture, causing disruption. Fourth, you employed a direct elemental offensive spell, in a secured classroom environment, strictly forbidden. Fifth, you executed said attack in the presence of an imperial representative. Her voice was calm, each word a hammer striking down without emotion. Sixth, she added, raising her finger slightly. Then she kept going. 7th, 8th, 9th, 20th. Each rule rolled off her tongue like she had memorized the entire lawbook of the Imperial Academy, and indeed she had. She kept going. Quiet, cold, efficient. By the time she finished, she had named 26 different infractions. In total, she said flatly, you have broken multiple Imperial laws, Academy regulations, and constitutional mandates of magical conduct within educational zones. The room had gone from tense to deathly still. No one dared speak. The face of Maria was unreadable. Her clenched fists trembled. Her jaw tightened. But she kept her composure, breathing through her nose slowly, fighting every impulse to snap. Her heart slammed against her ribs. She was not shaking with fear. It was something deeper, something heavier. Rage, yes, but also disbelief. As punishment will be presented, Celestia said, you will be held accountable within the Central High Court tomorrow, at 5 p.m. Your presence is mandatory. A cold silence fell like ash across the classroom. Everyone stared. A wave of hushed gasps spread across the room. To be called to the Central High Court was no small matter. It meant official proceedings, records, legal consequences, a permanent mark on one public profile. The voice of Celestia was as crisp as parchment. Her posture did not waver. Maria swallowed hard. I understand, she said, though her fists clenched tighter. Her voice had a slight tremble now, even as she tried to mask it. But I acted to protect myself, and I believe no judgment can be passed until the guilty are punished first. Gasps. Was Maria trying to argue with the Imperial Princess? Even the right eye of Thalia twitched at the boldness. But Celestia did not falter. She did not react. No frown. No smirk. Nothing. Then she spoke calmly, coldly, without a trace of emotion. There is no need for a trial, she said softly. I will personally pass judgment. Silence. Dead, suffocating silence. As a licensed High Magistrate of the Supreme Court of Imperialism, and as a standing representative of the Imperial bloodline, I invoke my authority to enact judgment directly, without trial. Maria paused, genuinely confused, raising her head slightly, as if trying to understand what she was seeing. Even the eyes of Sylvia and Arian twitched. All around them, students sat with their mouths open. Off to the side, Thalia bit her tongue in disbelief. Why is she going this far? They all wondered. Everyone's attention shifted to Razel. It was obvious now she was openly taking his side. But just as their thoughts began to spiral, judge me. And who the fuck gave you the right to judge me? A cold voice cut through the air. Chapter 99. Judge me, and who the fuck gave you the right to judge me? The cold voice sliced through the air like a blade. The entire classroom went silent. It was so silent that even the hum of the enchanted lights overhead seemed to still. Dozens of eyes turned, wide with disbelief, toward the source. Professor Thalia had her mouth hung slightly open, her eyes frozen mid-blink. She had expected arrogance, even some backlash, but this. She could not believe someone had just spoken like that to the Imperial Princess. Questioning her authority like that, it was insane. There stood Razel. His head was straight, as if he had an iron rod in his neck that could not be bent. His posture clearly screamed defiance and arrogance. His cold eyes met the eyes of Celestia with unwavering intensity, as if daring her to speak. A murmur began to stir from the crowd. Treason, someone whispered. One overly eager student shot halfway out of his seat, clearly intending to defend the honor of the princess. But before he could utter a word, a burly senior behind him reached forward and yanked him back into his chair, clapping a large hand over his mouth. Do not be a hero, kid, the older student hissed into his ear. She is not a princess from your bedtime stories. You speak wrong once, and you vanish before dinner. The younger boy squirmed, trying to break free, but gave up quickly. He could not even pry the hand off his face. The rest of the class stayed quiet too. They knew better. The Imperial Princess was not someone you crossed, not if you valued your life at the very least. Celestia, who stood calmly at the front, turned her head slowly toward Razel. Her expression was unreadable, calm, controlled. But her eyes, those royal platinum eyes, searched his face, trying to decode what lay behind his words. She parted her lips, as if to speak. Then, she closed them again. In the mind of Razel, a tired voice rang out. Host, was that really necessary? I mean, if we are diving headfirst into suicide, at least give me a heads up. My system circuits are not built to survive mental shock therapy. Razel replied inwardly, stifling a sigh. Relax, Villy. She is not going to kill me. Not yet. And even if she wanted to, too many people would stop her. Let us trust the politics to save us for once. And even now, you can see there is no killing intent coming from her. Razel spoke mentally, holding back a facepalm. Honestly, even to him, this whole situation was a mess. He would have preferred to ignore her entirely. But no thanks to that damn system built-in arrogance debuff, he could not. The moment he felt even slightly wronged, irritation boiled inside him until it forced its way out. Maybe he was just blaming it all on the cursed debuff. Maybe not. Still, he had not said anything wrong. Why the hell should anyone have the right to judge him? Especially these disgusting people. As expected, another voice cut through the tense silence. This time, it was Arian, stepping forward from his seat with a strained look on his face. Your Royal Highness, he said, forcing each word out through clenched teeth. I apologize on behalf of this brainless, clueless criminal. I humbly request that you do not harm him, at least for this whole week. His words stunned the room even more. Razel smirked. Just as expected. Arian, defending him. Of course. It is not the protagonist himself riding in to save the day. Sometimes it felt damn good knowing you had screwed things up so perfectly. Even your enemies were forced to step in. Arian stepped forward, coming to stand beside Celestia. His lips were twitching, his face pulled tight with irritation, no, with hatred. He could not believe he had to do this. Apologize for that guy. But he had no choice. Razel had to stay alive. The essence of the Virelan royal bloodline was too important. Even the mother of Arian had personally stepped in, ordered him to ensure a win against Razel, and she had even asked him to protect the boy. Since the mother of Arian, a powerful duchess, had personally insisted that Razel be protected, he was confident, and could not step back. Even the imperial family, with all its pride, could not simply ignore a direct request from one of the 4 Grand Dukes of the Empire. Celestia did not even glance at Arian. Her eyes stayed fixed on Razel. Why would you say that? She said calmly. I was not going to judge you unfairly. I already sensed she was lying. There is no reason for you to get so worked up, and definitely no reason to be hostile toward me. A flicker of confusion passed through her gaze. Could he not see what she was trying to do, she thought. She had just openly reprimanded one of the pillar houses of the Empire. I stood against an entire political bloc to take his side. Did he not get it? Her heart clenched. He had to know. He knew she was trying to help. That she was taking a stand for him. That she was about to publicly prove his innocence, save his reputation, even give him back a little of the face she had once taken from him. She was putting in real effort. So why reject it? It felt like a judge declaring someone innocent, only for the accused to spit on the verdict and say you are wrong. Yes, she had judged him wrongly in the past. But had she not admitted it, apologized, even gone as far as offering to take responsibility for the consequences? She was even willing to protect him in the days to come. Did he really not trust her judgment? Or was it just pride? Was he refusing her help out of sheer spite? Did he really hate her that much? Was it him simply wanting nothing to do with her, even when she extended a hand of help? That is stupidity, right? 1,000 reasons flooded her mind, 100 possible answers to why he would reject her now. But none of them felt complete. None of them settled the question, and he threw it back at her. Still, she could only look at him, waiting for him to answer for himself. Why did he say that? Yes, deep down, she knew he hated her, but she kept trying to deny it, refusing to accept it. Actually, she just did not want to believe it. Razel did not even glance in the direction of Celestia, as if she did not exist, not that it mattered. His expression remained cold, unreadable. Then, without ceremony, he raised his hand and pointed his finger straight at Maria. You, he said clearly. 7 days from now, right after my duel with Aetherion, we will have a duel of honor. Accept it or not, I will deliver judgment by my own hands, not by some lying, disgusting mouth around here. The words slammed into the room like a shockwave. Silence followed, but only for a moment. Maria, who had just raised her head, was already burning with dissatisfaction. Celestia had treated her coldly for no reason, and now this. This was gasoline on the flames. Her anger flared. Oh, a twisted glint sparked in her eyes, half fury, half disbelief. She was angry. No, furious. Declaring a duel of honor was not some petty insult. It was a direct challenge to her name, her bloodline, her entire family. A move like this was not just reckless, it was disgusting. If one party demanded the position of heir, and the other accepted the challenge, the loser would have to forfeit that title. That was the law. A duel of honor was both the most dignified and the most dangerous form of disrespect. People wondered why no one used it anymore. Because it was deadly. Because most people valued their lives. And now, this lunatic had thrown it at her like it was a joke. And on the same day he was already expected to die in another duel. He thinks it will not matter because he is already marked for death. That he can just spit in her face, dishonor her family, and walk away clean, without changing anything. Did he really believe there were no consequences? I will say this, boy, Maria said through gritted teeth, her aqua blue eyes beginning to glow faintly. I love the madness you carry. It will be fun, such a fun crushing it out of you. I wish I could do it now. The red fog of killing intent thickened around her, visible only to the heightened perception of Razel. It wrapped around her body like a second skin, seething, rippling with a desire for blood. Let me guess, she spat. You know you are going to die in that duel against Aetherion, so now you are throwing challenges around like confetti. You think you are clever. You think this will not have consequences. She stepped even closer. Now, she stood just inches away. You disgust me, Maria said coldly, trying to disrespect me and my family in such a way. Her voice had lost all warmth. The red fog crept even thicker as time went by. Razel did not flinch, did not step back. That, he knew, was what she wanted, to make him step back by this close-up move, to see him shrink. But he did not give her the satisfaction. Instead, he grinned. Why, he asked with a smirk. Are you afraid now? The jaw of Maria tightened. Her aqua blue eyes, now wild with fury, locked onto his. She leaned in until her face was just inches from his, the heat of her breath brushing his skin. Oh, you are clearly dying before our trial even begins, she whispered, her voice seething. You have already been declared dead. Everyone here knows you will not survive your first duel. This is not about honor. This is about spitting in my face, dragging my name and my family into your pathetic last stunt. That is what this is, one final act from a lunatic, who knows he is on borrowed time. The grin of Razel widened, stretching across his face in a way that unnerved even the students watching. We will duel, he said, his tone calm but laced with fire. And he tilted his head ever so slightly toward Aetherion without breaking eye contact, has already lost. All that is left is for the rest of you to catch up. The entire class watched in stunned silence, their attention locked onto the circus between Maria and Razel. No one laughed or interrupted. Most of them could not even blame Maria for the way she was acting. Not even here, in the presence of the princess. Not even after being summoned to the high court. A duel of honor was not a casual challenge, after all. Anyone in her position would be furious. Violently so. As for the bold claim of Razel that he would win, no one was bothered enough to comment. Everyone already knew the truth. Razel had nothing but arrogance. And that arrogance only existed because he was already a condemned man, his fate sealed, his time of death fixed. He could not die before his destined moment, and he was clearly exploiting that fact. To everyone else, it looked less like confidence, and more like the madness of a man who knew his end was coming, and was desperate to make the world watch. It was not courage. It was stupidity dressed as defiance. Off to the side, Aetherion looked at Razel. A smirk tugged at his lips as he shook his head slowly. He was beginning to understand this man more and more. No wonder Razel was willing to trade a dragon heart for just 1,004th ranked elemental cores. His perspective was shallow. Just another loud fool, shouting nonsense and mistaking it for strength. Ignorance parading as arrogance does not make you capable, he thought, shaking his head again. It just makes you dangerous to yourself and everyone around you. Chapter 100. The air between them had grown thick with tension, so thick it could be sliced clean with a blade. Fights are not won by words, Mr. Rapist, Maria said coldly. Her voice was like frost cracking across glass. It echoed like a slap across the classroom, slicing through the air. Her eyes were narrowed, and venom flashed in them. But Razel did not flinch. He just looked at her, quiet and unreadable. Then he leaned forward, his face tilting ever so slightly toward hers. Inch by slow inch, he closed the space. His eyes did not waver, and he did not blink. In that moment, Maria instinctively stepped back. The very reaction she had been trying to provoke from him had reversed. Razel's lips curled into a smug smile. That is your misconception, Miss Watertap, he said with an eerie calmness. Some fights can be won by words. And for your honor, he gestured casually to her, arms spreading just a little, you just ran into the worst of them all. Maria's jaw clenched. Her hands balled into fists at her sides. Her pride screamed at her to step forward again, to snatch back the ground she had lost, but she could not. Not without closing the space between them again. She was not going to let that filthy, arrogant bastard get that close to her face. Her stomach turned. Her skin crawled just looking at him. She hated him. She despised him. A rapist, and now he had the audacity to act like a prophet, or worse, a noble. Her fingers trembled. Every cell in her body screamed to attack him, to shred him limb from limb and leave him in pieces. But she held back. She did not understand it. Why was the imperial princess taking his side? Because of her. That platinum-haired witch who had, for some ungodly reason, taken the side of Razel. It did not make sense. Maria had already been dragged into a courtroom once because of her or him. Her actions were being scrutinized. Her name was dragged into the mud all because of this lunatic. Why was the princess protecting him? Was it because he was her ex-fiancé? Did she still have feelings? Guilt? Regret? Was she trying to make up for the way she had broken off the engagement so harshly? None of it made any sense. All Maria knew was that she could not touch him, not yet. Not without consequences. And she hated it. So she did the only thing she could. She glared. Her eyes locked on his with murderous intent. If looks could kill, Razel would have been ashes on the ground. And Razel did not stop. He smiled wider. And you, chosen one, you have already lost, he said, cool and easy, as if he were commenting on the weather. I will be generous. Start preparing your substitute, because the moment you accepted the duel, your defeat had already happened. With a casual flick of his hand, he dropped the gesture, and slid both hands into his pant pockets. He turned lazily toward Arian, who had been standing off to the side, watching the entire exchange like a spectator at a play. Arian just shook his head and chuckled. What a circus clown, he muttered, more to himself than anyone else. It was hard to believe someone with Virelan blood could be this stupid. He sighed. Talking like this was disgusting. It would only dirty his own mouth. Let dogs bark. It did not mean one had to bark back. And what was with the word chosen one? Had he lost it? The rest of the classroom did not take his announcement seriously either. A few chuckled, treating it like nonsense. Even Razel smirked at their ignorance and shrugged his shoulders. This is what stupidity looks like. One tries giving people clues, offering even a hint of knowledge, and they mock him for being generous. Razel did not care. But then a voice rose. All right, I accept the duel. But my condition is, Maria's voice cut through the room like a blade, after you die, or whatever is left of you, your body belongs to me. I will feed it to the dogs, and the bones, I will turn them into a stepping stone outside the Graves family castle. Let everyone see what happens when someone disrespects the Graves. Even in death, you will not be spared. Madness flickered in her eyes. He wants to disrespect my family. Fine. I cannot kill him, but I can make him regret even dying. Her expression twisted, and her gaze locked on Razel as if she expected him to flinch. The classroom fell silent, shocked that Maria had actually accepted. Some faces looked disgusted, but others nodded. Her reaction might have been extreme, but it made sense. Disrespecting family, even in death, should have consequences. But Razel only smiled. All right then, he said softly. Be ready to lose, Maria Grave. He tilted his head, grinning. And hey, look at you. Center of attention now. Guess I helped you after all. He leaned forward slightly, that smirk returning. You were desperate for it, were you not? How does it feel to get it now? Maria's face remained like stone. Ice cold. State your terms. Razel slid his hands into his pockets, his head tilted slightly. I do not need any terms. You and your family hold no interest for me. Honestly, you are not even on my level. If it were your father, maybe I would consider it a real challenge. But you, he scoffed. Fighting you does not elevate me, it drags me down. He leaned forward, his tone suddenly razor sharp. I am doing this for one reason, to shatter your delusion that I am someone you can fuck with. Everyone who has crossed me has paid for it. The rest, their time is coming. And you actually, as I said, to win a fight it is not always necessary to fight. And to actually defeat you, maybe I will not even need to raise my hands. Write that on a rock, woman. You will be defeated before you even try, just like he did. Razel spoke with a bored smirk, his voice laced with quiet, merciless confidence. Maria stood still, silent. A smile, not of amusement but of building rage, stretched across her lips. Her fists trembled at her sides. This bastard. He was still spitting on her name, still looking down on her family, still mocking her, as if he had nothing to lose. Like he had already accepted death, and was having fun on the way down. Her control frayed by the second. Good. Very good, she hissed through clenched teeth. Let us see it then. And no, I will set the condition for you. If I lose, I will become your bitch. Gasps echoed around the classroom. The air turned electric. Maria stepped forward until she was nearly eye to eye with him, only centimeters between them. Her voice trembled with barely restrained fury. Razel did not flinch. He did not move an inch. Her face was now inches from his, their noses nearly touching. But instead of backing away like she hoped, he just grinned back. You are not worthy of that either, he said, cracking his neck slightly as if the whole thing bored him. Then, without looking at her again, he turned his back and walked casually toward his seat. Maria's body trembled violently, her aqua blue hair starting to float from the sheer pressure of her unstable mana, like water about to boil over. The urge to explode, to strike him down where he stood, rose with every breath. Her face was flushed with fury, and her pupils trembled. But somehow, some way, she held it in. Without looking at anyone, she stormed past Celestia, radiating killing intent like a furnace. She did not stop at the desk of Thalia, and she did not offer a word of excuse or acknowledgement. She just walked straight to the door. And then, thud, she slammed it shut with so much force that the reinforced, magically treated wooden door cracked, and then exploded. The blast echoed across the hall, shards flying like bullets in all directions. Professor Thalia sighed, pouting slightly. She raised a hand, and with a flick of her fingers, the airborne wood particles stopped midair, suspended. Then they slowly drew together, compressing until they formed a tight wooden sphere in her palm. She pocketed it without a word. Silence returned. Now every student stared at the Imperial Princess, who still stood in the center of the classroom. Some wiped sweat from their brows. Had Maria really just stormed out like that, right past an Imperial? And what about Razel? He had insulted her, mocked her, ignored her authority entirely. What was Celestia going to do? They waited, but she said nothing. Razel had already returned to his seat and sat calmly, arms folded, eyes closed. Time passed. The room held its breath. Celestia stood in silence for several more seconds. Then Thalia cleared her throat nervously. So well, students. Should we continue the lecture? She asked, hesitating. Her voice was barely audible. Your Imperial Highness. Celestia turned her head, finally breaking the silence. Continue. She did not elaborate. She just whispered the word quietly, turned, and walked back to her seat. While turning, she gave Razel one last lingering glance. And then she sat down. No one understood what she was thinking, but everyone let out a collective breath of relief. The pressure lifted. A few students even slumped slightly in their chairs. Every movement the princess made felt like life or death to them. A single misstep could change not only their own futures, but the fates of their entire families. It was never smart to be caught in the crossfire of conflict with Imperials. As for Razel, he leaned back in his seat as if nothing had happened. The moment he settled in, a familiar annoying voice echoed in his head. Friend, I do not know what to say. Was that really necessary? Bullying a girl like that? She was just a little. Fuck yourself, Razel replied immediately, internally, cutting him off. His tone was ice. He did not care anymore. Not when he knew the truth. This motherfucker wanted him dead more than anyone else in the world. And now he had the nerve to lecture him. Even now, Razel could see the thin fog of killing intent swirling around Raven. But he was still alive. That alone was proof that even if Raven wanted to kill him, he could not. So no, he was not listening. This much arrogance. My friend, you should not act this way. Remember the warning I gave you. Your duty, your role is inevitable. You will fulfill it no matter how you resist or try to change it. At last it will come to the same ending. So enjoy these final moments of your life. Try to be kind, gentle. Maybe in your next life, your sacrifice for the sacred duty will be rewarded. But right now, the world will hate you. It might never grant you another chance at reincarnation if you keep your attitude this way. The Chosen One is not a normal person. You cannot defeat him, no matter how clever your tricks are. Even if you win a battle here, and they're using your regression ability, your fate is already written. It is inevitable. You cannot change anything when given a sacred duty, not even I can. Not even the Chosen One. So walk the path made for you. It will be less painful. Accepting the inevitable is the greatest relief. The voice was calm, wise, steady, almost paternal, and annoying. Razel did not even blink. He slowly turned his head. He looked directly at Raven, who sat behind Arian, several seats back. The so-called friend. The supposed guide. Do not be mistaken, preserver. If the so-called Chosen One is not a normal person, then what the hell makes you think I am? You forget I am the same damn person for whom a supreme god like you had to be reborn, just to try and stop me. To be continued. Hope you liked today's video. Join the community by subscribing and dropping a like. I'll be back with another update as soon as possible. See you then.